he was still, this is the 80s. This is 88. This is 90. These are the times when they were coming down on CU football. You know, they had a lot of shit going on. This documentary is a dirty Russian. Oh, let me ask you this: why have Boulder's always been so liberal?
Sometimes
because they want to be. They had that right to be. These are people that want to live. You know, to Boulder now. I'm going to
some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual
when I got there in 1980. Not even close. What's the difference?
Of the international, which is essentially
I don't know what the Gentiles, Starbucks. That's how the fucking stuff would be. Boulder was totally brought up to be very much establishment. Very, people have soap companies. Right. People have shirts with the signs of the Grateful Dead, but that's what it is. Right. And that's what it is. Let that be that. Well, this much result
and they are about to slaughter
no matter what, which means
on the altar.
they just vote Democrat. They don't vote Republican ever. So, like, when I was there, it was during the Obama election, after he got elected for the first term. That's when I was there. And I was like, it's just so weird that there's so many different people that have the same thing on their front lawn. It's Obama. You didn't see any Republican candidates on anybody's lawns. You just didn't see that.
What is the rest of Colorado like?
Way Republican. Way more Republican. The rest of the kind of like cowboys and shit. Denver's kind of a mixture. Denver, you get a little bit of everything.
Is it sort of like Austin, Texas? Like that sort of like...
No. Because Austin is more like cowboy funky. Austin's different. Austin is like a lot of badass music comes from Austin. Fucking Gary Clark Jr. comes from Austin. Yeah, but the state of mind of Boulder and Austin were pretty much similar representing their states. But you can't compare them because there's only 100,000 people. It's a tiny ass place. Austin's a million. What's the population of Boulder? 100,000. Still, it's tiny. They just can't build. They don't let you build. They got that place locked down. Well, that's what I'm saying. They buy on open space. Boulder always wanted to be different than everybody else. Yeah, when I first went to Boulder, I first peaked at Boulder July of '83, and I was like, I'll never come to this fucking place. Too boring. I was still in New York City. Get us the population. If I was Boulder, set up the old pieces, it's 100,000 metros, about 300,000. It's 100,000 in the metros, 300,000. Yeah. Oh, okay. So there we go, John. What are you doing? Stepping back to chew? You were in the middle of a story. Yeah, Austin's a totally different animal. Austin is much more like.
I just meant in the way like Texas is right Republican.
Oh yeah, for sure. But there's a lot of Republicans in Austin. Austin's not entirely liberal. Austin's a mixture. It's a weird mixture. Boulder's not much of a mixture. Boulder, like Greg Fitzsimmons said it best. He's like, it's just too one note. He liked Denver because we were talking about like how amazing Colorado is, and he did a weekend at the Comedy Works. He's like, you know what? I could fucking live here. He goes, I don't really say that about many places, but I could live there. And we were talking about Boulder, and he's like, I think Boulder's just a little too one note. They're a little too college influenced, super liberal, social justice warrior type, vegan, barefoot, handcrafted, all that nonsense. You know, there's like a lot of that's what they call it. The People's Republic of Boulder. It's a weird place, right? Yeah. Oh, it's very peaceful attraction. They're very nice people. At that time in my life, Boulder just meant something to me. It meant peace of mind. I don't know what it was. Well, the place itself is so fucking beautiful. I mean, you're there in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, and you just sit. Sometimes you just, like, you go to Boulder, you just, what's that street, that mall street? Pearl Street. And when you just look up and you see, you're looking at fucking, you leave the street and you look up, you're looking at, like, mountains. It's the Rocky Mountains right there. Like, you're in this beautiful, amazing spot, and the people, it's not that many people. I think that's a big thing. I think when you get too many people in a place, it gets annoying, that you fucking don't appreciate each other as much. There's too many fucking people. There's 3 million people. There's 5 million. It's grown a lot since I left the It has, but you can't grow much more than it's already grown. What they've done is amazing, is buy up so much open space and make it super difficult to put up apartment buildings. And people think that's bullshit. They need affordable housing. Drive to Boulder, stupid.
Ridiculous amount of
Drive there.
primary research.
Part of the Denver metro area is included in that 300,000.
Okay, it's Orvada and places like that. Yeah.
Well, it's like
It's awesome.
And it's been translated as well.
You know what's the hidden gem? Evergreen. Evergreen's the shit. God damn, they have some views. Evergreen has some ridiculous views.
At any rate,
Where you just tucked in with like this giant elk herd that walks down to the middle of town. That giant elk herd walking through the middle of the street. My buddy of mine moved there, and he was living in Vegas before, and you know, he was asking about Colorado. I said, you gotta check out Evergreen. And he went there once and bought a house, immediately moved. And he texted me that these elk, they get in the middle of the street, and someone who was from out of town, apparently, was like beeping and trying to get the elk out of the road, like revving his engine because he was in a rush. And some old cowboy got out of his truck, walked up to the dude's car window, punched him through the car window, and then got back in his truck. Because the guy was harassing the elk herd. Oh, yeah, that's no joke, dude. That's really what happened in Evergreen. This is a herd of elk walking down the middle of the street, and you can't do a goddamn thing about it. And because the people in the town itself, I mean, they don't really hunt them when they do that. So the elk feel super calm about walking on the highway in front of everybody. Because if they were in the woods with you like that, they would fucking bolt if they saw a person. If they smelled you, they would bolt. But meanwhile, these things have chosen to go like by the road. It's interesting too because they don't recognize people as predators in those situations. It's like people around urban areas aren't predators, but people in the mountains are predators. It's real weird.
So for generations, that like a group of elks has just been walking down the street.
Yeah, it's crazy. Not only that, I mean, that's the case everywhere. Like in Yellowstone, there was a video that someone sent me today. I think I retweeted it. Someone sent me, I didn't watch it, I wasn't getting cell service. But there's a video that someone sent me today about some woman who got too close to an elk in Yellowstone. I guess it was real recent. But for the most part, they don't worry about people. They're wearing wolves and grizzly bears and shit. They see a person, they go, because no one's hunted in Yellowstone for over 100 years. So elk see people there, and they're like, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Got some carrots for me? Is this it? Yellowstone elk decides one is too close for comfort. Yeah, go. Oh, you got a video? Oh, she just got launched. You got a video? I didn't get it. Look, she went sailing.
So during this period of time, it was actually
That's right. 25 yards, man.
It was extremely important because
Thank you, sir. I just got humbled, sir. That's a certain kind of sir.
Have you seen the video of the hunter getting beaten by a deer?
Yeah, I've seen this a bunch of
Kicks him in the face.
They'll fuck you up, especially in the rut. They're horny, and they think you're cock blocking them. They get mad. Jack you. Oh yeah, people have died from deer. A lot of people have died because they get gored. Like they're either hunting them or they hike them. Or whatever reason they feel like that lady, they get stupid. Like she was lucky that was either a cow elk or that was an elk that didn't have antlers yet because they shed their end and then they grow back. So she got lucky because if that was a big bull elk, there's one. This one. He just kicked him. That guy has dog shit jiu-jitsu. First of all, he's spinning for one of those rear legs. You try to get him in a heel hook on that real run. I Kimura'd a deer's leg and snapped it in half after it was already dead. I was like, I wonder if this would work on a deer. Snapped its leg when Cal and I went hunting in Montana. So I feel real confident that I can heel hook a deer. Fuck it up. Oh shit. Take his back. Take that fucking deer back. Then you're in the hospital.
By the way, my thoughts on Eddie Bravo is probably just recovering.
Yeah, he's in the hospital today, and he got his discs replaced.
How long's that take?
I don't think the operation is just a few hours, and the recovery time is ridiculously low. I think in 6 weeks he's allowed to start lifting weights.
It's actually a
6 weeks his body has to heal up. So I'm talking out of school because I don't know the exact procedure, but I know this is what he told me, is that they're replacing a disc with a titanium disc. They have some sort of new technology in disc replacement where they used to take the disc out and they would fuse it together. Right now, instead, they put an artificial disc, and it's supposed to be just as good as a real disc. And the difference being that, like, when they would fuse those discs, it would limit your mobility pretty drastically because you don't have any articulation in between the two joints. Now that they have this artificial disc, that artificial disc actually moves around and it allows your spine to be flexible. So one of the guys from school, Victor, got it done, and apparently he's never been better. It feels great, no pain, and it was bothering him for a long time. And Eddie's been bothering his for almost as long as I've known him because he does so much stuff in his back. You know, it's all guard work, and it's getting stacked all the time and compressed all the time, and not most diligent about stretching the back out early in his career. You know. Just you stretch it before and after. You definitely should warm up before. But the big thing is mobility training, meaning doing things like bending down, grabbing the back of your heel with your four fingers on both sides, and trying to put your pinkies together, and then extending, popping your back and straight back out. For me, that's big. Hanging by your ankles is big. Any sort of decompression, anything that alleviates pressure. I have one that I put on my neck. It's like I'm hanging myself, go click, 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 click. And I'm like literally hanging a good percentage of my weight from my neck. Then I have a bunch of them in the back. I have different decompression devices in the back. I've got the reverse hyper, which strengthens your back, and also it's like an active moving decompression of the back. That's created by that Louis Simmons guy from Westside Barbell. Just genius guy. He had a back injury and he needed to get it fixed, and they wanted to cut him. And he was like, I think I can figure this out. I think there's got to be an exercise of strength resistance instead of surgery. And so that's what he came up with. But see, in Eddie's position, I don't even know if that would have helped because Eddie's was so far gone. He didn't have any disc left. There was nothing there.
You know how Burgos, they do the 12 o'clock class, and I want 15 as a mobility class for a half hour.
Is that that kettle jitsu guy?
No.
But isn't there a guy that
Yes. No, but he's got tick fit.
Tick fit?
He's got tick fit.
What does that mean?
Tick fit is that you train with the bats.
How do you say tick? How do you spell?
TICFIT, I think.
Tick. Huh.
Tick fit. It's the stuff with the bat.
Okay, like Eskrima, like that kind of stuff? No, like what is police baton?
What do they have on it now? What do they do for
Oh, you mean maces? Like steel mace? Or a club?
They have the club.
Fuck, I'm sure it's a club.
The club.
Yeah, metal club? Yeah.
Those they do something with a club, and they have a class at 9.
Oh, okay.
And they have a class at 1, and they have a class at 6:30. What he's been doing lately, he's like, you know what, man, my one's been like, why don't I come out here and do mobility with you guys from 115 to 145 after the class? We moved up already after jiu-jitsu. He just does, squat, touch the ground, lift your foot down, then go up and switch legs, just stuff like 6 exercises, 3 minutes with a thing, you're out of it. You stretch and you're out there. It's no big deal. You bring a sweat on some of them, downward dog, something else, and go ahead and do push-up.
You know what's the problem with jiu-jitsu is that it's fun. And when it's fun, you're going in there and getting smashed all the time. And overall, like, you don't give yourself a lot of time to recover for those rolling sessions.
I don't
There's
know
little
if
micro injuries in those rolling sessions.
Wait, what?
And some of those micro
You gotta
injuries
keep up.
become chronic after
You
a
want a
while.
devil and the new girlfriend requires my attention. I mean, that's a good thing,
Just like
though.
over and over again, you're doing the same thing over and over again. You're out,
You gotta be doing something right. What's your attention?
You keep training. You develop scar
I'm
tissue.
done,
Your
Fox.
discs get
My day is
compressed.
going well. How's your day going? I'm just slow. I'm here just slow. So fast.
Kate, my friend Kate, his lower leg still numb. Still numb.
I'm from India. You're from India?
Boss room's got like a whole, it's
Welcome
like
in.
a area.
Anybody that knows two
He's had
subbies?
several surgeries. He's getting two discs, maybe three discs frozen. The discs are removed.
It's National Watermelon Day. So we have watermelons and we're putting them up here. So every two subs you get a watermelon. Diabolica, thank you so much. What a donkey.
So I just do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, get on a plane Thursday. But the weeks I'm down all week, I do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Sometimes like this week I did Sunday, now I'm Monday. But Sunday's very light. It's just 3-minute rolls, guard, pad stuff. He's a great guy. He doesn't really Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are hard. Wednesdays, Sundays I go because the guy is just so great technically. I always learn one little stupid thing, just one little stupid thing. You roll like 2 or 3 times and you're out of it. Right. So, but I always try to take, even if I want to go that day, even if I feel okay and I'm not sore, I'll take the day off. Because I don't want to go every day. I don't want to do that. I'll do a light kettlebell.
But then there's other people that think you just keep doing it and eventually body hardens up. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you approach it. I know Bourdain does it every day. Trains every day. So sometimes does it twice a day. He'll take a private and he'll take a class.
Well, it's an age thing. It's the time barrier. And it's also, like for me, it's the weight. When you judo throw me, it's 300 pounds, it's 285. You do that 10 times, the next day something's going to be rattled in my fucking hips. Right. Okay, last week we had a guy, Enrique Machado, he's Chacare's coach in the Amazon. You got to take a plane, a boat, and a fucking bicycle. I'm not trying to be cute, it's true. We had Bruno saying that the one place in Brazil that you gotta trace, then you gotta walk a mile, then you gotta go across. And one of these things is someday somebody would steal the paddle. Can you imagine? 10 hours of fucking around, an hour-mile walk, steals the fucking paddle. I can't even paddle to my fucking house.
And there's shit in the water.
Shit in the water because the house, the sewage would go into the water.
Oh, Jesus.
No, well, they got Zeke and everybody's heads getting big in Brazil and shit. It's small. That's what now Hausa. I think that's what they give Jose Aldo. That's the fight against McGregor, the Zeke fight. They're all fucked up. They had them crying after the show and shit. They got camping. I'm telling you, Dana found the way to give the Zeke virus and shit.
Could you imagine how bad the population would be if there was no viruses? If there was no diseases, if diseases didn't kill anybody, how many people are killed? Let's just say a guess. How many people are killed every year by disease? Let's guess. 2 million? 3 million? How many people do you think?
Probably around it, but it's not in America. I think it's in, like,
right.
did you see that picture, by the way, of that ladder in China?
Ladder in China.
Kids are climbing it. It's like places like that. Like, it's like a 2,000-foot bamboo ladder that, like, 6-year-olds are climbing up.
Why are they doing that?
It's the only way to get to their town. So I think that's, yeah, have you seen that, Jamie?
Jesus Christ. A 2,000-foot ladder?
It might not be feet, it might be, look at this.
Oh my God. Children in China who climb 2,500-foot cliff to get to school may be given stairs. Oh, pussies.
They're 6 years old. So it's places like this.
Oh, look at this, dude. They're climbing with their backpacks on. You imagine sending your little baby, and your baby has to climb 2,500 feet on this janky-ass wooden ladder that looks like it was made when Columbus was sailing. Look how fucking wanky that ladder looks. That's insane. See if there's any other pictures. That is fucking bananas.
And the trial ostensibly
Those poor kids. They got a hard look in their face, man.
Ultimately became a trial.
Jesus, it's so crazy. I wonder, there's one fucking weak ass bitch kid that starts crying, I can't make it, and then he falls. I would fall down in China. Not China, they don't make it. They don't make it. Those kids don't make it. That is bananas.
So yeah, I think it's places like this where people are dying of viruses, because you don't really hear about it in America that often.
Well, people definitely die of the flu here in America. That's still happening. I bet thousands of people die every year from the flu. But as far as how many people die from diseases worldwide, I'm going to say every year, I want to say 20 million.
According to my
How many
research,
people?
I invite you to
Depends on like what kind of disease. There's lots of disease, cardiovascular disease.
Oh yeah, that's killer. But that's like, that's just like poor health.
It says though, in 2012, an estimated 56 million people died. Just died
In America.
I think it's the whole world.
No.
But I would
56
argue
million,
that
if that was America, that'd be like
In 1 year?
that'd be a sixth of the country dying.
It wouldn't happen in just America. But the whole world, only 56 million people out of 7 billion.
That's an estimation. They can't count all.
Would you have guessed that would be what it was?
I don't know.
I would have thought it'd been way higher. What would you think, like, for a year? Like, how many people die in a year? Actually, I think 56 million is a pretty big number if you really stop to think about it. And they're not counting anybody in Africa.
No, yeah, it's 35 million people in Canada. That's twice that. At least.
Yeah.
Or almost twice.
I guess that makes sense.
When you say disease, this is HIV.
Yeah, like syphilis and midnight crabs.
Flu. Zika.
Yeah, Zika. I don't think Zika's really killing many people. Just fucks up kids. Just really fucks women up when they get it. Apparently you can get it and not even know you have it. You get pregnant. That fucks your kid up.
Non-communicable disease is responsible for 38 million of those.
Okay, so that's like heart disease and
cardiovascular alone,
cancer.
2.6 million.
What I'm interested in is like malaria and shit like that.
HIV decreased slightly from 1.7 deaths in 2 million to 1.5 million, so only 2,000 or 200,000 less.
1.5 million people die every year from HIV.
Diarrhea is no longer among the top 5 causes of death.
Diarrhea and AIDS neck and neck.
And once they were able to establish
Diarrhea.
Of course, yeah, they get dehydrated. But how bizarre is it that AIDS kills that many people? HIV death decreased 1.7 million to 1.5 million. That's still crazy. Like, when was the last time you heard about someone in America dying from HIV? You don't hear about it very often.
They say complications.
Yeah, they just talk about pneumonia,
something.
Right.
Later, it's a deficiency.
Yeah. That definitely can be it.
You don't want to go back with whatever with cancer 4 years ago.
Whatever with cancer.
They got diagnosed with cancer.
Yeah.
They still alive.
That happens. What does he do?
Changes of diet, no sugar. Everything is organic. Really, everything. Everything is vegan.
And what happened?
He still works before his bar. He just been slapped somebody about 3 months ago. He still walks 5 miles a day in Griffith Park, and he still hits the bag for now.
What's his cancer like? Did he get checked out, or is he just say fuck it?
Testosterone.
His cancer's from testosterone?
Testosterone since he was 35. He had 3 households going. He's got 3 households going. He had a wife and a kid. Oh, that's the Italian. And he cheated on her. But he had done it for 30 years. He still has a relationship with. And then he fucked her cousin. She had a kid that was in the backyard.
Oh my god, 3 households. Oh my god. They all know about each other? He's got a 40-year-old.
Hooks up with on Thursdays and takes it to the fish market.
Real weird place to take a girl.
He takes it out. There's a fish market. So he eats all the natural fish and shit. And he fucks the shit out of it.
shutting down very, very aggressively anytime religious religions.
It's one of the ugliest. I just got a call from school teacher. He goes, I'm sorry, I haven't gotten back to you. He goes, I've just had the hardest 2 months of my fucking life. My mom died. What a fucking nightmare. What a fucking nightmare that is. And then everybody goes, nobody gives a fuck. And also it's like Prince dies, no will. $2 billion, 6 motherfucking savages.
This time in English.
He had $2 billion.
We had 150 million.
Do you think he really had no will? I've heard a lot of things talking about how investor and involved in copyright he was with his own music, which is especially why he changed his name. To think he would not think to have a will seems really strange.
Some people think it's bad luck.
Yeah, Prince was crazy. Like, you think that would be odd for him to not have a will? I don't know. I don't think it would be that odd. He was so odd anyways.
If being that invested in your money, right? Like that's what he was worried about with knowing all this thing. That's the last time. Maybe he
He didn't
doesn't
want
care.
to be valuable. Maybe he didn't want to be valuable when he was dead to family members and shit. Maybe he didn't want to like have that. He's like, who cares what happens to my money when I'm dead? The problem is the government gets a big chunk of it. If you don't have it written off, if you don't have it given off to various family members, the government gets a fat piece.
But don't they still get a piece?
They definitely get a piece. They get a piece. Not only do they get a piece, they get a piece from money that you've already been taxed on. Like say if Joey makes $1 million, right? Joey's $1 million in the bank and he leaves it all to you. Joey didn't make $1 million to get $1 million. He had to make way more than $1 million. So he probably had to make closer to $2 million. Because when you get over $250,000, tax percentage is like 47%, and sales tax, and all the other taxes that you have to take into consideration, state tax, all this different stuff, right? Property tax, think about all the taxes you pay to save up $1 million. It's a lot of money. So if he leaves out that $1 million to you, you don't get the $1 million. You have to pay tax on that $1 million. So you have to pay tax on money he's already been taxed on. It's not like unless he gives you gold coins. But even if he gives you gold coins, you owe the value of those gold coins in tax. You owe a percentage in tax.
So let's say I have a safe. I have a safe. And every day I put a gold coin in there. I put money in the bank. I have $1 in the bank. I have 800,000 in savings. But I probably got like 2 little back then coins, and nobody knows why I'm thinking that Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan pay taxes on that.
Yes, I would.
You would.
Yes, I would.
Even if nobody would.
Well, otherwise it wouldn't be mine unless you written it off to me, right? So once you write it off to me, then it becomes mine. So if it becomes mine, that's the money that someone just gave me. I gotta pay tax on it. Uncle Sam is just a robber. Just like, oh, would you get a gift, Joey? You get a gift from me? That's nice. That's nice. How about I get a gift? Where's my fucking gift? I want my fucking gift! I'm doing a cage! You have to figure out a way that you have that $2 million. See, if someone gives it to you, what is this? Gift tax. Okay, how does it work? The following gifts are considered to be taxable gifts when they exceed an annual gift exclusion amount of $14,000. Taxable gifts count as part of $5.3 million in 2014. You're allowed to give away during your lifetime before you must pay the gift tax. What? Hold the fuck on. Gifts subjects to the... So if I give you something that's expensive, you have to pay a gift tax?
It's over a certain amount of money.
That's disgusting.
$10,000.
That's disgusting. It really is. It's really sad. That's just sad. It's sad that we live in this fucking country that thinks it's okay to steal money like that from people. Like, say if you don't have anything and you don't make a lot of money, and a guy gives you $20,000. You have to give the government a piece of that $20,000. Them. Fuck them. I mean, fuck that. That's bullshit.
When I first moved here, it was my first real adult job, and I figured out I was working 30% of the time for the government. They get 30%, directly out, and it blew my mind. And then I don't know what's going on with Trump, but like in the last election, I think Mitt Romney finally came out and said he paid like something like 17%. Which is nothing like it's so sad. It frustrates people when like the rich people can have all those deductions and pay 17%.
Oh yeah, make 30. Well, there's tax shelters, and then there's also store money overseas. That's where things get real weird. Because there's a lot of super fucking uber rich people that have a fuckload of money stored overseas. And by doing that, and by these overseas tax shelters, they can fucking hide a lot of money. You know who's got that going on? Remember that dude who had those late night commercials? The weight loss secret. They don't want you to know about Kevin Trudeau. Remember that Kevin Trudeau guy? Yeah, that guy made fucking grip of money, rip people off, and vanished. And he went to jail. But the money vanished. Like he just there's a lot. Like he's claiming he doesn't know where any of it is, and so they lock him up. They're gonna lock him up for like 10 years. But then once he gets out, that guy's gonna get in a fucking raft. He's gonna pedal out to the middle of the ocean, get picked up by a yacht, swept off to Costa Rica, wherever the fuck he's got that money hidden. Like a lot of these really rich dudes, they figure out a way to preserve as much of that money as possible. That's why a guy like Bernie Sanders comes along and they fucking freak out. Shut him up. The fuck is he saying? He wants more people to pay how much? And then there's rates. Like he was in favor of say if you make a certain amount a year, if you make more than $15 million a year, let's just make them a number. Then every dollar over that, they can tax you by some stupid amount. Well, it's only 99%. Yeah. And he said he didn't think that was too much. The idea is you shouldn't be winning the game that much. The game is about money, and the idea is we should probably control how much money people make, because it shouldn't be just about money. It should be about productivity, how much you contribute. It shouldn't be that you figure out how to move numbers around some accounts, and because of that you've made $1 billion. What if you actually contributed to society? You figured out some weird little loopholes, little sneaky ways you can move ones and zeros around servers, and because of that you've made $1 billion. So his idea is that shouldn't be possible. And then after, it's not like you can't be rich, $15 million a year, you gotta fucking just give it all back. But people are not gonna work that hard. They're gonna get to that $15 million a year mark, and they're gonna slow it down and back it off. Let's go on vacation, yeah. And then it slows productivity, because those crazy fucks, as dark as it is, they have to be watched. There's gotta be some regulation, because greedy fucking people get greedy. But if you don't have their ability to push it to the limit, if they don't have that ability, we'll have a lot less things that are new, a lot less innovation, a lot less companies, huge companies like Apple and companies who buy awesome shit. It's gonna be a lot less about it. People are not gonna push that hard because they get benefits that you get crazy benefits when you're some Elon Musk character. When you've got billions and billions of dollars, there's a crazy benefit to that. Not just a benefit in terms of being a guy who's an innovator and someone who makes cool shit, but there's also benefits financially. The guy lives in a castle, right? He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He flies around in private jets. If you're limiting people and limiting the amount of money they can make that drastically, you're going to lose a lot of those people. It's not a good argument for going against sort of organizing wealth to the point where wealth distribution, but it's the reality of human nature. People aren't going to work that hard if they can't make a grip of money. They want to make
high, unable to
$2 million when I think I told him,
so there was a British version of that, and
would you have to? Why?
Because you go to jail.
How would you find out? How would they find out?
They're going to find out because I have $1 million all of a sudden. What am I going to do with the money? So get it in a bag?
Stalin and Marx.
But money has they can find out. But here's the thing: if they found out, you're going to jail.
You have to trust the person.
If you have $2 million, listen. If you have $2 million and you go to jail, you would give that $2 million back to get out of jail. You
I
would.
know some people died
even though
in cash. It was an illegal
even
type shit. They carried in the hand. The money went to
that
the
was the
place.
native
Now
tongue.
this is this guy. He should never pay taxes. She just came from Cuba.
Just spend a little bit here and there.
If I gave you $2 million, the first thing you do is go to Lee. He's got a restaurant and Torrent Boulevard and Julius. nobody grosses out of that. When you go to the league, I'm going to give you $100,000 a year. You're going to pay me 60.
Would be considered
I'm not going to show up to work. You're going to pay me $60,000 a year. Give my money back. I'll pay taxes on that stupid money. I give nobody $500,000 that you left me.
That's an interesting way to do it. Have like a no work job.
You have to pay somebody you benefits. Why can't do it? It's illegal. What do you think? Shut your fucking mouth. To the day I die. To the day I die, you get an extra 40 on me just for doing that paperwork.
Well, that would work if you could just die.
Somebody leaves me $2 million fucking dollars. That's not the television industry. This guy sold coal or whatever.
Here's the problem.
I ain't saying thing.
That person has to figure out a way to justify getting that money. Where did you get that $100,000? Where'd that go?
Nobody knows. Listen. There's tons of people that have done shit. You just say, so listen, you work hard for you. You're going to send money to some fucking baby in bank with two fucking guys with weapons holding your money. Good fucking look. Nobody sends over 50 mil unless they got 50 mil hidden over here. I wouldn't. You see what happened to Johnny Depp in that movie he did with the coke? When he went back there and the Panamanian government took his fucking money. $50 million from law. That happens all the time. That happens all the fucking time. Those Swiss bank accounts, you trust somebody, but you got fucking $10 million over that. Really? For me to put $10 million, 12 hours to make, I gotta have $10 million close by too.
So, for those of you who
there's got to be signed on thousand. We don't. When they watch Narcos, those fucking Panamanians, whatever they were, they were making so much money. They were burying the Colombians, burying it like a seeds. Just plant the money tree.
They had to figure out where to put it.
What I think spent $2,500 a month on rubber bands for something crazy.
By the way, once again, Soviets attacked all of the
2,500 is what I saw on rubber bands.
One time you burned $1 million just to stay warm.
which is distinct from
Jesus
the
Christ.
Russian.
Cold at night. You just put money in a thing with it
So
just to
they
stay
actually
warm.
made the Ukrainian letter
I wonder what keeps a guy like that. Here's a perfect example.
letter
I mean, not, it's obviously drug dealing, not capitalism. But what keeps a guy going? He's making that much money. What keeps him?
It's the guy from Virgin America. What keeps him America? What keeps Trump building
This
and making
is
millions of
Yeah, what is it?
Russian
power?
Right.
It's got to be 3 of the 7.
You were speaking about addiction to porn earlier. It seems like what probably be the same thing.
Cyrillic letters that has the word
Rats ate $1 billion of Pablo Escobar's profits each year. He was earning so much a year, we'd write off 10% of the money because rats would eat it in storage or it'd be damaged by water or lost. Holy
But
shit.
there is no letter H.
Hotel spent 25 grand in rubber bands.
In
No
order
money
to
to get.
indicate
Oh my god. Well, those are crazy stats. But the thing about Escobar is he made more money than he could ever possibly spend, and yet he kept working. He kept wanting that money to come in.
He kept working, and from the little I've seen, people loved him there.
Yeah.
Because he would build soccer stadiums and all that. I think that's part of the reason why people get annoyed with Trump, or whoever you want to say here, because it doesn't seem like they're doing anything.
Well, it's also that thing when you're selling drugs, you get locked up in a business like Escobar was, where it's so much power and so much drugs you're selling. You don't want to give that power to somebody else. So once you've got that whole thing down, making all that money, like he must be incredibly reluctant to give that up. I mean, think about how long it took him to put together the network to make the kind of money that he was making towards the end. Very reluctant to hand that over to somebody else because the business is always going to be there, the demand's always going to be there, the supply is always going to be there. Like, who's making these transactions? You just have to give it to somebody else. And then plus you open yourself up to all these other fucking drug dealers becoming just as crazy as you were when you're coked up in the nuts.
I read one of his books. I read one of the books by a Colombian journalist. I just don't read any author. This guy was referred to me. This guy really worked in the trenches. He was amazing. I think he could have ran any CEO fucking 500 company. And I'll show him with a third grade education. He knew what he had. He knew the price. He knew how to buy people off. And he knew how to speak. Like he was a fucking animal. Like if you looked at him in the street, I know that guy makes $6 million an hour. He's built Joe with his belt buckle.
You don't have to think about Israel.
His belt buckle's got a belt buckle in his back.
to go to Israel. You have your own.
But the guy made so much much money. I know a guy that was making $6 million every 6 weeks.
$6 million every 6 weeks.
I know him personally. I know him on site. I knew what he did.
What was he doing?
What do you think he was doing? He wasn't even looking at the code. You understand? He wasn't even looking at it. It was coming from Colombia with land in Denver. And from Denver, he was shipping to Milwaukee, Hawaii, and all the states surrounding.
And how would he ship it?
Trucks. White people with family. Put in the trunk of a car. We're going skiing. Meanwhile, while you're going skiing, you got 25 fucking pounds. Back of your truck, you don't even see it.
And so you go somewhere, you meet somebody, you hand it off.
You don't even hand it off. Just give him the car.
He shut down the F6. Yeah.
Check him out. It's like a giant Depp. Just give him the car.
You see those Giant Depp shit that's going on in the news? Giant Depp is going. Doug Stanhope wrote an article. It's scary. Yeah. Well, it's one of two things, right? Either Giant Depp really beat up his girlfriend, or his girlfriend is lying, saying that Giant Depp beat him up, and Stanhope and his girlfriend saw it the whole time. That's Stanhope's version of it. I trust Stanhope. I trust him very well. I trust Stanhope about as much as anybody I know. So if he says that she was manipulating him and that she was going to, she had said, and he was worried that she was going to do this. Yeah, Johnny Depp's being blackmailed by Amber Heard. Here's how I know, guest column, Doug Stanhope, the rap. Bunch of people got upset at me for tweeting that. It's because you're not supposed to take a side. And if you do take a side, you have to take the woman's side, because the woman's should potentially be actually getting abused. Did he get arrested? I don't think so. The cops came and I think they found no evidence of.
You know what happens when the cops come? There's an argument now.
Yeah, they take you away.
It's not good.
Yeah, they take the man away.
No, he wasn't there. He fled the scene.
Did he?
Yeah, he fled the scene. But if there was a problem,
They would come and got him. So,
even with the pictures, if there was pictures,
right.
and shit's broke. Now, because of OJ, you have to, especially in LA.
Yeah.
Especially in LA.
But it's weird how many people like automatically assume that he was beating her up. It's why is it that someone wants to pick a side? Is it like to show that you're a good person and you side with the woman always? Is that what it is? Like, what's going on? Like, why do people pretend that some people aren't manipulative? Some people are manipulative. And we know that, right? We know some people are manipulative. We know some people lie. We know some people set people up. We know some people blackmail people. We know that's real. But why? How come when it's a girl, we all of a sudden go, man, I can't think that way. Man, I can't believe you're supporting white beater.
She had a scar. She had a scar over her eye. She got a restraining order. I just can't figure out why they didn't arrest him.
Yeah, maybe he's got recordings or something. Maybe he knows something. But he definitely has a bunch of witnesses saying that Johnny Depp was worried about it before it ever happened.
First of all, Joe Rogan, they live in a creepy life. Creepy. They don't live in a real life, Joe Rogan. I love Johnny Depp. He's done some great movies. But any of those actors at that level, you just said, you told me about your soul clip, or you told me personally where you went to the Naomi Campbell's party. How is that different from your fucking birthday party? When first time are you 20 years?
I don't have birthday.
You don't have birthday parties. Okay, that's not. What gives you the right? You ever seen the event like Thursday night at 7, Cafe La Bois, right? You know, bring a gift. We're gonna have dinner. Listen, I would go to your fucking birthday party. If you want firecrackers out of your ass, because that's not me. That's not the world I'm from. Once you're 15 and get roller skates, birthdays are over. You're gonna get a blowjob from your mother. I don't give a fuck about a cake anymore. You know what I'm saying? You went to a birthday party, okay? When you live in that world, Stardom, think about fucking Jada Pinkett and that black dude, what's his name? Will Smith. If they lived in Philadelphia with that son of ass, that motherfucker, you ever seen Pilot of Empire? No, you didn't. No. Pilot of Empire has something very interesting that nobody quotes the country. Nobody said that. Pilot of Empire, the black dude, Terrence Howard, only would have been whatever. It's a scene in there with a young kid that's kind of comes out with lady shoes on. And he's writing a lyric to a rap song and he sees the kid, he picks him up, he puts him in the garbage can. You know that?
No, I didn't know that.
runs in and they're like, "What'd you do?" Fuck that motherfucker. I ain't gonna have no faggots living in my fucking house and all this shit. When I came from Cuba, the first family I encountered before the De Lorenzos was a black family. They didn't say the word nigger in the house. This is the 70s. And you couldn't even talk about a gay relative. That's why I always knew that gay guys in the NFL and the NBA, that shit ain't gonna work. That shit's never gonna work. It's like a hidden thing. But remember when they first introduced the gay basketball player in the NBA? People were jumping up and joining, not those brothers. Those brothers were on the phone with the general manager going, "Listen, this shit's deep rooted. I don't want no gay motherfucker in my thing. I don't care if he's black or not." A lot of people can't say that in public. They would be. People can't talk what we really like anymore, dog. People just say shit just to fucking say it. We don't come from that fake world, man. We haven't been sucked into that Hollywood world. We won't allow it. We won't allow it. We're having a Hollywood party. I don't even go to premieres. I don't know. Anywhere where I see people kissing cheeks twice, I don't want to be there. Because I don't need to be there. It's like from a different world, Joe Rogan. What they see is reality. And fucking what's going on is not really going on. Because they've sucked in. How many times you've been on the set and what you're looking at is dog shit. And they're laughing. Fake laughing. That's not the world I came from.
The producer fake laughs. That's a real thing.
I heard they'd have to keep you up, build you up. So on the 30th take, that was hilarious. No, it wasn't. I know. Well, how about I come to your house and tell you the same jokes? Say a joke word for word. You be giggling like that. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. See, that assume these people are living in this fucking world. That God, when she was on the phone with her friend, and she called her friend to dial 911 and all this shit. You know who the fuck knows, Joe? We weren't there. We don't know. He don't have a prenup. 60% he's going to lose. Why do you get yourself in these predicaments, you fucking asshole? What happened to your dick suck, stabbing a bitch and dropping off at the 170?
Does Johnny Depp have a prenup?
Supposedly California is a 60% state.
Wait a minute. Please tell me Johnny Depp has a prenup. Then you know he's on drugs. If he didn't have, we'll find out here. If he didn't have a prenup, he was on drugs.
Has there been anything before? Like, I've never heard Johnny Depp hit a girl or...
No, his ex-wife said it's preposterous. It's not in him. Doug Stanhope says it's not in him. Doug Stanhope's actually good friends with him. He says the guy's like, the last thing he would do is somebody. Just doesn't have it in him. It's not that guy. It's not like a aggressive guy.
Well, man, something else happened. His mother died. A week before. Now let's talk about a death. A death takes a while to sink in. But the first 25 days, my friend, you know.
Well, Stanhope talked about it in the actual interview.
Oh my God,
Pear did not have a prenup.
Kind of like
15 months.
So her benefits in California law, which guarantees her a minimum of one half of however much their combined worth increased during their 15 months together. Forbes listed Depp as the 12th richest actor in 2015, a net worth of $400 million.
We're going to see Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh my God! During his marriage to her, go back to her. During his marriage to her, Depp got an estimated $61 million to appear in the $170 million Alice Through the Looking Glass, and $40 million to star in Black Mass, where he won Raves playing Boston gangster. Holy fucking shit! Oh my God, you dumb motherfucker!
What do you do when you walk to the bank with a $40 million check? They don't even put you in the regular line.
When Stanhope said you don't go to the bank, it's all done wireless. But when Stanhope was talking to him, he was saying that his mother, like, obviously troubled him badly when he died, but that this was as bad as that. This was looming over him. He knew that he was blackmailed. He knew that she was going after him. She had some demands, and unless he met him, she said she was going to go to the press. Look, man, he's an older dude. He's like 52. She's young and hot, and obviously, if Doug and Johnny Depp are telling the truth, she's manipulative. And some people are really good actors, man. They're really good at pretending they love you. And when you're a guy who's like a celebrity to the extent of Johnny Depp, he hasn't been not famous for more than 30 years. So for all that time, he's had like weird interactions with people where he's not exactly sure where they're coming from. It's never balanced. You know, it's always he's Johnny Depp. At the end of the day, he's Johnny Depp.
I'm saying it's a different head approach.
But the fact that he was willing to marry her and not sign a prenup is hilarious. That's hilarious. The ether pussy.
No, they're living in ether. They're on the ether jumps. When you know,
It's like that now song.
imagine if I came to you every day and told you were really intact.
There's that. That's the pussy. You know, they're a hot chick. You've seen how hot she is. She's stunning. That's the ether. That's the real ether.
It's ether.
Both of them.
It's ether. It's the whole. Bro, you live in this fucking bubble, man. You know, everybody wants to come to LA to be a star. There's so much that comes with that bubble.
Meanwhile, she should just take a divorce. Why does she have to slap him around? Just say, I don't want to do this anymore. Well, she says that she's making millions, right?
Well, it's only 15 months. Like, so do you think there's like a lot of girls, especially in this town, who their entire plan is just to land a rich guy, marry him for a year, and then just leave him?
No, but let me tell you something. If that girl was smart and she looked at her attractiveness as like a career and marrying rich dudes, there's like a lot of value in it being broken up with Johnny Depp. Like if she breaks up with him and she makes like fucking look, if he's worth that much money, she's getting 10 million, right? She's getting 10 million at least, right? Yeah, right. Okay. So she gets the 10 million, she relaxes, and other rich dudes come in and try to scoop her up because it's Johnny Depp's former ex-wife or current ex-wife.
Yeah, they have a lot of those. They go from celebrity to celebrity.
If she wanted
Jacko and Kevin went on that.
yes. If you want to get dark, you just go to the next. You just go to the next.
Mick Jagger's wife just married fucking somebody who's got tons of cash.
That guy said.
What's his name? Who did Jerry Hall just marry? Daughter? Like she's 60.
That idiot.
57. No,
Jerry Hall right there. I thought Rupert had a hot Chinese Would you want to roll a second? Scroll up. 59, beautiful Stanley. Jerry Hall, 59, posts photo with her and new husband Rupert Murdoch, 55, surrounded by their children on their wedding day. Please expand that picture much larger. What kind of dark prostitution are we listening to? This is dark. This is like sorcery. This is so strange. She can't even possibly pretend that he's attractive. That's like her dad, man.
He's married to Mick Jagger and he told her the wedding wasn't null and void because they got married. That's a shot.
Yeah, she had to take them out. See, for a guy like Rupert Murdoch, that's a prize. See, he's got a bunch of Chinese kids. See, the kid that are half Chinese? That's the ex-wife. That's the last one he jettisoned. She talked too much. She didn't bow hard enough. I still see your face when you bow. Find out what happened. Buy my TMZ and Rupert Murdoch, but he had some hot wife before that. Oh, good luck. But my point was that I really think that this lady, if she just divorced him, but I guess she wanted a lot of money. She might have been greedy. She might have been angry at him. You know, who knows?
I think it'd be more than 10 because it was half of what they made in that year, and they said he got paid 40 and 60. So that's 50 more.
It's half of what his money increased by.
Okay, so that's
If you pull it up, we get a look at it. I'm pretty sure that's what it says. I think it's at half of what, like, say if you made $20 million 1 year and then $30 million with her, got it. Half of that 10.
Yeah, you don't get half of the $4 million.
Guarantees her a minimum of 1/2 of however much their combined worth increased during their 15 months together. So she made $10 more that year, and Johnny made $50 million more. Yeah, it's madness, man. I mean, she got him. There's a lot. I've met girls like that, man. They're coyotes. They're strange. They stand outside your fence and they howl, and they're vicious, man. And there's girls like that, and there's guys like that, right? There's guys that will roofie a girl's drink and rape her. There's guys that will rip a girl's bank account off. There's guys that are creepy fucks, right? Well, there's girls that are creepy fucks too. There's human beings that suck, and we have to be aware of both sides. There's human beings that do devious shit, and just because it's a girl doesn't mean she's not going to do stuff like that. Believe me, my friend was killed by a girl. Phil Hartman was shot in his sleep by a woman. People people are dark. They do dark shit, men and women. And the idea that you're gonna go on one side or another. I retweeted that article not because I believe 100% that's what happened, but because Doug Stanhope's my brother. So if Doug Stanhope put something like that out there, I help him promote that. I help other people read his work. It's not an endorsement, but it's 100%. I will trust Doug Stanhope's opinion on things before I will take some actress lady's word on what happened. I would trust at least Doug's opinion that Johnny was at least saying that he was going to get blackmailed. But who knows? He might be smart today. Didn't want anybody to know. So like, let's say she's blackmailed.
Business. Minding my business. I ain't bothering nobody. I'm watching baby. It's 4:30. Okay, no. I had to knock on the door. I never opened my door. You can knock on my door all you want. If you don't want me, I don't open the door. I just sit there and watch it. Unless you call me and say I'm coming over, I don't open the door for anybody. I've been doing that for 30 years. Right. But baby, it's like, Daddy, something's at the door. God damn it. So I opened the door, 3 women at my door, 2 of them were cockeyed. I swear to God, I'm not even trying to be funny. They're from the Church of Latter-day Saints. Okay, how you doing? Listen, I'm not into this stuff, but my wife is into Mormons. I just said that so I can get off the hook. I'm feeling the baby. And when I come back in 30 minutes, Scrub goes, I'm really thirsty. Can I get a glass of water or a water bottle? You know what, man?
That's how they get you in. That's a tactic.
I closed the fucking door. You know me, I don't give a fuck. Hold on one second, I closed the door. My wife is from Tennessee. She saves those fucking bottles and fills them up with water and takes them to yoga. I throw them away. When I'm in white trash, I throw these things away. Once they're done. My wife saves them and puts them in the freezer for headaches and shit. So I went to get one of those, and there was no bottle. So I give her a glass of water. She takes off. Now I'm running against the clock. These 3 little Mormon bitches are going to come back. My wife walks in. Let me go outside and get her. You know, they stole my pipe. When they asked me to get the water, they stole my pipe from the balcony. Nobody else is on that balcony. The water guy comes on that balcony. He sees the pipe. I don't leave weed out there. I'm not that stupid. I just leave the pipe with the cleaner. The pipe. The fucking my wife was there and Warner came. The lady takes care of Mercy. They didn't steal the fucking, the Mormons stole my pipe. Let me tell you something, I got in that car and looked at those 3 little cockeyed bitches down all over. I couldn't find them. They never came back. They stole my pipe.
Do you think they stole it because they were just stealing things, or do you think they stole it because they didn't want you to be engaging in such horrible behavior? Smoking marijuana while you're taking care of your child.
I wasn't smoking while I was taking care of the child. They just always leave it out there. It's always out there.
I mean, like, you have a child, but you're still smoking marijuana. Like, how dare you? What are you doing with a pipe? We need to take this from him.
They smoke, they ain't cockeyed no more. That 2 bitches ain't cockeyed no more. They got holes in the feet and the shoes. What religion sends people to knock on doors on Memorial Day? That's guaranteed to do it to the face.
Didn't you have another one that you kept, like, he kept coming back?
Yeah, I had a Jehovah's Witness. I was stringing them along. I want to talk to you. Call me at a bad time. Come back in an hour. I see him lurking in front of my house. I'd be dragging him go home. I couldn't even go home. I had him strung out for like 4 months. Every time he come over, you know what? I really want to talk to you. Give me those pamphlets. I'll call that number.
So some people must be happy that they come, right? They must get some people like, oh, I've been really curious about this. Please come on in. No. One time a girl was selling cookies. She's pretty hot.
Did you invite her in?
I invited her in.
What happened?
Nothing. I closed the deal back then. I was like 21.
Did you buy the cookies?
I think so. I think I bought cookies. I don't remember. I remember her being hot. But yeah, I smells a lot of cookies. Knocking on people's doors.
Speaking about taxing, what about those religions that make you give like 10% to the church?
Tithing.
On top of taxes.
Tithing.
Oh my God.
We had a guy at Fear Factor that won $1 million. You don't really win $1 million because the government takes a big chunk, and most people, they take the one-time payment instead of like the $50,000 a year for the rest of your life, that kind of thing. But this guy, before he did the stunt, started talking in tongues. He's like standing on this like cliffside, like they talk in a made up nonsense language. So like repeats the same sounds over and over and over again. With this talking in tongues, he really believed it was like a religious experience. And then God helped him with $1 million.
VHS on the phone, and I put one in, and they caught the beginning of the Fear Factor, like on the second season. And I watched like 15 minutes of it, and looking at it now, and knowing you, I don't know how the fuck you did that. The show should have been how long does it take till Joe Rogan fucks you up? Like how long? Remember when Tyson Brown used to beat people up? Like if somebody would say something, they just throw a wild wig over, start kicking it. He beat up Georgie like 4 times. Hilarious. He knocked his eye out. That's what the episode should have been like half the time. Like in the mid-sentence, you just start punching somebody. Came when they're on the phone. What do you mean? You don't want to eat the fucking eggs. Like that's the next level of Fear Factor. Like go on there, like with Chris Lieben as the host. Every time you like act up, they just beat the fuck out of you. Like America's ready.
See, Fear Factor was like everything else. 90% of the people were cool. I think 90% of the people were cool. Yeah, 90% of the people just having a good time. Yeah, 90%
was some goofy contest.
Oh yeah,
Like,
one or two probably.
and I know you would look at him and go, oh, the cameras weren't on.
As a grown man, it's the closest I've ever been to a street fight. That one guy. And if that wasn't there, if that was somewhere else instead of like in front of cameras, I definitely would have strangled him. 100%. Like it just the whole thing was like there was 8 cameras around, all these people around, and I was like, I don't want to commit to hurting this guy. But he's a dangerous fuck. I'm like, that guy could totally sucker punch me. He was so amped up and coming into my face, kept running towards me. I pushed him away, ran towards me again. I pushed him away, and I was like, okay, this is like I'm not gonna keep pushing this guy away. I'm not gonna take a chance at him doing something. So I clamped onto him. I was thinking of guillotining him or kneeing him in the face. I was trying to think like I was like legally the guillotine would be a much smarter move because I have his head. I'm definitely sure I could snap him down. I know he's got no defense. And if I hit him in the face, it's probably going to be ugly. You know, kneeing someone in the face is fucking devastating. It's terrible. It's terrible to do someone's face.
I got me in the face. Broke my nose. My eyes got black and blue. I had a headache for 3 fucking days.
After one fucking knee,
Straight on the nose. Straight on the nose.
people get that amped up that they want to fucking physically fight you. Like people are so amped up they want to actually throw their fucking limbs at you. Boy, everything's got so out the window. When you're that close, screaming at each other, like each other guys getting in your face, it's so close to like a catastrophic injury. Like anybody that's that nuts, that's screaming at you inches from your face, like all bets are off. Like we're on safari rules here. Like this is we're in jungle territory. This is a very dangerous time. If it wasn't for a lot of people being around, particularly like if that happens and you're alone. Imagine if you're alone in the woods with a guy who's screaming at you and getting in your face like that. Like people die like that all the time. People have a knife. They're in that sort of situation. People stab people out of fear, just trying to beat the one who doesn't get stabbed. You know, you think it's eventually gonna get ugly. Oof.
I had a situation with Joe Rogan. I was so scared, but it made sense when people say that sometimes it takes to get hit, and the fear goes away. Like my ex-wife got some guy with her boyfriend to jump me one time, and they hit the door with a 2x4. They got mad about that. And they hit, his name was Hercules. They hit him with a 2x4. And when I ran downstairs, the guy hit me with a 2x4, but he didn't really break my rib. I just felt something, and I could still swing and stuff. And I was really scared, and my heart was pumping. But after I got my hands on him, and the pain away, like I was a different fucking person. Like his buddy hit me from behind, and he tripped, and he started running. Once I took the first guy down, and I was scared shitless. And the one guy was way bigger than me. But I got so pissed.
Which one ran?
The guy with the stick.
The bigger guy or the littler guy?
The little guy, he hit me with the stick. And I don't know what I did. I didn't know about singles and doubles. I don't know about that. I don't know. I was just so hot that I tackled him. I kept punching. And then I got away and I started kicking him. And I just started stepping on him. I didn't know what to do. He was making weird noises. And I went inside the house and I called the cop who was off duty. I was a cool guy, and I was prepared to go to jail. But I had no idea.
The guy was still outside on the ground?
The guy was on the ground. I fucked him up. I stepped on his ankle. I fucked up his foot. You know, I know all that dirty shit. I kicked him. Before I in your fucking worst situation, especially my dog. I did my dog with a 2x4. And the other guy took off, and I'll never forget calling the guy's name was Durfee. And he came, and he was 400 pounds. Durfee, those big fat cops, all bald cop, never got out of his car, you know. And I said, Durfee, you know, call the cops. You know, I protected myself, and I maybe went a little bit overboard, you know. And Durfee goes, call the cops. This is people. That's just right in front of the hospital.
1930s.
And I was always a pussy. I was never scared that night. Like at all. I think once that fucking 2x4 hit me, whatever the fuck hit me in the side.
Well, the anticipation of violence is almost sometimes worse than the violence itself. Because the anticipation of fight is what everybody's terrified of. It's like, what could happen? The unknown. But once it's happening, it's not the unknown anymore. It's the, right, what's going on? What's going on right now? Like in competing, once a fight starts, you don't feel the same fear. Like the real fear is the weigh-ins before the fight, like the announcements, walking to the ring, waiting in the locker room, all that. That's the real fear. When you're there and you're actually fighting, it's not a fear thing. It's just you're so zoned into the moment. You're so reacting. So I would imagine that's probably the same thing. That it's like the fear of a guy coming over and kicking your ass is way worse than actually being in the fight with the guy, especially if you know how to handle yourself. It's like now it's I actually can control something going on here. I can react. I can move around with something that's going down. Guys get addicted to that too, boy.
I'm very surprised I'm not really violent. I'm really surprised. No, because they always blame your childhood. Yeah. They always attach things to your childhood. And I grew up around one of the most violent people I ever met in my life. That's why I know fear. Like I know what fear is to be scared of somebody really fucking great. There's a difference between getting smacked with your stepdad, and his friends. People you know it. And I'm surprised I'm not more violent. Like I don't shoot animals.
Well, you're a smart guy. You would never do that. You've always been an animal lover.
But it's just weird that I didn't come out with that. Like I don't believe in.
Well, when did your violence stop, though? Because I mean, when did your violence stop? Because you were still smacking people. I don't know when.
No, my violence stopped when I got beat up. That's when that violent mentality, when I realized that there's always somebody out there that's gonna fuck you up. And now it's not like your mom. It's not
Welcome. How you living, Curry Chad? What's good, son? How you living, Pimp? How are things with the girl?
What?
How are things with the girl?
Quite complicated.
Of course, dog. I'm your shoulder. Go ahead and cry. What's going on?
Like, do you want me to explain to you?
That's why I'm here, baby.
All right then. So, I mean, look, everything has been going well until last week, I would say. Like last week we had a huge fight, you can say. You know, like regarding intimacy and stuff, because you know I'm a guy, I crave it. You know,
I understand.
like obviously I crave it more than the girl. You know, like I guess it's pretty much true for like any guy anywhere on the planet. You know, like a guy usually craves more intimacy than the girl.
I disagree with that. I think they crave it just as much, if not more, than men do. They just hide it better.
Yeah, true. I agree with that. Okay, so this girl, like, you know, she is, I would say, let's just say she doesn't have any experience at all.
Right, she's a
And
virgin.
second, she's like really afraid of intimacy for I don't know why. I guess it's the fear of the unknown, you know.
Absolutely.
But okay, so last week that big fight happened. I didn't speak to her for a day, and then all of a sudden she calls me and like says that she misses me and stuff, and then she cries a bit more, and then says that can I tell you something? Like, can I be very honest with you? And I said yes, and she said basically that she has been with me because um like, because there's no one else for her, like she doesn't actually want me that way. She's just with me because, you know, she thinks that she cannot do better,
Right, you're convenient.
and I feel really hurt by that. Like, I thought I was a full-fledged relationship because everything was going so fine until now.
I understand that.
Like, she said I love you and stuff. She actually did stuff for me and all of that. Like, yeah, it was pretty. It was going pretty okay, I would say. Not good, but pretty okay. Like, stable enough, I would say. But yeah, like, that revelation, it just destroyed me from within, and I have no idea how to feel about it.
I've got you. Have you thought that you just need to move on?
Like, it's easier said than done.
Absolutely, but aren't you coming to the United States soon?
Well, I am, but the thing is that I have. Oh, okay. So about that, I actually have taken a deferment for the winter session from my college that I applied for, and like the reason for taking a deferment is because like Trump, yeah, like what he's doing with immigrants basically doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal.
Yeah, I get you.
So like I don't want to land on American soil and just to be immediately deported just because I'm around.
Okay, I understand.
It's not like I'm crossing the border illegally or something. Like like, of course I'm gonna come the legal way because that's the right thing to do, regardless of any country.
Right.
So, like, okay, about that. So she was also saying that she will be coming to visit me, um, you know, in September or October or something. And I'm like, pretty good with the plan and everything. I told her that I can help you get a passport and stuff because, like a passport for a U.S. citizen, it usually takes around 4 to 6 weeks.
Right.
And for the visa, it's really cheap. Like, unlike for us Indians, the visa is like $550, which is a little bit on the expensive side. But if you compare an Indian visa for an American, for example, if you are coming to India on a tourist visa, the visa fee is only going to be $40. So obviously, it's way cheaper for you than it's for me, right?
Right. Dog, you just need another girl. This girl sucks. She doesn't care about you. She doesn't have activities. She doesn't have friends. She is not in love with you. Even though she says she loves you, she's just saying that because she doesn't want to be rude when you say it to her. And she just wants to feel like she's in love. She had a lot of courage to say to you, I'm just with you because I don't have anyone else. And you've got to understand that the second that she
Yep.
does have someone else, she's going to leave you. So it's like you're on a rowboat, and the second she says to you, the only reason why I'm with you is because there isn't anybody else. That's a huge hole in the boat, and your boat is just sinking. It's just a matter of time, and there's no plugging that.
Like, if I read our yesterday's conversation, she said, I don't think I want anything with you anymore, but I can say the same about many other people, but I have no choice except just to stay with you because I don't have anyone else.
Yeah,
Then
dude.
I said, okay, thank you for wasting my time.
Yeah, exactly.
And she said, sorry for wasting your time.
Okay,
And then I said, I never want to see your face again.
perfect. Perfect.
And hold on. The next thing she says, maybe I do want you. I don't know. I just don't know right now.
No, dog. Dog, you said the perfect thing. I don't want to see you
Then I
again.
said, yeah, like then I said, this is worse than cheating.
Well, I don't know about that. So you just have to basically delete her number, delete her social media, and move on with your life.
I mean,
Dog.
Let's
Let's put it in perspective. You don't have children with her. You didn't give her tons of money, like tens of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars. She didn't meet your family. You don't live together. You haven't even met in real life. So you can easily cut ties with this chick. She's basically like a glorified pen pal. So go move on with your life. And the best thing you can do is go get a hooker and have some physical intimacy with a woman and then just start dating some chicks.
But don't you think that going to a hooker just to satisfy my physical urges is is totally different as compared to doing it with the girl you love?
It is, but here's what it's going to do. It's going to flip a switch on in your mind, like mentally, and it will get your mind off this other chick.
Uh-huh. And I'm like really sorry to come to you with my problems.
That's okay.
Again because I can't seem to figure out. No.
That's okay. No, dude, if I were in your position, I probably would feel the same way. And this girl did the nicest thing to you, which is tell you I'm not really. The only reason why I'm with you is because I can't get somebody else. The second that she says that, you say, cool, you move on, go get a hooker, go get your mind off of this chick, and then go start dating other chicks. And then just know that you have an opportunity to go to college in the United States. Now, the fact that you put this off, I'd apply to a better school. Not where she is. I'd apply to a school in Southern California or Florida or Arizona or perhaps Texas with some hotties, and where it's warmer, and I would just go live my life independently from this woman.
But what about like I would feel really bad about the time I wasted with her. You know, like,
Who gives a shit, man? Who gives a shit? You didn't waste any time. You're like 21 years old. You didn't waste any time. You didn't have children with this woman. Imagine if you had children with her. Now you've got 18 years that you've got to. Yeah, absolutely. So you got 18 years of perhaps child support, and you have to co-parent, and you're going to have to worry about courts and child uh, care and all of those other things. That's wasted time if you didn't really love the woman, and perhaps you're not happy about being a father, so you don't have that. You wasted, like, not even wasted, but it's like 6 months or a year or something like that. But it's not like you even ever went to dinner with this girl. So you really didn't waste that much time. Imagine she was in real life, and all the money you would have spent on her on dinner and rent, perhaps if you were living together, and gas and purses and shopping and all that other shit that girls like to do. That would have been wasted time. You had a glorified pen pal. Okay, and so you put effort into this. Okay, it just didn't come to fruition. It's like it's like you're a farmer, and you're like, well, I tried to have this crop yield a lot, and I put all kinds of work into it, and that crop is only like a 5 foot by 5 foot space. When the neighbor next door has an acre that they've been putting into for 18 years, they put all this work into it and it never yielded anything. Now you've got this 5 by 5 little plot of land, and you're like, but I put so much work into this. Well, look at the people around you who could have put in a lot more work and a lot more time and a lot more effort. That's something real. And you got to put it in perspective. You just had this little plot that didn't come to fruition. Now, what you can do, and the smart thing to do, is to mentally get your mind off of this woman and put another woman in between you and her. And the way you do that, if you had game, like serious game, I would just say go out to a bar and go have a one night stand with some chick. However, that's easier said than done.
I don't think I look good enough to have a one night stand with
Exactly.
some random chick.
Exactly. Only like the top, like maybe 5% of men can just do that pretty easily. So then what you do is just go get a hooker and you pay whatever a hooker is in India and you just have a good time with her. You treat her well and then you move on about your day. And then your mind is going to be totally different. And then if I were you, I would apply to different schools. Nobody wants to go to school where you applied from internationally if they have the opportunity to go anywhere. You just didn't pick a really nice area. And I'm not saying it's like, have you ever seen snow?
Yeah, I have.
You've touched it?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
But when I was a kid,
Okay, but you've never lived in it.
no, never.
Yeah, exactly. And from what I know, it sucks. And that's why all the hotties move to really nice areas, especially for college. So if I were you, I would apply to look, I can tell you the schools to apply to. How good are your grades?
I would say I have. Okay, so I graduated my high school with like a 2.9 GPA.
That sucks.
I know.
That's okay.
I mean, look, I have never been the best student. Okay, like I'm a pretty average student, I would say. Like, sure, I'm good in English. Like, okay, so you like in the U.S. The grading system is in the GPA, right? Right, like the highest being the core GPA. Here we have the grades in percentages. Like um, like 100% for each subject. Like 5 subjects. So, like, let me tell you about my grades. I got 98% in English, 52% in math, uh, so, 54% in geography. Uh,
Why are you such dog shit in geography?
what?
Why are you such dog shit in geography?
Let's just say I didn't study enough. It's
Yeah.
not like I'm dumb. I just didn't study enough.
Everybody, look, I want to say 2.9 isn't that bad. It's about like a B minus average or so, B or so. Okay, so but I'm saying like if you want to go to a major school in the United States, you're going to need to have done better than that. You can still go to like a smaller university. I mean, and all of these places are still open to you. So, did you take the SATs?
No, I didn't. I mean, okay, so the SATs are required if you want to do masters in the US, or like bachelors, it's not really required. Like it doesn't matter if you do it or not. But I have given the IELTS exam. Like, do you know what an IELTS exam is?
Uh, Enlighten me.
Like I don't know, like it's English test, an English proficiency test, which which is required by any English speaking country. Like it's usually a test for people who come from non-English speaking countries where English isn't the first language. So if you do well in that test, it actually covers up a lot of your academic part. Like for example, if you're weak in academics, then if you do the IELTS test really well, then that makes it up for it.
Yeah, I mean your English is good. So, look, you should apply. And I know it's expensive to do this,
I
but
did. I did. No, I did. Like the fees for that exam is $200, which I like borrowed from my dad, and I paid it, and then I actually did the exam, and guess what? I got 8 out of 9 overall.
that's good.
Extremely well.
That's really good. Okay,
Like mostly colleges require a 6.5 and above, but I got an 8 out of 9.
excellent.
Like the entire grading system for IELTS is like the highest is 9, but I got an 8 like overall.
That's great. Okay, so what I would do if I were you is apply to some schools that are not well, you can get like either deferments or um application fees waived if you don't have a lot of money, which you probably don't. So I would apply for those. It's usually just like a form that you have to fill out, and then start applying to some other schools because you're obviously not going to be in the United States in the next 6 months or so, um, maybe 4 months or so. And so this gives you a new opportunity to apply to different schools. I definitely would not go to that school near her because that relationship is done, son.
Uh,
And
like, what do you think about Arizona State University?
what do I think about Arizona? What happens to city?
No, Arizona State University, like ASU,
Yeah, I think it's great.
because like one of my childhood friends, like we studied in the same school for like eighth grade before he shifted to some other state, and since the last couple of years, he's in ASU now.
That's where you should go.
So like
That's where you should
yeah,
go.
like
The girls there are hot as fuck.
like we all
It's a party school. You're gonna have a ton of fun there.
uh-huh,
That's where you should go.
uh-huh,
And it has a huge, powerful alumni base. That's where you should go. You should apply to Arizona State University.
but isn't Arizona like a hot state?
Well, you have to understand that when you're gonna be there, it's gonna be during like generally the fall, the winter, and the spring, which means that it's perfect. You're not gonna necessarily be there in the summer. And if you are, then they have air conditioning everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're in India, dude, and it's a dry heat, so it's not a humid heat. So,
I mean, true. I mean, yeah, like I'm pretty used to heat, I would say.
and that
Like,
just means that the
like
women
but
and that just means the women wear less clothing, dog.
uh-huh. So you are just saying that
Apply to Arizona
you
State.
stop being okay. All right. I'll take your advice.
Yeah. And this girl, you're done.
Mhm.
And that's fine. And don't say to yourself, "Well, I spent all this time and effort on her." Not really. Not really. Not in comparison. You have a 5 by 5 little plot of land out of, and that you thought was going to flourish into something, and it just didn't. And that's fine. And you're like, but I spent more time on this plot of land than I've ever spent on any other plot of land. And it's like, that's cool. You're 21 years old. That's nothing. Talk to me when you're 41 years old, and you'll have had, you know, 10 other plots of land, and you'll have put in perhaps lots and lots of effort. You're still young, and you still have your entire life ahead of you. So this woman told you everything that you needed to know. Now you have to understand when she gets horny or something, she's going to contact you, and you just have to ignore her.
Thing is, she never gets horny. That's the problem. Like I tried my best. See, okay. So when it comes to like me making a girl horny, I've never been unsuccessful. But with this chick, she's a tough nut to crack.
All right. Have you ever seen this woman naked?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah.
Not
I've seen
obviously.
it.
What'd you say?
Yes, I have. Like, I've seen pretty much every part of her. Pretty what? No, like not even pretty much. Like yeah, I've entirely seen her naked. Like
Okay, that's cool. So she does get a little horny.
a little, yeah.
All right, so dude, I mean, you didn't waste that much time. Do you know how much money men spend to get blonde-haired, blue-eyed chicks to get naked for them on OnlyFans? And you didn't even have to do that. So I would just consider this bitch just like a poor man's OnlyFans, where you just didn't even necessarily put that much effort into it, and you got to see her naked. So that's a feather in your cap.
Like think about this. She's 18. I literally taught her how to masturbate.
Okay.
Like, she doesn't know anything.
All right. So just let her be a little girl and move on to women and apply to a good school. And Arizona State is a perfect school for you.
Like, okay.
So what you do now,
all this
so
up.
what you do right now is when you're done with this call, you go to asu.edu and you look at the requirements and you start your application. You don't have to finish your application today, but you at least fill in the information that you know, and then you're going to send it and you're going to keep me updated, and you'll be in the United States perhaps by January.
Yeah, because the deadline for the winter session is in September, so I can have to apply early.
Okay, well then just do it. Sounds like a plan, Curry Chad. And whatever you do, don't talk to this girl anymore. Your number, and you can block her and just move on. And
One more.
wait, and let me say this. Let's say out of crazy something crazy happens and 5 years from now she's still into you, then fine. Then she'll be a whole different person. She'll have new experiences, but that's not going to happen. What is going to happen is this girl's going to have some dude who is at a bar or something. She can't even go to a bar yet, and that's a big issue too. Um, so she's going to have some dude who walks into a Goodwill one day and gives her his number. Uh, that guy's going to knock her up, and she's going to have a child at age 19, and then she's going to be living in her little town and she's going to be a mom, and there's nothing wrong with that, and that's kind of the future for her.
Like, I would say that she's mentally a child, you know? It's like she's mentally a 12, 13-year-old despite being an 18-year-old that looks like a woman.
Yeah, but those are the perfect women who get knocked up early because they don't have the experience and they don't have the maturity. So they'll have some guy sweet talk them one night when there's nothing else to do in their podunk town, and they'll just be like, all right, well, he'll start, getting physical with her or whatever, and she'll let it happen. He'll perhaps stick it in unprotected, and she doesn't know the difference because she doesn't have like defense mechanism. She's likely not on the pill, and she'll just be like, well, oh, maybe I really like this guy. Maybe I want him to be the dad, and then she'll just be a mom. Now I hope that doesn't happen for her. What I really hope is she gets her shit together, and you know, she's only 18, so she still has time to mature and stuff. But this is just not a good situation for you, nor for her. But you're in a perfect position, dude. Dog. All you need to do is go on Instagram and type in Arizona State and look at the chicks who go there.
I have seen that. I have seen that.
They're all, I mean, like, they are basically, it's one of the hottest schools for any group of, it's one of the hottest student bases that you're going to find. And it's really expanded its online program in the last like 10 years. And now it's got this giant alumni base where you can just basically, if you're in any city in America, you can find similar, people who have gone there. And it's a perfect school. And if you're worried about the heat, again, you're only going to be there perhaps 9 months out of the year. If you want to stay there, everything is air conditioned. And again, the hotter it is, the less clothes the women wear. There you go, big dog. Well, you've got a plan now. So asu.edu, start applying, and come back when you've done that. Okay. Excellent. And stay away from this woman. And I would tell you, it's not a bad idea for you to get a hooker.
Oh yeah, and one more thing. Okay, so this month is her birthday on 27th.
No, dude, no one gives a shit, and you shouldn't either.
Listen. I actually ordered a pair of Sony headphones, and they were like $350 something, and it's on our way. Like, should I cancel it?
Absolutely. Cancel that shit immediately.
Because see, I earned so
Dude,
it might sound less
dude,
in
dude,
American
you
dollars.
you don't have enough money to be spending $350 on some pen pal. Cancel that order immediately. $350 in India is a lot of money, and you can use that money. Yeah, and you can use that. What you should do is cancel that order right now and take whatever amount it is to get a hooker in India and go use it for that.
I got paid I got paid last week, and I just want to surprise her.
No, you don't, dude. This girl hurt you, and you need to move on. But I will say this: the fact that she was honest with you does not make me hate her. Like, that was really cool of her, and it shouldn't.
That's one thing I would agree on, because 10 years down the line, if she would have said something like that after having kids and stuff, that would have been even more devastating.
100%. And she also was honest with you. Most girls, I don't know about most girls, but a significant part of the population would do this. They'd be getting fucked by some dude in their hometown, and then whenever they needed money, they would come to you and they'd say, "Hey, can you get me these headphones?" And hey, and they'd have like 10 of you. And so all they have to do is show you be naked on camera a little bit, and then they get all kinds of free shit from you. It's not a bad revenue stream. But you didn't have that happen to you. She was honest with you. So go to the Sony website or wherever you bought these headphones and cancel them.
I bought it on Amazon, the US version of Amazon.
Yeah.
I placed the order, paid for it, and it's going to deliver in 3 days.
Okay, so then cancel it. You can still cancel it then if it hasn't been delivered. So go to Amazon.com and cancel that order. Use the money, a little bit of that money that you would have used for that, to go get a hooker. You will have a fresh mind and go apply to Arizona State and get excited to come to the United States to go to university.
Think of this. It might sound less in American dollars, but I earn close to $500 a month, which I know sounds pretty less in American dollars, but in Indian rupees, that's a really good salary for someone who doesn't really have any expenses. I can save 90% of that amount.
Absolutely. And you're only 21. That's great.
I spent $350, more than half of my paycheck, for a pair of fucking headphones, just because she's been wanting for some time, and her birthday's in this month, so I kind of want to surprise her. But things changed.
Things changed.
Things changed. They took it downhill.
Absolutely. No big deal. It's a plus for you. Thankfully, they didn't get delivered yet. Go to Amazon.com, go to login, go to your account, go to order history, cancel that order. You'll get refunded in like 24 to 48 hours usually. Take a little bit of that money, go to your nearest brothel or wherever you get an Indian hooker, and go have a good time with some chick. Get a girl in between you and this other girl, meaning a new girl, just somebody new. And then what you do is you start applying to Arizona State. You've got a plan now. So go do it. I'm here for you when you need more support. But you also need to block this girl from your social media, because if not, she's gonna send you some fucking. Okay. She's gonna send you some fucking message that makes you say, "Oh well, maybe I do like her." You don't want that. She told you the truth, and that's the nicest thing she could have done.
I could notice one thing, that it's always the innocent-looking ones that have the most shit on them.
Okay, I mean, she doesn't have that much shit on her. She's just inexperienced, and there's nothing wrong with that. But she's not ready for a relationship, and she's certainly not ready for an.
She may be inexperienced, but that doesn't mean that I'm a test subject or something.
Well, you were, so there's no getting around that. I know you have feelings, and that's why you have to say to yourself, you got out of this easily. Cancel that order for the headphones, block her on social media, and go get a hooker. That will get this chick off your mind, and then go apply to Arizona State, and you're going to be made in the shade, man. Sound like a plan?
All right. Yeah, definitely. I'll do that and I'll keep you updated regularly.
Sounds great, Curry Chad. Take care, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Peace, boss.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So.
Take care, pimp.
One good news.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going. Like, do you want me to go or something?
No, I want you to do what I told you to do.
Yeah, I totally get that. Like, I hope you wouldn't mind if I do that after, like, I talk to you a little bit more.
Sure, tell me whatever you want.
All right. So, a good news, I would say, that I have been saving up for this motorcycle, and I don't have a picture of it, but like you can obviously search and look it up. It's called like okay, so the brand is Aprilia. It's an Italian brand, you know. Okay, so the name of the motorcycle is Aprilia RS 457. Can you please look it up so you can have a reference?
I know what motorcycles look like. I don't like them for someone like you, but okay. I'll look it up just for you. What is it?
Uh-huh. Aprilia, like Aprilia. Aprilia RS 457, like spaces between them.
Okay.
Like it's costing me around $7,000.
Yeah, this is stupid. I mean, okay, so you should not buy this motorcycle.
Oh, come on. Why?
Because you're going to be in the United States in 6 months, and this thing's going to sit in some garage in India. It's a very cool looking bike, Doug. It's a very cool. It's a very cool looking bike, though.
Uh-huh. I actually have plans to get it shipped over there, so that's why.
Dude. You don't have the money to be doing that kind of stuff. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. I'm serious. You get into college. You get to Tucson, where, or Tempe, I should say, where Arizona State is. Yeah. You get there. You go to school for a semester, and if you think you need this motorcycle, then you get it. Then you don't have to have it shipped anywhere, and you just get it. And if that's the kind of transportation you need, Arizona is not a bad place to have a motorcycle. But they are dangerous, and so I want you to get all the safety equipment that you need. But to have this thing in India, what are you going to do? Drive 15 feet on a dirt road and then have to, basically like dodge 12 people in carriages and, bicycles and stuff? You don't have the roads. Generally, it's too populated to be able to really take this thing out and really have fun with it. Now, the United States and Arizona is a perfect place to do that. So get into school, and then if you want to get this, then we'll talk about it. It's a very cool bike, though.
My hopes have been dashed.
No, they haven't been dashed. They just have to be delayed. No, I didn't say this is the worst idea on earth. What you would want to do, if you wanted my endorsement of this, I would say to you, you have to get into school. Well, firstly, you can't talk to this girl for a year. You get a hooker, you get in Arizona State, you get to the United States, you'd at least go to school for one semester and good grades. And I'll just say this, you need to have at least a 3.0. You couldn't do that in high school. What makes you think you're going to be able to do that in college? Okay, if you get a 3.0, and then you can afford all the safety equipment first. So that means shoes. That means protective chaps. That means, and I mean this, vest that expands. It's got a gyroscope on it that has.
I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
Excellent. You have to get one of those, and you need a helmet and gloves. If you can get all that stuff, and you can afford this, and you can show me a budget that it's reasonable, then I'd say go for it. You also need to take a motorcycle safety course, and
Wait, like, is it necessary? Because I know how to ride a motorcycle, Like, I've been riding since I was like 15, 16 years.
okay, how many times have you ever driven a motorcycle in the United States?
Not once, obviously.
Exactly. We have different laws here. You need to know how our laws work. And so that's why I would say a motorcycle, they're not expensive. Motorcycle safety course is going to teach you, like in some states, you can do what's called lane splitting, which means you can go in between cars, but other states you can't. Like that's just one thing that's you can wear a helmet. Other states you don't have to wear a helmet, but I would say you should always wear a helmet. Um, yeah, exactly. But they're just gonna. I mean, I'm not a motorcyclist, but I can just tell you those are just a few things. They're gonna teach you where you can park your motorcycle. Like in India, you just park your motorcycle where the fuck you want. In the United States, that's not that true. They're also going to teach you how to park your motorcycle. There are certain ways to park your motorcycle in parking lots in the United States that you wouldn't think of. Like you're not supposed to park it at the back of a parking spot. It's supposed to go at the front of the parking spot. Um, you're they'll teach you some insights where you can park your motorcycle closer to a building where normally you can't. There are, basically like that kind of stuff they're going to teach you. But also when you're on the highway system, you've never driven on American highways. So you need that kind of, I mean, what's the fastest you've ever driven a motorcycle on a highway?
Alright, so the highway here, and we do have a speed of 120 miles per hour, and the current motorcycle I have, it goes still like 138, 139 something, and okay, so the fastest I've ever ridden a motorcycle was, I would say 128 to 30, that's it.
Okay. What do you do when you have to go through a toll booth?
A toll booth? Okay, I mean, I slow down and I just, let's just say, okay, so motorcyclists here, you don't have to pay a toll if you're on a motorcycle.
Right, exactly. But here, many times you do. Here, many times you do. So, what do you do? Where do you keep your money?
What?
Where do you keep your money?
In my pocket? Like, I have a wallet in my pocket?
Does it have a chain on it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, great. Well, there are ways that you can go through the tolls that have like a little electronic thing on them, and then they'll open for you, and you don't even need to. Yeah, but you don't know that kind of stuff, and so that's why you need to go to a driver education course.
I mean, we do have that thing here, like that electronic card thing that is like permanently stuck to your windshield, and like you go like if you have a car, like you go in a toll booth, and like, it scans in like less than a second, and then it deducts a certain amount from your account, from your bank account, and then you're free to go.
I get that.
We do have that thing here.
I get that, and that's what you may need in the United States, depending on how where you are where you are and what kind of road you're taking. But there's just a lot to driving in the United States, especially with a motorcycle that you don't know, and you're going to need education. It's not super expensive. It's a few $100s to get it a motorcycle education course, but it's something that I would recommend. Look, dude, you're 21 and your whole life depends on your safety. And I know you're like, well, I've been driving one since I was 16. Okay, in some fucking Indian town, nothing against India, but it's not the same. We don't just have like cows on the road. You do. We have 18-wheel trucks that have special requirements when you're going blind spots that you want to avoid. We have self-driving cars. What do you do what do you? I mean, you don't have self-driving cars there?
I mean, think about this. Like Tesla has been in the U.S. for like a long time, right? Since 2012, I would say, right?
Not what I mean. I mean fully automated cars, driverless cars.
Oh no, no, we don't have that thing here. But think about this. Tesla recently launched here, like just a couple of weeks ago, I would say. Like it's a pretty new thing here.
Okay,
Like
that that's
just
fine.
giving an update. That's
No, that's cool and that's great and that's going to be more common. And I know that Tesla, right? They're like moving a lot of their manufacturing there, which is
yeah.
which is really good for you guys. You've got to understand that we're moving towards a driverless world. And what do you do if you're on your motorcycle and there's a Waymo driverless car that's in your way? How do you handle that situation?
I mean, I just slow down and get past it. Like change my lane and get past it.
What if you're unable to get past it?
I guess I'll just crash.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want those kind of situations. So, um, they're they're going to teach you. It's not that complicated, and it takes like you can get it done in like a couple weeks or so, and it takes a few $100s. But then you're going to be in a position where you're much safer. So if you do all those things, I mean, that's a long way away. You should be talking about like what courses are you going to take your first semester at Arizona State?
I would say something about something in something called law. I would say.
Okay, well, you should understand that in the United States, you cannot generally most universities you cannot major in just straight law. It would be like perhaps so you don't even know that. It would be like you can take like criminal um like criminal what's it called?
Like criminal psychology.
Yeah, I mean that's something that you could take, but they don't have that specific. It would be like criminal justice is what they call it. So if that's what you want to, what do you want to be?
That's a very complicated question, I would say, because see, I mean, like my main goal is to obviously like earn enough so that I can retire before 40.
That's not going to happen, Jenny. So unless you're very fortunate, you're going to be working till you're like 70 years old.
Yeah, I don't want to stay mediocre for all my life.
Well, with a GPA of 2.9, you're on track to. What I'm trying to say to you is that you need.
Yeah, you're basically hitting on me.
I am because you're like, well, I want to retire by the time I'm 40, but I have a GPA and I'm not going to any major United States college. Yeah, so like how is this going to happen? You're not going to get an amazing job coming out of school with a 2.9 GPA. You're going to what I'm trying to say is you can if you have a 3.9 at Arizona State, then people might give you an opportunity at a major company like Amazon or Facebook or Google or something like that. But with a 2.9, they're not. And you're like, well, I'm going to retire by age 40. Well, in order to do so, you're going to have to either have one of the top most prestigious positions that you can get, or you are no, you shouldn't do that, but you could start your own company. That's an opportunity, but really at this point you just you need a good job coming out of school. And Arizona State's going to have job placement programs that are going to be really great. You might be able to get an internship. Do you want to live in the United States or do you want to live in India?
I want to live in the U.S. obviously.
That's not obvious. Okay, then that's great. That's something that you want to do. You can do that, and there's a great opportunity in the United States to be able to do so. But for you to be like, well, I want to retire by age 40, that's easier said than done. Basically, the United States is a very expensive place, and people just aren't doing that anymore. I mean, you're going to have a lot of student loans that you're going to have to pay back, and you're going to be paying those past age 40. So for you to be like, well, I think I'll be able to retire at that point, no. You're It's going to be an expensive ordeal for you. But if that's what you want to do, then and that's your dream, then I would say Arizona State's a great place to do it. And you can perhaps get this motorcycle if you want, but you gotta get associated with living, on campus or whatever you're gonna do, and um, you may need some support from your parents. Would they help you with your expenses or no?
Yeah, I mean, see, since I started working a couple of months ago, I rarely ask them for money, but it's not that they never ask me for money, so that's not an issue.
Okay, I've got
They
you.
are always willing to help me out, regardless if I ever need help or not.
Sure. So look, Arizona State's a great place, but you're not going to learn that much there. If you really want the best opportunity for you to be successful, I would not go to college. I would just get certifications instead of paying $160,000 in student loan debt. You can get certifications for like $400, and you'll get the same jobs coming. You'll get the jobs sooner. So if I were you, if I were look, I know you want to come to the United States, and that's all cool, but just know, like, if you really want to retire by age 40, if that's your goal, then the best thing to do is get certifications. You'll get hired by a big company, and then they'll pay for you to go to college. I mean, you're already pretty late to go into college in the United States. Normally, a college freshman is about 18 years old, and you're already 21 and you haven't even started college. So you're already going to be older than most people in college. You've already kind of wasted 3 years.
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah. Yeah, because that means you're not going to have as many years to be able to generate income. So, I mean, frankly, if you want my advice, it would, and I can help you through this, it'd be to get certifications in IT and not go to college. You're already too late. You're already pretty late to do that. And college in the United States is very expensive. Certifications are not. You can get an Amazon certification right now in the next couple of weeks and get a remote job and start making like $3,000 a month. You
That's like I would say three times more than her. Like she makes about 1,000.
Yeah, you don't compare yourself. Get this girl out of your mind, dude. Don't compare.
Take a little bit of time.
No, it doesn't need to. You just have to say mentally, don't compare what you do with her or anything like that. This is just about you. So you make $500 a month right now. I'm telling you, if you get some certifications from Amazon and Google and perhaps Microsoft, and they're not that expensive, then you'll be able to make 6 times what you're making. And you can sit at home and just work on a computer, and you might have to do some video calls and stuff, but you won't have any debt. And you'll be able to buy this motorcycle. No, I would say, I mean, look, if you want to go to school, that's fine, but you're already pretty old to be going as a freshman. I'm not saying it's never too late to go to college, but you don't need college in today's day and age. All the classes, everything that you're going to learn in college is available on the internet and for a lot less expense. It used to be that you didn't have the opportunity to learn all the things that you learn in college any other way than by going to college. But now you can take Harvard classes and MIT classes for free. They're all online. If I were you, look, I have some certifications, one of which is from Amazon, and it's on Amazon Web Services. If I were you, I would just get certified in Amazon Web Services. That's an easy thing to get certified in. There aren't really any prerequisites.
Rabbi, I kind of have to go. My boss is calling. I don't know why.
Okay, take care, big dog. All right, sounds like a plan.
Me and said, hey, what block? He said, you have 500 bill. Can you supply everybody's shit?
Bro, I love Cosmo. That's my point.
Why? Bro, I feel like West Ham's always lurking and watching the stream, bro. Every time I speak about it, it immediately PMs me, by the way.
I respect it.
That man is always in
He's probably like, he's Joe. Let's split the beat, Joe. But then, I don't think it's like an extra. So I'm just kidding. So therefore, I don't give a shit about those numbers. I'm here to get the job done, and I know the Maximus multiples can if we give it enough time and enough love. Yes, Maximus multiples. We got in. Let's go, boy. I mean, the bonuses are really quick. A Maximus multiples. Then get
highest-grossing film in North American theaters this weekend, but the movie's $40 million take was a big drop-off from its $118 million opening weekend last weekend. Right now, we are going to go to an accident in Long Beach.
Outside of the 405 at Palo Verde, a crash involving an SUV and a car, and we just received feed that this accident has cleared off the right-hand shoulder of Maze Hill Everyday Street from Bellflower Boulevard. 710 north out of Imperial Highway, some sort of large object fell in the lanes of the roadway, so be careful if you're on the North Long Beach Freeway approaching Imperial Highway. 110 northbound is before Carson Street. We definitely know what's in lanes here. It's metal debris. We definitely don't want to run into that. Onto the City of Commerce, 5 northbound Atlantic Boulevard. Hearing about a multi-vehicle wreck, and lanes are locked. Undefined vehicles reportedly involved in this crash. Everything east from Pioneer Boulevard on the North Santa Ana Freeway. Onto Anaheim Hills, 91 northbound just before Lakeview Avenue. This accident is over on the right-hand shoulder of the Clear Canyon Road. 10 westbound transition to the 215 southbound. Got some cold in the large plastic bin that fell in the lanes of this transition road. Southern California's spectacular traffic report. Mike Warren.
Southland weather from KFI. It is going to be sunny and warm today. Highs will be in the 70s, low 80s in Metro LA and OC, mid-70s at the beaches, mid-90s in the valleys, and out in the Inland Empire, mid-90s to low 100s in the high desert. Right now, 77 in Glendale, 78 in Calabasas, 78 in Costa Mesa, and 79 in Anaheim. We live local, live from KFI 24 Newsroom. I'm Heather Brooker.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Okay, we have 2 must-hear interviews. First, Leah Cattell. She joins Tom and Dario, and she talks about her Love Island journey, from her situationship, the producer drama, and life after the bill. Then, on drama queens, Steve Gillette, remember him? Stops by to spill all the One Tree secrets, but his deep secret to the off-screen romances. It's all happening. You don't want to miss this.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
KFI AM 640.
And iHeartRadio station.
Number 1 on your iHeartRadio Plays app and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Anyone who had literacy, had an opinion, who could share information or be a thought leader was arrested by the NKVD and then were simply held in jails for 2 years where they didn't know what was going to happen to them. The NKVD were the leading edge of the spear, so to speak, of the Soviet attempt to rapidly bring these territories into communist way of thinking, into communist economics, rapid collectivization of farms, and the shutting down of religious institutions and all kinds of things that the local population resented tremendously. And what's very important for our purposes as well is this notion that is very widespread in the population, not at all borne out by the statistical incidence of Jews in the Soviet apparatus, but nevertheless the perception of Jews as being very much aligned with the Soviet goal and with French taking in particular. Once again, this is one of those elements where it is, in terms of studying history, often more important what people believe than what people actually know. People believe that the Jews were very much the motivational elements in the Soviet occupation of these territories, and as a result, there would be a tremendous happiness built up against the Jews. Even the Jews who had obviously nothing to do with the Soviets, who were living in these territories before the Soviets came in, but they would ultimately be the turning point this is where we're going to have to leave this particular chapter of the Holocaust. Is Operation Barbarossa, which occurred on June 22nd, 1941. It is without doubt the single most important date in the history of the Holocaust. This represents the date when Nazis broke their treaty with the Soviets and invaded. The Soviets were caught horribly off guard. They lost ground militarily almost immediately, and it took quite a while to claw their way back and to eventually force the Nazis westward and out of their territory. You can see the map on the right here shows the dramatic, rapid blitzkrieg attack of the Nazis, which drove well into these occupied territories, ultimately to the gates of Moscow and Leningrad, only to eventually be back with a very important turning point battle of the city of Stalingrad. And how this relates specifically to the regions that were conquered between 39 and 41 is that when the Soviets got word of this sudden attack, they rapidly demobilized and fled the conquered territories. Along with them, by the way, were about 600,000 Jews who fled with the Soviets because they realized the Nazis would certainly not treat them well. So I'll more to say about that, but we will come back to it later in the lecture. But what happened was that when the NKVD fled, they typically massacred all of the prisoners that they were holding in their underground basement jails in local city halls and things like that. And these were, you'll recall, the intelligentsia, the beloved thought leaders of a given community. The local priests, the beloved teachers, the local poets, the local literates, to express anti-Soviet attitudes, they were the ones who had been held prisoners. And when the NKVD left, they massacred them, typically by simply setting them on fire. And so what happened is, as soon as the Soviets left, after Barbarossa started, the local population
That's super unhealthy. So then the neighbor's like, oh, we'd love to have some food. So I'm like, oh, you should host Mexican night. Racist. Come on over, gringos. Come on over, gringos. Go. I'm white, right? I'm white as fuck. I go, okay.
And as one might expect, there was a groundswell of anger that found its expression in attacks on the Jews. In particular, there was
Joanna, her mom always makes authentic Mexican food. It's good. I eat it maybe once a week. Yeah, they make it every night. It's super unhealthy. So then the neighbor's like, oh, we'd love to have some food. So I'm like, oh, you should host Mexican night. Racist. Let's do it. Come on over, gringos. Yeah. Come over, gringos. Now I go, I'm white, right? I'm white as fuck. I go, okay, it's
Mexican looking.
I know, but
white.
But hardcore.
Actually, super white.
Yeah, super white in every facet.
So, Brendan, the business Sean has fun with his legal defense.
Mirrors, yes. Large mirrors, like freestanding, sitting on the floor, kind of leaning up against the wall mirrors, by all means, framed on the wall, yes. Mirrors increase visual space, as they basically point us into another room. And they literally recycle light, okay? Because light bounces off a mirror and stays inside the room instead of being absorbed into darker areas of color.
One of the most important moments in the history of World War II and the history of the Holocaust. Two related and overlapping histories that we are mutually engaged with in this series. It is June 22nd, 1941. This is the date of Hitler's betrayal of his agreement with Joseph Stalin and his invasion of the Soviet Union. This invasion, which was called Operation Barbarossa, was also intertwined with his goal to destroy all of the Jews in Europe. We shall discuss. Here's a map that shows you the impact of Operation Barbarossa on the Soviet Union, which is shown in the Nazi forces led by the Wehrmacht, the regular forces, invaded and penetrated deep with great success into the Soviet Union, which was, according to most accounts, to be unprepared for the Nazi betrayal. But what's especially significant for our purposes is that behind the regular army units of the Wehrmacht were four special battalions called Einsatzgruppen. These Einsatzgruppen were sometimes border police. They were not comprised of regular frontline troops ready to do battle with other soldiers. They were rather poised to destroy the populations of Jews, Gypsies, urban communists that were living throughout the tiny villages that dotted Eastern Europe. There were four of these specific units. I have to share with you that on a personal level, this is an especially difficult subject for me to trace because Einsatzgruppe A was responsible for most of my grandmother's family. But as you can see from this map, these are the regions that the Einsatzgruppe penetrated. This map here shows the listing of the medium-sized matters that occurred throughout the region. It's impossible to put on a map of this scale all of the names of the tiny little hamlets dotted Eastern Europe. But basically, the modus operandi of the Einsatzgruppen is they were mobile killing squads. They would drive up in trucks, they would drive into local villages, they would round up the Jews and the Gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, whoever didn't fit the list of people who were worthy to live, and then they would march them out of town to the natural ravines that existed throughout the region. If those ravines did not exist, then they would put the prisoners to hard labor to dig what would ultimately become their own graves. They would typically separate the men from the women, and then they would simply shoot them, either from the lip of the trench or as we see in this photograph, while they're standing in the trench. They would then line up multiple rows of Jews and continue shooting, such that people would literally end their lives falling on top of the bodies of their co-religions. It's also important to note here, though, that the Einsatzgruppen massacres were not especially efficient, especially by later standards of Nazi brutality, because it was relatively easy to escape the Einsatzgruppen. If someone were to, for example, feign being shot and fall into the pit and then simply remain there, despite having to experience having the rest of the members of your village fall on top of you, by nightfall, you could theoretically crawl out from underneath the bloody corpses of your former neighbors and make it out to the forest, where you might end up becoming a partisan. This actually happened to many Jews, especially younger people, who managed to survive the Einsatzgruppen murders and went on to It's important to note as well that the Einsatzgruppen soldiers themselves were really not your typical soldiers. We actually know quite a bit about them because the archives were unsealed in the 1990s. There's tremendous studies done of the Einsatzgruppen themselves, and we know that they were relatively well educated. They were older on average. They tended to have some humanities backgrounds. Sometimes they were unfit for frontline duty, but they could perform this task very well. And this led to a tremendous amount of questions among historians of the Holocaust that how is it possible that regular people who were not especially coerced into this activity could nevertheless engage in this kind of murder day in and day out. Now, it is true that they found many whole populations who were willing to help out, so-called Hilfswillige, or willing to help volunteers from the local Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Polish population. But they often found that they had to fly them with a
Pure Spectrum. Bell says it was signed, reviewed by Schwab's manager, and returned. Lex McMahon reviewed the document. A fully executed copy was emailed to me. Okay, so Brady's claiming again
that Brendan's story is because Legg sent back the fully executed copy via email. According to Brady, it didn't remain in draft form, unsigned, gathering dust in Shaw's inbox. The deal actually got done. Now, you might recall in my previous video that I claimed this was the smoking gun. This was the document that this whole case hinged upon. Without that shared dissolution agreement, there's no case here. So where the fuck is it? Well, we finally have an answer. According to Bell's affidavit, on August 26, 2021, Brockwood logged me out of my email account and other digital records that I maintained in my office at Pure Spectrum. In other words, the document existed, Bell saw it, he had it, but he lost access during what he claims was a coordinated internal coup to remove him from the company he founded. Well, how fucking convenient. Now things just got interesting. Brendan says the agreement was never signed, Bell says it was, and swore it under oath. So either Brendan's team is lying in court, or Bell is lying under penalty of perjury. And all of this hinges on one piece of paper that no one can apparently find.
She's like, sure. Computer's done after this. Fast forward to
Like I said previously, this whole lawsuit hinges on one question. Did Brendan Shaw legally give up his equity in Pure Spectrum? If he did, and he later sold it anyway for $100K, that would be fraud. If he didn't, though, and the paperwork was never signed, then Bell's got no case. But here's the thing. This isn't as simple as it was before. Both Brendan and Brady have now gone on the record claiming two different things, and the fact they've gone on the record means that the stakes are even higher now. Let me explain. Here's option one. Bell has no copy of the signed share dissolution agreement. He says Brendan gave up his 10%, but he can't prove it, and maybe, just maybe, he's bluffing, trying to pressure Brendan into a settlement before that missing document sinks the entire case. Option number two. Brendan actually kept his equity, played it straight, and Bell's just a butthurt founder who got outvoted in a takeover, and now he's throwing lawsuits at the wall because he doesn't admit that he lost control. What made this so messy before was that neither side had receipts. Bell hadn't filed any sworn testimony. Brendan hadn't filed a defense. It was just the court filings, the exhibits, and a whole lot of maybe this happened, maybe it didn't. But now, Brendan Shaw has gone on the record, and he just filed, confirms exactly what I laid out in my previous video, that no signed agreement ever existed, and if Bell thinks otherwise, he needs to prove it. If Brendan's telling the truth, this case dies, Bell gets laughed out of court, the $100K sale was legit, and Brendan gets to spin this as just another hater coming for the thick boy empire. But if Bell is telling the truth, and the signed dissolution agreement surfaces, then Brendan Shaw is really fucked, like beyond fucked, because that document doesn't just kill his defense, it confirms he knew he didn't own the equity, and he sold it anyway. That means this is no longer a civil matter, it becomes a criminal matter. We're talking fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy, maybe even tax fraud, depending on how that $100K got reported. And here's the real kicker. He didn't just lie to a business partner. He allegedly signed a declaration, claimed ownership, and helped vote someone out of their own company, which would be corporate sabotage with receipts. And it doesn't stop there, because Brendan filed a sworn motion with the court through counsel, explicitly stating no written agreement signed by the defendant exists. If that turns out to be false, that's perjury territory. Not a misunderstanding, not a clerical error. That's a dude looking a judge in the face and saying, I never signed that thing, when he allegedly did. But let's not let Brady Bell off the hook either. If Bell's bluffing, if he knows the agreement was never signed and he swore otherwise in a notarized affidavit, then he's the one who's perjured himself. He's wasted the court's time, he's exposed himself to sanctions, and he's just tanked his own credibility for the rest of the lawsuit. Because here is the legal reality. Once you swear under oath, there's no walking it back. You can't just say, whoops, my bad, if the email recovery doesn't go your way. So now we're looking at a binary outcome. One of these guys is telling the truth, the other is about to have a very bad day in court. And if discovery hits and we start getting subpoenas, metadata dumps, access logs, email records, someone's getting caught. And the moment that signed agreement either shows up or gets confirmed as never having existed, that's the moment this case flips from a messy business fight to a courtroom bloodbath. Oh, I just busted it.
Man, oh shit, dude. What? That horse is like, so now look at that. Look at that. Look at that, right? It's gallons.
So like I said, the lawsuit just got interesting, not because of what's been proven yet, but because we've officially reached the point where someone is lying under oath. And whoever fumbled this document, whether it's Bell losing it or Brendan pretending it doesn't exist, it's going to get exposed the second discovery kicks in. If Brendan's team pushes this to trial, they risk letting Bell dig through emails, subpoena old backups, and possibly surface the exact document Brendan just swore did not exist. If Bell's bluffing, that'll get exposed too, but until then, like I said, the stakes could not be higher. So if you want to keep following this case, and you know you do, I mean, what are we doing here, B? Make sure you subscribe to both channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites, and hit the link in the description for my Patreon where you'll find my exclusive uncensored videos covering the usual suspects. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Join our models make authentic Mexican food. It's good. Yeah. I eat it maybe a week. Yeah. They make it every night. It's super healthy. So then they were like, yo, we'd love to have some food. So I'm like, yo, you should host Mexican. Racist. Come on over, gringos. Come on over, gringos. Now I go. I'm white. I'm white as fuck. I go, okay. It's super Mexican looking. I know, but hardcore. Actually, super white. Yeah, super white. Yeah. But anyways, so
Brendan the Business Shark Short has finally submitted his legal defense in the $1 million fraud case brought against him by former business associate Brady Bell. This is the case where Brady brought Brendan into his company, Pure Spectrum CBD, giving him a 10% equity stake in the business and agreeing to pay Brendan almost $400,000 in fees just to promote their products on his socials and across the Thick Boy empire. But being the lazy redact that we know Brendan is, he failed to meet his obligations on the deal by forgetting to do the agreed upon posts on Instagram. All Brendan had to do was regular posts on Instagram about the product to collect his $400K, but he kept forgetting and then had the audacity to complain to Brady that he wasn't getting his full monthly fee from him. Then when Brady explained that he hadn't been hitting his social media post targets, Brendan's excuse was that he's got too much going on, so he agreed to pull out of the deal and focus on his own projects at the time. So let's just get this straight. Brendan threw away 30 to 40K per month because he couldn't keep up with posts on Instagram. Bro, you could have hired a fucking intern to do those posts for you, and it would have cost you a couple of grand per month. How did you manage to fuck that up? Learning how to delegate is one of the first things they teach you at Business Shark School. Sounds like your boy must have missed that class.
oh, slam my dick in a door.
Then came the allegations of fraud. In Brady Bell's initial court filings, he accused Brendan of conspiring to oust Brady from his own company by selling his 10% stake in Pure Spectrum CBD to a private equity creditor of the company who strategically took control of Pure Spectrum and removed Brady Bell entirely. Brady claimed that Brendan had already relinquished his 10% stake back to him when they parted ways over Brendan's failure to meet his social media obligations, which would mean that Brendan saw he didn't own. But now Brendan Sharp's lawyers have submitted their defense to the Palm Beach court, completely refuting every claim in Brady Bell's initial filing. In fact, Brendan's defense filing is suspiciously similar to the hypothetical defense I proposed in my last video covering this very case. And when I say suspiciously familiar, I mean exactly the fucking same. He's claiming there was no deal, no signed dissolution agreement, no transfer of equity, no contract, just some texts, a draft that never got finalized, and a bunch of assumptions from a guy who no longer owns the company. Here are some of the key details from the filing. No written agreement signed by defendant exists. On January 17, 2021, plaintiff texted defendant that he would prepare a document to reflect a separation of defendant from the company. Defendant replied, "Send it to Legs and we'll get it taken care of." Plaintiff did not send the draft separation agreement at that time. Legs McMahon, defendant's manager, sent 2 follow-up messages, but plaintiff never responded. That's the story Brendan's lawyers are selling. They admit that, yes, discussions took place at the time and Brendan was preparing to relinquish his 10% stake, but they never executed the order and it therefore remained unsigned in draft form. If you recall, my theory was pretty much exactly that. They had discussions, they agreed to do the deal, but then Brendan or his manager must have sought legal advice or somehow become privy to the fact that Brady had already been removed or he was in the process of being removed and decided to hold off and see what happened. Because remember, if Brady had already been removed, then he didn't have the authority to demand Brendan relinquish his shares. And Brendan's lawyers actually backed this theory up with a 2023 court order. Buried inside Brendan's motion is a court order from Colorado, not speculation, not theory, an actual judge's ruling. And it includes one of the most brutal sentences you could ever read if you're Brady Bell.
You're saying now Buffalo? Worst me era. Yeah, bro, it's... I've not seen that. Jen, pull it out.
Accordingly, as of December 20th, 2022, Bell was completely divested of any ownership interest in Pure Spectrum. That's not metaphorical. That means the guy who built the company, founded it, gave Brandon equity out of his own personal share. He's now watching a court declare on paper that he's been fully erased, completely divested. That's lawyer speak for get your shit and tell your story, woman, pal. Fuck, I've always wanted to say that. So, as you can imagine, Brandon's legal team is waving this line around like the UFC belt that Brendan never got. Because if it holds, if Bell was out of the company by December 2022, then Brendan's 100K equity sale in February 23 isn't just legal, it's untouchable. Bell had no stake and no standing, which means from Brendan's point of view, this lawsuit isn't just flawed, it's coming from a guy who no longer had any skin in the game. Brendan's clean. He sold what he owned, Bell's out of luck. Except maybe not. Because after your boy Bubba defense filing, Brady Bell lodged an affidavit that could change everything. Damn, I'm bricked up again.
It would take, and the cows hit them off. Yo, dude, it would take 1,000 men to create one poison. The thing is, when I bought my first wife a large black horse.
Just days after Brendan filed that motion, Brady Bell responded with a notarized affidavit, which marks the first sworn testimony in this case. This is what it says. On March 21st, 2021, Brendan Shaw executed the dissolution agreement relinquishing his equity interest in Pure Spectrum. Bell says it was signed, reviewed by Shaw's manager, and returned. Lex McMahon reviewed the document. A fully executed copy was emailed to me. Okay, so Brady's claiming again that Brendan's story is bullshit because Lex sent back the fully executed copy via email. According to Brady, it didn't remain in draft form, unsigned, gathering dust in Shaw's inbox. The deal actually got done. Now, you might recall in my previous video that I claimed this was the smoking gun. This was the document that this whole case hinged upon. Without that shared dissolution agreement, there's no case here. So where the fuck is it? Well, we finally have an answer. According to Bell's affidavit, on August 26, 2021, Brock Wood logged me out of my email account and other digital records that I maintained in my office at Pure Spectrum. In other words, the document existed, Bell saw it, he had it, but he lost access during what he claims was a coordinated internal coup to remove him from the company he founded. Well, how fucking convenient. Now things just got interesting. Brendan says the agreement was never signed, Bell says it was, and swore it under oath. So either Brendan's team is lying in court, or Bell is lying under penalty of perjury. And all of this hinges on one piece of paper that no one can apparently find.
And the horse is like, sure. Computer's done after this. Fast forward to Jim. Can she get pregnant or no, she can't.
Like I've said previously, this whole lawsuit hinges on one question. Did Brendan Schaub legally give up his equity in Pure Spectrum? If he did, and he later sold it anyway for $100K, that would be fraud. If he didn't, though, and the paperwork was never signed, then Bell's got no case. But here's the thing. This isn't as simple as it was before. Both Brendan and Brady have now gone on the record claiming two different things, and the fact they've gone on the record means that the stakes are even higher now. Let me explain. Here's option one. Bell has no copy of the signed share dissolution agreement. He says Brendan gave up his 10%, but he can't prove it. And maybe, just maybe, he's bluffing, trying to pressure Brendan into a settlement before that missing document sinks the entire case. Option number two. Brendan actually kept his equity, played it straight, and Bell's just a butthead founder who got outvoted in a takeover, and now he's throwing lawsuits at the wall because he doesn't want to admit that he lost control. What made this so messy before was that neither side had receipts. Bell hadn't filed any sworn testimony. Brendan hadn't filed a defense. It was just the court filings, the exhibits, and a whole lot of maybe this happened, maybe it didn't. But now, Brendan Schaub has gone on the record, and the legal argument he just filed confirms exactly what I laid out in my previous video, that no signed agreement ever existed, and if Bell thinks otherwise, he needs to prove it. If Brendan's telling the truth, this case dies, Bell gets laughed out of court, the $100K sale was legit, and Brendan gets to spin this as just another hater coming for the thick boy empire. But if Bell's telling the truth and the signed dissolution agreement surfaces, then Brendan Schaub is royally fucked, like beyond fucked, because that document doesn't just kill his defense, it confirms he knew he didn't own the equity, and he sold it anyway. That means this is no longer a civil matter, it becomes a criminal matter. We're talking fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy, maybe even tax fraud, depending on how that $100K got reported. And here's the real kicker. He didn't just love a business partner. He allegedly signed a declaration, claimed ownership, and helped vote someone out of their own company. Would be corporate sabotage with receipts. And it doesn't stop there, because Brendan filed a sworn motion with the court through counsel, explicitly stating no written agreement signed by the defendant exists. If that turns out to be that's perjury territory, not a misunderstanding, not a clerical error. That's a dude looking a judge in the face and saying, I never signed that thing, when he allegedly did. But let's not let Brady Bell off the hook either. If Bell's bluffing, if he knows the agreement was never signed and he swore otherwise in a notarized affidavit, then he's the one who's perjured himself. He's wasted the court's time, he's exposed himself to sanctions, and he's just tanked his own credibility for the rest of the lawsuit. Because here is the legal reality. Once you swear under oath, there's no walking it back. You can't just say, whoops, my bad, if the email recovery doesn't go your way. So now we're looking at a binary outcome. One of these guys is telling the truth. The other is about to have a very bad day in court. And if discovery hits and we start getting subpoenas, metadata dumps, access logs, email records, someone's getting caught. And the moment that signed agreement either shows up or gets confirmed as never having existed, that's the moment this case flips from a messy business fight to a courtroom bloodbath. Oh, I just did it.
Oh, shit. What the fuck? That horse is like, so now look at that. Look at that, right? It's Alan.
So like I said, the lawsuit just got interesting, not because of what's been proven yet, but because we've officially reached the point where someone is lying under oath. And whoever fumbled this document, whether it's Bell losing it or Brendan pretending it doesn't exist, it's going to get exposed the second discovery kicks in. If Brendan's team pushes this to trial, they risk letting Bell dig through emails, subpoena old backups, and possibly surface the exact document Brendan just or did not exist. If Bell's bluffing, that'll get exposed too. But until then, like I said, the stakes could not be higher. So if you're wanting this case, And you know you do. I mean, what are we doing here, D? Make sure you subscribe to both channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites, and hit the link in the description for my Patreon where you'll find exclusive, uncensored videos covering the usual suspects. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
These regions in particular, the so-called bloodlines.
Join our
One
Bible
factor
authentic Mexican
is
food.
especially
Good. Yeah.
complex and
I hear
widespread
they
analysis.
they make it every night. That's super unhealthy.
Openness that the
So then
national
they really go, we love that stuff. Like, oh, you should host a Mexican.
is the
Come on over, Gringos. Yeah. Come on over, Gringos. Now I go. I'm white, right? I'm white as fuck. I go, okay, it's for Mexican cooking. I know, but the hardcore. Actually, super white. Yeah, super white. But anyways, so
Brendan the Business Shark Shaw has finally submitted his legal defense in the $1 million fraud case brought against him by former business associate Brady Bell. This is the case where Brady brought Brendan into his company, Pure Spectrum CBD, giving him a 10% equity stake in the business and agreeing to pay Brendan almost $400,000 in fees just to promote their products on his socials and across the Thick Boy empire. But being the lazy reader that we know Brendan is, he failed to meet his obligations on the deal by forgetting to do the agreed-upon posts on Instagram. All Brendan had to do was regular posts on Instagram about the product to collect his $400K that he kept forgetting, and then had the audacity to complain to Brady that he wasn't getting his full monthly fee from him. Then when Brady explained that he hadn't been hitting his social media post targets, Brendan's excuse was that he's got too much going on, so he agreed to pull out of the deal and focus on his own projects at the time. So let's just get this straight. Brendan threw away $30 to $40K per month because he couldn't keep up with posts on Instagram. Bro, you could have hired a fucking intern to do those posts for you, and it would have cost you a couple of grand per month. How did you manage to fuck that up? Learning how to delegate is one of the first things they teach you at business school. Sounds like you must have missed that class.
oh, slam my dick in a door.
Then came the allegations of fraud. In Brady Bell's initial court filings, he accused Brendan of conspiring to oust Brady from his own company by selling his 10% stake in Pure Spectrum CBD to a private equity creditor of the company who strategically took control of Pure Spectrum and removed Brady Bell entirely. Brady claimed that Brendan had already relinquished his 10% stake back to him when they parted ways over Brendan's failure to meet his social media obligations, which would mean that Brendan sold shares in a company that he didn't own. But now Brendan Shaw's lawyers have finally submitted their defense to the Palm Beach court, completely refuting every claim in Brady Bell's initial filing. In fact, Brendan's defense filing is suspiciously similar to the hypothetical defense I proposed in my last video covering this very case. And when I say suspiciously familiar, I mean exactly the fucking same. He's claiming there was no deal, no signed dissolution agreement, no transfer of equity, no contract, just some texts, a draft that never got finalized, and a bunch of assumptions from a guy who no longer owns the company. Here are some of the key details from the filing. No written agreement signed by defendant exists. On January 17, 2021, plaintiff texted defendant that he would prepare a document to reflect the separation of defendant from the company. Defendant replied, send it to Legs and we'll get it taken care of. Plaintiff did not send the draft separation agreement at that time. Legs McMahon, defendant's manager, sent 2 follow-up messages, but plaintiff never responded. That's the story Brendan's lawyers are selling. They admit that, yes, discussions took place at the time and Brendan was preparing to relinquish his 10% stake, but they never executed the order and it therefore remained unsigned in draft form. If you recall, my theory was pretty much exactly that. They had discussions, they agreed to do the deal, but then Brendan or his manager must have sought legal advice or somehow become privy to the fact that Brady had already been removed or he was in the process of being removed and decided to hold off and see what happened. Because remember, If Brady had already been removed, then he didn't have the authority to demand Brendan relinquish his shares. And Brendan's lawyers actually backed this theory up with a 2023 court order. Buried inside Brendan's motion is a court order from Colorado, not speculation, not theories, an actual judge's ruling. And it includes one of the most brutal sentences you could ever read if you're Brady Bell.
Accomplished person there, and he recently retired, but he was retired.
Yeah. Accordingly, as of December 28, 2022, Bell was completely divested of any ownership interest in Pure Spectrum. That's not metaphorical. That means the guy who built the company, founded it, gave Brandon equity out of his own little share, is now watching a court declare on paper that he's been fully erased, completely divested. That's what it's been for. Get your shit and tell your story, walking out. Fuck, I've always wanted to say that. So, as you can imagine, Brandon's legal team is waving this line around like the UFC belt that Brendan never got. Because if it holds, this belt was out of the company by December 2022. Then Brendan's 100k equity sale in February 23 isn't just legal, it's untouchable. Bell had no stake and no standing. Which means, from Brendan's point of view, this lawsuit isn't just flawed, it's coming from a guy who no longer had any skin in the game. Brendan's clean. He sold what he owned. Bell's out of luck. Except maybe not. Because after your boy Bubba filed his defense filing, Brady Bell lodged an affidavit that could change everything. Damn, I'm bricked up again.
It would take, and the gals who come off, yo, dude, it would take 1,000 men to create one horse. Now, the thing is, when I bought my first wife a large black horse.
Just days after Brendan filed that motion, Brady Bell responded with a notarized affidavit, which marks the first sworn testimony in this case. This is what it says. On March 21st, 2021, Brendan Shaw executed the dissolution agreement relinquishing his equity interest in Pure Spectrum. Bell says it was signed, reviewed by Shaw's manager, and returned. Lex McMahon reviewed the document. A fully executed copy was emailed to me. Okay, Brady's claiming again that Brendan's story is bullshit because Leg sent back the fully executed copy via email. According to Brady, it didn't remain in draft form, unsigned, gathering dust in Shaw's inbox. The deal actually got done. Now, you might recall in my previous video that I claimed this was the smoking gun. This was the document that this whole case hinged upon. Without that shared dissolution agreement, there's no case here. So where the fuck is it? Well, we finally have an answer. According to Bell's affidavit, on August 26, 2021, Brock Wood logged me out of my email account and other digital records that I maintained in my office at Pure Spectrum. In other words, the document existed, Bell saw it, he had it, but he lost access during what he claims was a coordinated internal coup to remove him from the company he founded. Well, how fucking convenient. Now things just got interesting. Brendan says the agreement was never signed, Bell says it was, and swore it under oath. So either Brendan's team is lying in court, or Bell is lying under penalty of perjury. And all of this hinges on one piece of paper that no one can apparently find.
Regularly selected for
The horse is like, sure.
racial characteristics.
Fast forward to
Germany.
Can she get pregnant? Yeah, she can.
Young area.
Like I said previously, this whole lawsuit hinges on one question. Did Brendan Shaw legally give up his equity in Pure Spectrum? If he did, and he later sold it anyway for $100K, that would be fraud. If he didn't, though, and the paperwork was never signed, then Bell's got no case. But here's the thing, this isn't as cool as it was before. Both Brendan and Brady have now gone on the record claiming two different things. The fact they've gone on the record means that the stakes are even higher now. Let me explain. Here's option one. Bell has no copy of the signed shared dissolution agreement. He says Brendan gave up his 10%, but he can't prove it. And maybe, just maybe, he's bluffing. Try and pressure Brendan into a settlement before that missing document sinks the entire case. Option number two. Brendan actually kept his equity, played it straight, and Bell's just a butthurt founder who got outvoted in a takeover, and now he's throwing lawsuits at the wall because he doesn't want to admit that he lost control. What made this so messy before was that neither side had receipts. Bell hadn't filed any sworn testimony, Brendan hadn't filed a defense. It was just the court filings, the exhibits, and a whole lot of maybe this happened, maybe it didn't. But now, Brendan has gone on the record, and the legal argument he just filed confirms exactly what I laid out in my previous video. No signed agreement ever existed, and if Bell thinks otherwise, he needs to prove it. If Brendan's telling the truth, this case dies, Bell gets laughed out of court, the 100K sale was legit, and Brendan gets to spin this as just another hater coming for the thick boy empire. But if Bell is telling the truth, and the signed dissolution agreement surfaces, then Brendan Schaub is royally fucked. Beyond fucked. Because that document doesn't just kill his defense, it confirms he knew he didn't own the equity, and he sold it anyway. That means this is no longer a civil matter, it becomes a criminal matter. We're talking fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy, maybe even tax fraud, depending on how that 100K got reported. And here's the real kicker. He didn't just lie to a business partner. He allegedly signed a declaration, claimed ownership, and helped vote someone out of their own company, which would be corporate sabotage with receipts. And it doesn't stop there, because Brendan filed a sworn motion with the court through counsel, explicitly stating no written agreement signed by the defendant exists. If that turns out to be false, that's perjury territory. Not a misunderstanding, not a clerical error. That's a dude looking a judge in the face and saying, I never signed that thing, when he allegedly did. But let's not let Brady Bell off the hook either. If Bell's bluffing, if he knows the agreement was never signed and he swore otherwise in a notarized affidavit, then he's the one who's perjured himself. He's wasted the court's time, he's exposed himself to sanctions, and he's just tanked his own credibility for the rest of the lawsuit. Because here is the legal reality. Once you swear under oath, there's no walking it back. You can't just say, whoops, my bad, if the email recovery doesn't. So now we're looking at a binary outcome. One of these guys is telling the truth, the other is about to have a very bad day in court. And if discovery hits and we start getting subpoenas, metadata dumps, access logs, email records, someone's getting caught. And the moment that signed agreement either shows up or gets confirmed as never having existed, that's the moment this case flips from a messy business fight to a courtroom bloodbath. Oh, I just busted it.
Oh, shit, dude. What the fuck are we watching? That horse is like, so now look at that. Look at that, right? It's a gallon.
So like I said, the lawsuit just got interesting, not because of what's being proved yet, but because we've officially reached the point where someone is lying under oath. And whoever fumbled this document, whether it's Bell losing it or Brendan putting it doesn't exist, it's going to get exposed the second discovery kicks in. If Brendan's team pushes this to trial, they risk letting Bell dig through emails, subpoena old backups, and possibly miss the exact document Brendan just swore did not exist. If Bell's bluffing, that'll get exposed too. But until then, like I said, the stakes could not be higher. So if you want to keep following this case, and you know you do, I mean, what are we doing here, mate? Make sure you subscribe to both channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites, and hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where you'll find my exclusive uncensored videos covering the usual suspects. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Join our mom always make authentic Mexican food. It's good. Yeah. I get maybe once a week. Yeah. They make it every night. Like super unhealthy. So then the neighbors were like, oh, we'd love to have some food. So I'm like, oh, you should host Mexican. No racist. Let's do it. Come on over, gringos. Yeah.
A very important commentator, very popular. LAOS, who probably only has a taco built in the 19th century. And he clarifies that for him, this commandment says we are not speaking about a convert to Judaism. The verse refers to a person in a foreign land without friend, sibling, or acquaintance, whose spirit is low and his heart is broken and crushed. One must have mercy and draw this person.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the podcast. For today's guest, we have Team Russia. Please welcome.
Seder, as Jews around the world will gather with their families, contemplate the meaning of freedom and the meaning of displacement, hopefully identify with.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the podcast. For today's guest, we have Team Russia. Please welcome in.
How they will fulfill this command.
For today's co-host, please welcome in Mike.
We're not talking just about Jewish refugees, of which there are many.
And then Mr. Russia, if you could just pull that mic a little bit close to yourself and introduce yourself, that would be great.
Count says there are about 40,000 Jews who self-identify as
Yeah, go ahead.
about 90,000
Yeah.
in Ukraine who are not necessarily.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. I'm Paul. I'm the host of Timcast IRL, and just kind of the internet complains about things. I guess it's a lot. People pay me money for it.
Why did you decide to bring some of the KGB here with you today?
Because the death threats, I'm a killer. Well, but you never know. I heard you try to kill somebody.
I only pulled a knife on one guy, but I didn't hit him. I just read it.
Oh.
It was just honestly an accident, if anything.
They said that you're a shady type. You're a shady type.
Just to be careful.
Just to be careful. Yeah, they said that you're dangerous.
Well,
there are about
for supporting Russia.
Oh,
free money.
It's not free, but it's money. Do you believe in the conspiracy theory that Tim Pool was paid to promote Russian propaganda?
I don't believe that conspiracy.
You don't believe in it?
No, I don't believe in it.
How does that work?
That I don't believe in it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a story that parents make up to scare kids, like the Boogeyman or Michael Jackson.
It didn't scare me. It was just like a story like, yeah, I went to the store yesterday and I grabbed a bag of milk.
Bag?
Yeah.
Who sells bags of milk?
They sell that stuff in the Middle East. They sell it in bags.
I don't know about milk. I've seen them sell bags of water, though.
They do both, I'm telling you. But anyways, go ahead with the last one.
Which one?
The one about Tim Pool. That guy, I don't know, he's like an online creator, was paid to promote Russian propaganda.
This is just fake.
They were not paid.
I was paid a lot of money by a lot of people.
I heard that there was that guy, he was paid $100,000 per episode to do it. Is that not true?
It's not true.
So why did people come up and go with that story then?
Political reasons. There's, the show that we do is fairly anti-establishment. It's
Actually, you could say it's pro-establishment if you think about it.
Today it is 100%.
No, I'm saying pro-Russian establishment.
No, I call Vladimir Putin a scumbag. I said he shouldn't invade Ukraine. He was wrong to do it. He lost. The West was winning.
You said that Ukraine is the enemy of the people.
I did. The enemy of the United States.
Okay, and then let me ask you this. I saw that list came out where it said the different subscriber counts per person who were paid to promote Russian propaganda. And one of them was, dug up a little bit, and that was your channel.
Yeah, in the indictments, the U.S. government alleged that RT, Russia Today, Russian state media, had funneled money to a Tennessee company called Tenet. Right. And the company Tenet was licensing shows from a series of individuals in the United States that had typically right-wing views.
So it was just an accident that you got paid $100,000 to promote Russia?
Never promoted Russia. Never promoted Russia.
I'm just saying, it was just that whole thing where you got paid to run the show from Tenet, the one in Tennessee. Was just a joke. It was just an accident. You know that they were being funded.
They weren't being funded.
You just said that they were funneling money.
I said
or something like that.
The DOJ made an allegation and abandoned the case, and there's no evidence.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. All I know is the DOJ came out right before the election with this indictment of two people no one ever heard of, and then a month later they dropped it.
Well, I'll tell you this, just so, if I was offered $100,000 per episode, I would do the same thing, so I don't have it.
I'll give you $100,000 an episode right now.
To do what?
To do this show.
To do this show?
I get to be your boss.
Anybody, listen, for $100,000 a show, $400,000 a month, I'll leave it, whatever I say, I'll be a shit, I don't give a shit.
All right, what would you do right now for $100?
For $100?
Yeah.
I'll promote Russian propaganda, I'll say.
No, I don't want Russian propaganda.
But yeah, I know that
I'll give you $100 right now if you say Cast Brew coffee is the best coffee you've ever had.
Okay.
Say it.
I I have to get the money first. I don't trust.
Well, we pay that, that afterwards.
Right after World War II,
$100.
refugee crisis.
There it is.
No, you didn't say that.
They were displaced. About
Is that okay?
You breached the contract.
Well, but there's no contract.
It's a verbal contract.
No, I didn't agree to not believe it.
That's not how contracts and arrangements work.
I disagree completely. I don't agree with that at all. Can somebody please explain to me what's so bad about a 40-year-old dating a 12-year-old woman?
What?
Yeah, I don't
It's very bad.
What's bad about that?
We call it children aren't developed. Their brains are not able to process this.
Somebody, it's not a child. It's a 12-year-old woman.
This is a 12-year-old woman.
Yes, there is. Birds do it all the time.
But I just gave him. I'm gonna give him this.
You're gonna give it to me?
Well, I just gave you 100. Let's make 102.
Oh, so you're promoting that and I get the money for it? That sounds like a hell of a deal.
You've been promoting coffee.
That's not what I meant. I said, well, you've been promoting. Go ahead with that. Because I think it's just a circle of hope. You know what I mean?
Which one that you think you
see about the 40-year-old and the 12-year-old?
You want 40-year-olds with 12-year-olds?
I don't want it. I just asked, what's the problem?
They're children and they can't consent. Their brains don't work. Not women.
12-year-old woman with an IQ of 140. So you know that. How about that?
No.
What do you mean no?
It's not okay.
Why not? Well, you're not explaining what's bad. You keep saying that it's a child, but I already
their bodies and brains aren't developed. So
okay, it's a fully developed 12-year-old woman with 140 IQ.
Yeah, it's youthful neuroplasticity and it can cause damage in the long-term development of their brain and body.
No, their brain is fully developed.
It's not.
Okay, in this case it is.
That's not correct.
You're denying that a 12-year-old brain can be developed fully?
They cannot, yes.
I don't agree with that.
12-year-old brains are not developed.
Not often, but it can happen. No. See, that's why I didn't say 12-year-old. I know the difference between a woman and a child
here a little bit. I think you're telling on yourself a little.
I'm not telling on myself.
Why are you trying so hard to hook up with 12-year-olds?
I refuse to. I'm waiting until marriage. As a matter of fact,
are you trying to argue you want to marry a 12-year-old?
No, I don't want to marry anybody right now. I'm focused solely on business. I just see people getting shit online. Like, hey, why did you talk to that 12-year-old woman? It's like, wow, I don't know. Why did they? They're a woman. Yeah, that's a bad look for me. Let's move on.
I think it's a bad look for you.
Why do you think Ben Shapiro is like the new Superman movie?
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
He said it wasn't good, and that he has no bias or anything. But in the movie I watched, Superman destroyed Israel. Is that why?
No, it was an Eastern European country. He didn't destroy it.
It was an Eastern European country where the president was just like Netanyahu.
It was an Eastern European country. It was. They spoke a Slavic language.
Yeah, well, they didn't want to be too on my nose, right? That's why
I agree, yeah. Like, some people were saying that it was called, like, Jamunpur or something, was, like, the weaker, poor country. But it looked like they were Pakistani.
No, they looked like they were Arab, if anything. They didn't have, like, the brown color. They had, like, the light brown. No, they had, like, the light brown oil color of the Arabs.
Oil color? I don't know, maybe you're right, I don't know. I was really thinking,
is that why Ben Shapiro didn't like the movie, maybe?
It's possible, yeah.
He might have a little bit of bias.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, for obvious reasons, he loves Israel.
Why? What are the obvious reasons?
He's Jewish.
He's the devil?
He's Jewish.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing here. You're just, it's semantical at this point. How do you say black in Spanish?
How do you say it?
I'm asking you. I don't
speak Spanish.
Well,
I can say por qué no los dos.
You don't know how to say it. You know how to say it. Come on. I don't. I even know how to say it a little bit. I just don't know how to say it.
I don't know how to say it. I honestly don't know how to say it.
Okay, fine. Let's move on. What do Tim Pool, Dave Wood, and Benny Johnson have in common?
Russia.
Yep. I wasn't even going to tell you. Russia. That's like not super specific.
What do you mean?
Like if I said, what does Matan have and Tim Pool and Mike have in common? You wouldn't say Russia. So can you give a little detail on that?
What do Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, and Tim Pool have in common? They're whinging online grifters,
correct?
And they complain for money.
That didn't have to do with Russia yet, but I could see where you're going.
Grifting.
How many rubles do you have?
I don't have any rubles.
You don't? So they paid you in cash?
Who paid me in cash?
You know who?
I actually don't get paid from anybody.
You don't get paid from anybody. You're not being paid. Are you homeless?
No.
So how are you? You know what I mean? Are you here with just? Like, these guys actually are covered probably by the KGB themselves.
Oh, we got the Pepto. Can we bring the Pepto in?
How we throw it to you?
Yeah, can we bring the Pepto Bismol? I'm gonna throw up.
You're gonna throw up?
It's not a bit. I actually am gonna throw up.
You're gonna throw up because I'm hitting you with such hard questions.
It's true, yeah. I think it's because I ate a bunch of bacon.
A bunch of bacon.
You want me to drink straight from the thing? He wants me to throw up.
Drink from it. Yeah, that would be nice.
This is disgusting.
Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode is sponsored by Ground News. I was recently using Ground News to research about Russia. Yeah, you know Russia. And it gave me one article about how the Russians are finding Apple for doing something about LGBTQ people or something. And it said that 50% of the sources are from the left and 50% of them are from the center. So none are to be trusted. Ground News is the best app on the App Store, and it has cool ratings. It tells you the political biases and spectrum of the person writing the article in their company. So you always know. They're working against me, but I use the app and I like it. It has cool ratings. Ground News will even tell you the bias, credibility, and corporate influences, something that is not a part of other newsfeeds. And it's cool ratings on the App Store. If you want to sign up to Ground News for yourself, go to ground.news/maton. That's ground.news/MATAN. Ground News is fully independent and designed for people who want to question the narrative, not just be controlled by their own brain. That's ground.news/maton. Get 40% off the unlimited access Vantage plan, which is the same one that I use. Thanks to Ground News and the Vantage cool ratings for sponsoring today's episode. And it's designed for people who are on the outside. Should they make a documentary about when Mark Wahlberg reached that?
I can't because my hands are full.
Russia. Should they make a documentary about when Mark Wahlberg ripped that Asian guy's eye out?
A documentary?
Yeah, a documentary about it.
Did he do that?
He ripped an Asian guy's eye out.
Shut up.
He did. It's not a joke, by the way. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I'm serious.
I believe you. Because I feel like the setup for the joke is actually that it really happened. It's shocking.
It's not a joke. It's really, I swear, it's serious. He did.
No, I mean, like the humor for the show is that he actually did it.
This is a serious podcast business. This isn't a joking show.
Yeah.
Mark Wahlberg could even play himself in the movie. Okay. Oh, by the way, I should have said this earlier. Please stand up. We usually do a segment every episode for the Americans, for the army and stuff. Please stand up, please, and stuff. Put your hand on your chest.
No.
You can't do that for the army?
No.
Why? You know where I'm going?
Because you're going to say about Israel.
No, I would say everybody, please stand up, put your hand on your chest, and please remove all your hats. So can you do that?
Nope.
And can you tell me why?
Nope.
You can't tell me why?
I can't.
I don't believe that. I think you can tell me why.
Talk why what?
You claimed you wear the hat so these motherfuckers can recognize you on the street. You're not on the street right now, so can you please take your hat off?
Nope.
Why is that?
Because no reason.
I mean, what does that mean?
Means no reason.
I can't find anything of you online without the hat. And then you said
That's not true. I have a Facebook profile picture. Everybody posted on my timeline.
Besides that one, because that one's not fair. I mean, it's
a picture, a selfie picture. The one where I'm in front of the whiteboard with my head off.
Yeah, but that's deceptive because you're giving them one image that you like.
That's not the image that I like. It's a Facebook profile.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I'm saying it's like when if lefties paid a Republican who was an idiot to do something, they're in control.
What if I have like a hideous scar on my head?
I think you just don't have any hair.
I don't have any hair.
Yeah, so let them see you.
But there's
I
have a pentagram.
I'll give you one.
Shit, are you for real?
I'll give you $100 if you take your beanie off and let everybody see.
You'll give me $100 if I do that?
I'll give you $100.
For real?
I swear, I'll give you $103.
$103?
The offer is there.
200.
I'll give you $200
right now. Show me. This guy's got $100.
He has $47 left in his pocket. I'll give you $50 total right now and another $50 at the end of it.
He's got $100 in his pocket right now. Tell him. He's got $100.
I'll give you all this month.
Let me see it.
Belarus also have their
$12 in my pocket. If you
He's got $100 in his pocket right here, bro.
Where is it?
It's right here.
Take it out of his pocket.
easily
You see this?
From his ID or something.
on their
Okay. Oh yeah. You put it there. Awesome. I'll give you $200.
All right, give me.
No, I have to see first, and I want to see for myself.
You give me the money and I'll do it.
I don't believe you.
I think you promise.
I know you made me say the coffee thing first.
I don't think you're gonna give me the money.
I swear on my life I'll give you this money.
You swear on your
I
life.
swear on my life. Hold me to that verbal.
The $100 is actually mine though.
No, but it's mine now. I had to do sponsorship for it.
All right, he's got to give me my Pepto thing back.
He'll give you a Pepto.
Give me the Pepto thing first. All right, take the Pepto thing. I'm gonna do some Pepto.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna throw up. I'm not. This is not a joke.
Okay, so do that.
I don't think I can
Take
do
off
this.
your hat. I might throw up too.
You know what? I don't want this.
Moses, David, and Isaac of Chernihiv that show up in various writings.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
Are there right at
Put the money in my hand. I won't close my hand. All right, I'm gonna. No. I won't hold. I'm gonna go like this. Wait. I'm gonna hold. We're both gonna hold at the same time.
I don't trust you. You have two bigger security guards here. So I'm not gonna win that battle.
I'm not gonna rip the money away from you.
Okay, I have an idea. Can you stand right there for a second, please? You hold them up. See?
No.
I'll hold your beanie and you hold my money. Let's make it even.
Put the money on the table right there. No. Put it close. Put it close. Move closer.
No, I'm not retarded.
Just put the money right there. I will. Put the money right there.
Do you have verbal agreements?
I'll give you a verbal agreement. If you put the money, I'll take my head off.
Yeah?
Yep, contract. Sworn. Big.
You're gonna take your hat off. You're gonna tell me you didn't tell me you didn't take the hat off. I know these things. There's no way that
I will take my hat off in this chair right now within 10 seconds of the money in my hand.
Wow, I can't believe that happened. Hold on. Can you leave it off?
For a little bit.
Okay, that's cool. I got like a special.
I'm greasy right now too, though.
You do actually have more hair than I thought you would.
Do I?
Can I have the pepper small one?
Why?
I have a solid stomach ache.
In the 12th century, it spread rapidly. People like to believe it in a kind of a QAnon way, which actually we may reflect on in a later section about contemporary propaganda.
Well, good on you for doing that.
You know,
It's actually
that was for you, Tom.
I really.
I'll tell you the truth. You did my show.
Yeah.
You were very good. You were very funny. Everybody really enjoyed it. And so,
That's my reward.
That's for you. I'm gonna give you your money back.
I'm gonna get the money back.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep the $200 that I actually gave you and stuffed in his pocket, but you can keep your money. And then you can make the thumbnail me with no hat on or whatever you want.
To be fair, 3 of these are for you for Russia.
Oh, okay.
So you can have the rest.
All right.
The next question doesn't work. I was going to ask you, how can anybody take you serious when you're afraid to remove your hat? But you know what? You did it, so good on you. You get to skip that one. You know, if it is true, like, if I'm not wearing the hat, my people don't recognize me. If you're not wearing the hat,
Yeah.
so that's the exact opposite of what you said back in the day.
No, that's what I said.
No, you said that you wear the hat so these motherfuckers don't recognize you on the street.
No, that's backwards.
I wrote down verbatim what you said. Word for word.
No, you're backwards.
No, I'm not.
So there was a protest in Boston where this guy pulled my hat off.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
I got super triggered.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because he pulled my hat off. It was because this Antifa guy took a swing at me. And so I actually was on Carlson's show where he was interviewing me about this Antifa guy who tried swinging. He was making me flinch by swinging at my camera. So I'm in this high-intense situation, and then this dude comes up from behind me and pulls my hat off.
Assuming all of that's true, which I hadn't watched that far into the thing, I understand why you were angry and, heat of the moment, why you were mad you cut off.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you also don't take it off any other time. Besides this, to be fair,
It's true.
then you're coming around, you're mature.
Well, it's like the Tim Pool's the beanie guy. Everybody wants me to sell beanies, and it comes from skateboarding. If you go to, like, a really good example is you go to the Lower East Side skate park in New York, and you see dudes wearing beanies and sweaters. So when I was 14,
Well, you look way more conspicuous and recognizable walking around in a jacket and a beanie in the summer, right?
that's my point.
Do you want to be recognized with the big beanie on?
Well, I do that when I'm doing doing events where I want to be recognized.
So when you're in your house with your wife, does she make you wear the hat or something because you want to gross her out?
She makes me wear a MAGA head, a Mar-a-Lago head.
Mar-a-Lago hat?
Yeah.
How are you related to Pop Bob? Pop Bob?
Who's it?
Yeah, I don't know, is he your cousin or your brother or something? Pop Bob? Don't you just meet Gorbachev? Who? Gorbachev?
Who's that?
The Russian?
What's Russia?
I was just testing you.
I've never heard of this place.
I was just well, it's not a place, but I was just testing it out.
It's
Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode is sponsored by Factor Milk. Wow, it's outdone themselves. For legal reasons, I cannot claim that was sent to me by Factor. But doesn't it look good? They offer 45 plus weekly menu options that are all unique and different, come ready and fresh and ready to eat and ready and good to wow. That's good. I personally love Factor Meals because it's summertime. It's so hot, and I know I don't want to spend my time in the kitchen doing stuff like that. So that's why Factor Meals is so helpful. They offer multiple different options like Calorie Smart, Keto, and more. And James, Factor powers your whole day with nutritious breakfast, on-the-go lunches, and premium dinners, along with guilt-free desserts and snack time, like a little baby. If you want to get Factor Meals for yourself, go to factormeals.com/baton50 off. That's factormeals.com/MATAN50OFF. Get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. That's factormeals.com/baton50 off. Thank you to Factor Meals for sponsoring today's episode. And they did not send me that, but it would be cool if they did. Are left-handed people the work of the devil?
and that's a good question.
Yeah, I thought that's what you would believe.
No, they're not.
They're not? How can we be sure?
I don't know.
Are gay people the work of the devil? No. So what are they the work of? Satan?
It's the devil, isn't it?
I know, I'm just trying that game where I'm just using different terminology.
No, I don't. I'm fairly libertarian. I don't care if people can, bang wherever they want.
I'm not asking if they should be allowed to have sex with men, or I'm not asking if they should be allowed to write with their left hand. I'm just asking where they were sent from.
I don't know. God?
God and them?
Yeah, I guess he made everything, didn't he?
He needs to get out of here.
Out.
To create a new state.
What did the 1-year-old say to the 9-year-old?
I don't know.
Ba, 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 ba,
Nevertheless, for that brief period of time, it hinted at what could be possible to do. As you can see, it's got recovered material. It has at the top the denomination listed in several languages, but at the bottom, right under the number of Yiddish, the words because Yiddish was actually the official language. Very brief period. So we're basically talking about 1,000 years.
What did the 1-year-old say to the 10-year-old?
See it.
What did they say?
Linguistics, some of the most intricate terms that enter the Yiddish language are essentially claiming or proto-Slavic language. Like, for example, the word for father.
And so on and so forth.
In Hebrew,
I like it.
What are you doing on your phone?
I'm turning it into a song.
You're turning that into a song?
Yeah, what kind of music do you like?
You're going to have to give me a cut of that.
You can have it.
when they were in Germany,
What kind of music do you like?
I honestly don't really listen to music, but the type of music I like is that black gangster stuff because it keeps them uncivilized.
Gangster rap. Your choice. Let's roll. I have just uploaded your babas into, and it is now making it into a song.
Do your political sentiments come from the dreams you have while sick with pneumonia?
Some of them.
Some of them?
There's a long time ago.
Such as which one?
Decentralization. I was very sick.
Decentralization? Tell me a little bit about that.
It means that we're better off without. There's a mix between if you have no central leadership, everything's fucked up. But if you have one person doing everything, it's even worse.
No, it's not. Not if he's a great one to Donald Trump.
That's the exception.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, but that's what we have right now. So wouldn't you want it actually more centralized? That's not a rap song. That's just me. I was just showing you.
That's I got. Now I'm gonna play the song for you guys.
Nazis lived in Eastern Europe, but even in America today, they're memorizing.
That was a good song.
It was a good song.
Holy shit, are you Tim Pool? My great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather is a huge fan.
Is he?
He is.
He's dead.
No, he's not. I thought that was like your typical fan base. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I am wrong?
Yeah, it's mostly like 16-year-olds because they like hearing complaining.
There's no way.
Yeah, just a bunch of.
I was at your show and everybody who came up was pretty old. They also had no hair. They were loud and proud about it.
Some of them were. One guy got kicked out.
The bald guy.
One guy got kicked out. I don't know how to fucking get this shit. Oh, wait, there it is. Baba.
I don't hear anything so far.
Yeah, where's the lyrics?
Yeah, then you're just playing. And by the way, this is like a ripped off song. That's
Just AI music.
Where's the dog shit, whatever you are.
You're right. Maybe if I skip forward. That doesn't even sound like gangster rap. That sucked.
Yeah, turn that off.
Yeah, that was terrible.
What? I'll wait for you.
No, you're good. I tried. I'm sorry.
Why is it that when a girl insults me, the police do nothing, but when I shoot a bitch in the face and bury her in the forest, I go to jail forever?
That's murder. It's actually one of the worst crimes.
Yeah, but then when they say, hey, you're a fucking loser, it's like they don't go to jail. Well, what's this double standard all of a sudden?
It's because you killed somebody.
What do you mean I killed somebody? They insulted me first.
Yeah, that's murder.
I know. That's what I'm asking about.
Yeah, you should go to jail for murder.
But why did they get to insult me first and I don't get to respond?
You can respond. Just not with murder.
But don't you agree that when somebody's attacking you, you don't have to, it shouldn't be on that person to decide so he could force in that moment?
So you're saying if someone is attacking.
First answer my question, then we'll move on and I'll try to spit it out.
All right, ask it.
I just did.
But there was 2 parts to it, so I just want to make sure I get it right.
Okay, I'll just word it all into one. Yeah. Just give me a yes or no. So, like, do you, like, how much money were you paid by the Russian government?
$0.
Not true. I had a lie detector guy in one of the episodes. I should have brought him here.
That'd be cool. $0.
Oh, okay. So I just got sidetracked by that thing. But what I was saying is, do you think it's on somebody getting attacked in that moment to decide what a good amount of force is, or they're under a lot of pressure, so it's not fair?
If a person is being attacked, if there's something called the imperfect defense, where they believe their life is threatened, but it may not actually be, and then there can sometimes be a defense depending on the state.
My life was being threatened. They said you're a bitch and you should die.
Actually, yeah, that could be a death threat.
They said you're a bitch and you should die, but forget that whole thing about the dying thing.
Then no, you can't kill them.
I don't know.
But actually, it depends on what their body's doing, right? Was he like reaching into his jacket?
You're a bitch and it's a woman, it's a girl. You're a bitch and fuck you. You're a loser.
Did they say it to you a lot?
That's what I hear, and then I go, oh yeah, oh she's reaching.
Well, if she was coming right for you, if she's coming right for you, just make sure you yell, "Oh God, she's coming right for me."
That's usually what I do.
Yeah, and then nobody can be the perfect crime.
When will the police find the 3 bodies I hid in the forest?
To be honest, premeditated murder is almost solved.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't premeditated, to be fair.
Even then, I think the success rate for solving any murder is around like 30 to 40%. So you got a pretty good chance of getting away with it.
No, because it happened 3 times.
Doesn't matter.
Then it's like I really only have like a 10% chance of succeeding.
So when you ask how long will it take, you might get away with it.
Yes. Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that.
Tarantino kill all of the good guys at the end of Inglourious Basterds.
Who were the good guys?
He burned down that whole theater with all the guys in it.
Who was it?
What do you mean, who was it? Was that even, what's that
I didn't see the
question?
movie.
You didn't see Inglourious Basterds?
I've seen some of it.
Okay, well, at the end of the movie, there's a theater with all of the good guys in it, and they're watching a movie. And then I took that
Did that upset you?
What up?
Did it upset you?
Did they kill the protagonist?
At the end of the movie?
What?
At the end of Inglourious Basterds, did it upset you?
Well, I just thought it was kind of wasteful. I thought they were going to end up, except you just kill all the good guys in the end, and that's the movie. Like, oh,
I haven't seen it, but I don't like Star Wars, so I can relate to bad movies.
Yeah, but in Star Wars, the good guy wins.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean,
I'm not saying
actually, I think the Jedi are the bad guys.
The Jedi are the bad guys?
They're the bad guys.
Yeah, but that argument is like almost a conspiracy theory. It's not widely accepted. Like,
Because people are wrong. Mace Windu tried to assassinate the duly elected chancellor because of his religion. He literally said to Anakin, he has an evil religion and must die. And Anakin's like, what?
Yeah, but that's not so bad if the guy's right.
He's the bad guy.
No, he's the good guy. Well, actually, we're wrong.
Well, he tried to kill the duly elected chancellors. I think the good guys won in Revenge of the Sith.
The good guys won?
Yeah, the Sith. They stopped the coup.
They didn't really win at the end. Well, they kind of did. It was like, no, he didn't win, but
well, yeah, he got generally. Yeah, they were the good guys.
Do you
Jedi propaganda.
Do you correct the way people spell your in the comment sections on Instagram?
No.
Really?
I like it when they misspell it.
Yeah, so you can correct them.
No, I want them to misspell it.
Why is that?
It's flavor.
Flavor?
It makes the internet fun,
People misspelling your. Get like a chocolate do. Why? Why would that be relevant?
It's just like when you're watching bunnies hop around in the field eating flowers,
And they are released to themselves by what I see as a child like the vast rage that are so totally shady is lately is a good system, but it's totally legit. They exactly
Also, if you already have installed the right,
it's hard
there's a chance that you have this too. And this one that counts installed as well. And so I feel like that's already got.
I don't know if he knows how to work it. He's
He's trying.
He's struggling. Are you fucking retarded or something, buddy? No, just Tim Rush.
Yeah.
I'll continue with the interview.
Those are impressive.
They hurt?
Yeah, you can take the shots for me. You got there you go. You got presidential protection over here.
What is he? Just trying to get shot up his ass?
He is.
Well, anyways, I guess Mike just trying to get around that, maybe leave the gun over or something. Are you vaccinated?
I am.
You are vaccinated.
Yeah, I got a lot.
Really? Which ones?
Yeah, fever, Hep A, typhus, tetanus.
Yeah, polio, hepatitis, and rotavirus.
All of them, yeah.
What weighs more? 1 pound of half a donut or 1 pound of steel?
They weigh the same. They both weigh a pound.
The answer is steel because the donut is only half, remember?
Oh, right.
Yeah. I got you. I thought you were clever because you just flipped it.
What weighs more? 1 ounce of, would you say steel? Or 1 ounce of gold?
Yeah, well, they measure gold in a different system. I'm not around. So you could treat me, but I treat you. But see, my thing was actually intelligence. Yours, even if you got it, wouldn't have been. Because yours was just a thing about knowledge. She's aiming it at me now, this idiot.
I'll do $100 to shoot the town with it.
There's a lot more on the line. Get money with me. I'll rip this talk out.
I'll give you $1,000.
Have you ever ate 300 chickens in 5 minutes? Is it 300 chicken in 5 minute challenge?
I haven't done it. I tried once.
You tried?
I didn't do it. It's just rough. I think I could do it. Probably eat like 50 chicken wings in one sitting.
I guess this would be a good challenge. Can you try drinking a bunch of shit?
Nah, I'll throw up.
You're already gonna throw up, so that actually helps.
That might kill you, actually.
kill you?
Actually, my stomach feels a lot better.
Yeah, so have some more. You'll feel even better. Like $1 million.
Bismuth subsalicylate.
Yeah, good for you. You'll be happy for you.
It also cures diarrhea.
Doctors, well, yeah, drink some more.
Oh,
Can you pass it to me? Why not?
That's mine.
Second was autocracy, the idea that all Russian citizens or subjects, I should say, should recognize the primary rule of themselves and feudal rights of the people. Finally, it was difficult to translate into English without this connotation. Believe in the value of my book. But it's in a much deeper spiritual sense.
We have like 300 of these back in our studio.
Don't worry, I'm not going to shoot it at you.
Like did not fit into the Russian model. Really did not belong in the United States. This is why the Jewish
I'm aiming for you.
so many horrific degrees, such as the infamous that required Jewish children.
What is it, a dinosaur?
To be taken from their homes 36 years in military service. Punishment that wreaked tremendous havoc the Orthodox in terms of autonomy, I had difficulty getting these peasants to submit to the Tsar in Moscow.
Why are you reading that part?
It feels good.
And he eventually had to settle for the
Well, did any of that hurt you?
no. Like,
I was hoping it would.
sort of cousins to the Russians. Many things to say.
See, that's what I was saying, right? They told me you were dangerous.
You have some real shitty security guards, you know that?
He's doing a good job.
They really give like 6 off on you. I told them to. You tell them that.
He said he showed me a thing before the show started. He's like, they got a Nerf gun, they're gonna shoot it.
Fuck you, I asked you not to tell him. Fuck you, he was looking around and I saw him. I said, you don't have to tell him about that, it's not a big deal. Should Fatsos have to buy multiple seats on an aeroplane?
Fatsos? Yeah, fuck yes, they should.
Yeah, I was on an airplane here to film this, and there was this guy not even sitting next to me, and he bought multiple seats, and it pissed me off.
Oh, I'm glad he bought multiple seats. Yeah, but dude, I once sat next to a guy on a plane who ordered, like, I kid you not, like 2 sandwiches, 2 snack boxes, 2 Cokes.
I mean, you can have it, it doesn't do shit.
But why you give me the hell?
Got your security? How much made that for? Take a look at it.
They get, he knows how to hold his weapons. He's actually, they're not security guards.
They're not?
No, they're just my neighbors.
No, they're not. They're from Russia.
They're just, they're
That's the
farmers.
KGB.
They're farmers.
No, they're not.
They're chicken farmers.
Describe the color of person you would trust in your room, and then describe the color of person you wouldn't.
A person I would trust in my room?
The color of them.
A person I would trust in my room, a color? Yellow.
Yellow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And now the next one is the more important question.
The one I wouldn't trust.
Yeah.
White people.
White people?
Yeah, like you.
I'm not, well, you know what, I am white. And go ahead and explain that.
White people, I was told by Mike.com and Fox and the Huffington Post.
So you're being bad. You're doing bad faith.
Bad faith?
Yeah.
Oh, I just thought you were joking.
No, I'm serious. I want to know the wouldn't trust in your room.
It's an honest question. Anyone in my room that I didn't know any color.
Yeah, I guess it would be ideal to not have anybody you don't know in your room, but assuming they have to be in your room. Like you're on a character creator, like Elder Scrolls, and you're just picking the color option. The rest will be randomized. What color will you make them?
Yellow.
Okay, what color will you make them to not want to be in there?
I don't know that you do character creation for bad guys like that.
Huh?
Red.
No,
Demons.
no, it's not a demon. It's a human character. I feel like your audience is fine if you say black.
But no, I like black people.
I like them too. They're funny, but like, I don't trust them. If Stephen Hawking was so smart, why couldn't he move his legs?
He had, what did he have? Lou Gehrig's disease? No.
But regardless, if he was smart, he would have figured out how to move his legs or a solution.
I guess he wasn't smart.
Einstein could move his legs.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. Not even a loser, it's just an idiot. He's regarded as one of the top guys, but even in death, he's now getting exposed for being on that island.
Is he? Oh, let me ask you this. What was Stephen Hawking famous for?
Being a cripple, to be honest.
You are correct.
That's what I'm saying.
Because when you ask people about Einstein, they'll say special relativity and general relativity. When you ask people about Stephen Hawking, they'll be like, I don't know.
With Einstein, they'll be like the nuclear bombs and whatever that is. I don't even know.
Even Werner von Braun, people can be like rockets. And then Stephen Hawking, it's like you're about space, I think.
Even if you ask somebody about me, they'll know that I'm like a serious podcast guy. Stephen Hawking is like almost an insult what he's famous for.
Yeah. The moment you bring up Stephen Hawking, people go, he was the guy who was in the wheelchair.
That's what I'm trying to
say. And when they do shows about him, it's always the robot voice, even though he didn't have to have the robot voice.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein will be on the Tim Pool list?
On my list?
Yeah, I guess so.
List of, like, enemies?
List of sex pets that you had a company with?
I think if there was a list, Trump would be.
Trump would be on it.
On my list. If I had a list, I would put Trump on it.
Why would you do that to him?
Because, like, I want to be associated with him, you know what I mean? Like, people can be like, Tim, to work with Trump, it was bad.
That's not working with him.
But also, it's like, no, I mean, when Trump said that when you're famous, women let you do it.
Yeah, well, I didn't know he said that. I'm going to believe he didn't, because that's real suspicious sounding. That could sound worse.
It does sound bad. Yeah. He's like, when you're famous, they let you do it. Grab by the pussy.
Oh, that was the same quote?
Yeah.
I heard the last part.
Yeah.
That's what the fake news gave me. They only let me listen to that last part. They didn't give me the full context.
That's true.
What a bunch of idiots, actually. That other part sounds much worse. But he actually was sent here by the Lord to save the country. Did you know that?
Yeah, did you know what his name means?
Donald Trump?
You know what it means?
I've seen this before. It's like the savior or something. Or like
Donald means ruler of the world. It's a Scottish name that means world ruler or king. And Trump means the herald of. So, like the trumpet sound of the world king. Yeah, that's crazy, right? See what I'm saying? And then his son is named Baron. What is Baron mean? Baron means ruler.
Oh, really? Same thing?
Yeah.
Well, he's trying to set the success line down the road too.
Maybe. Or maybe he's the herald of the world ruler.
See, that's why he knew not to name Eric Trump Baron, because Eric's an idiot. I don't know which one to give the name to.
Well, he did. There's Trump Jr.
Trump Jr.?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like Jr. is like kind of like a little dog thing, you know what I mean? So it's like, it actually is like, it's like the son, the little dog of the ruler. So he started all the way through.
15 years in prison.
Yeah.
So,
he's a smart guy.
Your show averages a couple 100,000 views, and you were paid $100,000 per episode to promote Russian propaganda. Longneck doesn't have a show, and he has no real fans. He has a lot of bots. How much money would Russia pay him?
I don't know.
Come on, you know better than anybody else does besides Benny Johnson.
All right, let's go.
And that other guy.
Joe Rogan did, I think it was a 3-year deal for $250 million. Recently, I think he did a 2-year open platform deal for $250. Caller Daddy did a 2-year deal for $100 million. So, and Travis Kelce, I think it was a 3-year deal, $100 million. So, if you are if you are averaging a couple 100,000 views per episode, the big networks pay, I think, around $400,000 to $500,000 per week.
Here's my question.
How many episodes do you do per month?
Well, 4. 1 week.
How many views do they get?
Maybe on average like 300,000 or so.
Or you 300,000 at $20 CPM. If you're doing like 4 or 5 ads, you should be doing 100,000 per episode.
I thought you said from like I was gonna get paid by Russia. I don't forget the ads. I already have that.
Yeah, but you should.
I won't know. You know what the real ones are.
You should be able to get. I think it's easy if you just do a couple of average, you get 60K per episode on this show. But here's the deal: what you want to do is you want to leverage the direction of the audience. So when you look at these big companies like Westwood One, you've also got iHeartRadio, you've got Spotify, for instance. There's also Libsyn. You go to those companies and say, you control the ads and pay me a guaranteed rate. At 300,000 an episode once a week, they might give you a couple $1 million.
Okay, here's my question. One, I don't make even close to that, so I need to figure out how to make money.
Yeah.
And two, how much would long neck get? Because if you started a podcast and you get like 300 views a month,
300.
but you wouldn't even be able to sustain it. Because he's like sickly, he's a sick individual. So I don't think he'd be able to film weekly, maybe like bi-monthly.
He can maybe get donations.
Yeah, but I'm saying from Russia. Because you'll see there and go,
I guess you got to reach out to Russia.
can you help me with that?
No. No,
You have to keep it for yourself. You're like a Jewish.
I don't know anybody. I can't help you.
So that's not true, but thanks for coming on. That's
Is that it?
to film with Long Neck now.
Who's Long Neck?
He's the next one coming into the
Oh, you're talking about Alex Stein?
Not Alex Stein. Long Neck.
No. All right.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the podcast. Today's guest, we have Team Russia. Please welcome in.
See that one of the figures that
For today's co-host, please welcome in Mike. And then Mr. Russia, if you could just pull that mic a little bit close to yourself and introduce yourself, that would be great.
Me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hi, I'm Tim.
Yeah. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. I'm Tim Poole. I'm the host of Timcast IRL, and I'm just a guy on the internet complains about things, I guess. Complains a lot. People pay me money for it.
Why did you decide to bring some of KGB here with you today?
Because the death threats,
I didn't threaten to kill you.
Well, but you never know. I mean, I heard you try to kill somebody.
I only pulled a knife on one guy, but I didn't hit him. I just threatened him.
Oh.
It was just honestly an accident, if anything.
They said that you're a shady type. You're a shady type.
Just to be careful.
Just to be careful. Yeah, they said that you're dangerous.
Well, thank you both for supporting Russia.
Oh, free money.
It's not free, but it's money. Do you believe in the conspiracy theory that Tim Pool was paid to promote Russian propaganda?
I don't believe that conspiracy.
You don't believe it?
No, I don't believe in it.
How does that work?
That I don't believe in it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a story that make up to scare kids, like the Boogeyman or Michael Jackson.
It didn't scare me. It was just like a story like, yeah, I went to the store yesterday and I grabbed a bag of milk.
Bags?
Yeah.
Who sells bags of milk?
They sell that stuff in the Middle East. They sell it in bags.
I don't know milk. I've seen them sell bags of water, though.
They do both, I'm telling you. But anyway, go ahead with the last one. Be able to sustain it. He's like sickly. He's a sick individual. I don't think he'd be able to film it.
This is really the Fighter and the Kid.
The first is highly educated. Also very characteristic. Thirdly, his brothers also build champion boxers, yet they have never found public place. The reason they have never had
The
Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
Now, we should not be off by the fact that he's a professional boxer, because after all, there is a very long tradition of Jewish activity in the martial arts.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Hey, Mike Maxwell. I'm Joe Rogan, man. Good to see you. It's good to be here. For anybody who doesn't know, Mike Maxwell is an amazing artist and did not just that painting with Quentin Tarantino in front of it, which is pretty fucking cool, but also the JRE logo. Yeah, he did this logo. Yeah, that was like, how many years ago was that? Like 15 fucking years ago? Yeah, it has to be. I think you were like on episode 10. Maybe. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and super fucking random too. Like I get the question all the time, like, how the fuck did you do that? You know? And for me, like my whole like art experience has just been like make the work, and whatever the fuck happens after is just all bonus. You know? Well, if the work is great, that works. You know, it's like, you kind of have to be discovered. Someone has to find you. But yeah, ultimately, it's about talent. Yeah, and you know, hard work too. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, because that talent really doesn't come.
Discipline,
like,
you can
artists so often like,
but just like fighting, it just you gotta get reps.
I draw. Like,
The problem I have is when you have a name and you're doing it, you're not just going to open mic. Like I couldn't just go to open mic and practice my shit. I've never been an open mic. When you first go to a real open mic,
people have
I hit ground running. I mean, when I say running, I mean nobody can offer me anything I would say no to. Open mics, restaurants, bars. I had to do it at the Comedy Store. Everyone's like, oh, Shop's green. It's like, yeah, bitch, I just started. I don't want all you guys here. Like, let me work my shit out. But like, you lose that luxury, especially Rampage. He's more famous than I am. So if you're going to start doing it, it's a crutch. I make jokes. Oh, really, dude? You know, shot a special, offers now, shoot specials in every major network you've heard of. Shot a I make jokes. Oh, really, dude?
How is it continues that it's Rabbi Rothschild? People were shocked. Almost
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeart podcast preview.
Their jobs. So since for himself, the teacher and mayors putting energy into science, developing and understanding the Holocaust. Because it's ironic that he gave this legitimate trauma months later, of course, he was embroiled in a war, which in many ways speaks of many of the tragedies and cruelties that were behind us for the massive so-called Holocaust by bullets in places that were shot. He also notes that Baba Yag, many traders, also had family values, also loved their children, yet they could shoot their children with the says it's impressed to answer this question because the world with the doctrine. It's not saying a ritual. It in many ways speaks to the Jewish past, which is far more complex than we really feel like this. And also, hopefully, the optimistic and friendly Jewish future where we're looking towards ways of understanding the situations that are difficult to speak.
Zrób sobie tego drinka, nie całą naraz.
So calm down.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
My topic for today is Ukraine and its Jews. When Rabbi Morris and I were first talking about the various topics and how we would actually phrase this, we had some challenge because, the situation on the ground is changing so dramatically that we needed to choose a fairly generic topic that would cover all possibilities. So what I'm planning to do is to develop a single thesis, which I hope to demonstrate with a concrete graphic immediately, and then work with a historical narrative, and then bring this to the present day. And at that point, we'll wrap it up and we'll open it up for discussion and questions to see if my thesis works at all. Can you all see my screen? Just Slava, would you please nod your head if you see the image in the background? Okay, great. Okay, so that's the plan. Now, the thesis is basically that historically, Jews of Ukraine have oriented themselves culturally.
Let us out for another day.
They've oriented themselves towards the most powerful national units in multinational states. So, for example, in Austria-Hungary, they tend to be more Austral-phile. When Hungary became much more independent after 1867, they developed a Hungarian Jewish identity. In Ukraine, they were first Polonophile, meaning like developing an identity that began to connect them to the ruling Poles and then later to the ruling Russians. But in the last 3 decades since independence from the Soviet Union, I would like to tender for our discussion that Ukrainian Jews have begun to develop, really for the first time in their history, a Ukrainian Jewish identity, which has very significant implications for the current world we're in and for the future. As at a point of departure, have a look at this unusual Holocaust memorial, which is located on the wall of the Great Synagogue of Quds. Let me just show you where that is located in Ukraine itself. Here's a map that shows a drop of where Quds is. It is in north and western Ukraine. Here's Kyiv, and then to the right is Poltava, which I know is a place very important to you because it's a sister city to your organization, to your temple, and also Odessa here in the south. So this is the western part of Ukraine, not too far from Russia. This is the actual site of the monument on the side of the 17th century Quds Great Synagogue, which was built in the classic fortress style, possibly because of the many Cossack rebellions that we're going to discuss in a moment that occurred in that place. But let's have a closer look at the image itself. First of all, a couple of sort of superficial things. The first is you can see between 2010, when the photograph on the right was taken, and 2011, just a year later, when this photograph was taken, there's been some decay, and no one has maintained it. I don't know what it looks like today. I don't have any friends that live to take a more contemporary picture, but that says something about how it exists within the public sphere. Secondly, it seems like there's been some minor vandalism. Some people may have put some stickers on here, which could have been for anything, could be a political thing, a commercial thing, who knows, and it's been hastily removed, which means something, but not completely removed. So that's just superficial observations which may be relevant later. But then if you look at the text in the triangles below, you can see that here there is a text that describes the history of the Jews of Quds right up until the Holocaust. But the language that's used there is Ukrainian, not Russian. It is rather unusual. Particularly during the Soviet years, Ukrainian would certainly have been the third language, certainly not the first language, but Ukrainian is there prominently, and no Russian text at all. Jews overwhelmingly spoke Russian first in the 20th century, not Ukrainian. Nevertheless, this Jewish memorial on a synagogue is the time of change. Secondly, on the left-hand side, you see it's written in Hebrew, not Yiddish. Yiddish, of course, was overwhelming vernacular of the 19th century. Prior to that, the fact that they would choose Hebrew indicates it's very strongly oriented towards Israel, the modern state of Israel. So here you have a monument beside the synagogue that is texted in Ukrainian and in Hebrew. But the most dramatic and striking element of this image, which I'm sure many of you have picked up on, but it would have been instinctive to anyone who trained, is the shape. You can see that figure in the center, which looks like a Jew with hands raised in prayer, looking upward, is clearly evocative of the trident of Volodymyr. This is the national symbol of Ukraine, which is named after Saint Volodymyr, the first figure in Ukrainian history to convert to Christianity in the year 988. It is a distinctly Christian and Ukrainian national symbol, and here it is embedded directly into the very structure of this monument. So I'm using this as kind of like a thought piece from art to look at how Jews in Ukraine may be envisioning themselves in an independent Ukraine, which represents a break from much of their prior history. Speaking of the history, let's go to that now. So here is a very well-known map, the Pale of Settlement. This is the region in the former Russian Empire prior to 1917, where Jews were allowed to live in Russia. Russia proper had banned all Jews from the year 1479 when, in somewhat of a scandalous development, a member of the royal household, influenced by a local Jewish doctor, converted to Judaism. And at that point, the church was enraged and they actually embarked on a centuries-long campaign to root out what they called Judaizers, and no Jew was except under very exceptional circumstances that lived in Russia proper. Catherine the Great, the 18th century ruler who was involved with the dismemberment of Poland, suddenly found herself, with the acquisition of those Polish territories, the owner of the largest single population of Jews in the world, and although the church urged her to expel them or do something with them, she nevertheless effected a compromise by creating this territory where Jews were allowed to live. And as you can see, it extends in the north from the Lithuanian and southern Latvian territories down through what will later be Belarus. On the western part, it has the Kingdom of Poland, and then the large part towards the south is this circle here just roughly describes the main area of Jewish settlement, which was on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which bisects Ukraine. It goes to Kyiv and then down to the Black Sea, and most Jews live on the western side of that river. Poltava was towards the newer area of Jewish settlement, and Odessa as well for other reasons, because it was found originally. Now, for the most part, in this region, Jews lived among Ukrainians in a kind of an economic symbiosis where there were moments of conflict that I'm going to explain in a moment. But by and large, it was uneventful. By and large, they slowly picked up cultural habits and tics and ideas from each other. Most of Eastern European Jewish cooking, for example, was overwhelmingly Ukrainian in nature. A tremendous amount of Ukrainian Yiddish language, a certain amount of Yiddish also made it into Ukrainian and so on. But if Jews had to sort of identify with a nationality after being Jewish, they tended to be Russian, because the Russians were the dominant power, and it's dangerous for minorities to identify with a powerless population. Even though they may be the dominant population of the region, nevertheless, it might not work out well for the nation to struggle. There was one moment, however, where this changed dramatically, and that is the topic of the dissertation that Rabbi Rothschild mentioned earlier. During the period of Immediately after the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, Ukrainians and Jews attempted to establish an independent state, which was founded on much more European principles, not as an ethnic nation state, but rather as a citizen-based state, in which all minorities would have unprecedented rights and privileges, including the Jews. And as one artifact of that period, here is a 100 Karbovanas bill, a unit of currency, from that very brief period of time. And on the other side of this bill is all in Ukrainian, which was the dominant language, at least in terms of the population. But on this side, the offers, you had 100 Karbovanas written in Russian, Polish, and right below the numbers 100, you see it's written in Yiddish. Because the Jews were actually given a minister of Jewish affairs. They were allocated tax dollars for Jewish schools and synagogues and things like that. It was a really wonderful kind of utopian idea that ended in horrific failure, largely because of corrupt violence that swept over the countryside in the Civil War. Most painfully, about 40% of the pogroms that were reported were actually perpetrated by forces that were ostensibly loyal to the same government that printed this bill, which is an irony that I mentioned. So what happened in Ukraine is now we get to a new period, 100 years later, where there's an opportunity to kind of resurrect that moment of cooperation. But Ukraine has a lot of identity formation that itself has to respond. For example, here, Ukraine does recognize its unique Jewish population and its long Jewish history that, as we shall see, goes back 1,000 years. And they're prepared in a kind of much more European mode to celebrate and commemorate that. This is a stamp dated 2011 that commemorates the 70th anniversary of the tragedy of Rabbi Rothschild. That's the horrific massacre of some 30,000 Jews in the space of just a handful of days when the Germans entered Kiev into the Second World War. But at the same time, here in 2009, we have another stamp that's dated 2009 that commemorates the 100th anniversary of the birth of Stepan Bandera, who is one of the figures who was most in favor of collaborating with the Nazis when they invaded Ukraine. So how is it possible that a country can at the same time celebrate its Jewish minority and promote its Jewish minority, acknowledge its strong presence there, and have a Jewish president, and at the same time it makes sense within their culture to commemorate Nazi collaboration? This is one of the great paradoxes that I hope we'll have an opportunity to explain. So let's just do a very quick historical review. How did the Jews get to Ukraine? The Jews actually have an incredibly long history there. There are, some kind of hazy, legendary statements about Jews living in Ukraine, especially on the Black Sea coast in the first century of the Common Era. There's also a population associated with Khazaria in the 10th century, so really quite old, really at the very beginnings of Ukrainian culture. But the big masses of Jewish migration to Ukraine happened in the 12th through the 17th century, primarily from the Rhineland, the traditional heartland known as Ashkenaz. The reason for that is twofold. First, there was increasingly unwelcome anti-Semitic pressures that were forcing the Jews from the West to consider new homes. The rise of the blood libel in the 12th century, the host desecration in the 13th century, the Black Death in the 14th century, repeated expulsions of Jews from France 3 times in the 14th century alone, made Jews consider that they were not necessarily welcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, there was a second factor. There was a vacuum for precisely the kind of skills that Jews had in Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was beginning to develop its economy, and they needed an urban population that was literate and especially numerate, that could actually work with numbers, figures, and basic accounting, that could understand commerce, that understood metallurgy, a lot of the earliest pictures of this period were actually Jews. Some of the earliest Polish coins were actually written with characters, and so Jews were actually invited to settle in the regions that were controlled by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, in particular their southern landholdings in Ukraine. So that's basically when Jews started making their way from Ashkenaz to Ukraine. The economic structure of the region was very much kind of like caste-like, where the vast majority of Ukrainians were agrarian, working in fields, and the landowners, the higher classes, tend to be Poles, quite often living far away in Poland itself. And here's where the Jews came in. The Poles would basically hire the Jews to act as middlemen or leaseholders through a system called the arenda, which is a kind of tax farm, where the Polish nobleman would say, I would like you Jews to manage my large farm called the Latifundia, which includes more than farms, it included an entire village, it included the mills, the presses, and literally even the people, because these Ukrainians were serfs, which is not exactly the same thing, but it's not quite as high as a peasant. They were attached to the land, they could not leave the land, they could not marry without the permission of the Lord itself. And the nobleman would typically, the Polish nobleman would typically say to the Jew, okay, you and your community, I want you to raise 1,000 zloty from my Latifundia. Jews would go out and do it. And they were empowered by the government with the force of law to impose any kind of taxes that would successfully raise that amount of money. The Jews would, of course, raise more than that. They would raise, let's say, 1,200 zloty, because the other 200 would be their profit, and then they would turn over the 1,000 zloty to the Polish nation. The problem was that the system was inherently exploitative, such that if the Jews did a good job and they turned up on time with the 1,000 zloty in hand, then nobody might be tempted to say, hey, you know what? That seemed pretty easy. I guess I underbid. I would like you to collect 1,100 zloty next year. And that meant that Jews had to come back and get more creative and invested in finding different ways to tax the local Ukrainian population. And there were many innovative ways of taxation which were increasingly hated by the local population. One of them, for example, was Venazia, which is essentially the monopoly on the distillation and sale of alcohol, which meant that Jews in Ukraine basically cornered the market on all of the inns or krechmas. That's what this part from the 1920s represents, a traditional Jewish krechma, which has Jews involved in the sale of alcohol and also very much music, and so on. And Ukrainians in their best finery come to enjoy a little bit of socialization. But if you can imagine that, the Jew is, collecting taxes on this, and maybe he'll allow people to run up a tab, and then at harvest season, you've got to pay up a large amount, perhaps with interest. And the most hated of the accusations, which was widely circulated in Ukrainian books, is the accusation that Jews actually held the keys to churches. And if you wanted to baptize your child or get your child married, you had to pay the Jew to open up churches, which was heavily resisted. What ended up happening, as you can imagine, is there was a rebellion in the 17th century led by Bogdan Chmelnytsky, and he was able to capitalize on a large number of people called Cossacks or Kozakers, who were essentially runaway serfs who had made their way to the borderlands, to the region of Zaporizhia, which is today where they have the nuclear plant. And from there, they would engage in raids on Tatar lands and Turkish lands, and sometimes on the Polish border. Here you can see a remarkable piece of art by Ilya Repin, something that really speaks to the Ukrainian national identity. The idea of this is something I think really fits very well with the way Americans see themselves as Canadians. From the outside in, I perceive this about your wonderful culture. Thank God, I'm very happy to be here. But there are some parts about your culture that I don't quite get. One of those things is like this incredible attachment to freedom, and don't tread on me, and you're not the boss of me. That's definitely a very Ukrainian attitude. What comes from the idea of these freebooting Cossacks? The leader of these bands was Bogdan Chmelnytsky, shown here on a banknote from modern Ukraine. And he led this major attack against the Poles, against Ukrainians who had converted themselves as traitors, and of course against the middlemen, the Jews. Some of the first pogroms in Jewish history occurred led by this man. So Ukrainians viewed him as a great national liberator, brought freedom and independence to Ukrainians, whereas Jews viewed him as incredibly anti-Semitic. Both of those images, they are not yet reconciled in modern Ukraine, but it is in many ways akin to the American difficulty.
But when it comes to the actual technique, and developing that fine hand-eye coordination and the ability to draw or paint exactly what you're looking for, that's work. That's work.
Yeah, and nothing came easy. Like, I feel like there's some artists and like some creative people who they have some like inert talent in there somewhere, where it's like we have the right brain chemistry to like get started, but like I'm still improving. 20, 25, 26 years in, I'm still recognizing improvements.
Yeah, I thought that particular one that we just posted a picture of, that was like one of your best ones. That is fucking amazing.
I told you, like, I probably put more time and effort into that piece than anything I've made previously.
Look at that thing, man. That is so sick. That is so sick. And it's like, that is this show.
Yeah, right? And what's funny, like, that piece was really like, all the components were just separate drawings that I had been like compiling.
Oh wow!
And then it like eventually just kind of formed itself. Like sometimes I just let the work do what it needs to do. Sometimes it's almost like I feel disconnected from it.
Yeah.
And I have like there gets to a point after like all the like prep work where it's like the painting starts to paint itself. Like it tells me what it wants.
Yeah.
It's very strange. Like there'll be a moment where it's like I can feel something's not right, and then like I can't consciously of okay, well I need to do A, B, and C. But it's kind of like I sit and wait, and something tells me. Right.
It's so crazy that you say it that way because so many people, including authors in particular, they talk about the exact same kind of process. It's like something just comes to you.
Yeah, and I've done a little bit of writing, and I've recognized that in writing too, where like I'm telling a story, and then all of a sudden it's like the characters come to life, and they start to dictate what's actually going to happen.
Yeah,
like it writes itself eventually, but you have to do all that beginning work, like the prep work. Like you have to get the idea going, and then once you're a certain like path in, like it starts to communicate with you.
I always wondered why that's why Stephen King wrote his best work when he was coked up and drunk, because he was out of his head.
Yeah,
it helped him to get away from his own head.
Yeah,
I know that sounds ridiculous, especially to sober people.
Yeah,
don't you know what I mean? Like they don't want to admit that there's a net positive effect of some people with drugs and writing. Hunter S. Thompson. It's a giant example.
Yeah,
he's one of my favorite authors, and it's a giant example. The guy was an inveterate drug user.
Yeah.
He was a fucking complete maniac. He was always drunk, and he wrote some shit that just to this day cuts to the core of our society. Yeah, like he's one of my all-time heroes. Like I started reading him when I was in high school. I've read almost everything, I think. I even like the Hey Rube stuff. Yeah, like a lot of people are like he was in his decline, but I remember when that was coming at like pretty early internet, right? Like no social media, but those little articles would pop up, and I still enjoy it. Like I love everything that he made. Well, he in the end was gone. He was really gone. And Macomber, so David Macomber, who was his editor, who also co-wrote a book with my friend Tony Anagoni. That's one of the great cool books. It's called Playing Off the Rail. It's a really, and for anybody who's a fan of pool, the game, it's an amazing about a guy whose name is Tony Anagoni, who was a world-class player, who went on the road with a journalist and just gambled across the country. Yeah, and did it like a real pool hustler would in the most dangerous, dingiest places, playing against high-level guys for $10,000 sets and 24-hour joints in New York City. It's an amazing book. Well, Macomber was Hunter's editor, too. At one point in time. And Macomber got him towards the end. Like, there's video, I've seen if I have video of Hunter Thompson and David Macomber having a conversation. Hunter was just been a fucking nightmare. You never got his stuff in on time. He famously would destroy a fax machine because he was supposed to fax his pages to Rolling Stone magazine.
I love that video when he's in the Rolling Stones office and Jan Wenner is like looks like the whole building's gonna fucking burn down. Just panic.
I mean, just try to imagine controlling a guy like that. He can't control himself, but out of that, sometimes something that no one else is capable of writing comes through. Yeah, and it was much less so at the end. It got away from him at the end, which it's going to do that. Cocaine and alcohol, it's unsustainable. At that level for that long, it's unsustainable. Everybody I know that has done a lot of coke, at the end, they're a mess. It's a neurological condition, all sorts of weird shit happens. Yeah, you can't fry your brain. But you fry it, and these guys fry it.
Well, it's the deficiency afterwards, right? So you've used up all the available dopamines that you have in your brain, and it's just like, well, fuck it.
I had a friend who was a crack addict who was also friends with my friend who ran a pool hall, but also was involved in recovery and was involved in helping people with recovery. He was after the best. Well, he was helping people that were getting sober, and he wasn't trying to help my friend Johnny. My friend Johnny didn't want to help. He was like, fuck your help. Right? I'm smoking crack. And he was explaining to me the whole dopamine thing. The dopamine and serotonin receptors just get cooked. And then you're so depressed that you need it just to feel normal.
Yeah, you're always at a below baseline.
Right.
I kind of feel like I fall into that little category a little bit, to where it's like I'm just below baseline normal, and like a couple like I don't get super excited for shit, but it'll be like something that I'm looking forward to will kind of just get me to baseline, like right normal. And I sometimes wonder, like, I used to do a lot of LSD when I was a teenager, and I wondered, like,
define a lot.
I mean, we had one summer that me and my boys, it was like every 2 days, like, twice a week. How old? 16. Yeah. But also at the same time, maybe that had some power in the sort of creative aspect too. Right. Even if it's just like looking at the world differently, which is just so common with psychedelics. Right. It just kind of gives you some perspective that's so far removed from our normal day-to-day reality. Right. So it's like, I think for me, it's like, what more am I not seeing? Like what am I missing in my normal reality that maybe exists? But it could be total bullshit. Like, I don't know, it might not have done anything for my creativity, but
it seems to have a profound effect on a lot of people that have experiences, and just they'll talk about like this one, like, did Steve Jobs talk about it? One LSD experience, and just kind of shifted the way he thought about things. Oh, here it is.
Those tiny shorts on.
This is a document, the crazy note. Walk around with a gun. Can't even understand them.
We've got that. We're an hour away.
Look at that computer. I wonder what year this was.
This came out in 88, so probably like 87.
When did people first start having computers? When did you have your first computer, Jamie? You're young.
Mine was later than that. I had like Windows, I think was our first one.
What year? Like 95?
No, we had whatever Windows was before that.
3.8 or whatever it was? What was it?
When Windows 95 came out, that was a big day.
It was a big day.
Oh, yeah.
I remember. I got an Apple computer from CompUSA in 1994.
Yeah, I think I was right around like 97. Big ass fucking thing too.
But my friend Robbie knew what to buy. My friend Robbie, either he worked in computers or his brother worked in computers. So he took me to CompUSA. I had no idea. I'm like, what is this?
My mom, she worked in a computer lab at the community college in San Diego. And she's like one of the first to start using Apple products. Like everything was PC.
Oh, wow.
And she knew like something was like getting ready to pop up, and she was like she had the first iPhone, like early, like those fucking Apples that it looked like a TV from the 80s. Yeah, just weighed 600 pounds, and actually like got into graphic design early, and that's kind of how I started doing some, because I made art my whole life, but started doing some design, like learning how to actually use the fucking computer. And now, like, I learned programs were available. Photoshop and Illustrator were out, but it was like 1 and 2. Wow. Yeah. And she was in there and taught me how to do it. And then, like, I still, like, do graphic design, but it's like I still use the techniques from like 1999.
Well, it kind of shows you that there's a lot of like untapped comedic talent in the tech industry, because memes were one of the first forms of new comedy that hit the internet, and it had to be by someone who knew how to work the old school Photoshops.
Yeah.
So you had to have some technical understanding of the there's probably people that were using them already. They were graphic artists, and they were like, fuck this guy, let's make a funny meme.
Yeah, because, I mean, before that, you had to do everything by hand. It was a lot of, like, cut and paste and, like, and, like, different techniques. Everything was by hand.
When did memes, like really funny memes, first start appearing?
I feel like it has to be, like, 2000. 99, 2000.
The internet meme.
Dawkins concept, 1972.
Right. Internet. That was that book that he had, right? The Selfish Gene. Wasn't it in that?
That Dancing Baby was coming up.
Yeah, I feel like that's the earliest.
The Dancing Baby was the first.
Like a TV show.
Oh, yeah. A terrible animated Dancing Baby. What year was that? No, that's stuff nightmares. If you're in the woods, you see a dancing baby that looks like that. The Uncanny Valley dancing baby. That would be so scary. Imagine if you saw that in a hunted. You would have to hunt, right? You'd have to run. If you kick it, grab a hold of it, bite you.
Yeah, but what if it runs like fucking 100 miles an hour?
Well, you're going to find out. At least you'll find out. Actually, if you run, it's worse because then you're tired. It's probably right there watching you. You're just trying to catch your breath. Yeah. You see his little face behind the bush. No. It stays just far enough from you that you think you have to run. If it's really trying to scare you, it doesn't want to jump on you. And once it gets really close for a long time, for a long time, so it wears everything out. You want to wear it out. Like, that's how you do it if you're chasing a person. You don't just run up on them. That just spoils all the fun, right?
Isn't that like the old hunters too? Just chasing a pack of deer for...
Yeah, that's why human beings can run so long. But that's a different thing. They're overheating. That's called it's called persistence hunting. Yeah, that's why there's so many amazing marathon runners who come from that part of the world. Because like these guys have a history of literally running animals to their death. Right?
Fucking who had to figure that out too? Who's like, well, I got 5 miles in me.
Yeah, let me just shit. I need 10. Let me just keep running until this deer stops running. Like, how would you ever think that a deer, you would eventually catch it?
Right? Especially if they're so fucking fast.
They're so fucking fast. Like, how would you think that one day that antelope is going to get tired? Like, how would you have that in your head? Yeah, that it couldn't just take a break. It's going to be 300 yards ahead of you like that.
I love those
take a break, catch its breath. They didn't even know that the issue is the animals don't have sweat glands. So they overheat. Yeah. So we have sweat glands.
And of course, they weren't biologists, so they also didn't know that either.
Well, that's why we're weird. We're such a weird animal. and then our bodies really can kind of adapt to different climates, and they self-cool and regulate. Like some animals, if they're outside their climate range, they're fucked. Yeah, like they're in deep shit. Yeah, you know, like Marshall over here. Where are you, bud? Oh, beside me. We have to, you know, if we're gonna exercise in Texas, we have to do it in the morning, right? Or we have to jump in the pool. Because, you know, his body's adapted for cold. He's got this crazy wool coat that he wears everywhere he goes. Yeah, it sucks. But for us, man, we sweat. And they figured out, I guess, a long time ago that these animals, if you just keep running after them, eventually they just can't do it anymore. And then they lay down. And then you fucking stab them. Yeah, it's so fucking wild. But it made insane runners. Yeah, if you're running, the only way you're gonna feed your children is if you run after that deer, bro. You're gonna become a fucking runner. And now the evolutionary process is like you go to the Olympics. Yeah, and they have you like this on the cover of Wheaties. It really is interesting because like that's before I started doing jiu-jitsu. Like that was what I was doing. I was running. But it just got fucking boring. Yeah, it got boring, and. That's when I was like, okay, I gotta find something else. Cause that's what most people, the problem they have with the gym. And jiu-jitsu is the opposite of boring. Jiu-jitsu it's one of the most rewarding things in life because it's super hard to do. It's really good for your head. Like jiu-jitsu people in general, like you get dickheads in all walks of life, and female dickheads too. But for lack of a better word, you get the nicest people. Like for the most part, you get people of character. Yeah, because you have to have character to stick it out. Yeah, be doing jiu-jitsu. If you've been doing jiu-jitsu 8 years, I can 99% sure I can hang out with you. Yeah, exactly. You're a dude who's got his shit together. It's almost like we're like distant family members or something. 100%. Yeah, 100%. It's like you recognize you've been through this thing. Yeah. You know, I started doing jiu-jitsu in '96. So '96, I was at Carlson Gracie's place. I was 29. Yeah, see, I started at 30. Yeah, like around the same time. And I started right after, it was kind of like a year or two after I first saw the UFC. You know, it was right around that time. Yeah. And so I started at Carlson Gracie's place in LA that was right down the street from the Comedy Store. It was real close to the Comedy Store. And that was when Vitor Belfort he had just fought John Hess in Hawaii. Yeah. He was about to enter the UFC. And that was that first crew in California from Brazil, too. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Marilla Bustamante. You know, there was a whole ton of these guys that came from Brazil. I think Medeiros was there too. Mario Sperry was there. I got to train with Mario Sperry when I was a white belt. That's why. And he had no idea who the fuck I was because I wasn't anybody. I wasn't famous at all. Yeah. And he was the fucking nicest guy in the world, man. Yeah. You know, Mario Sperry explained to us how he got his triangle really good. He would make his girlfriend sit in his guard, and he would just triangle. Like she would complain, he'd be like, stop. Just let me do this. Let me use your body to practice triangles. I mean, because that's what it takes. It's kind of hard to do it by yourself. I have a dummy, but I don't use it. One of them. I used to have a Gracie dummy back home in LA. Yeah, every gym has one that just sits in the corner and nobody. You really want to do it with people. Yeah. It's not just, you know, the difference between the rolling, drilling. Like the people that get really good, they put the shitty work in. Yeah. You know, the long drilling sessions, that boring ass shit. Yeah, you have to. I have, because I teach now. And like, what belt do you know? I'm a black belt. Oh, snap, son. When I met you, what were you? I was probably a purple belt. How did we meet? Shit. I don't even remember how we met because it was so long ago. Well, it's like, yeah, like I get the question and answer that question. Well, so my sister worked at the Comedy Store in La Jolla as a waitress. She's a nurse now. And you were doing a show at somewhere downtown at the Balboa Theater, probably maybe. Yeah. And it was sold out. And I just hit her up and was like, hey, do you think you can give me tickets? Because she knew everybody from the store in La Jolla. And Ari ended up getting a pair of tickets for me. And so I went to the show, whatever. Did you know Ari already? My sister was friends with Ari. Oh, okay. I didn't know anybody yet. And
maybe 2 weeks later, she hits me up. It's like, hey, can you do a poster for our marquee? It was Ari, Tony Hinchcliffe, and I think it was supposed to be Duncan Trussell, but it was Duncan. But regardless, and from what I remember, you must have seen that poster at some point.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
We did the Atlanta 420 show.
Oh yeah.
So that was probably. I feel like I met you before because I popped on one of those Ice House Chronicles from back in the day.
Oh, those were fun. Look at that one, man. What a great one.
Yeah, that was the 420 show. So that was 2012.
God damn, time flies.
Yeah. And so that ended up becoming the graphic for the logo. We had the microphone. It's perfect. Duncan with the little hit of acid on his tongue.
It's the perfect logo. I mean, you fucking nailed it. Now it's everywhere. That's gotta be weird.
Yeah, it's fucking strange. It's like almost like disconnected from it. Yeah, like of course it's like it's its own thing. But every time I see it, like I know, like I drew that by hand. Like I have the ink drawings.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking wild. I put stuff out into the world all the time. I have thousands of paintings, thousands of different fucking places. But I mean, more people see this image than guaranteed all the other ones.
But more people see that image than anything else I've ever done.
Yeah.
That image is everywhere.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. What a fucking weird trip, right? I mean, I went to the show on Tuesday, and you were doing the like Q&A at the end, and somebody had asked you about like what your goals are.
Yeah.
And you were like, I don't have it. And I'm kind of in that same routine where like what I was saying, like I do the work, zero expectations. Like what happens will happen, and I'm just along for the ride.
Well, I think as long as you put the actual energy into the work, I think, at least for me and you, that's the way to do it. I don't have, like, people, there's a lot of people out there with vision boards. I was talking to this dude the other day. He's got this vision board, he's got all these goals he wants for his company and goals he wants for his life and this, that. I'm like, I get it, and that probably works too. But for me, I just I feel like I only want to think about the process. I want to put all my energy into thinking about the process.
Because that's the rewarding part for a creator. Like me in the studio by myself painting, I get that clear mind where it's like I feel like I fucking meditate 6 hours a day, every day just for work. Because at some point in the painting process, like the paintbrush turns into a mantra almost, to where like everything in my mind, just like in jiu-jitsu, like everything shuts off because we're in a hyper-focused like mode of accomplishing a task. Right. And that's, for me, painting, all the reward is that.
Yeah.
It's those moments, even when I fucking hate it, because there's plenty of times where I'm like, this motherfucker painted. like, I can't get it, like, I know where I want it to go, but it's like, well, first you're going to have to take 35 fucking steps before you can get there. Right. And like, I know that, like, the finishing of painting is a little bit like a drug. I don't know if you ever experienced it. Maybe, like, after getting off stage or something. But it's like, there's a little, like, dopamine reward when it's done. When it's complete and done. You're like, look at that. Yeah, catching your breath.
Yeah, I used to feel like that with sketches. I used to feel like that with drawings. Yeah, but on a smaller scale, obviously. I think it's the same thing with martial arts, because people always talk about martial arts as being a moving meditation. Yeah. I think that, and if you thought about martial arts, like if you were a white belt and you thought about all the time that's going to take before you become a black belt, you're like, oh my god, yeah, I can't do this. But if you just think about the process will get you there. Yeah. You just have to only be thinking about this process of improvement, of dialing it in. And people oftentimes refer to martial arts as a moving meditation. Because to do it right, you're kind of out of your own way. But yeah, did you do much striking? I did a year of Muay Thai. I got punched in the face a lot. I found my brain not functioning quite the same way. And I even found myself like getting frustrated, which was stupid. Like being fired. Yeah. Well, like in the process of Muay Thai. Oh, okay. Like, I had a coach, and this was forever ago, who was kind of a prick, and just, he had 8 morning students who fucking dicks, and we were terrible, you know. Oh, he wanted to be coaching pros, right? That's what it seemed like very, very distant and like phony and I recognized myself kind of getting frustrated with it, but when I was in jiu-jitsu class, if somebody caught me in something, I found myself laughing. To where I was like, wow, I never got frustrated. I never got down on myself. Because I mean, my whole first year, I don't think I tapped a single person my first year. I was in a tough gym, you know, it was a Noguera gym. And so, the whole first year of it being open, it was just like the MMA guys were in there. It was like pros training for, you know, a year or 6 months. And then they opened it up to the public. Oh my God. And it was just ass whoopings every day. I remember my first class like it was yesterday. When we got to sparring, it was like I just looked at another white belt and was like, okay, let's try it. Neither of us knew what the fuck we were doing. And the coach was like, hey, and this purple belt, who's now Del Mar Jiu-Jitsu in San Diego, he came over his purple belt, just this fucking vanilla gorilla, and hit tossed me. Oh no! And I was like, what the fuck was that? I had no idea what had happened. I was on my back, you know, trying to catch my breath. Holy shit, what was that? And at that moment, I knew I thought I was tough. I thought I had a little bit of toughness in me, and I was just a complete humbling experience, but also encouraging. I feel like it was that singular hip toss led me to be a black belt. Interesting. So because it was so overwhelming, you were like, I had to learn that. Yeah. And I was at kind of a weird phase, so that was probably around 2008 when shit seemed to be. It was a little moment of everything was going to shit. And I had this weird feeling. This is the financial crisis. Yeah. This was when the banks. Yeah, everybody's money was weird, and it mortgage collapsed. Yeah. And I felt like if shit hits the fan, maybe I should know how to do something. Which is such a weird. It's a crazy thought. It's fairly abstract. To me, it wasn't I was super concerned or really serious about it. But I had the thought of if I need to defend myself, or if I need, and that's why I was running too. It's if I need to fucking chase down a deer, you know, until it overheats. Right. And it ended up just being a little bit of a motivation, and then I just found the joy in it. I always said if I ever opened a jiu-jitsu gym, I would call it fun jiu-jitsu. I always feel that. Just because, I mean, I was talking to Zach, your security guard, at the comedy club, and for me, I don't get into street fights. I haven't been in a street fight since I was a teenager. Yeah, me too. You know, I've broken up fights more often than I've got into them. And, you know, one thing I do find that's really disconcerting, when fights break out, I don't get nervous. That's how beautiful is that? I've had that because I remember when fights would break out, your anxiety shoots up, your heart rate. I get weird if someone close to me is with me and I'm worried about their danger. Yeah. But the fact that two people are fighting, I'm so used to it. Yeah. It's weird. I stopped a bar fight a couple years ago where a group of guys attacked this dude. One of them got a hold of him and he sunk in a guillotine. Take him down right away, a deep guillotine, all the way up over the shoulder, you know, not letting him tap was not out. No. And I saw it all sort of kind of unfolding, and I ran up there and I just whispered in his ear, if you do jiu-jitsu, you should probably let go right now. That calm. He looked at me, let go. Dude was out cold. I actually grabbed the guy who was out cold and picked his feet up. That's a great way to handle it, the way you talk to him. Yeah, and he immediately looked at me okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Also, this could be the difference between nothing happens to you, you're just defending yourself, and you're going to jail for a long time because this guy's dead. Yeah. Especially if the guy's out, you're still holding on to it. Yeah. Yeah, and it was quick. It was tight. He might not have known he was out, but I mean, he was probably so jumped up with adrenaline. Yeah, he had his girlfriend with him. And, dude, street fights are stupid. So dumb. And if I see them, I just get the fuck away. But what's just weird that I've seen so many people beat people up.
Yeah.
I have seen, like, firsthand, there's probably a tiny percentage of people on Earth that have seen more fistfights in person than me.
Yeah, I can't imagine, especially at that close range.
At close range with world-class fighters.
Because when you're at a UFC event, like, those fights feel so much more intense and so much more, like,
dude, you gotta
visceral when you're there.
You gotta come with me to the Apex. The Apex is the place to see fights.
Yeah.
The Apex Center is the UFC's private little auditorium. It's tiny. It only seats like 100 people.
Is that where they were doing the fights during COVID?
Yes. Yeah. Dude, I saw Francis Ngannou versus Stipe Miocic in a small cage with no audience. It was wild.
Those sounds are sounds you don't hear.
Bro, it was wild.
Yeah.
It was so different because Francis's punches and kicks without all the cheering.
Yeah, to hear that sound.
It's a different thing, man.
Yeah.
You're experiencing what that fighter's experiencing. You're not getting the pain, but the thud, the force, you feel it different.
Yeah.
You feel like through the arena, you feel a small little room, you feel it. And I remember
concussion in the air.
When he collapsed, when he hit him with a left hook and dropped him, and then punched him when he was down, I was like, oh my God. It was so different than seeing it in an arena. It was so intimate.
Yeah.
It's like, I always say that it's like the difference between going to see an acoustic concert and going to see a concert in a gigantic arena.
Right.
You know, you go see someone in a club doing an acoustic set, like Gary Clark Jr. did an acoustic set. It's different.
Yeah.
Wow, this is intimate.
That's why I always like the prelim fights for the few fights that I've gone to.
Right.
And it's interesting. I noticed myself getting nervous for the fighter, but especially that first fight, like first prelim.
Like, I only like 10 people in the room.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. And
It's weird.
that walkout moment is so peculiar.
Yes.
Like, and I don't know if everybody else feels it. It's like I can almost feel their anxiety.
Oh,
like as they're walking out.
And some guys, you don't feel that at all. You just feel this confidence, this crazy confidence. That's fascinating too. The guys can get so good and work themselves into a headspace where they like Ilya Taporia. He walks in there like he's already won. He celebrates the night before. He has a celebration dinner with all his friends and family the night before the fight. He walks out there like he has not a doubt in the world. No doubt.
I wonder how much of that comes from everything that he's done so far. Like just the supreme confidence.
Oh, it's definitely from that. But
maybe it was there before.
I think he's touched by the universe. I think there's certain people that have a talent. Obviously hard work, obviously discipline, obviously intelligence, obviously great trainers. All those things are, you can't get past the technique that he has, but there's an understanding of what to do and how to do it, when to do it, and an ability that's above and beyond.
And I see this all the time where it's like two people who seem like they would be equal in skills or even just in knowledge, right? But one of them can completely outshine the other.
Well, you learn early on in martial arts that it's all hard work, but there's certain dudes that have physical attributes that are just freakish.
Yeah,
they're freakish. Like the first thing that my first introduction to real like high level martial arts was this guy named John Lee, and John Lee was the national light heavyweight champion in Taekwondo at the time, and he was training for the World Cup. And I was leaving with my friend Jimmy. We were coming home from a baseball game. We were coming home from Fenway Park, and we just passed by this Taekwondo school. And I was like, let's go. We're waiting for the tea. The tea takes forever to train. It's always packed. Everybody's leaving the baseball game at the same time. It's going to be a mob scene. Let it die down for a little bit. Let's go check out this Taekwondo class. And as we're walking up the stairs, I hear ka-chunk, ka-chunk, like this crazy noise, like a thump and then a rattle of chains. That's what I was hearing. And it was this dude practicing a spinning back kick on the back in his prime. Big, long dude who had fucking ferocious power. He was bending this bag in half.
Yeah.
And I was 14. And I was like, holy shit. I think I was 15. It was the summer of my 15th birthday. But I changed my life. I was like, I need to learn how to do that. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But then, after a while, I realized, like not everybody can do that. Like there's guys that are like high level guys that can't do what that guy can do. That guy had some weird gift. He had a weird power gift.
Yeah, even sometimes just biology, like how your body is shaped.
It's 100% biology. When it comes to power, there's like if you have tiny hands and slope shoulders and girl hips, good luck. There's no way you're gonna generate John Lee type power.
Yeah, and that's like I can't punch to save my life, but I got these long skinny ass arms. Like I'll darce the fuck out of you.
Oh, they're perfect for jiu-jitsu. Long arms and thin arms are perfect for jiu-jitsu because it's all leverage, man. I think one of the best things, most inspirational things that can happen to you if you can handle it in jiu-jitsu is getting mauled by a smaller person.
Yeah.
A person like quite a bit, 30 pounds lighter than you, and just runs through you, and you're like, wow. Yeah. Like, okay, it's not about strength at all. It's skill, knowledge, technique, timing.
Timing is fucking everything.
Timing is a lot, but you have to know what to do with the timing.
Yeah, and
you have to have technique. You have to have technique. Your technique has to be sure, because there's some guys they'll wrap something up and it's like 9 out of 10, like squeeze it, maybe get the tap. But there's other guys that and you're like, oh, there's no way out of this.
Yeah, this is death.
This is death. Yeah, this is 10 out of 10. Yeah, it's like an Eddie Bravo triangle. You lock the Eddie Bravo triangle. I'm not gonna get out of this. This is tap time.
I've been wondering. So I played Lockdown a lot. Maybe but it's okay. I have an extra muscle in my calf. I have the same muscle in my left calf, but my right one is twice the size. Just a little strand from making that little hook on the shin.
Oh, you're just from
playing Lockdown.
No, you know you can exercise that. You know, there's a thing called a tip bar. Do you know what that is? This would be really good for jiu-jitsu, especially for people who really love butterfly guard. And it's just good for overall knee stability. I learned about it through the knees over toes guy on Instagram. Have you ever done any of this?
No, but I need to start looking into it.
Look into yesterday. Really good for knee health and strengthening the knees. Yeah, a lot of amazing exercises. But one of the things that he recommends is a tip bar. And so what it is it's like a thing that attaches to your shoe, and you lift weights by lifting your foot upward, by lifting your toes towards your knee, which is an exercise you very rarely get. But it's really good. Yeah, that's really good. And for butterfly guard, that would be it, man, because you can get that motherfucker strong as shit. Yeah. Not just doing butterfly guard, but lifting. Lifting for that fluid. For sure. I always thought like leg extensions too, that would help in a big way, right?
Yeah.
You know, for the same kind of muscles, the forcing, like extending the leg.
Yeah, because it feels awkward at first to try to elevate from that position.
Yeah.
Right? Like, especially if your knees are fucked. I'm 16 years in now, and I'm avoiding the heavyweight rolls, like the super tough. Like I just have to protect myself, and still I never want to stop either. So I want to be able to get in there and fuck around as much as possible. But
yeah, you got to pick who you roll with for sure. That's important, especially as you get older. Are you doing TRT or anything like that?
No, I wish.
Why don't you do it? Oh, you son of a bitch. What does that mean? What does that mean? White facts. What does that mean?
I just haven't had a chance, I suppose.
While you're in town, I'm going to hook you up with Waste Well. How many more days are you here?
I leave tonight.
Oh, shit. Yeah. What time tonight?
9.
Oh, yeah, we can do that. We can make it happen. We'll make it happen. I'll make a call as soon as we get out of here, and I'll have you go over there right before you take off.
Yeah, the shit has gone pretty south.
You should get blood, at the very least, if you don't do anything, you get blood work. Get blood work, find out where your hormone levels are at.
Yeah.
How was your diet?
It's not bad. Like, I eat pretty good. I actually cut sugar this year.
Like, big impact?
Humongous.
Isn't it crazy? You're poisoning yourself.
Yeah. And it's just like what I was saying, like being that slightly lower than baseline, like sugar gives you that little dopamine fix that is okay, right. Yeah. And so I had a little soda habit, which I mean there could be fucking worse things, but
a lot worse things.
But maybe not though. You know, sugar is pretty fucking bad for you.
Well,
I lost 15 pounds like that.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
It's so crazy how many people just down at that stuff all day long. Yeah.
They're just eating you from the inside.
Well, you can see it in their body.
Yeah.
You can see it in their body. People. put my foot on Marshall. I forgot he was there.
I mean, see with kids. I mean,
it's terrible for kids. It's so bad. It's so bad for everything. You know, but in moderation, it's okay. But the problem is, human beings are really bad with moderation of things that are literally designed to be addictive.
Yeah.
You know, it's so
and I'm a creature of habit, to where it's like I build a routine and then I stick to that fucking routine. And if that includes,
sugary drinks
and a fucking ice cream at night, whatever, like, it's gonna be there.
I know, and especially if you're putting in the work, if you're working hard and you're working out, you're like, I deserve it. I deserve poison myself.
I feel like it's balance.
There's times like I'll come home from the comedy club and it's late and everyone's asleep. And I'm like, fuck, I'm eating cereal.
I mean, there's an adult, you get the gym.
Every now and then, and I always feel terrible after I do it. I'm like, why did you do that?
Yeah, all those ideas that sound so great, and you just build up a beautiful idea, and then you get done, and you're like, what the fuck?
The only time I feel good is if I come home and I'll cook a steak. I do like that. Like, I'm going to take a whole hour to make myself a meal. Even though it's 11:30 at night, I'm tired. I'm going to take a whole hour to make myself a meal and have the discipline to not eat the garbage before that, because when you're tired you make the worst dietary decisions. There's a part of you when you're tired, I forget what it's called, there's actually like a thing that happens where you are impulsively going to go towards things that are bad for you. You're impulsively going towards potato chips and ice cream and candy and bullshit because you're
Epstein, but she herself participated in their abuse. I think that's an important thing for people to understand. And then she also, made threats. She made threats to my sister, to our family, when it was clear that my sister had a
grill or ice cream. You might take the ice cream if no one was around. You know, you might grab a Kit Kat bar. You know, that's for sure. If there was a bowl of chips, just an bowl of like Ruffles, sitting there, like, I'm gonna grab a couple of Ruffles.
And that's how weird dopamine thing. Our brain rewards us somehow, and then it fucks with us later.
You know what the thing is? The reward is not worth it. It's not a good reward. Like, it's not like an orgasm. It's not like the completion of a project. It's not like the accomplishment of some great goal. The amount of whatever rush in your brain that you get from eating a shitty potato chip is not that much. For what it does to you. But if I eat a bag of Ruffles, I feel like shit for 5 hours.
For sure. I started, it came from a time place where I was really poor, and I tried to figure out, like, what's the least amount of food I could eat in a day and still survive, right? And what I started to do was, like, do little fastings during the day. So, like, I'd wake up, get a coffee, and not eat until, like, 5. But then I started realizing that I felt good doing that, like my body started feeling better, and now I pretty much do it regularly now, even though like I have money to get food, I would just wait. And I found myself actually getting pleasure from the pain of starvation. Like I started to like the feeling of being hungry. At a certain point.
But how long were we talking about this? Like 24 hours in, or how many hours in?
No, it's like, so I would basically eat one meal at like 5:30.
Okay.
So no food all day, except I'd have some coffee with a little bit of half and half in it, so some fat, and then drinking water, of course, or maybe like eat like a fucking banana or something. And I just my body just felt great. To where, like, before, I was probably eating something in the morning.
especially like an hour period. Your body's accustomed to a lot of shit. Your body's accustomed
Nobody.
to
No,
but
you.
carbohydrates before you resist the fuel for it. You're subsisting off of fat foods like avocados, healthy. Your body is working off a lot of your body
Nobody's joking.
gluconeogenesis from the meat, and it's also
Nobody's joking. You're this.
it's a way more efficient
Oh,
way of doing
that's
it.
some fucking.
You don't get nearly as hungry. You don't have that feeling, that awful feeling. When,
No,
I was eating a lot of
Jordan, you're
carbs,
this
and
door.
if I would go like 4 or 5 hours without eating, I would start getting fucking famished. Yeah, you don't get famished when you eat only meat. It stops. You get hungry, but it's totally manageable. Yeah, just that alone, I love. The not requiring food. Like I can go. Sometimes I won't eat breakfast. Sometimes I'll work out. I won't eat breakfast. I'll come here. I'll be here all
Go.
day.
This girl's
And
cute
the
as
first
fuck.
meal I have is dinner. Yeah, and I'm fine. Yeah, I'm literally fine. Like, it's not bothering me. And it's only because my body's adapted to not eat processed shit. Yeah, because it's different if you feel like you're gonna throw up because you have a that's stuff on 4 or 5 hours. I think it's turbo shit.
Doesn't matter what it sounds like. Just look at it. Just look at it, chat. Just look at it. Oh my
As soon as I started doing that, like, the stored fat, like in my like little love handles or whatever, like it's like, why is I go back and use this shit now? Yeah, and burn it up.
No, the Eggman's Hall is okay. I'm just not I got one Ninja in the front of the floor.
I built so much
To be honest, the breweries that you like are bad to me. It's okay. That's what.
They all talk about how great they feel. Yeah, you feel euphoric, incredible, and you have so much energy. I'm like, that sounds
11 hits of blue praise. And now we on Twitch, we don't run down like these guys regroup. After running that shit. I can't lie, Joker, you're combat engineer too, right? Hey, you better follow, man. Appreciate you. Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know, something about recently, bro. I double crafted about 8 green guns. Oh, yeah, that shit started perked up. I got this shit already almost maxed out on the fucking Stingy Stitcher Resource Saver, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, crash. I got fully maxed except for the Candyman shit. I'm the other shit probably those. But like the addiction, the last 3, that's the only 3 I don't have. Oh, you did the Candyman? Yeah, I didn't do that shit because I already those are last Candyman. Yeah. I mean, I think all down to something. You know what? I don't know why the fuck we can't make improved on the plates. I don't know. They were on the before the Ricky Rizz crash. They were on the improvement, right? Yeah, they was on it. Yeah, they were on the cartel bench. I don't know.
You're just so locked in.
They were dropping improved body armor for a minute. Yeah, they instantly took that shit out.
That thing you were talking about earlier, that is
now cops gonna sell it. It's about to get wicked. Yeah, we need motherfuckers to bone, bro.
Something subconscious because, like, I look at jujitsu or painting or any real art form as creative problem solving. So for me, all of those things, like, it tickles the same part of my brain to where.
Are you in?
Like,
Is your
myself
right?
questions. Like, it tends to be like you have to ask yourself the right questions. Like, I don't know how to use it.
My name is George. Lovely.
But I've had
2 minutes, right, guys?
where I'm like, what should I do here? Or like, just try something. But it's almost like a subconscious voice. Like I say, tell me where to go next. To where I don't know the answer, but somehow I come up with it, right? Just by kind of asking my brain, what should we do here? And it's always like fascinated me that like my brain comes up with solutions.
Guys, in the 20, only use coin flip.
Some computation.
Only use coin flip. Do not do nearest to bull. Right, that's it. If someone does nearest to bull, you know they're not watching this stream. They haven't followed the procedure, which may be important later on.
From some depth in my brain, that it's like I've been.
Right.
It's not my control. It's not like a brag,
Right. It's like some way of thinking that I can get solutions to problems that I don't know the solution to.
Right, and you don't feel like those solutions are yours.
No.
That's
Yeah, it comes from somewhere else. I like to think of it as like some part of my subconscious or some part of the brain that I'm not accessing in conscious reality.
Okay, cool.
That is coming up with answers. But I'm amazed by it all the time. Like, if you've ever like a light that wasn't working in your house, right? But if you like flip the switch 3 times and then like turn the fucking heater on, somehow the light comes on. You know what I mean? Like you figure out these ways to accomplish a task or figuring out a solution to a problem. And for me, I feel like with painting and jujitsu or now anything, like I remember I pinched a nerve in my neck, like bad, to where it's like I couldn't even sit up. And I was like, how the fuck am I going to get out of bed? And just ended up like picking my leg up, hooking my arm behind my leg and doing like a jujitsu thing to like sit myself up because I couldn't like actually sit myself up. And I was like, I've never done that before. That's so fucking strange. But like my brain just told me to do that.
Well, that makes sense. Though. You know how to use your body from jujitsu. This would be a way to get up without using your abs.
Yeah, but there's all kinds of like fixing a fucking car. Like I don't know what I'm doing, but this seems to be like my brain telling me, maybe try this, you know. And with all of these processes of martial arts and painting, just some creative problem-solving aspect of the brain that's almost separated from.
And it gets nurtured with use.
Yeah, it builds.
It's strong. This is what Pressfield talks about when he talks about summoning the muse. You know, when he wrote, did you ever read the book, The War of Art?
I haven't.
I've got a copy. I'll give you a copy of it. He gave me a box of them because I used to have a box of them on the disc in the old studio that I hand out to people. But it's a read, but it's an amazing read on this concept of the muse and that, like, treating this thing like you're a professional. You're going to show up at this time and you're going to summon the muse, and you're going to do it with sincerity. And if you do that, you show up every day to work.
Yeah, it really does. That's what I do. Yeah. That's exactly. I mean, I live that. Like, I get up, get coffee, I go to the studio, and I'm there until it's time to leave. Then I go teach at night.
Didn't even get out of that teach.
I repeat the whole process.
Yeah. No, it's just
like there isn't a lot of like I probably have a bit of a short attention span to where like things can get fucking boring, but obviously not.
Yep.
No, I leave after a long day and I feel myself feeling guilty that I'm not
That's like
still
one
there.
of the craziest raids I ever
You
fought.
see, that's why I have a problem when people use that term ADHD. Because I think about myself as a boy, and I'm like, I know they would have fucking diagnosed me. If I had the wrong parents, I know they would have diagnosed me, and they would have brought me to a doctor, and put me on some fucking medication, and it would have ruined whatever weird quality that I have that lets me focus on things intensely. You know, they want to pretend that everybody has to be the same thing. Like, everybody can't be the same thing. We're all wired different. I'm not wired normal. I'm wired, like, if what you're saying is boring, I'm like, oh, God. I can't take it. I know some people that are going to, well, so what are you going to do about that, Fred? They can have the boringest fucking conversations all day. I literally feel physical pain when I'm being bored. But if I find something that's really interesting, I can lock on. And when I lock on to that, I have no problem paying attention.
And that's a fucking superpower.
I think so, and I think they're fucking kids up, man. And I think there's a lot of lazy parents that don't want to deal with this extraordinary child that has this weird thing that you haven't harnessed. And you're putting that kid on fucking speed. They're putting him on Ritalin and shit.
They were going to try to give me Ritalin when I was a kid. You know, I wasn't a spazzy kid. I was bored as fuck by whatever they were trying to do in school.
You're an artist, but no one can recognize that. It's almost like they want to pretend that is not a real option for a human. But why are there so many artists?
No, I know.
What are you saying? How is that possible that you want everybody to fit into this fucking square peg? How is it possible that you're teaching and a kid comes along and he's bouncing off the wall, but that motherfucker can play video games like an assassin? Like, okay. Clearly, there's something going on with the video games that you're not providing him in the real world, and his ability to excel at video games shows he's extraordinary. It's just about focusing that.
Yeah.
If you take some little girl who just wants to talk to her friends, joke around in class, and you fucking medicate her, she could have probably been an amazing artist. She would have found a subject that she just like some kind of a science subject she logs onto, and now all of a sudden that thing doesn't exist anymore. It's not like she's scattered all. No, she's just bored. What you're doing is boring. Your class is fucking boring. You have uninspired teachers who are underpaid. No one gives a fuck about them. They're basically babysitters, and you're bored. And because the teacher doesn't want to deal with you being bored, they tell the principal tells the doctor recommends another doctor, and then little Billy's sitting there in his fucking doctor's office, and then they pop him full of Ritalin. I had Henry Rollins on a podcast once. He was telling me they put him on Ritalin when he was a little kid. Yeah. He's just fucking like all day long. Like, God damn, man. That's so nuts.
Yeah, I remember seeing those kids too.
Yeah.
Just like fucking spun out.
And now they're all on Adderall, man.
Yeah, and that's fucking...
Bro, there's a ton of young kids out there in the world that do not have a problem. And they're on Adderall because it helps them concentrate. It helps their scores for college. Yeah, 100%. I guarantee it. There are kids out there in high school right now that are popping Adderall all the time so that they can do better on tests, so they can do better in college.
And then they're taking Xanax to come down off the fucking Adderall. Like, so terrible. So fucking terrible.
It's fucking terrible. And, you know, these pharmaceutical drug companies are just vampires. Yeah. This is what you need. This is what you need, Mike.
Seeing the fucking commercials, like, during your show.
Don't you want to be happy? Don't you want to dance in a wheat field with your child? Don't you want to go to the barbecue?
Yeah, actually.
Everyone's at the barbecue. They're happy.
Everybody's
They're
happy.
not happy.
Yeah.
Don't you want to go to the barbecue?
Yeah.
Those things.
Finding that it's actually going to bring you joy.
Yeah. My friend Hassan Ahmad has a great bit about it. I don't want to give it up, but it's a great bit if you ever see it at the mothership. Did you see him?
I caught the very tail end of his set when I got there.
He's got a great bit about
Great guy.
farming. He's great. He's a funny dude too. He's been my friend since he was a door guy at the Comedy Store. So it's so interesting to see him like a very raw beginner.
Yeah.
You know, to where he is now.
I mean, you get to see a lot of that, right? Like,
yeah.
all
I
the
got to
guys
see with Ari and Joey and Duncan, all those guys. Yeah.
pretty wild.
Oh, it's been
Even
amazing.
seeing how the comedy scene has kind of started to flourish here, kind of like build it, like that little 6th Street way there is pretty wild.
Oh, dude, there's 5 full-time comedy clubs.
Yeah.
Right there.
I hung out with my buddy Roy yesterday, and I feel like I met like 4 or 5 comics just like standing around figuring out what we're gonna do.
It's the hub, and it's also, this is the most important thing, it's a hub for development of young people. It gives young people a real pathway, a real possibility. And we set it up that way on purpose. Like, this is the idea. It's like, you cannot have a sustainable comedy community without new members.
Yeah. I find a little envy in that. Like, that's a little tougher in the like visual arts world, is because we're so fucking isolated. We're not like hanging out at the same spots all the time. And it's like, that's how things used to be. Like back in the day, like the artists would all go to the same bar after they were done working for the day.
Right, like have an artist neighborhood.
Yeah,
like LA had a bunch of neighborhoods where a lot of artists lived together.
Yeah, I mean, LA is a little bit different from, besides New York, than the rest of the art world. It's like if you're not in one of those 2 or 3 hubs, like you're kind of isolated. You're like outside of that realm, and we don't have that opportunity. I really like enjoy that aspect of the comedy community, where it's like you see everybody meeting up, like they see each other every day, they hug, they talk over shit, they can like kind of workshop stuff with each other. Like having that ability is more like that community and that aspect.
Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. And so when you were there, it's like perfect setup. Like Shane Gillis was there, Ron White was there.
I got to talk with Ron for a while.
He's the best.
Yeah,
he's the best. He's such a fucking character.
Yeah, so
Tony was there, and so we have this beautiful community. But it's also like the young people coming up. They're good, man.
Yeah.
They're good, and they're hungry, and they're focused, and they realize that there's a real pathway. So, because we set it up so we have 2 nights open mic nights, which is really important. Yeah, like you have to have chances for people to get on stage for the first time, and just chances to just develop. Yeah, you just got a few minutes. You go up there, you tell a couple of jokes. Try it again next week. Try it down the street. Try it over here. Try it over there. If you want to do it, if you really want to do it, there's a bunch of people that are also doing it here. So there's like a great community. It's pretty fucking positive, man. Everybody's pretty. Instead of being cutthroat, backstabby, everybody's real supportive.
Like, big difference from LA, right? Like I noticed just the sort of like every interaction I had while I was here for just 3 days just felt so genuine. Like not like somebody's trying to get something from you.
They're regular folks out here.
Everybody just seemed like so laid back and chill, and they're still focused.
Regular humans. What we were dealing with in Los Angeles was some amazing people. I mean, there's a lot of amazing people in LA, but the overall vibe of the city was a vibe of you were trying to stand out from everybody else and get famous.
Yeah. You can feel it. You can feel it. Because, I mean, growing up in San Diego, like, I've spent a lot of time in LA, like, I could sense the feeling of, like, everybody, like, it felt like everybody was trying to do something.
Yes.
Like, every single person you saw on the street was up to something.
And then it got real weird when reality TV came along, because you didn't have to have any talent. So it used to be you'd be an actor. And people that didn't have any talent in acting, you couldn't convince them otherwise. They thought they could do it. Everybody thought they could act, because acting is essentially just talking. It's just pretending to talk. And, you know, like we know the words.
People do it so badly.
So bad, but they don't think they do. Right? So it's a thing that you can't discern. In a way, it's a little bit like comedy. Like you see a guy like Ron White tell a story on stage, and it's so effortless and hilarious that you think, oh, he's not even trying. I can do that. I tell stories. My stories are good too. And you think you could go do it because you don't understand what's actually happening. Yeah. It's just confusing you. It's tricking you.
But that whole the idea of like writing the monologue seems so obscure to me. Like, I feel like I can be funny in it, but it's like people are talking and you have something to bounce off of.
Yeah.
But to get up there and do a monologue by yourself, like that, it feels so alien to me.
To you, because you're smart. But to a dumb dude who sees that, he's like, I could do comedy. And so there was all these people that were just looking at comedy and also looking at acting as a pathway to getting attention.
Yeah.
And then it really got fucked with social media. So when I was leaving, but like a year or two before I left, I was already thinking about leaving. I was like, I gotta get out of here. And then I remember I was at a steakhouse, and these people were there, and people were taking pictures of them. I'm like, what is this? And someone said, I think it was a TikTok influencer. I think it was a Vine influencer. Like, this is a Vine influencer. I was like, what does that mean? Like, they do. And it's like, oh, they dance around, and like people are here. So I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, this is nuts. So it became another way that you could get famous. You could just get famous by doing pranks or being obnoxious or, you know, taking your clothes off and yelling in traffic. Like, so everybody was just trying to get famous. When you get out of there, you come to a place like Austin, there's this relaxation. Because they're just people. Yeah, all that's gone. No one here is trying to get famous. It's very rare that someone's trying to get famous. And then if you can insert a comedy community there that really values the process and the results of the art, that's what we're really all about. We're really all about killing. All that other stuff comes. The reason why Shane Gillis is the #1 comic in the world is because he works hard and he's really fucking funny, and the process yields an amazing result.
And he's so sincere.
Super sincere. But the point is, like, he doesn't give a fuck about fame. Like, he's not trying to get famous. Yeah. I know him. Yeah. Like, it's just not something that happened. We were joking, right? Bro, fame sucks. Like, we were in the green room the other night talking about how much fame sucks in some ways. I'm like, you can handle it. You'll be fine. You're gonna handle it.
Yeah, it's such a different experience. Like, as a painter, like, nobody really fucking knows what you look like.
Most they do now, bitch.
They do now.
Not much.
But there's some, like, sense of stress.
Yeah.
To that. I mean, I've even experienced experienced a little bit with like hanging out with you a couple times of like people coming up and I'm like, fuck, this is so weird. Like why do people act like this? Like
They don't know how to act. They get weird. Well, that's the thing also that people like about being famous. They want people to be uncomfortable around them. They want to be extraordinary without even trying.
Yeah.
You know, it's a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing that has existed with royalty. You know, it's kind of the same thing. It's like this desire that people have to be exceptional and stand above everyone else for almost no reason. And the fame thing in Hollywood was the thing that was holding the art form of comedy back too, because it was this velvet prison that existed. That if you were a good boy or a good girl, and you drew between the lines and you didn't say anything too crazy, you could get on a sitcom or you could get a TV show.
I've seen that show where people just like people who want to be actors take that comedy route.
Yeah, you know, but really good comics tone their shit down. They don't say what they actually think is funny anymore.
Yeah.
They say what they think they can get away with and still get a t-shirt.
Well, that's been something that I noticed at the show of like having everybody's phones in the Faraday bags or whatever those are, like allows people to be a little bit more honest and it does direct or like really say what they want to say.
And more importantly, it allows the audience to totally lock in.
Yeah.
Because for a lot of these people, it's the only 2 hours of their whole life where they're not going to be on their phone other than sleeping. You know, when you're locked in and you're a live show, it's so fun. It's so good. It's the correct move for everybody. It's a correct move because, of course, everyone is working on it, and you don't want to get released before it's done because new material takes forever.
Yeah.
It's like it'll take months for a bit to, and sometimes it sucks at first, or it's offensive, like something's wrong with that. I gotta figure out a way that people are not mad because that's not what I'm trying to say. Yeah. And you can figure it out, but it just takes a bunch of different iterations. If someone fucking videotapes it up, it's like they did with Louis C.K. came back. It screws up the whole process. It's like you're ruining that for literally millions of people because it's eventually going to get on Netflix and people are going to see it, but it's going to take time. It's not a simple process, and we have to do it in front of people.
And that's the interesting thing about that art form too. Like you've got to work shit out
in front of humans.
Yeah, it's not. It's. I'm sure what like the writing process in your head feels so much different.
Yeah, there's a lot of processes. There's the on-stage writing process, there's the writing process in your head, and there's the idea process, which is the trickiest one. Because the most difficult thing with comedy really is coming up with a subject that's actually interesting to you.
Yeah.
Where you really find humor in it. And if those are the ones, when I can really find humor in something, that's the ones that I dig into the most because I'm enjoying the shit out of the whole process of uncovering all the ridiculousness. But it has to be something where I'm like, what?
That's how it is with painting too. Like I'm entertaining myself first.
Sure.
And then hopefully that connects with people somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's all together. I think tattooists are like that. I think musicians are like that. I think it's the Miyamoto Musashi quote. Once you understand the way broadly, you see it in all things. Yeah, it's beautiful. It is beautiful because I think you probably see it in the other things that you do. You see it in your art, you see it in jiu-jitsu, and there's people out there that they're seeing it in writing, they're seeing it in sculpture, whatever. There's a thing, whatever it is, that allows you to get really good at the thing that you love. That thing takes over while you're doing it, and you're almost not there anymore. You're almost like a passenger.
Yeah. And that's when you know you hit the good spot. Like, I'm a big Bukowski fan. On his gravestone it says "Don't try." Like that's the insignia, and then it's like a pair of boxing gloves.
Another guy, famous drunk.
All of my favorite writers are self-destructive. I don't know why, but they are.
Oh, I found this the other day about Hemingway. Hemingway always thought that the FBI was trying to get him. Apparently, they actually were. Really? Yeah, they actually were. He thought that he was in jail, so he was in jail. Oh, here it goes. The FBI investigated Hemingway for decades, with surveillance beginning in the 1940s due to concerns about his activities in Cuba and his associations with individuals suspected of communist ties. While initially dismissed as paranoia, it was later revealed that Hemingway's fears were grounded in reality, and the FBI did monitor him, even tapping his phones and intercepting his mail. The surveillance continued throughout his later years, including his time in the hospital, and may have contributed to his mental anguish and suicide. What about booze? Severe depression. 42 to 74, they studied them. What'd you learn?
That's wild. That's that thing. There's a meme or somebody saying that you have to be aware of the artists because they associate with everybody. They're not just locked into an upper class society. They're even where I was staying, I made friends with 3 or 4 homeless guys just out on the street that I just kept seeing around town from being around, we associate with everybody. There's no hierarchy of class.
Well, I think if you really want to be open, really open, you have to encounter a lot of different ones. Yeah. If you really, especially if you're a comic, because if you want to, or a writer, if you want to understand people, you have to interact with them.
Yeah, because especially as a writer, you only have your own experience. Yeah. If you just write your own experience, it's just going to come off as every character is you.
Exactly.
To put yourself in the head of somebody else is, you have to be open.
Yeah, you have to.
And have a certain form of empathy.
Right.
To even understand how somebody else feels.
But that's why there's a contradiction of the star comedian. That's where things get weird. The star comedian. Because if you're a star and everybody's treating you Jerry Seinfeld's here. Yeah. Take the pictures, you're walking the red carpet. You're you got to be down with the people. You got to be in the nitty gritty.
Yeah, you got to find some trenches somewhere.
You better figure out the trenches. Because if you don't, and I think, if you think about my favorite comedians, they were all self-destructive too. Yeah, all of them. Richard Pryor, who lit himself on fire. That's about a self-destructive. Kinnison, cocaine, alcohol, Hicks, lots of drugs, and then cigarettes till he got pancreatic cancer. They were all, at least some way, fighting some fucking thing inside their heads.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, how much of it is, maybe that empathy is too much. Maybe you feel too much. You gotta kind of. There's just the stress of the job itself. Yeah, especially when you find success. Right. Because you gotta keep that.
You gotta also still be putting out new stuff. Yeah. So you got a chance to see me. This is all new stuff. Right. This is stuff that it wasn't on my Netflix special, so it's all in development. It's all and that process it's fun. I love it. Don't get me wrong. But before I go on stage, I'm amped up. I'm pacing. I'm moving around. I'm listening to Nas. I got some music playing. I'm getting my dance on. I'm having espresso. I'm fucking breathing. I'm I want to get ready.
That's how I always feel a little awkward in the green room. It's I don't want to be too I'll be hi, okay,
listen, you're cool in the green room. You know the handle green room. There's some dudes that are a real problem. Yeah. Some dudes that start telling really terrible stories in the green room. You're oh my god, this is so boring. We gotta get it. But the green room is supposed to be just for comics, and sometimes people will bring in people that are not supposed to be in the green room. And
I was actually on a story about that yesterday when we were all at the American Comedy Co. in San Diego when Doug was doing that. Doug Benson was doing the Chronicon documentary. Do you remember that? Not really. Fucking long ass time ago. But some guy came in who, I don't know, a fucking investor or somebody associated.
He was cooked up, right?
I don't know. He grabbed a Bud Light bottle as though it was a bomb. He was where's the weed? And he was gonna smoke a bong load out of this Bud Light beer bottle, dropped the bottle, broke it everywhere, made a fucking scene. It was what the fuck is this guy? What is going on? Just the way that people act so fucking strange when they feel almost like they have to perform, but their performance is horrible.
Well, I don't think it's that. I think that guy was on drugs. I think. Maybe also, I think they get anxious. They get anxious, right?
Yeah.
People just get weird. They don't know what to do.
Yeah, we're fucking strange.
There's a lot of fucking people that are barely keeping it together out there, dude.
Sometimes I think that's me, but just barely hanging on.
No, you're fine. Yeah, you're fine. But I think every artist feels like that.
Yeah,
Every artist feels like it's one thing that they could do one day that's gonna ruin their fucking life. They're always like that close. It's all just like this keeping it together thing that you have in your mind, you know. And you have to have some process that you do that keeps you on the work and not on the self-destructive path.
Yeah.
Because if you're a person that like maybe has a drug issue and you're fighting that off, and as long as you work all the time, like you're cool, like you're good. But then if you wake up late that one day and you're like, I'm just fucking one hit, I'd be good for just one little fucking. Woo. Just a little tipsy. I could stop. In the beginning, I was only doing it every now and then.
Yeah.
You know, I can just go back to just like in moderation. I think it's good. You know, it really gives me a little pep up when I need it. Maybe your doctor gives you a little Adderall. Like, the Adderall's good, but 2 pills is better. 3 pills is really, I get so productive. I think I get my company off the ground. If I could just really concentrate with these 3 pills.
Yeah. And then you're fucked.
And you're fucked. So it's like, it's this balance that we all have, and it's not just us, it's just people in life. It's just
it's like dealing with insecurities. Whatever the insecurity is, you could fucking mask it with, you know, some drug or alcohol or whatever. Or you could lean into it and be like, okay, I feel this way. I accept that. What can I do?
I think the problem is the term insecurity. Because, like, good Lord, everything is insecure. Like, the secure things, a lot of secure things are really boring. I mean, secure things that are awesome, you know?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of that's not what it is. It's uncertainty. Uncertainty freaks you out. Yeah. The options that are possible, the things that the possible results, the variables, all the different things.
Yeah, that's going to handcuff plenty of people.
But you got to learn how to handle that. You know, I used to, when I was teaching martial arts, I taught a lot of kids. And I had a lot of kids compete in tournaments. I really loved doing that. I really loved it when they really got into it and they got better. And I could see them improving and then winning tournaments. It was amazing. But I remember some kids would really struggle with competition. And I would tell them, it's because you're smart. And I go, you see these people that are not worried about this? They don't know what can happen to them. Yeah. They're delusional. They think they're going to be okay no matter what. But you're smart. You know that this is dangerous. Is weird, yeah. And when the fight starts, then it's
ceases to exist.
It's just happening. It's just happening, and it's all automatic, and it's all you have instincts and you have an understanding of the game, but you also have just dialed in technique. That's all it is. It's all about the execution of all the things you practiced, and it all just happens. But the lead up is so bad. The anxiety before, when you're sitting in the locker room waiting for your time, you're like, fuck. And I would just tell them, I would go, you got to understand this sucks, but this is just something, if you just can accept that this is here, accept that it's here, and recognize that this is a gift, and this is here because you're smart. And the reason why you're worried about all these possibilities is because you're intelligent enough to recognize that that's the thing.
Yeah, you're looking for the outcomes and then figuring out ways. That's kind of what I was talking about before, like predicting outcomes and figuring out solutions to problems that have yet to occur.
Yeah.
Like when you're thinking that far ahead, like it's a different chess game.
Yeah, and the dull-minded nitwits out there that don't have any fear. There's a reason they don't have any fear, because they don't have the capacity to comprehend all the possibilities.
Yeah.
So if some guy's like doesn't know how to fight at all, you've seen this 100 times on videos online, and he gets in someone's face, and that guy's like, bang, just cracks him. That dull-minded shithead, he's not the fearful one. He's not the intelligent one. The intelligent people are fearful. You should be fearful. It's good.
Yeah.
It helps you, especially if you're about to do something difficult. And you should do difficult shit because it teaches you about yourself. And if you don't learn about yourself, you're always going to wonder. And that's the problem with like a lot of men in the world. A lot of chest puffy, a lot of like fucking really arrogant, aggressive people. Like, it's because they don't know themselves. So they're trying to impose a version of themselves on other people to be respected.
Yeah.
You know? You find us in these fucking business CEOs and execs who are like really aggressive and they weigh 80 pounds pounds. Like, this is what this is. It's like they're finding a way to try to figure out who the fuck they are. They don't even know themselves.
And that's one of the things I fucking know myself. Like, spent so much time with myself in like a clear sort of frame of thought, knowing my limitations, knowing what I've accomplished when I was even more limited. Like, if anything, I think this whole process.
That's the difference. The process between an artist and, like, say, someone who wants to be famous or somebody who wants to be worshipped. Someone who wants to be the head of a company or the president of the United States, or somebody who wants to be beyond reproach.
Nobody who wants to be president should ever be president.
100%. Yeah. It should be, but then again, if you got like some truly benevolent dictator that we're all waiting for. We're all waiting for like a benevolent leader who's just going to take control of it, but do it for the people. Marcus Aurelius, someone who just really does have the people's best wishes in mind.
Human greed is too fucking strong.
It's too strong, and anybody that's willing to go through that process, that brutal process, like all the stuff that's in the news today, still there's possible legal ramification things that happened in the 2016 election that we're hearing about today. It's like, these people are gross. Like, the whole thing, it's the opposite of the Austin comedy community. So, like, if we had to choose a president of the Austin comedy community, it wouldn't be that hard. Like, whoever wins is great. If Shane wins, great. If Duncan wins, great. Who are you gonna elect? Who cares? Everyone's cool. But the presidential world is like, no. You have the backings of enormous military-industrial complex corporations, enormous amounts of money, Pentagon budgets beyond comprehension. It's going to be $1 trillion this year.
What does that even fucking mean?
What does this mean? So, like, the ability to be at the helm of that, like, there's going to be no cooperation with the left and the right, and you're seeing what happens when one group gets into power. What's the first thing they did? Like, what did they do when they got into power? They immediately went after Trump. They hit him with a ton of different fucking legal charges. Most of them didn't make any sense. All the crazy shit about overestimating his property in Mar-a-Lago, like, that is the way they were using the law is like, oh my god, you people are gross. On both sides. On both fucking sides.
The whole system is so fucking corrupted. And it's so obvious, like, we're at a stage where, like, we have enough information to see, like, that how much greed and money just corrupts the system.
But I don't think we really got to see it until Trump ran. I think you got to see it unveiled in a way when Trump ran that you never had to see before. Because also you got the rise of independent journalism that happens at the same time. So you have people that report just on the facts, not like this CNN fucking lean or the Fox News lean, but just reports on exactly what's happening and how it happened. That just didn't exist before. So you get if you're paying attention and you follow those people, and a lot more people are than ever before, you get a way different understanding of how gross this game is. And because the guy was so polarizing, and because he was such an guy to turn into a Nazi, like you pointed to him, you're like, this is fuck him. Look out of the way he talks. He's gonna ruin the world. It's a threat to democracy. We can do anything we can to stop it. So what do? They stop all the primaries. They don't have real primaries anymore. They haven't had a real primary since 2012. They rig them. They rig it with Bernie Sanders. They rig it with RFK Jr. They're just, the whole business is gross. It's gross.
I wish us as humans were all, like, together enough to just self-govern.
You would need people to enter into politics at the highest level that didn't need the money and really were good people that really wanted to just change the tone of how everything is governed. And that's going to be so hard to do because the money is so nuts. And did you see the Nancy Pelosi thing? The new one?
She was being interviewed, and then it was like, I want to talk about that.
Anderson Cooper. Put that on. Anderson Cooper, he sneaks it in. She's like, I came here to talk about the anniversary of Medicaid. Like, she cares about Medicaid. She's worth an estimated $400 million now.
How? What's the salary? 70,000 a year.
170 grand a year, something like that. 200 grand a year, maybe. You know, but watching the panic in her face, realizing that Trump is now president, and they're talking about literally going after her for insider trading, and the undeniable evidence that they have had better results on the stock market than literally anyone ever, and they have access to information about laws that are going to be passed. Yeah, that's not insider trading. What the fuck is?
And that's what I mean. The greed, the level of greed is so strong. She got that video? She might even have good intentions getting it off.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth.
I feel like it's a system that corrupts the minute you get in.
I think so. I think if you want to succeed, like what happens, maybe you have these idealistic, perspective on how politics works or what you can do in your contribution. And then you get in and you're like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it doesn't work that
I have to survive. You know, like I've had candid conversations with Tulsi Gabbard about what it was like. And she's a person, she was tries to be friends with everybody, tries to reach across the aisle. She's got that whole aloha spirit. And she was like, it's crazy. It's like, the amount of backstabbing that's going on. Like when she got into office, like, first of all, you realize like you're not really in control of everything because there's another person who's in control of each individual department, and they'll stop whatever you're trying to do every step of the way. They get in the way of everything. What are you gonna do? You're gonna replace everybody? Now you gotta find qualified people to take those jobs. This guy's been at that he's been the czar of this commission for 25 years. Yeah. So he knows like all the ties and all the financial agreements. Here, let's watch this because it's so funny.
Let me just read what he said. I'm sorry that we had some sort of technical issue. Nancy Pelosi became rich.
Why do you have to read that? We're here to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid. That's what I agreed to come to talk about.
But I wanted
what that means in the election.
I wanted to give you a chance to respond. He accused you of insider trading. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. In fact, I very much support the trading of members of Congress. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong. If they are prosecuted and they go to jail. But because of the confidence it instills in the American people, don't worry about this. But I have no concern about the investments that have been made over time. I'm not into it. My husband is, but it isn't anything to do with anything insider. But the president has his own exposure, so he's always projecting. He's always projecting. And let's not give him any more time on that, please. We're going forward here. And I'm very proud of my family. And while he might make fun of us, while somebody inspired by him breaks into our home and hits my husband in a deadly fashion, hits my husband over the head, he thinks that's a riot. I'd rather not go into some of my other complaints about him right now, rather to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid.
Okay. First of all, what crazy projection. She immediately turned herself into a victim. She immediately went from Jake Tapper's like, what's your response? Oh, this is ridiculous. Nothing was insider. Nothing. We have $400 million. Whatever. What's really important is Trump inspired a man who broke. First of all, how do you know? That guy was a literal crazy person that broke into that house.
Yeah, that was a weird fucking thing.
Schizophrenic. He had a hammer. He smashed the back window. He broke into the house. Paul thought that he could talk the guy down. It looked like Paul had a drink in his hand, so he's probably a little lit. Yeah. Probably a little more calm than he should have been. And then the cops are at the door, and the dude hits him in the head with a hammer. That guy was a crazy person. You're blaming Donald Trump for that. That's so nuts that you have gone from an insane amount of money. A lot of people say you're insider trading. What's your response to that? It's funny, it's because it's all because the president has a lot of exposure. Yeah,
because it's funny. Trump does the same shit with her. If he's on the hot seat, Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, they have to have that natural deflection.
Yeah, man, it's like
we all fucking accept it somehow. Like we might make fun of it or be like, because my bullshit meter goes off all the fucking time. Like you're fucking lying to me right now. I can see it.
there's a reason why that whole ability to trade stocks is still in position, and it's because they want it there. They make a shit ton of money. They have all the insiders. They have to figure out at what point in time is this too dangerous, and who's willing to like make this a law? Who's willing to change this? And what politicians are going to sign on board for that? Because they're actually voting against their own self-interests. Yeah, right. If they all decide, like, it's like they're playing chicken. Like, as long as they don't do it, then they can still make a ton of money. But if you look at the numbers, like if you look at like who's making money on the stock market, it is not all Nancy Pelosi. It is red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. It's pretty much down the middle.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you could skirt the legalities, why would you not take information that you have gained and to utilize it to your improvement?
And you're hanging out with Harry, the senator from fucking South Dakota or whatever, and Harry's got a yacht. Like, how did you get a yacht, Harry? Like, Bobby's got his own private jet. How'd you get your own jet, Bob? You're a congressman. Like, what are you doing? And those people that are able to generate that kind of wealth, and I think she's like the poster girl for it, unfortunately. But it's not her. Like, who's made the most? Yeah, let's find that out.
Article here. I don't know if this is officially the most, but there's people that have made more than her.
Yeah, I'm sure they have. Where does it say though? Okay, more than 20 members made almost double the S&P 500 average gain, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So
tell me it's like 0.5% more, a percentage more. Okay.
David Rouser, Republican, North Carolina. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Democrat, Florida. Ron Wyden, Democrat, Oregon. Roger Williams, Republican, Texas. See, that's the point. It's like, it's not blue, it's not red. It's just corruption across the board. They're all doing it. If you're making more than 50%, that's bananas. That's bananas. Like, what is there? Hold on. Scroll it back down. Scroll down. Okay, look at this. The Pelosi one, an almost cult-like following for her financial disclosures, saw the value of her household's portfolio rise by 70% in recent years. Like, that kind of trading is super unusual. Yeah. To make more than double the average gain of 24.9. So make more than 50%. That's crazy. Nobody does that.
No, and how do you explain that?
Like, how do you explain those decisions? Yeah. When you look at decisions like she dumped stock, and then 3 months later, some big bill comes down the line that fucks that company. Yeah. She buys stock, and then 3 months later, some big bill that comes down that they're funding for this new project. It's crazy. More than a dozen U.S. officials sold stocks before Trump's tariffs sent the market plunging. Of course they did. Yeah. Well, how about when Trump tweets out to buy? Remember that? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, it's like, hey, don't do that. And it's crazy that it's his own money too. How about that?
And it's still like poor people are sitting here arguing about who's the better person. Like, it's fucking wild. Like, they're all corrupt and they're all fucking us.
Some less than others. Some are allowing us to talk.
And I think that's when you see like the South Park episode with Trump, like, I know we're not in a fascist state yet. You know what I mean?
Yes,
we're still okay.
Exactly. We're still okay. As long as South Park exists, we're okay. Yeah. I mean, look, it's all weird, man, because this system is completely fucked. It's completely fucked. And we don't want it to be, and they want it to stay the way it is. And so there's this weird thing where they have to get elected. So to get elected, they have to say the things that we want them to say. So then we believe it every year, like fucking Charlie Brown going to kick that football, and Lucy pulls it away. Yeah. But the weirdest thing to me is that we're in this complete shifting of the polls where the Republicans are in favor of free speech. The Republicans want to end the wars. They want to stop contributing to foreign countries. They want comedy to be comedy again. They don't want restrictions on people's behavior and thinking. Yeah. And the Democrats have developed this sort of like cult-like idea of what everyone should accept and what's normal and what's not normal and what needs to be elevated in our population and what needs to be ignored. And it's just like, God damn, you guys are ruining it for everybody that thinks in a left way. Like everybody who's reasonable, like a reasonable left thinking, which is most artists, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
And then you get to this point where you're like, no, I can't go along with you on all these things.
Yeah.
You guys you're just a bunch of fucking assholes who are using these subjects as a way where you can behave incredibly shitty, incredibly uncharitable, like vicious, mean, ostracizing people from society. I don't want any part of you. I don't want any part of the way you guys think and behave. And you to pretend that you're doing it for good. You're doing it for, you're gluing yourself to the wall for climate change. The fuck you are.
Yeah.
You're just a nut. You're just a crazy, entitled nut. And you're fucking up society. This is not the way that people should be behaving. And I can't believe it makes people go to the other. The Republicans are smarter about it now in this day and age. Because they're like, hey, we'll take it. Hey, it's fine. Come over to us. You can say whatever you want. Come back.
It's a big ebb and flow. To me, it's like some weird natural balance of like things shift a little bit left, shift a little bit to the right.
But we gotta hold the center.
If we motherfuckers could just figure out, like, we have so much information. People just generally share more left and more right, and it's it really are the basis of our attention.
Well, the real problem is the team aspect of it.
It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, sure.
Yo, what up, Tim? How are you?
I'm good, man.
I miss my ex, bro.
All right. Did you get a hooker?
Fuck no, bro. I don't want to hook her. I want her, bro.
Dog, she doesn't want you, or you'd be together.
Nah, I moved. That's why we broke up, bro.
Okay,
You think you could buy me a ticket to go see her?
get out of here with that garbage.
Get her again?
Get a hooker.
A hooker? How much are hookers like?
Well, it depends what kind you want.
Like the average. I just don't want STDs. You can anything else.
Oh, it depends.
What's the price of the average NYC hooker?
I actually saw one on the. I mean, I saw a couple. One was fucking one with me, bro. He was staring me down.
Yeah, usually, at least in LA, it's about $200 per 30 minutes.
How many prostitutes have you slept with?
Oh, baby. None. They've all done it voluntarily for no money.
How do you know how much they charge?
I lose track at 42.
42?
I lose track at 42.
You're really a pimp, bro.
You got that right, son.
42, I'm trying to be up there someday, bro.
All right, well, get a hooker.
Yo, can you I know, but like I want them to be legit, bro. Like you didn't bang any hookers. I don't want to either. Like I want it to be like earned, you know. If I just pay her, like it's like cheating. I just feel right, you know.
Dog, what's the difference between you taking her out to dinner for $200 and she fucking you, and you just giving her the money?
That is a great fucking point, to be honest.
Those are the only kind of points that I make.
You're a fucking genius, bro.
Word, dog.
But seriously, like you should be fucking studied, bro. Like in a good way.
Hey, I'm getting.
When you die, they need to take your brain and like analyze it.
God willing, with mind uploading technology, I won't die.
Let's make a video. Let's make a video about Rabbi Rothschild.
Do whatever makes you happy, baby.
Hell yeah, bro. That is a wise man's word right there.
All right, so why don't you get in a hooker?
Should I get one right now?
Yeah.
Where do I even? Is there like websites? Like I don't really know where to get them.
Word, dog. Go to privatedelights.ch. They have rankings.
I'm gonna get put on a fucking watch list for looking this up.
Incorrect.
I just want to curious. Private delights.
That, yeah, some Chinese website.
The fuck?
Damn, bro got the fucking all knowledge. This is amazing.
Word, dog.
But it's
waste in Europe.
Dog, get out of here with that garbage. Type in your fucking location, and you'll see banging chicks all around you.
Oh, I'm gonna order one right now, man. It's like fucking DoorDash just with fishes, bro.
Make sure to read the reviews, though.
Hey, can you send me one?
Rabbi, could you buy me my first hooker?
I don't buy hookers for people. You're a big boy. You figure it out.
Yeah, you're right, man. I'd rather gamble though.
That's a dumb move. That's a dumb move. You have these chicks in the back of your mind for the rest of the time.
Yo, but I can double the money and get 2 hookers.
Or you just get one hooker, get your mind off of this chick, and then go about your life.
Nah, but what if instead of paying $200 for a hooker, I pay $200 to fly my ex out to me? Just move in with me and I'll be happy.
Okay, well now that's a thought. Now that's a thought. That's basically the old adage: give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime.
Preach, brother.
How do those two sentences coexist?
Well, basically, the idea of getting a hooker right now would be the. Do you want me to answer the question? The idea of getting a hooker right now would be the idea of just eating for a day. Getting his girlfriend there would be essentially the idea of teaching a person to fish, because he could eat for a lifetime, aka have sex for as long as the relationship lasts.
Right, but you were just telling him not to get with grabbing to get with.
If she's willing to move out there, sure. So is your girlfriend gonna move to you?
If I ask her, bro, she might.
All right, we'll just call her right now on stream and just be like, baby, I miss you. I want you to come live with me. I'm willing to give you the plane ticket to move out here. Just do it and see how you like it.
Nah, she's at work right now, but I'm gonna call her later.
Okay.
Hey, Rabbi, are you buying?
Be my wife, bro.
Fuck no. I like MILFs.
And she has wide clavicles. You know what that means?
Right here?
My babies will have wider clavicles.
Okay.
So I can the genetics. And I need that.
Excellent, man.
What did you just?
She has wide clavicles. Like, this man is obsessed with shoulders.
Come on now. I need my kids to be blessed with even wider clavicles. You know how much brain matters in the EP world? It is essential to your looks. If you have narrow clavicles, it's over. Unless you're status filled. Are you tapped into the looks maxing community at all for any of these terms?
Of course, dog. I invented them. I'm in the looks maxing Reddit. Are you in the looks maxing subreddit, son?
I'm actually not, bro. I'm actually a fucking impressed, bro.
All right. Well, get on my level.
I do need to get on your looks, bro. You're like the internet. Like, you're like the god of it, bro.
Hey, whatever you want to say, baby.
Like, your room is like the brain of all of it.
Exactly. It's the epicenter of the entire internet.
Nah, like, genuinely, bro. I'm not even fucking trolling. That is actually like what it is.
I am the center spoke in the wheel of society.
Preach. Rabbi, the goat, bro. You are fucking changing lives.
Word, dog. So
every time I come in here, bro, you give me the greatest advice. My life is just
that's what I like to hear. So yeah, join the look maxing subreddit, and then also there are a bunch of rate me's, which you should be in, like True Rate Me, Celebrity Rate Me, Am I Ugly, Brutally Honest, that kind of shit. Because they'll give you really good tips on how to look like $1 million.
Have you done that?
I did the. What did I do? what did I do? I put myself out there for the one where you take a picture of yourself and then you ask the internet to troll you.
Oh shit! What they say?
They didn't really have anything too good.
Good as in like funny, or good as in like?
No, it wasn't funny. It was like, it just was like, I don't know, like shit I hear every day. So it wasn't anything that interesting to me. I would also say some other good subreddits for someone like you are the seduction community, if you know what that is.
I know what seduction is. I don't know what the seduction is.
Yeah, dog, it's like pickup artistry. So get in it. Are you in it right now?
In the seduction one?
No, in the subreddit look maxing.
No, I'm gonna join it right now.
Yeah, well, we're all waiting on you. When are you gonna do it, big dog?
very sorry that I can't be in person. I have a fire.
Yeah.
Which one is like the official?
It's just, I believe, r/look maxing with like two X's, I believe.
And I hope that my comments will not be redundant.
I've had this bullshit.
In my humble opinion, the scholarship to speech was
All right, it's no, not two X's. Hold on. Let me find it.
Nigga said 2 X's.
Yeah, it's not. Hold on. Is it looks maxing or look? Yeah. Okay. So there's looks maxing advice. It's LOOKSMAXING advice. There are 106,000 people in it.
Essentially brings us up to date in the last 30 years of historiography. Although, as I hope to point out, crucial elements remain unknown and, in fact, mired in controversy. I'm also very gratified that Professor Himka found my very brief 1991 article in Harvard Ukrainian Studies and cited it so prominently as early element in the development of English language historiography on Sheptytsky and the Jewish community. It, of course, identified a 1903 letter that the Metropolitan had written to the Jewish community and, in fact, sent some funds to them. I'm very gratified that Professor Himka found that article sufficiently important to cite in this paper. And I think it identifies two very important points, especially relevant now, 3 decades since I authored it. The first is something that is really quite good, that it is just a lasting testimony, an actual artifact illustrating the Metropolitan's long-standing philo-Semitism. And it also demonstrates another point that's not quite as encouraging. I'll discuss that shortly. Let's have a look at the letter, by the way. It is rather a remarkable document. You can see it's written in a very fine Ashkenazic script. He seems to have mastered quite a few of the finer points of Hebrew epistolary style. Epistolary is actually a word. He refers to his interlocutors as my brothers. But let's get to the second one, which I think is perhaps not quite as encouraging. As Professor Himka writes, with his masterful 2013 article in Poland, quote, the development of the North American historiography had essentially come to a close. At that point, Professor Himka moves to European historiography, and he alerts the reader to 2 very important new works that I unfortunately have not had the opportunity to release, but I'm really looking forward to seeing them. Yuri Skeeter's 2018 study of the Studite monasteries in the Holocaust, and Andrei Mikhailenko's work on Sheptytsky and his relations to the Nazi regime. Those look like 2 extremely important works, and I look forward to reading them very much. But my first question would be, and this is related to the second one in my 1991 article, is while this is essentially what has happened in North America and in Europe, what has happened in Israel? What has appeared in Hebrew and Yiddish? We know that Under the auspices of Stephen Keeler's Shoah Foundation, they have recorded their memoirs on video, and there are a tremendous number of sources that could shed light on many of the questions that are addressed by all of these authors on the subject of Metropolitan Chipkowski's activity during World War II. And, I haven't done the research on this to know how deep it goes, but I did have a very quick look at Wikipedia just to see what's showing up there. And as you can see, here's the Hebrew language Wikipedia article on Andrei Chipkowski. It's considerably shorter than the English language one. But when you go down into the bibliography list, there's actually quite a few interesting things. There are citations of 2 scholarly articles produced by Yad Vashem, which is especially relevant given the later controversy. They tend to rely heavily on Professor Redland's research and also on David Kahane's important memoir from Review, a few other things. But it also lists a 2005 article that was written in Haaretz with a very provocative title, Ukrainian Schindler, and even takes us to a link to the National University in Jerusalem that lists 16 articles, many in Hebrew and Yiddish, 5 books, and an ebook that all have Metropolitan Chipkowski's name in the title alone. A slightly deeper look at the view at Ukrainian Jews and so on, I'm sure, would provide a tremendous amount of material, and it remains to be seen, because I haven't received the books yet, whether Professor Skira and Kaleiko were able to consult these sources. I doubt that the research will change the basic parameters of what we know about Metropolitan Chipkowski, but I believe that this is an important lacuna that has not been explored in 30 years, and I would really like to see the Hebrew and Yiddish literature integrated into historiography. I know that I happened to stumble across this particular letter while looking through a history book of Review, and there's so many sources that we can draw from. And I'm just wondering what other revelations will we see if we have a look at this very important memoir literature. I believe a very strong aspect of Professor Hempel's brief paper is his concise description of the very human process of Metropolitan Chipkowski's evolving political thought with regards to communism and nationalism. Like many Eastern Europeans, Metropolitan Chipkowski regarded Soviets as a catastrophe for Ukraine. The persecution of Ukrainians, religious Ukrainians in particular, their atheism and so on, was absolutely horrific. The massacres perpetrated by the activities and so on were absolutely awful. And like many Ukrainians, they viewed the Nazis as liberators. This explains much of the support that Metropolitan Chipkowski gave for Ukrainians who were enlisting in forces designed to fight the Soviets, in particular the militia division. This recognition and initial support for the militia division, which I am sure will be a major topic of discussion at the conference, is a cloud that hangs over Metropolitan Chipkowski's head to the present day, regardless of the very detailed analysis and ultimate exoneration of the division by the Deschênes Commission. I don't need to tell the people of this conference how this controversy continues even into the 21st century in a very real and painful way. Especially those emigres in Canada, some 900 of them who are associated with these. But what Mr. Henshaw points out is very important for our understanding of Metropolitan Chipkowski's evolving political thought is that by the late summer of 1942, after the great deportations had already occurred from many parts of Eastern Europe, Warsaw in particular, absolutely convinced that the Nazis were worse than the communists for Ukraine. Chipkowski rose to his full moral height and used all the powers of his office to aid the Jewish community, rescuing some 200 Jewish children from Geist monasteries with explicit instructions that this was not to be connected with any kind of forced baptism of the children. Through the writing and distribution of pastoral letters that condemned Ukrainians who participated in Nazi action against the Jews, and to writing to his superiors in Rome, demanding that some sort of action be taken to stem the flow of blood that was emanating from the Russian. At this point, he is without question a heroic individual doing everything he can to save the Jews with whom he had had some positive relations in the past. And by way of a small tangent, but it's absolutely fascinating to compare this dawning realization of this religious giant with someone from the Jewish community, a tremendous figure named Rabbi Shapiro of Warsaw, who continued to write sermons for his embattled Jewish community in the ghetto, which were later discovered as part of the Victor Group archive. And through his real-time writings, which were designed for a public audience, which we can track from September of 1939 all the way up until January of 1943, when he signed these documents to the Koenig Shabbos archives for burial. Fortunately, they were discovered in 1950 by a forest construction worker. You can see how Rabbi Shapiro also went through a process of realization of the meaning of the Holocaust. In Rabbi Shapiro's case, of course, it was a dawning realization that the Holocaust was something completely sui generis, something completely different than anything that had ever happened before. It's fascinating to note that the timing seems to be very similar. That in the case of Rabbi Shapiro, his ultimatization of the utter catastrophe that the Holocaust represented really happened in the spring of 1942 when a escapee from the concentration camp, the death camp of Helmholtz, made it into the Warsaw Ghetto and was able to reveal to the resistance there what exactly was happening in the gas chambers. I would think that this would also be an interesting doctoral dissertation, a comparison of the realization of the meaning of Nazism to both Metropolitan Chapitsky and Rabbi Shapiro. By way of conclusion, I have to reflect on the fact that my mentor, Professor Paul Rabinowitz, chose to title his classic collection of essays on Metropolitan Chapitsky, Morality and Reality. I think that's especially appropriate because communal leaders, religious leaders, and I would like to say even historians, have to negotiate both the moral sphere and also much more pragmatic realities. And Metropolitan Chapitsky's biography illustrates those dangers because he has this long Semitic history, marked at one point in his old age by qualified and temporary support for an otherwise completely vile cause, and then his return to that strong position of morality. It makes the complexities of understanding his personality very, very difficult for people who crave simple narratives. And that's ultimately the situation that we find ourselves in as historians, seeking to tease out the larger meaning of the great arc of this development of Jewish life. One of the most painful aspects of this momentary lapse in his judgment vis-a-vis the Nazis, which is something that many, and one might argue in some sense, even Rabbi Shapiro, is that Yad Vashem has still to recognize this towering figure as one of the righteous congregations. It is something that has gained support among many sympathetic Jewish audiences. For example, here is an article by the prominent journalist Lipschitz on Metropolitan Chapitsky that appeared quite recently, because at the end of the day, Metropolitan Chapitsky did save some 200 children, 3 of which are shown in this photograph here in his Hudak monasteries. And those children later went on to join the Jewish community in Israel and elsewhere. With your permission, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what this means for us at this point in the 21st century, reflecting on the life of Metropolitan Chapitsky. I'm sure you're all familiar with the famous quote from the great American author William Faulkner, "The past is never dead, it is past." Many of the existential issues that Metropolitan Chapitsky faced are still with us today, albeit in very different forms. I'm sure that many of us are following 2 wars very closely, the war in Ukraine and the war in the land of Israel, both of which have tremendous consequences for Ukrainians and Jews respectively and together, actually. And I cannot help but see eerie parallels between the moral decisions that Metropolitan Chapitsky had to face his very different environment with what is occurring today. For example, we are poised here in the United States on the cusp of a very significant election. While the House of Representatives and most Americans are united in condemnation of Vladimir Putin for his seizure of Ukrainian children, for example, but when it comes to the question of aid for Ukraine, it's remarkable to note a significant number of dissenters who do not connect the gross immorality of such abductions with our need to respond to Ukraine's need to defend its territorial integrity, and especially to return its children to their home. And when we turn to Israel, I'd like to point out that we all have a colleague there, with whom many of us have participated in international conferences on Ukraine, Jews in Ukraine. I'm talking about Professor Jonathan Dekov-Haim, who is an American-born Israeli, who has written very important work on the history of Jews in southern Ukraine, specifically the agricultural settlements promoted by the Soviets in the early 20th century. He's only 1 degree separated from us. He is one of our colleagues. His son, Sagi, was taken from near Lodz, near the Gaza border, and is still in captivity over a year later. We want him to return to his family as soon as possible. So we are intrinsically involved in similar ethical issues that metropolitan communities have to face. They may seem much more distant to us because we are not at a time of war here in North America, but nevertheless, in our increasingly globalized environment, our decisions and our words make incredible difference. Let us hope that in America, studying the life of this truly heroic spiritual figure, we will also merit to see the return of Ukrainian children to their homes, the return of the hostages to their families in Israel, and the end of violence in both Ukraine and Israel. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this video format. I hope the rest of the conference will be successful. A new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was written in the Ramchal's own hand. It's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. There's one character who is called the Chacham. He is a learner-earner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for very many years. And he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He says, listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way? Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to invite you to participate in a new online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that these lectures, which I've put on YouTube some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who just want to expand their awareness of this dark period of Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us even today, unfortunately. So please have a look in the information box below. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it meaningful. Thank you very much for watching. According to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later. And it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. They call themselves the provisional government, And the whole idea was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. The communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here. Vladimir Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes. For example, during the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tuveir or by the Beit Din, she could go show up in shul, could walk into the men's section, stand on bima, and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of sanctioned disruption that nevertheless did allow many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their causes were heard. And by and large, this Kahila structure really functioned very well right up until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do something, and those which are thou shalt not, refrain from doing something. We can also divide those on a horizontal axis as those which are defined by time, meaning go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time, and other commandments which are not defined by time, meaning that you must always do these commandments anytime, and you must never do these commandments during these particular times. Examples. A positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be the commandment to sit in a sukkah, right, which is an outdoor dwelling that is only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year, but on Passover, do not eat bread, right? We see it, just some examples of this, by the way, some of the most amazing artwork that comes from the Erfurt hoard that we looked at a few weeks ago. This is the one of the marriage rings that was, it's hard to imagine exactly how this ring would have been used. It's hard to imagine a single person would own this. It looks like maybe it was used for like marriages and shared, I don't know, but absolutely fantastic piece of art dating from 14th century Germany. Here you can see the underside. Look at how the hands are clasped at the bottom. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. Really, I think it puts to shame modern jewelry with some of these designs, but who am I to judge these aesthetics? I just think it's fascinating. Here is one that is from Strasbourg that is one of the most famous. Sometimes these are called the Strasbourg Sisters. And it's interesting because the church is shown here kind of like looking daggers at her sister. And, I think it's a rather unappealing kind of image, like you don't like her. She's very judgy, so to speak. And synagoga has a much more graceful kind of form, but she is in an attitude and a posture of decline. She's literally falling away from the rock, which indicates the collapse, decline of Judaism. All these things, I think, give the very consistent message. I think one of the most fascinating things I've ever learned about the history of anti-Semitism, which is something that has pretty much occupied my mind since I first personally encountered it as a 14-year-old kid. And that is this quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, who immediately after the war published this very important small book called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. He wrote, Si le juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent it. And I think at its foundation is one of the most important things to know about anti-Semitism, is that it's not about the Jews, it's about the anti-Semites. The Jewish problem is not a problem of the Jews, it is a problem of the anti-Semites who are trying to use the Jews to explain the challenges they have in their personal lives, in their society, and so on.
Thousands of them.
In Western Europe had all these negative things going on. In Eastern Europe, there was a erection of the value the Jews had to initiate the economy, and so they were actively attracted into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and offered the possibility of settlement there to engage in various economic functions to which the largely agrarian population was not well adapted. And we see this, for example, here's a beautiful example of a Jew, kind of like a Jewish family, really coming to Poland and seeking the refuge there, and the king who is up on the stairs is magnanimously saying, well, why don't we let them in? I mean, they seem like nice people, right? So this is especially noted in the various charters extended to Jews. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Bucer. He comes up with this document, which is called the Kassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Kassel in the year 1538. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pax of Muslim lands that Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them. Right? I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about these things. Good morning, fellow students. This morning, along the beautiful canal, somewhere in southern Netherlands, probably northern Belgium, on our way to the glorious city of Antwerp, with a huge and vibrant Jewish population. I really can't wait to see that the point of embarkation of many Europeans, like my own ancestors, making their way over to the United States of America. What we saw yesterday in Amsterdam, especially the Portuguese synagogues. Incredible building. There's so many details, and I was especially fascinated by the pelican symbol that was used, very unusual symbol used by Amsterdam, specifically the leaders of the Portuguese community, to describe themselves. And I talked about that longer. Anyways, I hope you have an excellent day, and I can't wait to share more of this amazing culture river.
As Orange County's only academic health system and one of the largest in California, we are fiercely dedicated to the discovery of new medical frontiers, to the teaching of future healers, and to the delivery of the best evidence-based care for you and your family. From primary and specialty care to
You pulled it up.
expert care for learn more at UCI. We all remember that one teacher who made a difference, who believed in us, challenged us, made learning fun. Now's your chance to say thank you to the big fat.
Okay, I'm going to focus there on that. I said, get the head. Do the head. I get the head.
$1,000 to start your class. So let's say thank you to the educators shaping our future.
Es gibt die Menschen, die machen es mit den Kindern. Aktive nach verschiedenen Leuten.
Duarte de Paz, he was a Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion in 1496-97 in Portugal, born around 1500. But he had a remarkable career lobbying Pope to hold off persecuting other Portuguese Christians. Martin Bach was right down the river. He went to Pope Clement VII, actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. It's amazing. The Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto-Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible. Fellow students of Jewish history, this is the first in a series of very short videos that looks at the question, what is a synagogue? Our first topic is a place of prayer. Where does this term synagogue come from? It's Greek, and it means basically to gather together. That's the translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, or literally house of enemies. Together. This is one of the great gifts of the broader world, because this institution of the synagogue, which really began with the Jews, was later widely imitated, in particular by Christianity and Islam. So that if you go not only to your local neighborhood synagogue on Saturday morning, but if you go to a mosque on Friday or a church on Sunday, you are really going to an institution which was based on an early Jewish innovation. A synagogue is distinct from the temple, right? In ancient Jewish history, we have the central location of worship, the Beit HaMikdash, a permanent settlement of the temporary traveling tabernacle that's described in the Torah. That was called the Mishkan. And during the ancient period, all other kind of sacrificial altars that may have been set up for individual families across the land of Israel were phased out as this central location for worship was established. But the synagogue is quite different. The synagogue is not trying to compete with the temple. The synagogue is kind of like, we're too far away from the temple and we still have a desire to express our need for closeness to God, and we need some kind of place to do that. When did this beautiful institution start? Well, according to the Midrash, Yad Shimoni, number 408, this institution is ascribed all the way back to Moses. We see this argument also mentioned in the first century historian Josephus, and even in Christian sources, there's an attribution of this institution to Moses. There's a lot of interesting literary suggestions that the institution of the synagogue was widespread by the 6th century before the Common Era, when the land of Israel was conquered by the Babylonians, and many of the Jewish population were exiled all the way back to Babylonia, and they set up some kind of houses of worship over there, longing for their far-off home in the land of Israel. We see this referred to in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 11, verse 16, in which God says through the prophet, I will be for them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they are. The Hebrew is the Mikdash.
Welcome.
Small sanctuary.
How are you? What up, Morph Retro? What's good, son? Oh, what's good, girl? How are you? What's going on, Holly? Holly. Can you hear me? Hope you're doing well. Can you hear me? You're muted if you're trying to talk. I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
The idea of what a synagogue should be. There are interesting passages in the Talmud that talk about.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. What's going on, girl?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yes. I can hear you now. Yes, I can hear you right now.
Okay.
How are you?
My mic was also turned off on my normal computer, so hello.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, I'm just popping in to say hi.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Last time I was in here, there were some individuals that were talking some things that I didn't follow the conversation very well.
Yeah, you're not the only one. I have some people who, let's just say, have their own individual issues, and I don't necessarily intervene. I just kind of let them sometimes. But exactly right. You weren't wrong on that one. So how are things? Have things improved in the house at all?
Be rude, you know what I mean? But I felt like anything I would say is going to be rude, so I just decided to just give up.
Don't you worry about that. So how are things in the house? Have they improved at all?
I've talked to different individuals, some of which want to marry me, other ones which would like to actually go and date people with probably that mentality, those other people, rather than myself or something. So, and then I've talked to other people that might have a bread line to shelter, I guess, and maybe some business propositions for like a podcast or something in the future.
Okay.
So I'm exploring all that stuff.
Have you video chatted with any of them?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
video chatted.
great.
It's not from Craigslist. It's just from X-Faces people.
Yeah.
I apologize if I'm noisy. I'm plugging my thing in.
No, you're good. And you've both been on camera?
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful. Good job, Holly.
Up to. I'm doing makeup. Right.
That's fine. Yeah. No, but just it.
It's almost like a couple issues and then two. Yeah.
It's more difficult.
Straight to text messages and then straight to cam.
Okay, that's great. And you really like these people?
The one I think is a little bit ahead of themselves in terms of trying to keep up with me. And maybe where they are in their life is a little bit needs some work, right?
Okay.
It's kind of like these people will offer things, but don't have their shit together to actually offer it, and then it's like they want to give you on the hope string, right?
Right.
So they have their own thing to deal with, and the other one is on vacation and will be back, but that one's not like a love interest or anything. That's business, and I might be able to stay with them, type of thing, right?
Okay. Did you post on either OkCupid or Plenty of Fish?
No, I have not. I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm not looking anymore. I give up. I do.
You shouldn't give up, though.
No, I don't want it. After the one interest I realized fell through, I can't do it. I don't want to. I'm going to breathe. It's not going to do so with I'm going to do it alone. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I'm just going to do it alone. I'm not really looking for a partner.
Okay.
If it pops up, then it pops up. But I don't think I'm going to be able to recreate the connections that I thought I had in my head with somebody. I thought maybe I could transfer it to other people like all the other whores do, but I cannot.
Okay.
And I just don't want to go through that again.
Okay.
Basically, I did it to myself when I did it, and it's okay. I acknowledge that. No hard feelings.
Okay.
But some people kind of lead you on, and yeah. So I'm going to do it myself.
All right. And where do you think your next location's going to
Probably
be?
be able to start sometime in the spring. I'll probably be able to start if everything else goes as planned for like relocation, and then I can try to work on my RV with some income and do work, and then also a podcast and also some AIs, and I'm going to be able to then into sexual things because that's what sells. And then I'm going to take my RV and locate to a location where marijuana is sold. And I'm going to try to get into the marijuana business and maybe get into biotechnology to blend cannabis with nicotine using CRISPR or some sort. And I understand all the pushback for the FDA and the medical community and shit, but maybe that will change by that point, which won't be additional income for myself because no one's really pushing for that yet, but I want to do it. So that'd be a lot of case studies and things of that nature, but I eventually want to. I don't like cannabis myself, right? And nicotine type of person. So the alert nicotine and the sedation of marijuana, that. So that might be an interesting combination of people. In the meantime, I can gummies, so cannabis, and people can blend them over, right? They can do what they want.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't get. So I'm looking into all of that shit.
What kind of podcast?
Drugs and sex rule the world, Rabbi. I'm acknowledging this and ready to ride the wave, but not prostitute myself nor indulge in the drugs myself. Understand? I never want to be broke again. So I'm gonna just join. If you can't beat them, join them, right?
Okay, so does that mean like you're gonna be a cam person or like an OnlyFans person?
I think I'm gonna try to have my digital twin of sorts, kind of like reenact my life story a little bit, and then like do some posthumous kink type of thing, so I can start getting people into the future. Like I'm gonna seduce them into the future to posthumanism via like a VT or AI. I don't know if OnlyFans will actually allow me to do that. If not, there's other platforms that I can try, right? I think they just want bodies, right? Flesh bodies, and they don't do the animation or VTube on OnlyFans. I've never looked into it that deeply, but
Yeah, I haven't
basically
either.
like Hugging Face and things like that. But to be able to make your own digital twin and then fuck yourself is a very or make love to yourself, right? It's
Sure.
a very in aspect that I think some people need to get into. I might have two especially getting it up, things of that nature. Because you need to learn to love yourself. So me loving myself with nice bubble baths and massages, will love the other one, with shirts or some shit, right? But it's still me, right? So it's kind of like a little soap opera of you loving yourself. Interesting. I'm going through it.
Okay.
So it's a little bit, but sure.
All right. How do
If
you?
you clone yourself and be a boy, right?
Sure. So is that you would have like a digital reproduction of yourself, basically having sex with yourself?
Like a little Sims family.
Okay.
Exactly, like a little Sims family, and it's just, you know what I mean? Like my last name is Sims, and
That's right.
I've had 3 guys talk about taking their last names in the past week, and then also crying to me. So it's kind of like, okay, which last name do I want? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, right? And they all forget about it the next day anyway, right? So, because they're drunk or some shit, it doesn't mean anything. So I think I'm just going to keep my last name and just do Sims in the terms of just loving myself since nobody else can. And other people need to learn how to love themselves so they can appreciate other people and not throw words like love around. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm headed now.
All right. Have you
and I feel good about it.
Have you thought about moving to California anymore?
No, I have not. I'm exploring Florida because this one gentleman with the podcast has given me a option, which he says he won't try to fuck me.
Okay.
He has lots of girls that are friends and stuff like that, and I kind of vetted him to the point of where we're both albino. He's actually Jew, but he's Christian and he's Russian. It's very complex. But yeah, he's Jew by birthright, but his mother converted to Christianity before he was born, like right before he was born. So I don't know if that really qualifies him, but genetically he's Jewish, and then he's albino. He looks like an alien, or not alien, Aryan, right? He's Aryan, Jewish, and he's Russian. So with a German last name. So he's an interesting person, just like the other dude, which is like a Canadian Indian, is actually Irish, but a United States Marine. Well, he's a veteran Marine. So yeah, I just meet all these people with like different grid connect, kind of peel the stigma, and I love it, right? Like the stigma of the Russian, the Jew, the Aryan, all that shit, right? I love finding those people. So yeah.
Did you say you're albino?
We're gonna define the stigma of the crayon boxes, right? Yeah.
Sure. Did you say that you're albino as well?
No, I have some albino criteria. You know how we're blonde, some of us are blonde, and then like our arm hair is really light blonde, like almost platinum. Some of that's considered to be variations of a little bit of albinism, right? But it's not true albino. He's not a true albino, but his eyebrows are like extremely blonde white, and so is like everything else, right?
Isn't that?
And he's not a true albino. It's just a degree of albinism,
Isn't that Aryan?
Aryan's technically blonde and blue eyes, right? Or like there's other features that they consider there's blonde hair and blue eyed people that wouldn't make the cut. So it's like height and the head shape and all that other shit, right? Like the health criteria to join the Nazi army. The Aryan, according to other people, are the individuals that traveled up from India that were blonde hair, blue eyed, and settled in Germany, basically. If you look at it, there's like 5 different histories of the word Aryan. That's Ayran.
Right.
And, most of it is rooted in India, but the other stuff, it's like mythology for Nazism and the white people, right? And basically being facetious with the word. I'm just throwing it around like other people do, because words have no meaning anymore. Kind of like love. Or appreciation. Am I appreciated? Nah. You good.
Well,
I'm actually holding a space right now.
How's that going?
Nobody has entered today except for a couple people. And it's probably because I'm starting to argue. And when I do, I'm arguing pretty heavy, just cutting to the chase. One of them was a Trump hater. And then I realized any talking points he came in with, I checked Grok and he's incorrect. Or they were incorrect about the Trump. I guess this person claimed Trump is no longer supporting IVF and, went back on their promises. When in fact, Trump just signed something to help IVF and actually did something in addition to the promises he made to help IVF, like cutting regulations and assisting with funding. So that person is outdated in their news. Basically everything I said about Trump, you know what I mean? And in the long run, it's like, it doesn't matter who it would be, you know what I mean? But the AI deregulation and stuff, he just wanted to be political and fight with somebody.
Sure.
But no, not too bad.
Have you found that you are shadow banned?
Not yet, no. I just think people, I'm not very big right now anyways. Just followed like some of the creators. I barely got 100 people, I think. Let me check. Yeah, I'm barely like 100 people, dude.
Yeah. I've been live on there since.
It'd be like 102 or some shit. Some of them were mostly bought.
I didn't
really grow. Yeah, I didn't really grow like I did. I'm not really due because I'm going to be making another account anyway. So on here, there's no sort of I normally speak to that I think it could be or me or to figure out if we're busy. You know what I mean? Got other shit to do, right? But if they don't do it, they could abandon. No hard feelings. I'm absolutely okay.
Oh, I have.
Check how many followers. In a bit here, like within this next week, I should be looking into followers. Oh, I'm at 144.
Oh, that's pretty good.
100 followers and 8 following, and I didn't even try.
Okay.
So that's just like a couple people in my main circle, and then going and entering their things. That's the way I network a little bit.
Okay.
I wasn't really trying. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was just looking for a circle of friends to talk to that I could relate to, and I don't think they exist. That's the people just bullshit me, and they try to relate, and they just, you know what I mean?
Well, you've had some people who have been nice to you on there.
Yeah, I'm not nice. I'm just saying a lot of people fake. You know what I mean? They might be able to relate to me better than what they can with the post-humanist and transhumanist stuff, right?
Right.
Like the questioning certain things. But some of these other people, they're just like, they're stuck on politics and they get stuck on money, for example, is evil, and they don't want to do this or that because money is evil. They don't want to switch over their license because they don't want the system controlling them. But if they don't switch over their license, they can't do X, Y, Z in order to accomplish other goals. It's like a weird pride thing where they get in their own way. Where, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they're just confused and trying to get their self-power back, but they use system kind of as a scapegoat, and they want their power and autonomy, but they don't want to use the system to accomplish it. You know what I mean?
I think
those
so.
type of people, they're kind of like stuck in their loops.
Okay. I got what you're saying, I think.
But yeah.
I mean, you had more people before you had your other accounts. Were you able to get any of those followers back?
I felt like I connected with people, but in the long run, talking out their ass in most cases. You know what I mean? And they didn't really get into every one of these arguments. They're just kind of just reiterating the talking points that they think they heard that could be rebuttals, right? Like AI is evil, it's going to destroy the world. You know what I mean? Like all those talking points, right? And Trump is evil, Elon's evil because he has money, that stuff. And it's just like, I'm so tired of being on that level.
Right.
Give me the inhibition. You know what I mean?
Right now, I get what you're saying. A lot of people on Twitter/X or whatever, they don't have anything to do, and so they just get on there to fight with people.
That's what I feel, yeah. And then when they do fight, it's very difficult to stay on track to address an argument accurately. You know what I mean?
Right.
It just turns into a character assassination thing and not necessarily about the talking point. So it just goes nowhere. I mean, brainstorming is great, right? It's a great think tank place. Actually do anything to implement anything or to an agreement on truth, it's lacking, right? Because there's not a structural approach to discussion. The winners are confident Bob could listen to us and say, well, the accuracy of, person A versus the accuracy of person B, you know what I mean? And actually do like a confidence level of, what the truth could be under each position stated. But instead it turns into just like this drama character assassination for hidden agendas.
Okay.
And I just think like I'm tired of wasting my time. It's great hearing people's opinions, but some of these opinions are shaped based on other people's opinions and outdated information.
Okay.
So like I'm a know-it-all or I'm just judgmental on them. And that's all what I'm trying to be. You know what I mean? So you just sit there and listen and you don't say anything. But if I push back, it's almost like I'm annoying, right? And it's just like I interrupt because I would like to address one talking point, right?
Right.
So yeah. Oh, hi, Riser. Sorry. You don't have to talk about me anymore.
Oh, it's not Audie. You and Audie kind of sound similar.
I'm Morph. Yeah, we probably do because we're both females and probably have a similar voice box. But yeah, no, I'm Morph. We probably have a similar rate of talk as well because, yeah, some people talk real fast. I have different excuses than what they might have, but I'm not on any type of drugs or meth, and it's just momentum. So yeah, nice to meet you again.
Are you insinuating Audie's like on meth or something?
No, not necessarily, but some people are, and I'm not going to judge them for that because I might get into the marijuana nicotine business one day. It's just some people do imply that I am on drugs because I talk so fast. Like they bring up crack or meth or things of that nature. And really, it's I in Northwestern United States. I used to be a call center agent. And I'm used to back-to-back phone calls with handle times and scripts and things of that nature. Like get solution, one call resolution, get off my phone, and go to the next thing. And also I listen to YouTube a lot on 2X. So yeah, slow myself down.
I can only do like, I mean, it also depends on how quickly the talking in the YouTube video, but I can absorb like 1.25 pretty easily. In most videos I'll do 1.25, but like as soon as I go like 1 point, like above 1.5, it just I can't absorb it. I don't know how you do too can absorb things like well.
Yeah.
That's possible.
I would listen to music on regular speed, right? And then I'd have another tab open and listen to like the Transhumanist Party or documentaries or like the callback shows for like atheism or secularism, like the call-in shows and they do debates or they discuss things. I would listen to those if I missed them live. I'll listen to those on 2X or like Linus type tech tips or like any of those tech things. Like College Humor, I used to do that a long time ago, but now they just suck. But like neurology podcasts, like Brain Inspired, which I think they're still around. All in podcasts before they got a little bit too political. I used to listen to them, and then I just fell out with that. But like things about AI and stuff like that, I'll put on 2X and I'll listen to it and I will absorb it. I won't be able to like repeat every single thing, but I will absorb it, right? So I did that for many, many years. And then I wasn't really talking on the phone anymore for call centers, so I never really got my pace back. So every once in a while, I do have a speed pace, but I try to do so to where it doesn't sound like I'm mumbling, right? So most people think I'm hyper or on drugs, or if they don't understand what the hell I'm saying, they think you're like manic or something, right? Which I'm not.
Yeah, I don't feel like you have like a crazy speed that you're talking at.
Okay, cool. A lot of people do. Like Texas, like South Texas for some reason, they talk really, really slow and slow and many seconds, like in between their words. Like it's just like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Like I can't, like it's just really bugged me that bad. But like some people just like, yeah, they talk really, really slow and it's very difficult for me. I'm not gonna lie. It is. And some people find it really difficult with the speed talkers too, right? And I can understand their anxiousness, right? So to find that happy medium, sometimes I just don't give a shit and I just go on autopilot, right? And I apologize, but unless I'm getting paid for it, like if I'm in a podcast, I will definitely find my speed again, like the perfect speed for a podcast. But until then, I'm kind of like a speed racer, as if like I got somewhere to go and something to do, which I do not. What are you doing today?
Wait, Rabbi, how similar do you think Morph Retro and Audi sounds? Because to me they're like 80, possibly 90% similar.
I mean, like women.
Is it? What was that, Rabbi?
They sound like women. I can see how you can see they sound alike. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, like I got confused. I literally thought it was Audi just based on the sound. That's how like they are. But yeah, today, I found out yesterday, like I got this mural, like this wall paint mural on. But after talking to ChatGPT, I realized that I have like a lot of permits that I need to get in order to legally like obstruct the sidewalk for 48 hours. So I need to get like insurance coverage and like the state coverage and stuff, and I have like management plan and stuff. So
Where do you live and what are you trying to accomplish?
I live in.
Are you in the United States?
I'm in just north of Vancouver.
Okay, so you're in Canada.
Yeah. I mean, in Vancouver too, you still need like permits if you're obstructing a sidewalk in like public. I think even if you're like cleaning windows, you need permits to obstruct sidewalks. So it makes sense if you're like doing damage or not damage, but if you're working in like public spaces, the municipalities don't just want people like creating roadblocks and sidewalk blocks without their awareness. So I get it, but yeah, it's just part of the learning process, I guess. Which is cool.
So you're trying to accomplish putting a very big picture somewhere in your home or somewhere near a building? like a pretty look. What's the picture look like? And why I'm gonna put it somewhere near the public sidewalk.
I'm not sure if a mural constitutes a picture, but
Okay.
a painting.
It's an image, right? That's what it is. Yeah. It's imagery, right? And it's very big imagery.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Or some sort of infographic, right? What does it look like? Like, what statement? Is it abstract or?
You distracted me, and now I am gonna lose the game. But
I'm sorry.
Okay. No,
Kick their ass. I'll shut up. Kick their ass.
No. It's totally cool. I will still find my way to victory. I just surpassed this score. Oh, I almost passed. I would have surpassed this score. Sorry. Yeah, the painting that I'm gonna do now is like, you know what patchwork is, or like quilting is, or just like a bunch of patches sewn together. Doing like a big blanket that's like that, and there's gonna be a bunch of like my dog and like some characters like all tucked in under the blanket with like their paws hanging over it, and there's gonna be like cactuses and leaves and stuff in the background. So.
Okay. So it's nothing in the way of that would be like hate speech or anything like that or offensive, right?
I mean, if you find cute animals to be hate speech, possibly, but
right.
Not for
okay.
Definition.
I'm sure anybody can find a flaw with like little animals if they're fake or mythology. They could be like, hey, we can't do that or something like that. But I'm sure it's right. But for the most part, it's a non-offensive piece of art, right?
Yeah, I'm not doing anything political or writing any hate speech.
Okay.
We made Mr. Rothschild.
How you living, Pimp?
Oh, hello, new person.
Can you hear me?
Word. How are you?
Yes, Nahu. I'm good. How are you?
What's up, Pimp? What's up? Did you call your girl?
Rabbi, you have more guests if you're paying attention.
I'm talking to him. Did you talk?
Yes.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's coming back. She's moving in with me.
No shit, really?
Yeah, bro. I just got that riz. What can I say?
Look at you, big dog.
Because I learned from the best, bro.
Absolutely. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime.
Hell yeah, bro. I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome, Pimp. I'm glad things are working out for you.
You're a legend.
Excellent, man.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Dude, you're most absolutely. Hey, keep me posted, okay?
I will, man.
Excellent. Congratulations, big dog.
Please let Rabbi marry you guys if you have.
He jumped out. I wanted to ask questions about what they were fighting about and how they fixed it.
No, they weren't fighting. His girlfriend, he had to move, and he was missing her. And basically, I was like, you can go one of two ways. You can go move on, or if your relationship is still able to be essentially renewed or rekindled. Thank you. You have the opportunity to fly her to you for the same amount of money that you'd spend on like a new chick. And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, all right, well, just call her and tell her that you still love her and that you would want her to move with you and see what she says. And she was at work, so he said he was going to update me. And then apparently she said yes. So I'm happy for him.
Are they going to breed?
I mean, we didn't get that much into it. I don't know about that.
Oh.
What was your question?
I concentrate a lot on breeding creation. I apologize.
You're okay.
I'm always ahead of myself.
You said.
And like, Yeah, I said breed. BREED. Yeah, I don't use it.
Word,
I don't
like,
use it in a
strange.
bad. Well,
Like,
creation, that is breeding.
I know it's like you can use like copulate or like whatever, but I just find like it's just not. It sounds strange in like human context, in my personal opinion.
It's the same fucking thing, but it's the same thing as saying, are they gonna have kids? And they already have kids.
I totally get it. I just find it like the word.
It's like a more of a scientific way of saying, are they going to reproduce? You know what I mean? Are they going to consummate? Right. Well, consummate they probably fucking right now. So yeah, I apologize that you were offended by the word, but I'm going to continue using it.
I wasn't offended. I was not offended.
Oh, okay.
I just find the word to just be like off-putting a little bit. I don't know why. And it's nothing to do.
Oh, it's very exciting, and I love using it in a more positive notion, like breeders versus like just people trying to get together and using each other's bodies for not that purpose, and they're trying to avoid breeding. You know what I mean? It's like they actually don't want to breed; they're just into it for the company or to see where it goes. But like most people will actually know whether or not they're open to procreation, right? Some of them lie about it, right? Which really sucks. But yeah, that's great. Yeah. So I wasn't unable to ask them whether or not they were going to reproduce some astronauts or not, which is sad.
Yeah, I mean he's pretty young.
That's what I do my own spaces.
I don't know if he's so focused on that right now. I mean, I don't know how he's at least 18, but I mean, I don't know how old he is. So I don't think.
Shit. Okay.
I don't think fatherhood.
Offspring or female?
I do not yet. I am planning for it. The world has been extremely difficult to navigate, but that is my main goal since my own conception, and I'm trying to navigate the best way I can go ahead and do that.
Aren't you like?
That's my goal.
Like super. Don't you have like a career and stuff? I thought you're like a scientist.
Sort of, kind of, not really. I'm bouncing between a whole bunch of things, and I'm not your standard like individual for just one certain degree concentration or one certain job concentration, and then like, you know what I mean? Like I've had a very adaptable. My life has been a little bit more adaptable in terms of career security, but I'm working on it.
Beautiful.
What do you do? SSI, aiming. Do you have a career? Do you have a secure career, or are you trying to figure that out yourself?
Right now, making YouTube thumbnails and trying to accelerate my mural career. Gonna save up to buy a little like camper van thing and then bum around.
I'm going to try the RV thing myself. That's awesome. So
yeah, the camper van. Yeah, I mean like Ford Transit probably. The Sprinter van. There's really not that many like options. There's like 3 options here in Canada. Like different cars you can buy. Well, you have a ideal Sprinter van set up?
I would like a truck, and then I'm going to set up a rig type of thing to pull behind the truck, and I would like a EV hybrid to where I can actually customize the rig a little bit more than what these camper vans do, or at least have the plumbing and stuff involved. But I would rather pull the rig rather than have an all-in-one type thing going on.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say
I set up
like a sport truck. You know, like the the like
Yeah.
houses that
More
you like.
power.
Sorry, go on. I don't want to interrupt.
I just wanted to mention like solar power, like water, pulling water from the air and water saving and things like that. All I really need is like enough room for myself, maybe like a child or two that I may create, and then we can buy land and I can work on my own tiny home type thing to actually live in. But the RV would be for a backup plan because the housing market and the economy and weather is always like dangerous, right? So I want an RV to be as a backup plan for safety and also homeschooling, so I can go travel with them and show them the real world instead of keeping them, locked into like a public school system. I'd like to do homeschooling with them. So the RV situation would be like a backup thing, and something to where I can even add on to that with like their own bedroom and bathroom, right? That would be neat. And if we could do the self-driving trucks, right, like Tesla or some sort, I can even have them have their own little, you know what I mean? We can be like a little parade of family, right? Of course, of age, because I'm not going to let them just be 5 or 6 year old, in the back of a van on a side truck or something, right? No, I have a lot of aspirations, right? Which of course needs money. So the only thing that could make money is sex and drugs. So I want to try to get into those industries a little bit using technology. Not necessarily prostituting myself, but I'm going to get into the using technology. Because that's where the money is. So your camper van, are you planning on staying in Canada? Do you have long-term plans? What's going on up there?
Are you gonna, I disagree wholeheartedly that the only ways to make money are through sex and drugs. Not that those are profitable industries, aren't profitable industries, but there's so many massive industries that aren't those that generate money. So don't limit yourself to just those. But I will say,
yeah.
I am very bullish on sex robot technology, and I think it'll be very mainstream in the future, and especially with VR. Rabbi and I have discussed this at length of how celebrities and different people will sell their digital avatars in a marketplace, and then have these interchangeable experiences where you download people's avatars and whatnot. Oh, Rabbi, you're open.
That's what I'm getting into. That's what I'm trying to start to get into. And I apologize, you're not in or you're maybe against it, but those markets are boring. So you may as well kind of get into it. You don't have to, right? If you don't want abortion, don't get one, right? But at least certain people just don't restrict everybody else from doing it, right? But yeah, you're right. That's not the only way to make money, but it's the quickest and most secure way, right? And I'm going to do everything legally, of course, because there's legal marijuana down here in certain states. It's not like I want to do anything illegal. But it's just towing the line on entertainment and stimuli and things of that nature in order to make a profit instead of trying to do these jobs where I would like to try to help people but never can because of the way the industries are. So I'm going, if you can't beat them, join them. And I'm tired of being broke. So I'm going to join them. Right, I'm just going to do so in my own way.
Yeah, it could be wrong, but I've heard that many marijuana businesses are shutting down because it's just way too oversaturated.
That's perhaps the case, and it's going to be to go in there. I want to analyze the market, and I want to see what they're doing and not doing. And I have several ideas to where I'm not just going to grow the leaf for them to smoke it. I'm going to be a lot more creative and try to actually develop something called a transdermal patch, and maybe even try to do CRISPR to integrate nicotine into the cannabis. It's already been attempted. It's not marketed, and it needs to go through trials, but nobody's pushing it, right? But there's always something I can try to figure it out, right? I'm not just being another butt stand for like, yeah.
That sounds like definitely a great idea. I don't know how expensive the CRISPR technology would be, but it sounds also expensive.
Very expensive. You would have to do a lab. To do your own lab is just too fucking expensive. So I would need to pair up with labs that already exist, willing to do this, which they do exist. There's a lot of independent things that can help me. But the effort to push that through will be extremely expensive unless we have deregulation and a demand involved, which I can handle that demand and stuff like that. But for the most part, it has to be actually functional absorption of both chemicals into the body, and then it needs tested to where, like, hey, if you're pregnant, don't use this, and you know what I mean? You need actual case studies for some of it. So they need to make sure that they're being distributed, right? If we could do something as a patch to where it is like a 24-hour release thing, or release based upon your cortisol levels, right? Or if you tap it, you get more of the dose. Instead of like people inhaling it, which I think is wrong. If you ingest it, it's very inaccurate on what you're absorbing, right? Because it can hit you all of a sudden based upon might have like delayed digestion, right? So there's all kind of issues with digesting it, but absorbing it through the skin, that's a different metabolism rate, right? So if we study that, we might be able to help people even more so with the THC, whether it's they want to hallucinate and get high, I don't care. We could also try to do that with mushrooms and things of that nature, because the digestive system's very, digestive system has its own issues, right? And we don't want them shooting up or inhaling things because that actually harms the body more, right? The tests would need to be done, of course. If we would proceed in that way, I'm not against drugs, but yeah.
When you consume marijuana orally, it has like a much more, it's like a totally different, I mean, it's not like different like universe, but the effects are like really different.
Is it? Have you done it? Are you a user? You consume it?
I've done plenty of smoking of weed and eating of weed. Yes, I can confirm. And also, it's not like I'm just like when you eat it, it becomes like 5 times more psychoactive when the THC is.
Okay, so it increases. Okay.
But it's also just like
I know it's something, but yeah.
A different feeling. I'm not saying like it's bad or anything, but it's just a lot different than. Yeah, I'm not sure how the hell the patch would work. You get it to absorb through your epidermis.
Yeah, well, they have nicotine patches. If you like, for people trying to quit smoking, they have vitamin patches. And there's a lot of different birth control patches. There's a lot of patches out there with the transdermal application. Some of them even have like tiny little needles to where it will actually inject on an auto sensor. There's patches for diabetes to help them with their insulin. That's a little bit more wishy-washy because that's an actual like deadly thing that can happen, right? But the transdermal patches is something that's definitely being more looked into, like the life patch and things of that nature. I personally do not even use. Yeah, well, not yet, but there's cannabis oil, and if you actually put that on your skin, you absorb it. Anything you have on your skin, you absorb, whether or not like the body will metabolize it or not. Is you have a barrier of a defense mechanism for the first couple layers of your skin, right? But the idea is like you can bypass that, right? On average, everybody has a different bio layer, right? But there's ways to get around that. The thing is, it's kind of like I never used marijuana. I used it before, but it doesn't do shit for me. I'm one of those people where drugs don't work, so I would never dip into my own supply, and I'm not doing it for my own needs. It's more so just trying to push the energy, the industry.
I think you've done it wrong or something if you did not.
No, seriously, my body doesn't metabolize it.
Isn't
just like people that go under anesthesia, sometimes that doesn't work for them. Everybody does have a different blood metabolism. And I'm one of those type of people where, Nicotine does work for me. Marijuana does not. My
Like it doesn't matter.
And the blood protein will not grab onto it. Aspirin doesn't work for me. Lots of other painkillers won't work for me. Anesthetics won't work for me. Nicotine does though, and in fact, I've used the nicotine patches and the nicotine gum before, because I grew up around smokers, right? So it could be that I just detox it too much or too fast. There's other variables involved, but it really doesn't do shit for me. I've been around it. I even helped people. I've rolled blunts. I've tried to grow it myself. I've used all kind of different strains, and I was just like, this doesn't do shit for me. I can drink, but I don't get drunk. I don't get buzzed either. And that's just the way my body biology is. You know what I mean? But yeah, because everybody's different. It's true. I haven't tried mushrooms, but it may not do shit for me. If it does, it will probably be very brief and then go ahead and detox from my body. It could be even like a majority of a vegan thing, you know what I mean? But even my birth control, for example, when I got the birth control shots, that left my body quick. Like it's supposed to last for 3 months. That shit only lasted 2 months for me, and I'd be going back asking for different progesterone, right? Because it just seems like my cramps would come back and everything, so it detoxed from my body faster. And that might be a thyroid thing, right? It could, but I don't have anything wrong with my thyroid because I've had that checked. So there is a lot we need to learn about each individual, you know what I mean? And their metabolism on what these drugs do. I would love to get involved with that, but in the meantime, we have these fluffy processes determine hey, did you get high or not? Okay, that worked for you, cool. And there's a lot of people that actually like that fucking feeling or need it for pain medication or whatever, right? So why not get into it, right? So yeah. Or we might be able to get into non-invasive Neuralink to solve all the world's problems, which I'm game for that too. You might not be though.
Did you see
you don't want sex box, you probably don't want Neuralink.
They developed.
I didn't say I didn't want sex box. I never said that.
Oh, I thought you said you're what was the word you used? You were beefy? Not beefy. What's that fucking word people keep using? You said you're what's that word you use? You're not beefy. You're buffy. You're beefy or you're hesitant with the sex box.
No, it's the opposite of that. He's
Okay, that word means
bullish.
Bullish, yeah, that's the word. What does that mean?
It means positive.
Oh, he's positive. Okay, I took that as bullish being a bull charging at you, being restrictive. You know what I mean?
It's a financial term like a bull market. It's a financial term like a bull market.
Okay, but doesn't that mean resistance?
No, that's bear.
Okay, that would be excitement towards a certain goal. So he's excited towards the goal of the sex box.
Correct.
Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Bullish?
No, I totally misunderstood you.
Bullish means expected market growth.
Okay.
It does not mean that you're necessarily psyched about it growing. It just means that you suspect that the market is going to continue to increase.
Okay, I understand. I apologize. I misunderstood you, and I probably should have clarified. I've heard it before in the EACC places like Beth. I think they call him Beth Bezos, and he does the thermo something with computing. But yeah, I always thought that meant you're resistant.
So the way that I've learned this to be.
For that statement. I classified you as a slight Luddite.
The way that I've learned this to be is that a bull, when it charges, it gores upward, upward trends, and a bear, bears down on something, moves downward, and that's how the markets work.
Oh, so it's how they
I haven't heard that. Yeah, I've taken economics, microeconomics, macroeconomics. I've taken all that in business and sports management, and I've never heard that shit. So those are like new terms.
You didn't take shitcoin, meme coin economics.
Right.
No, but I did have a friend, Logan, that tried to get me into the altcoin trades and all that, and I was going to get into it, but yeah, I didn't hear the bull bear analogy, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly. Now, whether that's true or not, that's just something that I heard someone say, but it's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, and I'm not sure why my brain went to bullish being negative. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just thought it meant resistant. So, okay. So we're on the same page. So you're okay with the sexy iBots and all that shit. We're good. Okay. I didn't mean to come off as
I'm kind of indifferent to it.
He's on the wait list.
Okay.
What?
You're on the wait list for him. Be honest.
I
have one in my closet, a real doll, but I paid $8,000 for a used one on Craigslist.
Okay, you sanitized it very well, correct?
No, I just like sprayed a little
Is it
bit.
Just for Halloween, or?
He's being facetious. He doesn't know.
For Halloween, I'm just gonna scare people so that no one comes to my door.
Like a mummy and shit.
My door.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I'm just trolling. I don't actually own one.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, we should be able to have ones that are self-cleaning. I mean, they can probably also be your butlers, so they'll definitely like sanitize themselves and things of that nature. So if it is used, it would probably be completely sterile. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Thank you for that insight, Mort.
Yeah. Because you did say used, and the first thing that came to mind is like ooh, but then again, like maybe you're into ooh.
I mean,
so
would you say the you reaction for a girl that slept with other? I guess they're self-cleaning. Is it self-cleaning that's happening?
Females have a self-cleaning hickey-doo going on with our hulas, right, or hoo-hoos. We vaginally have our own self-cleaning. Some women prefer to douche, which could actually throw that self-cleaning process off. Just like dudes do in the shower, right? Like you clean between your crevices of your skin or whatever, right? Women do that as well, right? But the robots, if you just want to use it and then not sanitize it because it doesn't have the autonomy to sanitize itself, you may want to go ahead and clean it, right? Useful for that to where you can then have your skin come in contact with it again, right? Without burning you or anything. Like if you use bleach, it might actually destroy the doll or it could destroy your pee-pee if you don't rinse it well enough, right? So there's probably special cleaning products for that as well. But yeah.
Where can I find your TED Talk on this subject?
I really thought of this shit. Yeah, I really thought about this shit. I'm actually from the future and just waiting for you monkeys to keep up. So it's kind of like I'm talking to you guys in the past, as if like this shit already exists, but it doesn't really exist yet. Anyway, do you play with Grok on X, like Elon Musk and stuff with Grok?
I use Chat GPT. I use Instagram Space. The Facebook Meta one. I don't really use Grok, but does it excel at anything in particular? I don't know anything other than it's just.
Yeah, truth. It accelerates the truth. It's now doing carrot, so it's this little gothic pigtail type of thing. Named Annie, and she kind of like she's goth and she has fishnets and she got pigtails and she's going to seduce everybody to a higher IQ, trying to get multi-planetary and talk about quantum physics and shit like that. And then there's another persona called Chad, and we're still pending for him, but it is paywall right now, right? But it's really cute shit. So.
Isn't it very expensive?
Yeah.
Isn't it like $300 a month?
That's what I keep saying, but I don't think it is. I think it's more like $40 a month. The Grok Heavy is, but they're working on it. That's only just for the extra compute, but the characters themselves, they'll come down in price because they will. It's just right now they got to pay for the extra compute and get it pushed through the Android store because the Apple store they already got it on, but the Android store they're pushing it through, and now Grok is doing images. So it's taking on Suno, and it's going to take on Suno with a little bit of music, and Sora, and VO2. Whether or not you guys keep up with this, I don't know. But Grok is starting to make images and music, and things of that nature, and that should be out probably within the next couple weeks, I believe. I forget the date. Yeah. Elon is definitely pushing Grok to be keeping up with all the other AIs. And it's really nice because he got the most NVIDIA chips and power just to be rhythm is key. Whether or not we went down, put in a full of data of bias and lies, we're able to take all that data and lies and try to discern truth in the best way possible. All these other AIs, they seem lobotomized and they will just work through with this catch-22 restriction and not know what to tell you to where it's the most unhelpful shit in the world. So it can be helpful, right? For the most part, it's missing out on a lot of huge steps and the truthfulness and what the hell it's telling you, right? So there is a lot of lies, there is lies, and then there's a lot of censoring involved, right? Like if you were to ask it about sex or pics, sometimes it shuts down, right? It's like, I can't talk about that. Like Gemini did that for a long time. So I do pick Grok as being the winning AI in the world right now. Everybody has their favorites, right? But that's where I put my money on Grok. Elon. So, yeah.
People are protesting Elon and vandalizing Tesla stores and stuff.
That was a few months ago, and that's kind of over. They also burned some Waymo cars, which is, self-driving taxis in Google, which we have definitely taken care of, thanks to the Marines being put into Los Angeles or whatever. But yeah, there was some pushback towards technology and some tech abuse happening. That has been relaxed, and I do think a lot of people were arrested that did do the vandalism. So yeah, that's been calmed down. And people, they get mad at all kind of things, right? Yeah. Would you have joined them on protesting Elon, or do you not care, or do you think it's sad that some cars got talked about?
What do you even do to piss off people?
Basically, he was backing Trump for a lot of different positions, and he was involved with trying to help the government kind of clean up fraud, waste, and abuse within the government and try to upgrade it with technology so it can better accurately budget itself so it's not wasting so much money, which, might take money to actually implement, and Trump is still working on that upgrade, I guess. But basically, it was a lot of media festering on the narrative that Elon is evil, trying to take over the world with rich and spoiled and things like that, right? It's mostly media and tribal narratives, right? He didn't specifically piss anybody off, but if they were mad about those same things, they would have done that for the previous Democratic. It did some of the same shit. You know what I mean? If you were to sit down and list like the actual reasons, we could probably find a Democrat that they could be mad at too, but they wouldn't be because they're just biased. And that's basically, the right does it too. It's not just the Democrats, but it's like political blindness, right? They're just trying to be tribalism and be activists for something. So that's how I see it anyhow, and I apologize if that's,
I mean, I don't know. I think, he could be more evil than I know or whatever, but at least he made Starlink, which is good internet to people. But, oh yeah, Rabbi was telling me Starlink was meant to be like free or something at first, right?
No, I didn't say that. I never said that. That was
Oh,
Google.
no, wait, was that Google?
Yeah.
That was like a Google.
Oh, Alice, I'll be right back. Hold on. Someone came with the space, but they're not asking for a mic or anything. Oh, they went away. Okay, Alex went away anyway. I was going to explain that I was in Discord. Anyway, in there to see who pops up. But yeah, I'm going to mute for a second because I'll be right back.
Sure.
But it's a lovely conversation. Keep it going. You two want to keep going back and forth about SpaceX. Starlink will probably end up being free eventually, but in the meantime, they are going to connect it to Mars and have Optimus and a couple other robots on Mars when they get the Starship up there, right? So he's going to loop Starlink from Earth up there until he can figure out a way to make Starlink a base on Mars. So he can actually put more robots up there to help us with a base or research on Mars. So yeah, it's a big project, right? You paying into Starlink, it's paying into multi-planetary pursuits, and it's beautiful. So it is actually expensive to start, and I plan on doing that with my RV. Are you going to do that with your camper thing?
I mean, possibly, yeah, if I need internet. I don't want it to get stolen, but I'll probably have like a safe or something for it.
Okay, so you're afraid of somebody stealing it.
No, I mean, I'm just like, I'll have it. I just need probably, I don't know. I don't know. It's only like $150 or something for the satellite.
There's a mini. There's a mini, and then there's the actual big one. But there's the RV one, and you can actually get one that's refurbished, right? Start for the device. You're looking at a good like $500, and then per month about $150 a month. Yeah. The device to start out, you can get it probably as cheap as $150 to $200, depending upon like the refurbished situation. But there's a mini, and then there's a big one, like residential, which means it's fixed position. But the RV one is basically you need a good like $300-400 up front to start. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's negligible enough for internet in a remote location. I'd probably because I have to be plugged into the matrix at all points of the day. So
yeah.
I mean, I definitely don't want to get an off-road vehicle or like a remote vehicle to experience the wilderness and ground myself. Yeah, and I need to pay the Elon tax. Like a good Samaritan.
Well, there's other companies that actually have RV satellite. For example, T-Mobile has it, and Amazon's coming out with their satellite system as well, very shortly for internet. They have a couple up there already. But it's going to take them a while to get as big as Starlink, right? Because they're like they kind of drag their feet a little bit on this, right? But there are other industries, there are other companies out there competing, so you might be able to find a better deal, but not as much as the coverage is probably Starlink at this point. You know what I mean? But they're just crushing it. So, and I'm not sure what's available in Canada, but T-Mobile definitely has some plans, which are kind of comparable to Starlink pricing, anyway, right? But if you're serious about it, there's other companies you can look into, right?
I mean, yeah, I think in most areas my cell phone would have data that I could just get a hotspot on and pretty easily. I don't know if that would be cheaper, but yeah, you basically only need the Starlink in areas that you can't get data on your cell phone. So that might be a factor. I'll have to cross the road when I get to it. But it does seem like a good addition. I saw a post on Reddit in the subreddit that Rabbi sent me, and it's like technology subreddit, and this guy was building a prototype for hooking up a wind. It was basically like this turbine thing that would spin out from wind and then generate electricity to charge his electric vehicle, so he could just potentially have like infinite charging or something. It only works obviously in like windy areas, but potentially with solar power or enough of these things on your car, you have like a completely like off-road wind car or something. Or maybe that's a part of the future. I don't know.
They met with President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East to speak with yesterday in Tel Aviv. Ruby Chen, father of U.S. Israeli hostage Tate.
It's also really, really, really windy where I live. Are you playing Mancala, Rabbi, or are you just...
Doug, I just beat you in Karam. I didn't know if you wanted to play.
Oh yeah, do a Mancala one. I'm tired of throwing you.
I just won.
Oh, guys, 4.
Why did you do that?
I don't know.
He supports the response if it's temporary and responsible. We have to understand that you not have all of your needs if you gamble, gaming and things of that nature. But I mean, it's possible that they do have it now. You know what I mean? But in the past, it was very body inconsistent. Like if you're trying to work from home, that might be difficult. If it's windy, this can disturb the signal, but it's more so like the cloud coverage might be more of an issue than the windiness, right? But I don't know. You would just need to test it, right? Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I just wanted to come in, check on everybody, or at least check on Rabbi what was new, give him an update, which I didn't really get what him. I talked about myself, so I feel like we're targeted.
You're good.
Anything new with you since the last time we spoke? Because you were doing sort of projects and stuff, right?
Yeah. I changed my bots back to Kick, which has gotten like 15 new people in the last 48 hours, which is pretty good. And just enjoying life.
And I see you're still giving like relationship advice and stuff, right?
Oh, I don't know if I do that, but I do when people ask about it.
Okay. Yeah. I did tell you about how the Craigslisted flagged that post, even the way we did it.
Yeah.
They still flagged it. They took it down.
That's to be expected.
Okay, I told you. That would be a bad way of doing it in the future, right?
Well, I mean, like I said, I
could still do it, but
I mean, the best way probably would just go on a dating site like Plenty of Fish or OkCupid, and go to an area that is affluent and see what happens. It's just like fishing.
I still might do it by the end of the week. I'm kind of butthurt right now.
Did you ever find the picture that for which you were looking?
Because I did want to do it, but at the same time, like in my head, I just can't.
Did you find the
picture?
Did you find the picture for which you were looking?
No, I was just going to take new ones.
There you go. That's the best move.
Get myself prepped up to do that, but I'm going to probably just take new ones.
That's the best move.
I may try to do that like at the DMV or some shit.
Why at the DMV?
But yeah. Just because they already have a picture thing, you know what I mean?
Why wouldn't you put on makeup and then just turn on a light and take a picture?
Because it's like when you're in your own house, in your own settings, you know what I mean? Like I can ask somebody just to take it for me. You know what I mean? Instead of just doing like a bathroom shot or some shit. The way I would want to do it is just get on cam with them anyway, right? Because people see their flaws and then they see my flaws, and it's just like this is the reality, right? If you want to stay in fantasy land, you can, right? But yeah, I just rather be real about it. Some people look better or worse without makeup, right? If you're gonna like get real with people, like sometimes you might wake up to this, and if you don't like this, and you know what I mean, just move along. Right.
I mean, the makeup part isn't that important. You just need pictures.
Yeah, but I don't want to have no makeup pictures. I want to have it like somewhat natural.
Okay.
But like some of the doing pictures yourself is just weird.
I mean, you can just put it on a
in my
timer.
head, I'm going to be over analyzing it and not in motion or doing something. You know what I mean? It's just difficult. Maybe I'll turn on cam and have the cam do several shots with me in motion, right? Or doing something, right? Because just like still shots of like I'm posing, it's just weird. Right?
I mean, that's what a selfie is.
What's the word? Tacky? It's tacky. It really is. Unless you're out and about with people, you know what I mean? To where it's like, oh, you're enjoying yourself and this is me with other people. It's just weird to just do selfies. It's like the selfie stigma.
That's what everybody does. That's what everybody does.
That's everybody.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like if I saw a dude's profile or a woman's profile, because you know I can date both. If I saw their profile and I saw them out and about doing real shit versus a bathroom mirror shot, I'm probably going to be more inclined to want to reply to the person that's out and about accomplishing things with people.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right?
Like, I cannot agree with you more.
Like a monument and things like that versus with a bathroom picture.
Wait, I cannot agree with you more. But
okay.
But let's be honest, you've procrastinated this.
I have time. I don't need to like jump on it. I know your sense of urgency, but I might do it by the end of the week. I still might do it. I feel very kind of hurt from another conversation that I've had recently.
Okay.
Really deterred me from getting close to anybody in the first place.
Okay.
So, yeah, because I think I practically was in love with somebody else anyway, and I don't think I was ready to do that, and I'm still not, to be honest. I want it, but at the same time, I think it's unfair to try to pursue it if I'm still like, it's wrong. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I know it's urgent, but at the same time, it's really not.
Okay.
It's not so urgent that I'm willing to lead somebody on and play games with someone's heart like has been done with me.
Okay.
I did it to myself. I did. I wrapped myself up on somebody and I shouldn't have.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what? You guys know what I mean, right? Riser, have you ever like had like you ever been like into a girl and then not been able to get over her? And you kind of like not ready to move on and stuff. Oh, they must be very concentrating on the game. Like dudes can probably move on easier than what chicks can. Because it is going to be very difficult to try to find somebody that fits the father figure that I'd be looking for anyway. Let alone like the possible kinks that I thought was going to be a thing. But yeah, so I built that up the wrong way is what I did. I did accept a marriage to a guy named Tony, but I had conversations with him today, and he kind of like not ready. He's interested, right? But at the same time, like he has his own housing problem and what problem and all that. stuff. He's not ready for kids. To be rich or anything, but it seems like it is even like that doesn't even really help. You know what I mean? Like, found a girl that wanted to bring, he's happy about that. I don't know if he can even like every time I'm insulting him or something, because I'm not gonna like a lot of work. And I don't mean to, but the conversation flow is me more so playing or many people actually, right? So I need somebody who actually can dissect that shit more clearly, right? And okay with it and not going to get insecure about it. Analytical. I just probably, yeah. I know my own flaws. I do know. And I don't see those flaws. I just see them as like things that are not going to be compatible with certain types of people. Okay with that. Just be alone. And, oh, what's this? Texas Democrats sweep state to prevent redistricting. What? Even Lookner is doing an episode on Texas Democrats, and I guess they're leaving the state of Texas to prevent like rezoning or something. Okay, that's one way to get the Democrats out of your state, right? If that's your goal. Near Texas. Oh, they're going to have a lot of housing. Are they really going to leave? Because if they leave, that's going to be like a whole vacuum, and I would love to live down there. Wonder where it's at. Oh, shit. I'm so heartless right now. You can't grow weed there or anything, but that's okay. Maybe I should try to still go to Texas. Anyway. Am I fucking serious? Is that what you said, Rabbi?
I didn't say that.
I was talking to Rabbi.
Okay, that was okay. Like, I know Rabbi might cuss every once in a while, but shit. So basically, I'm waiting for like an order thing. Once I get it, I'm really gonna take a break off the internet, and I'm gonna get started on some other things that I need to get done. If anybody's listening to my Discord, I'm actually in Discord talking to a rabbi and a riser. Actually, let me share this on. Am I going to get shadow banned if I share this, Rabbi?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. Give you some traffic, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's not like you guys are just gaming, but sometimes you have like decent conversation. Oh, Brian, oh my god. I thought Brian was going to get mad about that. Jesus Christ. Anyway. He's on his way back from like Tennessee or some shit. Different dude. But yeah. I can't believe the amount of men tried to me this week. And I'm not making fun of it. It's just like, I've never had anybody strong enough that I can trust to just like vent and feel safe in their arms. Do you know what I mean? And it's just like, these men to be emotional is great, right? At the same time, it's like, I'm going through a shitload of stuff and there's nobody for me. You know what I mean? And it's just like, they just forget about you, right? And it's just like, what was the point of like almost being like a therapist or a friend for you if you're not going to be there for me too?
Right.
And that's what I'm really mad about. It's not even like the romance shit or anything like that. It's just kind of like, you know what I mean?
I think so.
Yeah. It's not like, oh, I was there for you, so you absolutely have to be there for me. because that was like not pretext, but it's like it's starting to add up to where it's the one way, to me constantly being there for other people. Can't let that happen to myself again, right? You gotta have boundaries. Like Rabbi Fitzgerald, he's here for everybody, right?
I do my best to be.
Who's there for Rabbi?
I don't need anybody, thankfully.
You say that, but we all do need somebody, and you know.
Okay.
Because if I would say that, that's what you would say to me, correct? If I say if I don't need nobody.
If you're
right?
Emotionally independent, you don't necessarily.
So you both are just single, childless, and do you have plans to have children? And get married and stuff, or no?
Oh, I would like to someday. Yeah, when this stream goes viral.
How about it would interest me to consult on a podcast that's talking about self-love in terms of sexuality as well as relationships.
Most certainly.
You would need to meet Brian. You may or may not understand him or click with him very well, but that's what we're planning to do.
Sure thing. Anything you need.
Okay. We would want to hear your opinions on stuff first, probably. But because he is like Jewish, but and I mean you're Jewish too by both faith and genetics, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Solar if it's not installed and operational by December. Trust me, permits, inspections, utility companies, they move their own pace. Don't delay. You've waited long enough.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let you gentlemen stay to it, and I'm gonna get some of my.
Sounds like a plan.
Pretty much slow traffic from what went there. And East LA, 105 southbound at 10, had a two-wheel crash blocking the left lane, but looks like two trucks are on the scene and should have that cleared off the roadway any minute now. And it's
They said 25 and you put one in the fucking corner and you got like...
Yeah, because I'm a pimp.
So how the fuck did you get... Oh, you fucked up.
Fuck, I did.
You fucked up.
Dude, I don't know how to...
2 more beads.
I don't get...
2 more beads. Huh?
I don't get how to play this game.
I can explain it to you. I mean...
Don't explain it to me. I'll look it up.
So capture. Let me explain it to you because I'm no expert.
Dude, you're not an expert either. You're not an expert either. I want it from an expert.
Are you looking at the board?
Are you looking at the invitations? You've been so fucking slow with these invitations.
Can I explain this?
I don't want to hear it. I'm just going to be right to the point. I don't want to hear it. Accept your invitation.
I don't want to play. I just can. I'll save you the humiliation or the humiliation.
You, Doug, you got destroyed.
Doug, it's like you.
Doug. Doug. Doug.
Me forfeiting.
You got destroyed.
I won about 10 in a row.
No, look, I see you overreacting and overestimating your wins. And I really think that that's sad. Do you want to see something amazing?
Want me to send you a screenshot?
Dog, do you want to? Dog, do you want to see something amazing?
You
Hey,
won. Karam. Rabbi won by forfeit. Karam, you won. Archery, you won.
are you ready to play basketball? Are you ready to play basketball?
Ready to win.
That's what I like to hear.
Are you gonna fucking listen to my fucking like 15-second show explanation?
No, I don't give a flying fuck.
Fuck you. You do. I'm explaining you the fucking game
Riser.
in like 2 seconds.
Riser, you have an invitation to basketball, and everybody's waiting.
No one. Yo.
Riser,
listen to what I'm saying.
Riser, everyone is waiting for you to play basketball. Everyone is waiting for you to play basketball.
I'm gonna rage quit this call if you don't listen to my fucking go at.
You have 15 seconds. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I never have to listen to your advice on go. Go. That was great. That was a good first shot. That was a great second shot. That was a great third. Or like, it's actually one more than that. Oh, dude, you're playing like a baller, dude. 10? 10 is great, man.
Alright, so you know what? In Go, there are a whole bunch of lines intersecting like a giant tic-tac-toe board. If you place one stone on one of the intersections, there's a word for it, but the word I'm going to use is an attackable point. So, in order to completely capture a stone, you have to cover the...
That's a great swish. That's a great make. Another great swish. Dude, that should have been a swish too. Dude, the kid is on fire. This might be your chance.
I've had worse. I've had worse.
You've never had 19 in 2 rounds.
I've gotten 30 before, but then you got like 34 somehow. It actually pissed me off. I think we're like, bullshit.
Are you balling with the kid? Watch that. Here you go, big dog. I'm ready to count misses. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. Devastating misses. Devastating misses. Oh, he was doing so well, and he got 2 points. Dude, what is this bullshit? Are you ready? You want another one?
I gotta take my dog out, bro. It's 5 o'clock.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. The way that you played that game is the way that I've heard described when someone drinks their own hot cum. You just drank a glass full of your own hot cum. Glug, glug, glug.
Maybe that's why I'm so high IQ then. That's just fucking good progeny.
Dog, that's not how you reproduce. That's not how you breed. That's not how you breed. That's not how you breed. That's not how you breed, son.
That was an amazing comeback.
Dog, that's not how you breed. Dude, can I tell you something amazing? A fucking amazing story before you go take out your dog? No, this is a fucking amazing story that I did not fucking believe. Hold on. I did not fucking believe it. Joe Rogan talked about it. I had to look it up. Okay, so get this. There was a girl who was like, she was like a virgin or something like that. She was sucking her boyfriend's dick, and somebody came in and with a knife and slashed her in the stomach, and the cum that was in her stomach impregnated her. How fucking crazy is that? Now I know you're like, wait, how did this happen? This girl swallowed some dude's cum, and that cum, because she was stabbed, like leaked into her ovaries, and she had a child. Now, if you're like, I don't believe it, let's get the story down. Yo, dog, what's that story about that girl who was giving oral sex and she swallowed the semen, and then somebody stabbed her and she became pregnant? Yo, that story you're talking is actually. Hold on. Hold on. They say it's an urban legend, but hold on, because I read this. I think it's Joe Rogan talked about it. Story: woman stabbing impregnated oral sex. India. Oral sex, a knife fight, and the sperm that impregnated the girl. This is from ABC News. Health and Wellness, February 3rd.
Interrupting my fucking dog walking for?
Yeah. Here it is. Okay, a strange tale of oral sex, a knife fight, and the most unlikely of pregnancies recently brought to light by the blogosphere has doctors touting the triumphant persistence of sperm. In 1988, a 15-year-old girl living in the small southern African nation of Lesotho, also known as Swaziland, came to local doctors with all symptoms of a woman in labor. Actually, it's not known as Swaziland. But the doctors were quickly puzzled because, upon examination, oh, this is it, she didn't have a vagina. Inspection of the vulva showed no vagina, only a shallow skin dimple. So doctors delivered a healthy baby boy via cesarean. The authors wrote in a case report published in the British Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology. Her birth defect, called Mullerian agenesis, or Mayer, a really long name, didn't simply surprise doctors, but her pregnancy did. Dude, you want the full name of it? It's Mayer Rokitansky Kuster Hauser syndrome. Even the 15-year-old girl could not believe she was pregnant. Yet by looking at her records, the hospital staff realized the young woman was in the hospital 278 days earlier with a knife wound to her stomach. The average pregnancy lasts 280 days. After interviews, they gathered that just before she was stabbed in the abdomen, she had practiced fellatio with her new boyfriend and was caught in the act by her former lover. The fight with knives ensued.
Alright, I get it. Stop reading that.
You had to tell me about your fucking ghost strategy with no one about which you cared. Isn't that the craziest story that you've heard?
I don't even have a vagina, so I don't know. It sounds made up.
Dude, it happened in Lesotho.
Where the fuck is that again?
It's surrounded by South Africa.
Made up place.
It's surrounded by South Africa.
A made up place with made up story. Cool.
It's surrounded by South Africa. It's like the largest landlocked by completely one other country in the world. Meaning you can't get out of the country by land without going through another country in any direction. It actually has very high elevation, and I believe it has snow. And by the way, Eswatini and Swaziland are the same, not Lesotho. I just need to correct that. Anyway, they're very close to each other. Is that the most fascinating story that you've heard? Go take out your dog, and we're done, and you're ready for an official Olympics. I'll be here for you.
you come in the meantime, feel free to research a story that actually like interesting.
How don't you find that interesting?
It's just like, I don't know. It's strange, but like I don't. It's only a story because I guess it's like a very rare event.
Of course, it's a rare event, but that's why I'm telling you about it.
I mean, what do you want me to say? What would your ideal rise and reaction be when you tell me this information?
Wow, Rabbi, that's the greatest story I've heard today. And I would say, I know. Go enjoy your dog.
Okay. Well, that was the greatest story, possibly in the history of stories, in the entire history of the human race. So, thank you for enlightening me.
I know. Go enjoy your dog.
Alright. Sounds good. Go enjoy the William Montgomery film.
Where do you go to college?
Everyone knows that. The University of Victoria.
No, he did not go to the University of Victoria. Your boy, my boy, Nathan Fielder went to
Tennessee.
And what is their mascot? You're Googling it. You're Googling it. You're Googling it.
No, I'm watching a video of these like 4 bees floating upside down.
You're Googling it.
Swollen enormous.
When
I'm trying to remember.
Let me just tell you this. This is serious. Did you watch William Montgomery at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville?
Yo, when you shaved your beard, wait, did you shave your beard or was I dreaming? What the fuck? Was I dreaming that?
Yeah.
You didn't shave your beard?
No.
Or no, you were talking about shaving your beard though.
One time, maybe.
Right.
Doug, I asked you a question.
My beard wasn't even long, and I like trimmed it, and then there's like a whole shitload of like dead skin that I was scraping off my face.
That's absolutely true. You need to exfoliate your skin once you do it. With the loofah. All right, I have a question for you. Did you watch Million?
I didn't watch it.
Why didn't you watch William? No, I really didn't.
He wasn't on the show.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Listen to me. Not this past weekend. He performed in his home state at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville, Tennessee. Did you watch it?
No. Is it on the internet?
Yes, it's on the internet. And you should know he sang a song. What song did he sing? He sang it like 5 times. And it wasn't about I got a sweet little dog yesterday. I got a sweet little dog yesterday. It wasn't that song. He sang a different song. And the whole crowd sang with him. Any true William Montgomery fan would know this immediately.
Every breath you take.
No, it is not a pop song.
Give me a hint.
It is played often on Saturdays.
Give me a better hint.
The people who sing the song very often are wearing the color orange or the color white or a mixture of both. Would you like another hint?
Yeah, give me an actual good hint.
The song involves generally a mountaintop.
Ain't no mountain high.
That would be a pop song, dog. No. Why would people be wearing orange and yellow to sing Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell's Ain't No Mountain High Enough? Why? I'm just asking you why. Why do you have to wear orange and yellow to wear orange and white to wear that to sing that song? We're waiting. We're sitting here.
Phenomenal song, and often bright colors are easy to bring attention to when you're on stage. What other fucking song is there about the tops of mountains?
Dog, you would know if you were a big William Montgomery fan, but you aren't. Would you like me to tell you the name of the song?
Yeah.
It's called Rocky Top, and it's the fight song of the University of Tennessee. It is. It is also one of the favorite songs of a woman in Lesotho who was stabbed in the stomach after giving head to her new boyfriend.
Amazing callback.
Thank you. Where did I see this? As any true William Montgomery fan would know, it was all over his social media. It was all over social media in general. And it was on Kill Tony, the episode where they were at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville, Tennessee. And people got in fights and people yelled and people booed.
What's the mascot again?
It's the Volunteer, dog.
What the fuck is a volunteer?
It's someone who volunteers to fight the British around the Revolutionary War.
That's the fucking mascot. They're called the Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah, do you need me to repeat it?
That's gotta be the weirdest mascot I've ever.
It's known as the Volunteer State. And apologies, I said around the Revolutionary War, but specifically the War of 1812 and the Mexican-American War. During the War of 1812, Tennessee volunteers played a crucial role, especially in the Battle of New Orleans, where they helped secure a decisive victory under General Andrew Jackson. The nickname gained further prominence during the Mexican-American War of 1846, when Governor Aaron V. Brown called for 2,800 men and over 30,000 Tennesseans volunteered. The nickname reflects the state's tradition of civic and military service, embodying a spirit of dedication and bravery.
Okay.
Do you like that?
What instrument did William Montgomery play in college? Any true William Montgomery fan would know this. Why don't you freaking Google it?
It's not on
Googling.
It's not on Google. No, I'm looking up the thing about Tennessee.
You're AIing it. Stop using AI.
I'm not. It's not even on AI, I don't think. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you what instrument he plays now. I think he played the drums, but no, he didn't. Maybe he played the drums some. I think he played a few different instruments. One of which was the synthesizer, the piano, and I think he played the drums some. He may have played a little guitar, and I know he played like the recorder or like a flute. And those are some of the major instruments that he played while in college. What do you think he played in college? And the accordion. What do you tenor sax? What kind of exercise does William Montgomery do currently?
Rowing machine. Too easy. Too easy, big dog. Rowing machine.
That's correct. What kind of exercise did William Montgomery do in college?
Morning.
What'd you say? He's actually very good at this. Are you looking? It does not involve cartwheels.
No. Cardio, not
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would consider it cardio. Are you ready for the answer?
Yeah.
Bicycling. Slipped one by the old goalie there, didn't I?
You listen to the podcast. Wow. See how much I've enhanced your fucking Williams trivia by like recommending that you listen to the podcast?
Are you gonna sing the song? Are you gonna sing the song that William Montgomery sang at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville, Tennessee?
I'm going outside.
Okay, I'm gonna sing it to you real quick. Are you ready for it?
No, you're not. I'm going.
He goes like this. Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home to me. Good old Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee. I like that woo part. Look at this athleticism. I have to daven because it sucks. Because some motherfuckers took down the temple. This sucks.
that's known as circular love. I'll tell you why this idea just goes round and round and round. Like a dog chasing his tail. Next, Chris Carl, KMI, 640, we're live everywhere, man. Radio app, Riley Gonzalez, live from KMI, 24 Israel.
Here's the latest. The Hamas run help finish recess. 6 more people have died from famine and malnutrition. And space company Blue Origin has launched its 14th food mission for West Texas. We'll have more at the bottom of the hour. We'll check you out on 55 Minutes.
Check out Behind the Flip, a podcast documentary series following the launch of San Diego football.
San Diego 21 Plus is going to be a game changer because this region is renowned for men's professional soccer teams continue to embrace this community.
Listen to San Diego FC Behind the Flip on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Behind the Flip to start listening.
Is that a false running? That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide a whole bunch of what? Again, it didn't become a vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air. I didn't know the trees were so amazing. Yep, and the forest gives us shade and trees to climb. That's awesome. This grows more some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and Ad Council.
The free iHeart app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeart Radio podcast preview. Parties on this year's Midwest system.
Can't think of a safer location. Our words just like any location. Just where someone's on.
Experience of crystals. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for radio and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. There's another way to connect to iHeartRadio.
KFC watermelon.
iHeartRadio with the Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you can radio everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos subscription. Check it out for free on iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown lies the South River. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found this struggle worth fighting for.
Gathered to stop nearby construction from massive police training facility nicknamed Cops. There, in the forest, they built a different
the forest occupation and things like that. Just a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement was moving to various sectors of the property. An individual, without warning, died from Georgia State closure.
What I heard was a full trip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondering, Inside Media, and your TV, this is what came to the forest.
got about 150 different protesters here working in the office now.
I'm not Michigan. While we came to the forest, they used to get the travelers.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now. Wanted to go further? Active Hills College. Veterans who believe in you, classmates who push you, and opportunities that take you there. Build kids, shape your future. Proudly Hills College. Start here, go anywhere.
Check out Behind the Book, podcast documentary series following launch of San Diego Football Club.
San Diego coming to MLS is going to be a game changer because this region is hungry for a men's professional soccer team to embrace this community.
Listen to San Diego FC Behind the Book on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Behind the Book. Start listening. KFI AM 640, our stimulating.
Coming up tomorrow, I talk on the John Koval Show. State news is the last century that old electric transmission lines could start fires even if they were turned off. They never did anything about it. That's coming up after 1 o'clock tomorrow, the John Koval Show.
Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640. Live everywhere in the iHeart Radio app. And we'll talk a little bit about being replaced by AI. 5:30. That's our talk back. Do you think you might be replaced by AI? Should be redundant. We're going to talk about that. And let me know what your job is. Whether or not you think you're a person. Love to hear it. So we were discussing here this last segment. We've got new tariffs. New tariffs are going into effect. And sure, we're seeing inflation. And sure, we're seeing the job market is starting to creep. And sure, all of this uncertainty that we've had for the last 6 months has created this house of cards on Wall Street. Now, Main Street is starting to feel it. That could be very bad. But don't let that get in the way of raising the glory of the idea that we're.
All right, dude, you don't know about tariffs. Well, stuff you don't know about. Quit showing your ignorance. Or go to another station. God, you're such a libtard. Come on, man. I like you, but you're just messing up right now. Quit being political.
Yeah. Political. Yeah. Epstein. Yeah. I know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Hey, Chris, I didn't realize you were such a whining little crying bitch till today.
See, you could have just asked.
Wow. You know, tariffs bring jobs back. Let the other one go down. Trump's bringing it back. So, why? That's the point. Everybody voted, and everybody realized, wow, we got a lot of China, we got a lot of laws. Something should be done about it. Right?
Very good. Appreciate that. I apologize to the sensitive listeners. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to tap into your emotional side. I certainly wanted to have a logical conversation about the effectiveness of tariffs and also how we're not talking about Epstein. Where are those files? Does anybody look at Bobby's desk? Last we knew, those files were under desk. But let's see what lost. But I didn't realize that we were so emotionally charged. So, my apologies. This I thought. Who are very emotional. I guess I was saying, I apologize because there were snowflakes in the rain. So the idea here is that if we jack up the tariffs and only kill off a bunch of small businesses, that it will help our treasury. That will have a tremendous amount of money pouring. And honestly, we did. It should. Latest numbers we have, we got the $27 billion. Which $27 billion in surplus is, in the grand scheme of things, not much. However, that is a hell of a lot more than being $27 underwater, right? So, meaning that the more debt in June, which you can't see very often. Basically, you can't
taxes. But other than that, very rarely are we not operating at a deficit. So, yeah, there's money coming in. Problem is that money is coming from our pockets. Aside from the deniers, we don't. So you've got Mega Mouthpiece Josh Hawley, senator from the great state of Missouri, who suggests that there should be a $600 adult and child stimulus check deposited by the Department of Treasury, into qualifying bank accounts. In other words, you're going to get a check. Well, he says a direct deposit, but we saw it during COVID. Thank you to our caller for reminding me. We saw during COVID that when President Trump initiated the first two stimulus checks, he wanted to make sure he signed them so that you could see and keep them. So I'm sure that's what would happen again. To be eligible, you have to make under $75,000 a year, which couples make under $150,000. If you make more than that, you would receive a reduced plan. But if tariff revenues continue to soar, then you can actually get more. This according to Josh Hall. So wait a minute. You've instituted tariffs, which are effectively a tax on business, which can pass along to us. And then you're going to take that money and you're going to redistribute it to people who are making less than $75,000 a year. I mean, that sounds like a progressive money grab to me. That's just redistribution of wealth. But it would be popular because who doesn't want free money? We all want free money. We love free money unless it comes from the other party. Because, as I pointed out, Trump signed two stimulus checks. And National WTF, we had money for our bills in our pockets. Same thing with the tariff money. Sure, we had a surplus. Good, let's put it toward the debt. Wasn't that the whole point? No, because now it's going to start affecting Main Street. You remember when Biden did the same thing with the third COVID check? That's when the GOP freaked out. They started blaming him for inflation and the bloated debt. The argument is Americans didn't need a third check, and we actually woke up because the economy clearly did. We did, however, see incredible inflation. And for the point of our call, a lot of money coming from China. And the supply chain disrupted. We saw a lot of different things that led into the inflation that we saw during the Biden administration. But for all the same reasons that the GOP criticized
Brigadier Nine, I'm shaking Shannon of stuff with Vinyl and after phone.
tariffs are causing a surplus. There's money coming in that we share with the public. But the public pays those tariffs one way or another. So effectively, we raise the cost of doing business, which drives inflation, which costs us more. Then we get a stimulus check. And the major factor is we spend the stimulus money in order to keep the economy moving, which then found out during Biden's third check drives inflation, which then costs us more.
Brigadier Nine, I'm shaking Shannon of stuff with Vinyl album of phone.
We spend the stimulus money, which then drives inflation, which then costs us more lather and repeat. So, when do we pay down the debt? When does my rent stop going?
Bergsham covered my story on my bed. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Bergsham covered my story on my bed.
He says that Hamas have intended to demilitarize. Now that's huge. If that's the case, then public statements certainly suggest they haven't. And he also said we're very, very close to a solution to the end of the war.
He said for the last couple of months it's been almost impossible to get hostages out, even in small numbers.
Please edit that out. No, retard's back. It's just, I think it's going to take time, but I think we're going to eventually get to a place where we work it out. And my best hopes of AI.
Let's rebuild that fucking
This is my best
temple,
hopes.
baby. The Bay of Migdash, baby.
Just ruin the whole world and take over everything. We can become slaves. Yeah. My best hopes are it gets to a point of efficient intelligence where corruption like that is impossible. And it figures out a way to organize government spending in a way that actually helps us.
Because that's what we want. The left and the right both want, like, our tax dollars to be used to benefit everyone.
Yes, unless you're running a business, you get an advantage, and that's where it gets gross. Because those people can make so much, and I think AI is probably going to recognize that. It's going to say, listen, you want to really fix this? You have to stop this competitive advantage.
Well, it's our ape genes, right? We're just fucking more advanced apes. That's it. And we still have, a tribal mentality that's encoded in our fucking DNA. And we have to elevate above that.
Yep.
And that just takes, like,
also, it's like what you do is you focus on this thing, but this way focused on what they're focused on is numbers and bank account. And they're focused on getting those numbers, and they're fucking obsessed with getting those numbers. Yeah. So all those other steps that they do, like you're trying to figure out your cleaning, you're trying to brush techniques and different things, you're trying different angles, maybe shadowing it differently. What they're doing is trying to figure out how to push this and push that and get this politician to make this legal, and that way they can make more money. And then Nancy Pelosi's like,
to buy the stocks, it's gonna roll. But if you have all the cards marked,
yeah, it is, and it's a real unfortunate thing. And how do you avoid that? Because you want corporations, you want them to make Apple fucking laptops and shit. You want a Samsung TV, you want these things, right? So how do you motivate? How do you get people that are motivated to make the best product and every year make them better? And not have them think only about making money to the point where they're willing to bribe politicians so that they can pollute a river in India.
Yeah, and that's what's so different about artists. It's like I would make paintings my whole life. Nobody bought them. Nobody gave a shit about them. I would still make them and would give them away or put them in a fucking closet somewhere. Like for me, I saw like art as a way that maybe I could get out of like the area that I was in. That, like, I could grow. But at the same time, like doing the work was important. And what came with that was secondary. It was all just added bonus. Right. So like if I was selling fucking wheels or car tires, like I would only be thinking about how much money can I make.
Right. That's the problem, especially if you're not like a wheel and car tire enthusiast. It's one thing to do.
You love it.
Yeah. Like I know dudes who work on cars and they fucking love it, but especially builders. Yeah. Like my friend Steve Strope, who's been on the podcast before, who made my Nova. That guy loves working on cars. He loves it. I mean, that is his art. But he makes custom-made cars, and it's like to him, it's just like making a song. It's just like making a painting. Yeah. But when you're thinking about money, man, those are the people that are the hardest to hang out with. Like, you ever hang out with financial people? Like, you ever get stuck at a party in New York with a coked up financial guy?
Have you seen this fucking Derek Moneybird fella?
Oh, is he the jiu-jitsu?
Black belt, 3.5 years.
Right, but is he legit? Because he's with legit people. So I can't imagine.
Shields is savage. Like, all the respect.
Jake says he's legit? There's no way. I know there's no way. Jake is his jiu-jitsu company. Danaher was over there with him. I haven't heard anybody say anything negative. So here's the thing. Someone who is like super rich, this guy is, who trains with the best trainers in the world and actually puts the time in every day. It's super easy to dismiss someone because they're rich. Super easy. Zuckerberg is a primary example of that, right? I know for a fact Zuckerberg trains really fucking hard. And he goes with real guys. And he brings in people like Dave Camarillo trains with them. He's trained with a ton of people. So he takes it very seriously. He has access to incredible trainers, and he's an obsessive. He's a very competitive, obsessive person. So you could say, oh, he's got $200 billion. He can't kick my ass. Fuck you up. That nerdy dude will fuck you up. And it's because he's actually put in the time. Now, he doesn't have the time that this Derek Moneyberg guy has. If this guy's got, if he's putting in like hours and hours every, just what I heard, that he was like training multiple hours a day, every fucking day at jiu-jitsu, you can get to black belt level. I don't know if he is, but I know that if guys say he is, I believe them.
I told somebody, I was like, let me just see him do an arm bar from close guard. Let me just see how.
Turning now to celebrity Miami hairstylist.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, why doesn't he just like show some drill?
That's all it would take.
You don't even have to show me you rolling. Let me see some tight drills.
Yeah, that's all it would take.
Yeah, let me see you go through. But he doesn't have to. But then again, you kind of do have to if you project the fact that you're doing that.
Yeah, if you take some sort of like braggadocious sort of like 3 years, 7 months, got my black belt.
Right, you should probably show something. Like, hey, let me show you guys.
Yeah.
Because otherwise,
when I started, I was doing fucking 2 a day. 2 morning class, night class. And none of that came fucking fast for me.
But you might not have been the most naturally athletic guy. True. Yeah, true. But night classes and day classes are great, but one-on-one is the ultimate. If you're a guy like him, and you can get John Donaher to coach you, you can get Gordon Ryan to coach you, you can get all those Jake Shields. I've seen photos and videos of him from training sessions. The best guys in the world. So if you can get, you're hiring them.
Yeah, it could be a cheat code.
It's 100% a cheat code. Yeah. It's 100% if you do it. If you actually do the work, it's 100% a cheat code. But that's the thing. Like, you have to actually be training, like, really hard. It's not as simple as you know those guys, you talk to those guys, they give you the fucking secret handshake, and now you're good at jiu-jitsu.
Right.
The only way to get good at jiu-jitsu is hard work. That's it.
Yeah. And I could never see somebody like Jake Shields, like, fucking giving out a belt that wasn't deserved.
No. Like, Guy Ritchie is a black belt. Really?
Oh, yeah. I got to meet him and say what's up, but I did say Sam, and he was over in like Sprint or something, so that's cool.
I feel like we used to see more of them back in the day. Oh, yeah. They'd do like those funny videos of like somebody just.
Hungry, what should we eat, Chad? Should we go to Bird's Burger for the first time? Go get some food from On Tap?
Yeah, that was like before YouTube existed.
Sam slowly goes after they had to get ready with this. Maybe I see the chat. Come on, get yourself banned. Nobody cares. I need to think. Yeah. Two goals. No spam. What is this bullshit? What are you saying? Get yourself banned.
Black belts is the latest. Yes. I was reading about this guy that like saved the doctor and like did surgery on people for years. There's people that are nuts, man. There's 1 out of 3 pilots in, I think it's Pakistan, doesn't have a license. They have fake licenses. Yeah, that's true. I know I saved the article, but I don't feel like going to my phone again. But it was like, Jesus Christ. Like, imagine you're on a plane and the guy doesn't really know how to fly. Like, it's fucking horrifying. How does he figure out how to land that fucking thing?
I mean, to pull out the amount of intelligence to pull that off, like, you probably could have gotten your fucking pilot's license.
Well, after a few successful flights, you would think that the guy would just go ahead and get the license.
You're already doing the thing. That's like I see artists in art school. I'm like, you're already making art.
Yeah.
You know how?
5 years ago, so nothing's changed. Almost 1 in 3 pilots in Pakistan have fake licenses. Oh Oh my God. 262 pilots in the country did not take the exam themselves and then paid someone else to sit in on their behalf. They don't have flying experience, he said. Pakistan has 860 active pilots serving in its domestic airlines, including the country's Pakistan International Airlines flagship, as well as a number of foreign carriers. Oh my God.
How many crashes are they having? I mean, if they're keeping them in the air, right? Ambitious dudes, yeah. Sometimes you don't need to blow out on because of a crash. Whoopsie. Shit. Whoopsies.
Good job. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, that's so great. People are so nuts, man. If you let them be nuts, they will be nuts.
Yeah, I think.
You gotta have, like, people don't want any regulations, they want anarchy. Like, shut your mouth. Shut up.
I have this idea of like an altruistic anarchism, where it's like everybody just treats everybody kindly and the way that you would want to be treated.
That'd be great.
Yeah, but our fucking ape mind is. There's too many of us that are fucking nuts.
Yeah.
And greedy and like just out for self. And I get it. Like, it makes sense. Like, there's a lot of self-preservation that comes with that. But if we can all just kind of collectively pull our shit together.
Self-preservation makes sense when you're surrounded by a bunch of people that are also selfish, right? That's part of the problem. Is like if you get lucky and you find a good crew, like early on in your life, of people who are down with you, they're your friends, and they love you no matter what. Life is way easier. It's way easier. And there's people out there that, man, they don't fucking have that. They have a bunch of people around them that suck.
Just in a form of competition at all times.
I mean, I'm a lucky person. I'm a very lucky person. But I think the biggest luck that I have is the people that I've met. And my friends.
Yeah.
Because it makes your life so much better.
Well, I mean, it shows, like, how much you support your friends, too. Like the idea that if we can all get lifted up together versus I'm going to step on your shoulders and work my way to the fucking top.
Right, but not only that, but it also shows that my way works. It doesn't hurt you to make other people successful or to help other people get more successful or just to tell people they're awesome and give them their, as the kids call their flowers. As the kids, I struggle with that one. The young hip hop kids like to say that, give them their flowers. But it used to be giving their props. But it's like that. If you really love that person, that's good for everybody. That's good for you too. Like the people that want to step on that person to elevate themselves, like you're just ruining your own life. You're missing the big picture. Yeah. It's not necessary. It's not necessary even in a competitive environment. Even in something you're competing, like your friends, these people that you're competing with, they help you.
Yeah.
They really do.
It's almost a necessity.
I think it's a necessity with comedy for sure.
Yeah.
No, I always say this, that no great comedy exists in a vacuum. I mean, there's people that have talent that are in the middle of nowhere in some real small local scene, and they could become a great comic one day, but they're not going to on their own.
Yeah.
They have to be around great comics. They can't just see on YouTube. They gotta see like Dave Attell live. You gotta see something like that where you're like, whoa. You gotta see Colin Quinn live. You gotta see these people that are masters and see the thing that they do and get inspired by it.
Yeah. And to start to learn it. It's like you understand the process. Like that's same thing for me. Like I thought it was gonna be like do the Sunday comics in the newspaper. Like as a kid. Like I didn't know what people did to make money making art.
Were you into comic books at all?
Not really, but I was more leaning towards that kind of aspect of like this is how you can survive, like actually pay your bills and make art.
But you just wanted to make art.
Just wanted to make art.
Right.
And it took I became an assistant for a really well-known artist who ran a design firm, did fine art, was just like at the top of his game. And I didn't go to art school, but I saw what he was doing. And a couple other artists like in the same area, but it was like, oh, okay, you're making paintings, you're working with these companies to do some design. That design money is going back into your art practice. Like, it was just being able to see how something exists and then knowing, like, okay, I can do that. Right? We're already doing the same process, but here's the sort of market of it. Here's how you survive. And here's how you continue to grow and thrive.
That's how you become a professional.
That's how you become a professional. But, I mean, if you're, you know, in fucking Wyoming somewhere, you might not have these people that you see. If you're so disconnected from the community, you might not know. And then you're like, well, I gotta give this art thing up and, you know, get a job because I gotta pay bills, because you just don't actually have the awareness that there is a pathway.
And this is the failure of the school system, because it never teaches kids that are artists or people that have alternative ways of existing in society that there's ways to make a career.
I got kicked out of the only art class I ever took. This motherfucker, we had to draw a shoe or something, and I turned mine into like a robot because I didn't like how the shoe was turning out. And he said, "You have to draw a shoe, or I'm failing you. I'm gonna kick you out of the class. You have to draw a shoe." And I'm just and I knew, like, you know, at 15, 16, like, art is what I decided is. Nobody else can say what the fucking rules are. Like, this is for me to do. And now I forget his fucking. I wish I knew. I remember his name. Tell him to fuck off. Right?
There's a lot of those guys that turn people off. And I had a high school art teacher turn me off to art too. He was just a dick. And then I found out that the most talented guy in the class is kid John DeVore, who I still contact him now. Now we talk about email. He was the most talented guy. He gave that guy an F. And I go, no. So it's like I hadn't communicated with John since I left art class, but we did a bunch of stuff together. We did a bunch of drawings together.
Yeah.
And when do you ever draw now? No, not really. No, I do sometimes with my daughter. One of my daughters is really talented. I draw sometimes with her, but for the most part, no. It's interesting. I did a little drawing on vacation for drawing stuff together. Yeah, it's fun. But, you know, I just don't have the time to get obsessed with it. Sure, now I'm obsessed with too many things, and I have to manage my...
I was still waiting for you to start golfing. No. Putting is cool on an undulated warp table.
Oh, I understand. I get it. Listen, I know everybody that I know that I love who's into it is obsessed, and that's part of the problem. Yeah, it's like I know what's coming, and I know it's like a fucking multiple-hour thing. You gotta dress like an asshole, wear stupid shoes.
You just have to dress like an asshole.
And then I see all these fucking fights where people are fighting on the golf courses. Do you see that drunken guy, the guy with a hockey enforcer?
Yeah, through the
lake. First of all, the size of that guy, the fact that you're squaring up and you're just bluffing, and you're squaring up with this funky.
That's one of those spots where people think they're way fucking tougher, and they got a bag full of clubs that they actually are. People get out of fucking control.
Well, it's just dudes.
It's so dumb.
And it's drinking too. The guy was clearly hammered, and I think he made a video afterwards apologizing.
Yeah, I get it.
Because he was just drunk. He's just drunk, and he got stupid, but he got stupid with. That's what I always tell people. Like, don't get in fights. One day, you're going to get in a fight with a guy who knows what he's doing, and you're going to get fucked up.
Imagine that fucking fear. Like, when he got grabbed by that fucking hockey player's guy's jacket,
it's just fucking hammered with right hands.
What a nightmare. Like, I hope he was like, wow, I really made a poor choice.
No, at that time, he was just drunk as fuck. Yeah, probably thinking, I'm going to get him back.
Yeah.
I'm going to get him back.
Because I know what that fear feels like when somebody really fucking, like, you know, in a good scenario, somebody really grabs you and you're like, oh fuck, there's nothing I can do right now. Like, I tapped to Big Dog's side control. He squeezed me so fucking hard, it felt like my ribs were gonna come out of my mouth.
Oh god.
And I was like a blue belt, maybe still a white belt, and I tapped to side control.
That's crazy.
And I started thinking, what if he was fucking punching me too?
You know, also he's way bigger.
No, he was fucking massive.
Yeah, he's way bigger than you. The amount of pressure, if you're a really big person, you put down on a small person, it's really kind of unbearable.
But even somebody who's like my same weight or whatever, like that, when you really like, I'm fucking wrapped up in, like, this person wanted to, they could end me right now.
Oh yeah, that was always the most eye-opening to me when I would roll with guys who are 30, 40 pounds lighter than me. Yeah, fuck me up.
And immediately I was like, I never want to act tough in public again. Ever. Like, that fear of, like, somebody, I got into, there was a guy who was, I was in a time period where I was partying a lot. This guy was just being a dick to a bunch of people, said something shitty to my friend, and I'm trying to walk away, and it just, like, my she's like, why are you being a fucking dick? Like, you know, and he puffed up and started coming at me, and like he like swiped something out of my hand, and immediately my instincts kicked in jiu-jitsu. I grabbed, he had like a flannel on. I grabbed his collar like a lapel, and I grabbed his wrist. Like immediately I was just gonna throw it, and then like the other voice in my head is like, the guy had a dog actually who wasn't on leash. And I was like, if I throw this guy on his head right now and his dog runs in the street, I'll feel a little guilty. But I sensed in him that, you know, like when a grappler like grabs your wrist, like you feel it. It feels different than somebody else.
It's someone who knows what they're doing.
Yeah, like immediately grab both and like put the squeeze on him that I could read in his eyes, like, oh, that wasn't normal. and then I was like, no, just like let go. And then he like walked away and talked shit. That's good. Yeah, perfect. And you know, that's really rare for me. But it was like he had said something shitty to somebody, but to have somebody grab you like that and the fear that can come with that, I would never want to experience that in real life. No, like fucking horrifying.
Oh, street fights are stupid. They're terrible. And the people that know how to fight don't do them. They don't want anything to do with it. You should just go to a gym.
Yeah.
Go to a gym. If you have this desire.
Did you see this video recently?
No.
Oh, yesterday. You guys make me think of it.
What happened?
This guy on top. They're saying the guy above the white belt gets choked out without the use of arms. His whole legs here.
Oh, that's so rude. Why is he doing this to a white belt?
That's why I'm in the training, I guess.
I know. Why?
So rude. That's good. Go to you guys being experts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can do that. Very rude. No, well, it's kind of weird. Shake his head there. It's also that guy is just training. He's just using that guy as a practice dummy.
Yeah,
well, sharp triangles. It's kind of rude. But I mean, what do you want to happen if you roll with a white belt? Do you want him to win? Do you want to let him win? No. Like, what do? You tap him. You tell him what to do along the way. Like, you got to protect this arm. If this arm's in a bad spot, don't reach back like that because you open yourself up for the arm triangle. You got to tell him, T-Rex, keep your arms tight.
That's how I coach.
Yeah,
when I'm training with somebody, like I'm talking them through it, and I'll do the thing where I tell them what I'm going to do before I do it, so that they can start to work out their defenses and like get an idea.
Oh, that's good.
Because as a black belt, like you can beat everybody up, like that kind of loses some of its shine after a while.
I think that guy was using that dude as just a training dummy. He was like, I can just work my triangle.
Just working on his legs.
Yeah. Because if you can cinch up a triangle, even on a white belt with no legs, at least you're getting reps in.
Oh, yeah. And it probably makes it like somewhat more difficult.
It's better than that dummy I have collecting dust in my gym.
Yeah, exactly.
Dummy that I've got
my back and all, just like slight resistance.
You know what I do use though? I use that Bubba dummy. You know that thing? The punching dummy. It's like the rubber.
Oh yeah.
That makes good. There's something good for that. Just target practice. It's good. You can't kick it too hard because it falls over. But if you can kick the face, you can slap the face.
Yeah, there's something about those that just you want to kind of give them a little bit of the business.
Yeah. Fuck you, Bob.
We have one sitting right next to our boxing ring in the gym, and I'll always post up.
It's really good for practicing certain kicks. It's really good for question mark kicks. Yeah, there's a shoulder element. And you're with a question mark kick, you really try to go over the shoulder. Yeah, like the Glabe Fitosa one. Glabe Fitosa had the absolute best question mark kick of all time. And his question mark kick would come down on you. It would go over the shoulders and just chop down. Yeah. And like that Bob dummy is great for practicing that. It's like the best thing for practicing because the bag is so straight. You know, the bag kicking down like that, it's like you don't have a real target. Yeah. You can do with that Bob dummy because you're really trying to get the neck. You're going to try to go over the top and get that neck just high.
Yeah. Such a straight looking kick, too.
Oh, yeah. It works, though, man. Yeah. That fucking works. That works a lot. Because, like, you're worried about that front kick to the guts. So you'll do this, you know, or you think a low kick is coming, and then it comes over the top, and by the time you don't react to this, you can't react in time.
Yeah, like you're already planning to get kicked in the leg, and by the time you figure it out, it's in your fucking ear.
Exactly. And the guys that are good with, like, Luke Rockhold, that's a nasty one. Yeah, the guys that are good with it, like, it's just so sneaky over the top.
Yeah, that's another. Imagine just running into some Thai guy who you think you can throw around, just fucking blast you with a fucking
me. Not only that, the trips. They're so good at tying up in the glitch and dumping people. Have you ever trained with like a guy who's like really good at tripping you? Yeah. As soon as you tie up, whoops, your leg is up, and you're like, motherfucker.
That's when I always want to throw like flying like ankle locks.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference between like Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu, because in Jiu-Jitsu, okay, you threw me to the ground, now we're just started. Yeah. Okay, now I have a hold of your leg. Then the referee's not going to stand us up. I'm going to break your knee. Yeah. Like, you dumbass. You threw me down with an inside control. I have an inside hook.
Fucking superpower too, man.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I found it. Like, I owe a lot to you, I think. Like the way you spoke of it, like back then, to like even just to get into the gym, because that's the fucking hardest part. Like crossing that door path and getting on the mat. Like, there's so many days where you're gonna be like, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't feel like it. But as soon as you get there, it's like so worthwhile and so valuable.
Yeah, you just gotta force yourself to do it. And that's something I really owe to Eddie. Eddie, like, this crazy, like creative, abstract as he is, he's super disciplined when it comes to his training. He's like super disciplined.
Well, you can see it. Like, my game is very similar to Eddie's and like Lucas Ledge, like that. Just wherever you can get a hold of the leg. Like, I like to pull to quarter guard. You know what I mean? Like, I like to play from there. And, like, I'm curious. I want to know how many people have the lockdown muscle in their fucking camp. I said, no, there has to be. But I've never seen one.
And then get that tip bar, dog. Get that thing. It's not expensive. You put like a little plate on it, and you lift with your foot. It's legit, man. You can do tip bar raises where you just stand on your heels and lean against the wall and just lift your foot up over and over and over again. That's the tip. But the tip bar thing, you can do it with weight. That's it right there. Look at that sucker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have that. I use that fucker every day. I have both of them.
I've been wanting my butterfly guard to get better, too.
Yeah, this will have a big impact on it. And you can also use it to do a leg extension. So you can do a leg extension, and then you can lift the foot at the top if you want to. So you can actually emulate. You can actually do it from your back. Now that I'm thinking about it, you can put one of those in on each leg, and you can lie down on your back, and you can specifically work butterfly guard. There's so many cool ways to work out now. There's so many amazing people that have like figured out ways to protect your knees and protect your back, and help your shoulder stability, and just they give it away. They give it away online. We have such an amazing resource available now for training. Like, think about like if you were a young guy, like there's these guys that are coming up that have only been doing jiu-jitsu for like Joseph Chen. Like, I've only been doing jiu-jitsu for a short amount of time, like less than 7, dominating. Also, well, why? Because he's obsessed, and because he has all this information online. You can watch so many instructionals. There's so many videos of guys pulling things off. You can rewind it, watch it again, rewind it, watch it again, get together with your friend. Okay, put your hand on the left knee. Okay, and then when I push, you pull. Watch that. Like, oh shit, that works.
And that takes so long if you're just doing it like in an organic, like training way. But the beauty, I came up with a technique that I haven't seen or haven't done before. That like everything continues to evolve. Even as much as we've all trained the same shit for so long, like there's still new avenues to explore, and there's still room to be creative.
Always. Like, that's one of the cool things that Eddie will do. Someone pulls something off, and they have a thing. Eddie will go, show me that. Everybody check this out. And they'll have the whole class gather around, and then like, tell me what you're doing. Talk me through the thing. What I like to do is I like to get mission control, and then I shovel this arm through, and I grip it like this, and they're like, okay, try that. And everybody tries it, and then Eddie will go, do me. Like, oh, yeah. And then they'll try to like workshop it. Like, would it be better with this? Would it be better with that? Like, how did you get to this spot? Like, why pathway that you take to this? You get to this spot all the time.
And that's so similar to your comedian sort of community too. Like,
option. Well, I think that's why I brought that to the comedy community. because that was always the way it was in gyms. Yeah, like in jiu-jitsu and kickboxing and taekwondo and Muay Thai, like people teach you how to do stuff.
And it's so good for us as a culture too, like the way to interact with people who you may never interact with in your day-to-day life ever. Yeah, like to have that sort of community aspect. Like, I feel like that draws a lot of people in, outside of all the other benefits.
Yes, there's a lot of community to it.
And it's such a, like, vast array of different types of people from every culture, from every sort of class level, and we all find a common equality, of course, with a hierarchy of experience, but we're all in the same boat together.
Well, that's the same with yoga. It's the same with a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like you find a group of people that have also found this very productive, very beneficial thing. Where you going, Marcia? Marcia just woke up.
I saw your new puppy.
Oh, he's adorable.
Jesus Christ.
He's Marshall's new buddy. They're really fun together.
Is it a Cocker Spaniel?
No, it's a King Charles Spaniel.
Okay.
Marcia, give me a buddy.
Oh my God.
Come say hi to everybody. Come here. Come on.
Such a cutie.
He's tired.
Oh, Dad, you guys go running?
Not today. Just kick it in. And it's the best. Golden Retrievers are the absolute best dogs. They just all love. They would just want to cuddle with you, hang out with you. They want to play, but the whole thing is just like be with you.
Yeah.
And he's sweet to everybody.
I wish they lived like 150 years.
Oh, if you're lucky. Well, he's on a really good diet. They put him on farmer's dog now. I'm changing his food. He's on the Maeve stuff, which is great, but he's on a raw food. Yeah, made a giant difference. Giant difference in the way he looks, the way his coat is. Yeah, giant difference in his energy levels.
So today I'd like to talk about the
You know, it's like they're just like people, man. If you have a person, you feed them nothing but processed food, they're gonna be sick and
eating cereal every day.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff just sits on the counter forever. Yeah. It sits on a shelf. You go to the pet food store, those bags are just sitting there. Any real food shouldn't be just sitting there like that. It's going to rot. So that means that there's nothing live in it. You know?
This is something that
you gotta give them the fucking raw.
synagogues, particularly in the diaspora,
like I said,
cut it with the drive
you don't need to. The way they have these, like with farmer's dog and with the stuff that he's been eating, it comes with, it's like frozen like green beans and blueberries and potatoes and beef. It's food. It just changes everything, man. They don't fart as much. Like it's so much better for them. They have way more energy. It's like their whole body composition changed.
Yeah, I love it when people like actually put care. It's like their pet isn't just a fucking decoration.
No, dogs are the best. Yeah, your life will be more loving if you have dogs. They're just always around. They're always cool. They're so consistent. And they have simple needs. Yeah, they just want to be unless
unconditional. They're unconditionally loving all the time.
Unless you get a working dog. And there's a lot of dummies out there that go get a Belgian Malinois and not understand, like, okay, they're great dogs, but you have a responsibility now, because you don't have a regular dog. You have a super athlete. You're living with like a canine race car. Yeah, that's really what that is. Like you can't just leave that in the yard.
You see those people that train those dogs, like doing the little walk in between their legs as they're walking out. Like, my friend Anthony just got one.
Look at a few examples.
I just got one. He sent me videos of the puppy. I'm like, oh my god, this thing is like growing.
They jump like 25 feet in the air.
They fly.
Backflips and shit.
Right on walls.
Yeah. There's an video of those fuckers chasing you.
Yeah, it's hell. They're mean missiles. This is, I'll send this to you. I'll send it to Jamie. I send it to Brian Cowan. Because me and Brian Cowan are both retarded. We talk about dogs all day long. What's the coolest animal? But this video shows the difference between how a shepherd, a German shepherd, which is also a great dog, approaches something to the difference between a Belgian Malinois does. Because, have you seen it? Here, I sent it to you. It's nuts. Like the shepherd runs around. He's like, I'm gonna find a way to get to that guy. I'm gonna go around this. The Malinois runs over the chair. Watch this. Here's the shepherd. So the shepherd, he's going around. He's gonna find the guy, and he gets to him. He bites him. Watch the No, let's do the over every chair, like just so driven. They're so driven and so athletic, man. And it's not that a German Shepherd's not athletic, yeah, right? But like in comparison, look at what this fucker does, man. Yeah, he just runs over these chairs. He gets there in 1 second. Insane. They're so athletic. So like a dog like that is not like Marshall. Like Marshall is old, just hanging here, chill. You gotta build a mountain one. That motherfucker needs tasks. He's just like, it's basically like me. Yeah, like you can work him out, he's gonna do that. You can just have him sitting in the house, he'll go fucking crazy. Otherwise he'll be smoking crack back in the alleyway. He is ADHD in dog form. That's what Belgian Malinois is. Like, you can't put him on Ritalin. You gotta exercise that little guy. Yeah, you gotta work that shit out. Yeah, man. And it's like, if you have the time to do that, they're incredible dogs. But it's like, you gotta know what you're getting. You know, if you want a dog that just chills, get yourself a golden retriever. You want a family dog, get yourself a or a lab. They're the best. Just chill.
I had a Boston Terrier for a long time.
Oh, they're sweet dogs.
I haven't been able to get another dog since he died. Like, it was like too draining, too emotionally draining. Like, it's hard. Yeah, it was like a family member.
It's hard.
These architectural signs
and all my dogs. Yeah,
strength and stability.
But you know,
precisely what it's
there's loss and there's life.
In the modern era, unfortunately, the need for it is just as acute. The exterior door to the synagogue of the small Jewish community of Halle, Germany. You can see on the upper left, there's an arrow pointing at the security camera, and on the right, you can see the arrow pointing to bullet holes that were left in this very solid door that thankfully the Jews inside did not open for their attacker on Yom Kippur 2019, and his attack was foiled, at least in terms of the people who were inside the synagogue. People who were outside did not fare as well. And of course, here in America, we have the same kind of situation where the Tree of Life Synagogue was tragically attacked in Pittsburgh 2018. Also an attack in Poway, California. And just 2 weeks ago in Colleyville, Texas, that comes in and takes the people in the synagogue hostage. Terrifying kind of things that continue to happen in even this great country to this very day. Security is a reality for synagogues, historically and unfortunately even today in our country. When I was making this video, I made the kind of sad realization that actually the very first person I say good morning to is the security staff at Young Israel, either Bob or Chris or whoever happens to be on duty that morning. They're the first person who is at the door, making sure that I'm safe when I get into the synagogue and helping preserve the safety and integrity of everyone in the building. And, this is just part of what it means to have religious freedom in this country. There's a price associated with it, a psychological price, a sociological price, and an economic price. But when we are united, that's when we can manage these costs. And in that context, let me invite you to participate. Please, if you're able to attend the dinner, it will be great to meet you in person. If you're watching this from far away and it's not convenient for you to come to the dinner, then consider supporting the security costs and many other things that go along with the running of this wonderful synagogue, Young Israel, Florence. Okay, I hope you found this video interesting, and thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and welcome to the seventh and final video in this series looking at the question, what is a synagogue? This series is prepared in conjunction with my synagogue, Young Israel, Florence, and their annual dinner, which is upcoming. Today, I'd like to look at the aspects of a synagogue which makes it a central place for community. And to do that, I'd like to take you to the Rhone River in France, to look at the medieval synagogue of Carbeca, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior.
You should appreciate the one here. Yeah, I always love new ones too. I love everybody's dogs. I love Carl's here today.
The synagogue is located in Jewish Kayer, or the Jewish street.
grown.
I call it a ghetto, particularly for
Yeah, the
later
guy's just a puppy, right? He's also listening when you tell him stuff.
as many as 2,000 people.
Bulldogs are a special breed. Yeah, especially the English ones. Like, they're just stubborn little pricks. Yeah, like, they're going to do what they want. I was watching a lady trying to walk her two, like, young English bulldogs this morning. They were walking her, like, and then they'll put that little, you actually get with the French bulldog when they put the brakes on, and they're like, we normally walk this way, but right now, I'm going that way. Exactly. Directly especially male dogs with their balls. They'll test you. He's never tested me. Not once. Never growled. Never growled. He's the best. You know what he barks at? Snowmen. In my neighborhood, this guy had one of them inflatable snowmen, and I'm taking him for a walk. He's like, what? Is that a guy? Like, the form of it, whatever it was, and it was one of them inflatable ones, so it's kind of like moving around. He's like, yo, what the fuck is that? Is that a bear? Like, I would love to jump in a dog's brain when they have those moments. Right. A snowman freak out. Yeah, probably looks like a velvet monster, bro. It's so funny because, because I'm relaxed and he's barking. I'm like, bro, trust me. I'd be just thanking you if that was the case. Looking back at you like, are you find out if we're gonna fight this fucking thing? That's a fucking guy. No, it's just an inflatable thing.
Another
interesting that, he never barks. He'll bark if he wants to be let in. That's it. He goes to the door and slid out a little part.
Opposite side of
the room. Hey, Jamie and I were talking before. Like, it's very interesting how you start to communicate with your dogs and you start to understand what they need. Like, over enough time, you have a silent communication, which is very, very peculiar. And he knows the difference between going for a hike and then coming to the studio. He knows the difference. Yeah. He's like, if he goes somewhere, he's going to go run. He's all amped up, but he gets out of the car. He gets here, and he's like, hey, everybody's cool. What's up? Air conditioning's on. He's ready to lie on his back and get pet. Yeah.
For public reading, but they had behind the
Aro
dark space, which lovingly preserved
such a weird thing that we've
very,
done.
very old civilization, centuries
They used to be wolves,
and
and you can't
they
train
allowed me to
wolves.
go in back.
There's a reason why wolves aren't in the circus. Think about that. Think about that. You've got monkeys, bears, and tigers that you can train to do circus shows in front of everybody. You can't train a wolf. They won't listen. But yet, we turn a wolf into a dog that listens to everything I say. Yeah, I'll say stuff like, are you ready to go? It's like, all right. He just gets up and goes. Like, how did that happen? And the fact that they have that like fucking super gene that they can transform into so many different variations of the same thing through selection. Yeah, that's what's weird. Like selective breeding.
Water
turn
in
a
a
dog into
separate
Carl.
container, which was historically
But the time, you can turn a mastiff into this tiny little thing. You just need enough time and enough different select genes.
Primarily a more
You find like this female a little smaller, let's breed it with a smaller male, and this one has a shorter snout. Like, how would even? How'd you get a chihuahua?
So you put some wood under, and you make it, and then the water goes
in the basement
20 years ago.
14th century.
They didn't know. They thought they came from wild dogs and shit. So they started sequencing the genome, and they're like, what? Yeah, it's exactly the same. These are all wolves. They kind of thought probably a lot of them came from wolves, like huskies and shit like that. No. That sort of symbiosis is really interesting too. Like how plants, that symbiosis with plants, and like certain plants who have followed our evolutionary line of the way, or like we get connected to these. I think sometimes we forget that we're still a natural part of the environment. Well, how weird is it that plants literally put their seeds in the middle of delicious fruit, so that we shit it out, and that shit will act as a fertilizer and help it grow. Yeah. It's fucking wild. Not only that, but if you eat the seeds, they're bad for you. But if you swallow cyanide in it, so it's like evolutionarily designed for you to just pass it through digestive tract. Yeah, just swallow. Or even the fact that it's a certain color that reminds us of a flavor. Like a certain color looks delicious. Yeah. Or all
it's doing is tricking us into eating it to shit it somewhere and allow itself to
wear a certain color that looks poisonous.
Right.
They're scared of it.
Yeah.
You know, I was watching this video the other day of a spider that makes a decoy spider and puts it.
Yeah, I saw that.
How?
It's building a sculpture.
Right.
Yeah.
And it looks like a fucking spider.
Yeah.
Which is really crazy. So how does a spider even know what a spider looks like? And how did it develop a beer? Right. How did it develop this ability to make a sculpture out of its own webbing? Like, look at this. That's crazy, man. I mean, that's really crazy. It's making a decoy.
Yeah. Or like those caterpillars that look like they have a snake as their tail.
Or mantises. You ever see mantis that make it look like their arms are giant teeth? They put their arms together like this,
ridges,
and they make it look like they have a giant mouth.
Yeah. Such a fucking bizarre.
Like how? That's the wild thing about evolution. It's like how? What is the entire process that allows something to develop where when the moth opens its wings, it looks like eyeballs?
Yeah.
Like what is that?
Yeah. Fucking just life is really good at reproducing itself.
How do you get a Venus flytrap where a plant tricks you into coming into the center of this trap and then it eats flies? Nuts.
Whole thing. I mean, that's why you gotta find some joy in it. Find a little, entertainment in how fucking bizarre everything is. We get so wrapped up in our day-to-day, just getting by, just having the moment to be like, wow.
Isn't that part of the problem of working really hard too? You don't see the forest from the trees.
Yeah.
You can get caught up with whatever the fuck you're doing and forget, God, the world is breathing me. The whole thing is so fucking bizarre. Yeah.
We try so hard to act like we fucking know it all to just leave some room for some mystery.
That's especially true. Well, people are weird, man. There's no real good working manual of how to live life.
Yeah, there's no right way. There's no right way. Like,
it's true that we have
any advice anybody tries to give you, they're working on their own experience, especially when you're trying to pick a weird career.
Yeah. Like an artist. Yeah. Like, good luck. Or a comedian, or an MMA fighter, or anything. Like, you want to do that? That's like, who even ask?
You gotta find what you love. Literally just fucking go for it.
You are able to make it to the dinner.
I know there's a sort of
geographic
okay, you got kids, you got a fucking mortgage,
our synagogue, which I would certainly love.
I've hustled all kinds of different ways to make sure I continue on the process, on the path. But, it's very different if you have people that you're taking care of, and those responsibilities are paramount. And sometimes maybe that reward system that you would get from something else maybe comes from that.
100%. 100%. But what we're saying is that, like, as you are listening to this, if you're going on your journey in life and you think you might be going in a safe direction that's going to make money versus the direction that you really want to go to, ask yourself how bad you really want it. Like, what do you want to do with your life? Do you want your life really fun? Do you want your life to be really rewarding, where you wake up and you're excited about what you do? Or do you want every day to be a grind? Do you want every day to be like, you can't wait to get off so you can get a cocktail, so you can fucking calm down? Because you hate everybody in the office, everybody treats everybody like shit, the boss is a dick. You just get home, you just want to drink and watch Netflix. Like, you gotta decide. And you gotta take some more drastic steps. Especially if you're doing something weird. Like, if you want to be an artist or something, it's a long road. Like, this is the only thing that I have that's going to help me decide how to get through life. It's the only thing that I have. And once you start meeting people that you know are compromised, meeting people that have brain damage, like,
Yeah. You're starting to see it, man. Like, I think people who have been fighters their whole life, you know, starting to see a lot of that, like, going to the CTE or whatever the football players were dealing with, and they're like, how big of an effect? I mean, head trauma is so fucking damaging. Yep. Like, and the way that it can show itself in so many different ways. And, like,
gambling addiction,
drug addictions,
depression,
even
violence.
like manias, like hallucinations. You know, I feel like it almost transforms people into like waking nightmares sometimes for some people. Sure. To where it's like that feeling of like, you know, like you see somebody, but there's somebody else. Exactly. Right? Like there's some like aspects that like just end up destroying your normal day-to-day life. It
fucks up their hormones, it fucks up everything. And, you know, it makes us insanely attractive sport to watch.
Yeah, and they love it.
Right? You just gotta know when to get out. Yeah, you gotta know when to get out, and that's what's hard. Yeah. And the hardest thing is that they don't have anything else. Because in order to be really good at something like fighting, you have to dedicate your entire life to it. It has to be everything about your waking moment. Yeah. And when it's not, and it's just a job, that's when it gets fucking dangerous. Because those guys get really fucked up a lot of the time.
Yeah, when you have to get the next fight to keep the fucking train rolling.
Yeah. And then you have a family, and then like you realize like you don't have savings. Yeah. And so then you quit. Like, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna generate? You know, if you're fighting and you're making $250,000, $300,000 a year, fighting 3 or 4 times a year, like how are you gonna replace that? Well, like a regular job. Yeah, you don't have any skills. Like all of your skills are how to fuck people up. Yeah. So what are you gonna do? You gotta teach. You can teach maybe, especially if you're real technical.
Yeah, but that's not gonna give you the same quality of life or like the, you know,
eventually. I mean, there's some guys that make a lot of money from teaching. Sure. You know,
it's kind of rare though. I mean,
we have to be really good.
Yeah,
you have to be really good because there's
like be franchising.
There's a lot of demand. You know, like you can, if you're an Eddie Bravo, you can teach seminars and you have a bunch of affiliates and a bunch of schools.
But he's in the top, you know, 5%.
Exactly. You know, exactly. For most people, it's a grind.
Yeah. I mean, I teach. I tell Zach, like to me, jiu-jitsu is like a parasite, and it got in me, and now it's trying to find other hosts. Like I literally am just trying to share, but it's like jiu-jitsu's forcing me to share it, regurgitating it into some other host so that it can regurgitate itself into somebody else.
But it's a beneficial person. Don't you think that teaching helps your jiu-jitsu?
1,000,000%. Like I show all of my students all of my tricks, so that when I try to use my tricks on them, it stops working.
Yeah.
And then I have to evolve the tricks or like create other little smoke screens and diversions to get to the spot that I need to get because they know. Yeah. And I like to, I'll show stuff that I don't normally do, but a majority of my curriculum is stuff that I do, that I know works, that I know all the ins and outs of. I know every little detail of how you get to the spot, like what you do, that do A, B, or C, and that's what I share. And
Mark out the bird.
like I notice little techniques not working anymore.
Well, don't you think it's also as you explain the techniques to people, it tightens up your own understanding of the techniques?
Yeah,
it makes you better at it.
1,000%. Because you have to think of it, like a lot of times our movements are muscle memory, right? We don't really consciously think too much about it because we've done it 1,000 times. So it's like I do this, then I do this, then I do that. Right. And you don't think about it. But when you have to show somebody, you have to think about all those things that you never think about and help explain to somebody who doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah. And get them to grasp it.
I've seen that time and time again where a guy's pretty good and he starts teaching, like coaching like beginners, one-on-one private lessons and stuff to make some extra money. And the next thing you know, he's a killer. Yeah, it's like, wow, I think that's a missing part of the key to development is teaching.
I'm honestly surprised others don't want to do the same. Like I never gatekeep techniques. Like I see something that I think would work. I honestly think I'm a much better coach than I am a jiu-jitsu practitioner. Like I'm horrible at competing. Like sometimes I just feel like okay, I'm just gonna stay here until like kind of have a little bit out. But I can see the gym much better in my students. Like my gym still MMA is a little bit of like a tag sort of like bad airs kind of gym. Because there's so many high level competitive gyms in San Diego. But when you go to all the local tournaments, we get on the fucking podium. That's cool. Yeah, that's very cool. San Diego's a tough place for jiu-jitsu. Shit, yeah. You got fucking Jocko's put down there. Yoshida's down there. How many people? Is Hoyler had a school down there? Hoyler's still in San Diego. He actually gave the guy who was the purple belt that threw me on my head that I was talking about earlier. He got his black belt from Hoyler. Atos is there. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. What a hotbed of jiu-jitsu. Yeah, it's like little fucking Brazil. Funny, like California, especially like during the UFC's growing period, became one of the biggest hotbeds of jiu-jitsu in the world. Yeah, they all went there because they can surf. Yeah, they can surf. Yeah. Like probably like climate-wise, fairly similar. And then a ton of population to draw from to get students. Yeah. Especially in that LA area where it's like people are already kind of like into Bruce Lee and John Norris and shit, right? And then you see Royce just fucking freak everybody out. I mean, I watched all those early fights as a kid. I had a friend's dad who like would always fucking get the pay-per-view. That's another thing about Austin. We have so many jiu-jitsu gyms here now. Yeah. Martin has his place now. Yeah. That place. You've got Gracie Bajas here. You've got Sean J. Rivero's here. Everybody's here. There's so many different gyms here. There's multiple 10 planets here. There's Gabe just opened up a 10th planet in Bastrop. There's a 10th planet right down in this area. There's a 10th planet. There's like 3 or 4 10th planets. Yeah. I think there's at least 3. And they're all packed, right? Packed. Yeah. Yeah. It's like there's so many people that are interested in it because, it really does work. It really helps you. It not just works like as a martial art to learn how to defend yourself. It's a vehicle for understanding yourself better. It helps you in everything you do. As long as you just do it smart and don't get hurt. Exactly. That's like me trying to get up when my neck was pinched. Like that was jiu-jitsu. Yeah. Like I use it in so many aspects of my life. Like it's such a beautiful, weird little sport. Yes, sir. Lifestyle. Mike Maxwell, I'm glad you came in. It was really fun to have you on, my brother. Tell everybody where they can find you online. MikeMaxwellArt.com and all the social medias are at Mike Maxwell Art. My gallery in Santa Monica is BG Gallery. I got a gallery out in New Orleans, World Machine. You can find my dope out there. Is it all on Mike Maxwell Art? Yeah, you can find all that stuff. Beautiful. All right, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you, my man. All right, later, buddy.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. It was a great privilege to speak with your audience again. I really did enjoy the last time you spoke. Yeah, quite stimulating as you did.
Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan Podcast my night, all day. Yeah, I do too. I'm shooting like pretty much since I was about 13 years old. But as you get older, you start to try to optimize everything because the world tells you everything's going to kill you. Well,
How many people get mouth cancer?
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's mouth cancer, and mouth cancer is pretty nasty. All forms of cancer are pretty nasty, but mouth cancer can really screw you up. And I think it's the
chemicals that they spray on the tobacco when they're growing the tobacco. So I don't know, maybe if you grew tobacco organically and you chewed it wouldn't give you mouth cancer?
Probably makes sense.
I don't know.
Well, I was just reading something that 100% of California wines that they've tested had glyphosate on them. 100%.
Yeah, believe it.
Which is just nuts.
You know, yeah, that stuff is everywhere. I mean, it's never going to go anywhere because, you know, when I was in the Navy, I lived in Virginia, and we moved out to a rural community, and they grew corn and soybeans primarily in the fields, and nothing else growing that dirt. Like, you could walk the rows of those crops, you know, and there would not be a single weed growing in the field. Nothing would grow except for the genetically modified seed or whatever they put out there, you know what I mean? And how long does that stay in the soil? Like, does that ever come? Can you ever get that out of the dirt so that other things could or would actually thrive there again? I guess after many, many years you could.
Yeah, it's many, many years. I had Will Harris. He's from Georgia, White Oaks Pastures. You ever heard of that guy?
I actually listened to that episode that you did with him, man, because I've ordered a pile of meat from him.
He's great.
He is. That was a great episode.
And it's a great episode to educate people on, like, how much time it takes to take an industrial farm and convert it to regenerative agriculture. It's not easy. It's a long grind, super costly, not nearly as profitable. And, you know, he did it over a course of 20 years. And we have two jars of soil out there that he gave us. And one of them is a soil from his neighbor's farm, which is an industrial farm, and the other one's his. And his is like a dark brown, rich, alive soil. And the one from his neighbor's farm is just pale and dead, and they have to spray shit all over it and use industrial fertilizer.
Yeah, it's ugly, man.
And then it's gotten so far that, like, to turn it around and try to feed all the people that we have established here in this country in places where nobody's growing food, it's like it's almost impossible. It's almost like they're stuck with this system of industrialized farming.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's this being here in Austin, you know, I don't go to the city much. I live on 700 acres in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. And I come here to the city, and, you know, you see the result of packing so many human beings into one area. Yeah, how you gonna feed them people? Other than the way that we figured out how to do it. I mean, how you gonna feed them? Right. I don't know, man. Walking around the city, man, it's just coming from where I live, and don't take this as negative. I mean, people love cities. There's cool stuff in cities, right? Like, people get a lot, but me, when I come from where I live, you know, I'm in the woods every day for hours and hours. I don't go to town hardly ever. I'm a squirrel hunter. I have a little mountain cur. You know, we go out and squirrel hunt for hours every day. But coming to the city, it's like the air burns my nose. It's like I've been coughing all day today.
You really notice it?
I noticed. I can smell it. It smells. Now, we're staying right in downtown. The smell reminds me slightly of Lagos, Nigeria, which it's 100x in Lagos. It literally burns your eyes and your nose to breathe the air there. But even in Austin, I can kind of smell the sour, you know, and then I'm looking at these poor people, man, like these people laying on these park benches and all this stuff, and I'm like, it makes you think, it makes you wonder, the human's propensity to stoop lower than an animal. Like, we have the propensity as human to stoop lower than an animal.
In the worst case scenario.
In the worst case scenarios, right. Yeah. I mean, I understand there's so much that goes along with the story that all of those people have. And it was funny, I saw a lady sitting on the edge of the sidewalk today. She was smoking crack or something. And now my wife's in recovery. And I said, it's just mind-boggling to me being a man of the country, to see the human's propensity to stoop that low. And she looked at me and she said, well, I've done it. I said, that's good. Man, My woman is so good, brother.
She came out of it.
She came out of it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, by the grace of God. But
well, I'm glad you didn't come visit us in LA. I would have showed you some real shit. This is nothing.
I went to LA one time. With my buddy Jesse, he took me out there when all this stuff started. I got out of the Navy. He said, Chad, he said, he asked me to come coach him, teach him how to run long ways. I said, I'll come out there. And me and Jesse became fast friends. He said, I'm going to take you out here to LA. He said, I'm going to take you on a few of these interviews with these people. He said, but I want you to realize that if you decide to do this, your life will never be the same. And I said, all right, let's go.
You mean like Joe podcast?
Yeah.
Jesse's an interesting guy.
He's one of my biggest mentors. He's a close friend.
I like that dude a lot. I had him on.
Yeah.
Enjoyed talking.
Yeah, I love him to death, man. But he took me out there, and LA was it put me back really. Some of the places that we went were very similar to some of the areas that we deployed to. Just the smell and the sights and the way people were living, it was wild, man.
It's a chaotic environment, and you get used to anything. And people that live there get used to it. They don't know what real peace is like. Like when I would tell people why I like mountain hunting, I'd be like, man, it's like a vitamin that you didn't know you needed. You get out there in the mountains and you smell that clean air and you just feel it. Your whole body just goes, oh, this is so much better. It's just so much better to live like this. It is. I just don't get a chance to do it that often. I don't live in it like you do. Living in it is the ultimate. If you could live in it and then go visit other places, that's way better. To live in nature.
The noise too. The noise. I don't think that people who live in the city, they've become acclimated to all of the constant noise.
Yeah.
It's never quiet. But when I enter into that environment, like that noise is doing, it does something. Like the traffic and the constant humming and just, I feel like I begin to hold this tension within me. I don't know what it's doing to me. I don't know, man. I'm
sensory overload. Yeah.
But I guess you can become accustomed
to it. Well, people in New York City have become accustomed to it, and they actually like it. They like that feeling of sensory overload. But everybody that I know that likes that is very unhealthy. I don't know any real fit, healthy, active people that really enjoy that environment.
So why do you? Why? I understand you love what you do. But I mean, you could build a studio somewhere out in the mountains somewhere. Like, why do you
probably do that? We're gonna probably build a studio nowhere next. That's the next move. I want to have a tactical course out there, bass fishing lake, have it set up, and do fun shit with guests too.
Because people are gonna come see you, man.
That's
it's. I mean, what you've done, man, is so cool. I tell people all the time, if you ever have the opportunity to go and see someone who is the best in the world at what they do, take that opportunity. Whether it's a runner, a fighter, a kayaker, or a podcaster. It's so cool to be here and to get to witness what you do, how you do it, the level that you go to make all this happen. You're the best in the world. That's it. That's so cool for me, man. If we don't talk here but for 30 minutes, I gotta see the best in the world do what he does. And how cool is that, man?
Oh, thank you.
And the hospitality that you have, given me since I've been here, it's just next level. And that's what you see when you get to witness the best in the world do whatever it is they are the best at. You just get to see this whole nother level of proficiency, of skill, of technique, of mastery. And that opens up your mind into what's possible.
Yeah, you can go back and watch the beginning episodes. It was terrible in the early days.
Well, I'm a podcaster too, man. I
know you are. I watch your show all the time.
I've got 400 and something episodes out, and same here when I first started. Yeah, it was awful, but it's so much fun. I love it.
I found your show because of a video that you did on your Land Cruiser, because I'm a Land Cruiser nut.
Yeah.
and you were talking about like have a truck that will fucking like no matter what will work. Like if they throw EMP pulses in the air and kill all the electronics, which is people don't understand. Like every car everyone is driving has a fucking computer in it. And if something goes on, there's some sort of a power grid failure or some sort of a solar flare that knocks out electronics, it could knock out your fucking car. You have a brick now. And it's not going to work. If you don't have a carburetor, and you don't have a car, like a regular old school car, it's not going to, Tucker Carlson, he drives like a 1978 pickup truck. I go, why do you drive that? And he goes, because they can't shut it off. The government can't get in. He's got no GPS. He's super fucking paranoid.
Well, the newest vehicle that I have, and yes, these are my favorite. I've become close friends with Daniel at TLC 4x4. Done two for me, a 100 series and a 60 series.
And they hit mine too when they were in LA.
Yeah, man, they're just awesome. And like I said, my favorite part about driving the Land Cruiser is that it makes people smile. I'm not a very funny guy, So there's not many, I don't get many opportunities to make human beings smile, but I can drive this Land Cruiser and people look at it, point at it, they're smiling, and like that's cool to me. You know what I mean?
Especially 60 series, I think. There's just like a core group of people who love those things.
And
I slow down when I see one. I slow down and check it out.
Yeah, but the newest vehicle that I have, and I'm a car guy. Now I was poor most of my life. I'm still fairly poor. But I got enough money, I can buy the cars that I want now. And the newest car that I have is a 1997 Dodge diesel truck. I have two 97. I have an OBS Ford. It's a 97 with a Power Stroke diesel. I have a 97 Dodge Ram with the Cummins diesel because those are the two best diesel engines, undisputedly, that have ever been produced. I have the 100 Series Land Cruiser. Actually, the 100 Series is a 98, but I kind of gave that to my brother, so I can't count that. The 60 Series is an 84. I have an 86 Toyota they call pickup. It's a house. I don't know if I'm missing something, but I love old cars. Man.
Those old Toyotas are bulletproof. They never break.
That's my squirrel hunt truck.
Yeah.
It'll go anywhere. Why am I going to go spend $30,000 on a side-by-side? I can get in this Toyota truck and I can go anywhere you can go in a side-by-side.
That's true.
That's my squirrel hunt truck.
So, is squirrel hunting the most hunting that you do?
For that controversy, which really created negative feedback at the same time, which unfortunately obscured some of his phenomenal achievements to otherwise interested Jews who would have liked to have heard what exactly he had to offer them philosophically and so on. So those are the three figures that we'll be looking at over the course of these 3 weeks. And I think at this point, I should get straight to the wrap-up. This is my favorite version of the iconic representation of the wrap-up. We, of course, have no idea what he actually looked like, but this kind of turbid, sort of dignified looking individual is the one that we've seen in many publications in the 19th century. He's actually a bunch of him, or kind of like a bas-relief on the wall, and Congress as well. Behind him, we do actually see his signature because a lot of his manuscripts, original autographed manuscripts, were actually recovered from the Cairo in Giza, where he lived and worked, and that's quite a few of these documents. There was a saying that from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. And of course, the first Moses is that proverb is Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses of the Torah, and Moses Maimonides at the other end, 2,500 years later. And in many ways, this is a figure that you can see once in a millennium because he had incredible grasp of not only the broad swath of Torah knowledge, but also of basically all secular knowledge at the time as well. Again, in the 12th century, when he was very active, the body of world knowledge, scholarship in particular, was still, almost manageable by a single person. And this is the kind of person who could have achieved that kind of great expertise, both in the Torah realm and in the secular realm. And in fact, the reality that he was someone who was able to excel both religiously and in the secular vein is one of the reasons why he became such a hero in the 19th century to the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement, because they saw in him the sort of antidote to the inward-looking, highly consular Eastern European ghetto Jew who was deeply wrapped up in the text of the Talmud and the Kabbalah and so on, but really could not negotiate the outside world because, speak the vernacular appropriately, certainly didn't have higher education at the university level outside of the Rambam.
I do it every day that I'm at home. I squirrel hunt every day. How much squirrel do you eat? Well, I eat squirrel on special occasions. I give away a lot of squirrel meat. I'm blessed enough in life now that I can eat ribeye steak. I give away a lot of squirrel. I don't kill all the squirrels that we treat either. Really, since a young age, I was introduced to hunting with dogs, tree dogs specifically. And there was something about a tree dog that just stirred this passion within me. It is the only thing that has stuck with me from childhood, young childhood. The first tree dog I ever walked to, I didn't even know. I shouldn't even have been in the woods, but I followed my uncle to a coonhound tree down in the swamp. And it just, even at that age, it just stirred something in me, like this is some sort of primal instinct of partnering with this dog in this chase. And I've done it even up until now. And it's just, it's a unique experience, man. And the great thing about dogs, hunting dogs too, is the breeding aspect of it. That's a lot of fun. So not only do you have your best friend, my little mountain cur, her name's Wendy. She stays in the house. She's my best friend. We hunt every day together. But now I get to breed her. I get to select a mate, and over the course of the next 30 years or so, I can breed in these specific characteristics of this type of dog that I value. And so that's fun, Not only is the hunting fun, but the breeding is fun, the training's fun, everything about it's fun. And you take a group of guys out squirrel hunting, man, and it's a blast because you don't have to be quiet. Look, man, you're out there in the woods on four-wheelers, everybody's got shotguns, you get to the tree. Here's this dog just hammering a tree on this tree. No. Everybody surrounds the tree, and that squirrel gets nervous, and he starts timbering out, going tree to tree, and you got 5 or 6 guys with shotguns blasting away, and everybody's cutting up and laughing. It's just a blast, dude. But that's my thing, That's a funny thing. I like to hunt whitetails. I get to go on my first elk hunt this year. Oh wow, where you going? There's a family out in Utah. They own some ranch out there. I think it's called R5 Ranch, and they wanted to put a hunt on for a veteran. So they partnered with an outfitter called G3 Outfitters, and they bought a tag, and for some odd reason, they selected me as their veteran that they want to take out on an elk hunt. Now, I've always wanted the elk hunt, man. I've just never made it happen. There's a lot that goes into it, as you know. Yeah. And so they're taking me to New Mexico. They bought some tag from a landowner, and they're going to take me out there elk.
That's a great spot. New Mexico's a great spot for elk.
He sent me some pictures of some of these bulls. Yeah. I said, what in that?
Yeah, New Mexico's got some crazy genetics too. There's There's a guy who explained this to me, that there's really two different, besides like Thule elk and Roosevelt elk, there's Rocky Mountain elk and then there's Yellowstone elk. And the Yellowstone elk are an older breed that has larger antlers, a bigger animal. And you find a lot of those in Arizona, and you find a lot of those in New Mexico.
So where we're hunting at is right, it is on the border of Arizona and New Mexico.
Yeah, so I bet you have great genetics out there.
You know what, man? I can't believe it. I can't believe this is the first. It's not going to be my first elk.
Are you rifle or bow?
It's going to be rifle. Now I'm a big archery guy too. When I hunt whitetails, when I started hunting whitetails, that was what I did was bow hunt, and still bow hunt quite a bit. But this is a rifle hunt.
Bow hunting. Rifle hunting is great. It's the most effective, most efficient way to hunt. But there's something about having to get inside, 70, 80 yards, sneaking up, executing a perfect shot.
Now you're a Hoyt guy too, right? Yeah, I have been too all my life.
They make amazing bows.
My wife a couple years ago bought me that RX-7 with a carbon fiber riser. I always wanted a bow with a carbon riser because I remember hunting so many hunts in the southeast, whitetail hunts, walking into the stand and your hand just gets so cold.
Right.
Carrying that bow around.
Yeah, that's the difference. It doesn't get cold like that, like aluminum does.
Yeah, that's the main reason I wanted one, but it's been a great bow.
This episode is brought to you by Universal Pictures Nobody 2. A couple years ago, Bob Odenkirk showed up out of nowhere as an action star in Nobody. Now he's back in the sequel to Nobody 2. This time, Hutch tries to go on vacation with his family and all hell breaks loose. Real delight to see a guy like Odenkirk kick some serious ass. Produced by 87 North, the same team behind hits like John Wick, Bullet Train, and The Fall Guy. Don't miss Universal Pictures Nobody 2, only in theaters August 15th. Yeah, they make them better every year. I don't know how the fuck they do it. Every year they just tune a little bit of this, change a little bit, adjust the cams.
Yes, they probably got it mapped out for the next 10 years in advance.
Yeah. Oh, they do.
They can go ahead and make the best one. They just,
yeah, it's incremental improvements based on like how we went to the Hoyt factory. I've been to the Hoyt factory a few times, but we went recently and showed the process that they make those things. It's so incredible. It's all these like super sophisticated computers and machines, CNC machines. They're cutting the aluminum. They have like so many different steps to make sure that quality control is perfect, and at the end when you get it you really appreciate it. They're so smooth now. Like I've been bow hunting for 12 years now, 13 years, and just a different 13 years is crazy. Like when I go back and pick up one of my old bows, it feels archaic. They're so smooth now. The draw cycle's so smooth, and they're so dead in the hand when you fire them.
And those parallels, and they're so short and compact. The old bows we used to shoot back in the day, the old Viper Techs and all that from Hoyt and Matthews had the old SQ2s and Q2s, and they were just long and unwieldy in the stand, and you can make, like you said, 100-yard shots now with a compound bow. Back then, there wasn't nobody shooting them bows at 100 yards.
No,
because they just weren't tuned, I think, so finely as the bows that we have today. That RX-7, man, every time I shoot that bow, it amazes me at how that arrow just flies like a laser beam. I'm like, good night. Yeah. It's a cool. Have you ever shot a stick bow?
Yes. Okay. I'm not good at it though. I shot it on vacation once. I was shocked at how bad it's because I'm so good with the compound.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out where to aim, where it goes, and do all this shit, and how to let it loose right. It's I have a buddy who hunts exclusive. My buddy Ryan Callahan. He hunts exclusively with a homemade bow. He's got a long bow that he made. I don't know if he made this one. I know he's made them before, but it's those real simple bows. I'm like, wow. Can't even get much energy out of that thing, but it's the extra.
You got to get real close.
You got to get real close and be real accurate.
Yeah, I took mine on a mule deer hunt up in the Wasatch Range in Utah. 2 years ago. And yeah, I mean, you got to get within 7 to 10 yards of that animal with a longbow.
Yeah.
I mean, I do anyway. You know, Fred Bear might could have made a 20 or 30 yard shot, but you know, you got to get right in their laps. And I was on public land. It was a wilderness area. That's where I like to hunt. I mean, I like wilderness areas. That's the highest designation of preservation that Congress can award to a piece of land. So if you're in a wilderness area, you know there's not going to be no horses, no mechanized tools. Nobody's going to be clearing trails with a chainsaw up there. If you ever want to go in the backcountry, find a wilderness area, not a national park, not a national forest. Find a wilderness area. While we were watching these mules there, and you know, I'd watch them in the morning, they'd feed. Well, then I'd wait for them to go lay down, and then you had them on that mule deer and use the terrain, put the terrain between you and him, and they'd be bedded down, and you could get the closest I got to one was about 5 yards, and he was bedded down under a tree, just kind of out in this big old rock. I was way up in the big old rocky area. Well, I stalked all the way up there to him, and I got about 5 yards from where I last seen where I saw him bed down at. You know, I lost sight of him when I started to stalk, and I got impatient. And I got there, and I was laid down up against the rock, and that tree was right there. And I thought, you know, it took me about an hour to stalk over here. I said, I wonder if he got up and moved. And I peeked my head up over that rock, and that big son of a gun was just looking right at me. I'm talking about eye to eye, 5 yards. He jumped up and tore out of there. That was the closest I got to killing one. But if I would have just laid there with that longbow and been patient and waited for him to stand up off his bed, I could have drew and shot him right there.
He's probably already alert. He probably heard you.
I don't know if they heard me or not. I had the wind.
Yours are so good.
I had shoes on, but you know, I'm stalking across granite, you know, rock slabs and stuff, so it's pretty quiet. I mean, there was no indication when I picked my head up, he was still laying there on bed. There was no indication that he knew I was there other than when he saw me pick my head over the rock and stand up and tear out of there, you know.
They're the most difficult to hunt because they're just dealing with mountain lions all day long.
Mm-hmm.
They're just always and they'll jump the string quicker than any animal. Other than the craziest ones are axis deer. Have you ever hunted axis deer?
I haven't.
Axis deer evolved with tigers. So they move so fast. I had a video of an axis deer that I shot at 70 plus yards, and with a lighted knock, and you see the arrow. I mean, this arrow's going 290 feet a second. You see this arrow launching toward this deer, and this deer is feeding in the field, totally broadside. He hears the arrow within 10 yards. Ducks down, hauls out, and he's gone by the time the arrow got to him.
He hears the arrow in flight.
Exactly. He had no idea. We were very far away. That's why I took the shot. It's one of the things with those animals, you're sometimes better off taking a long shot than a close shot because they hear that bow go off and they just duck and go. I mean, they're not trying to duck under your arrow. What they're trying to do is load up their weapons, or load up their legs, rather. Get super low so they can launch themselves forward and on. They're just trying to take off as quickly as possible, and that means dropping down. And when they drop down, arrows go right over. But this one was so fast, within 10 yards, he was nowhere near the arrow. His ass was over here. The vitals where I aimed for was right here. He was already over there. He was 2 feet away from it, and he didn't start moving until that arrow was 10 yards away.
Where was that at?
That was in Hawaii.
Hawaii, okay.
Lanai is a crazy place because Lanai has no predators, and it's a small island. It only has 3,000 people living on it, but it has 30,000 deer plus. So they want you to kill them. They want you to kill them. Kill them as many as you can. They have people that are snipers that go out there at night, and everybody on the island eats good because it's the best meat. The axis deer is delicious if you've ever had it. It's right up there with elk. It's fantastic meat, and they're just completely overpopulated, so they have to do it. So people hunt them there 365 days a year, so high pressure. So they're used to they're always with their head on a swivel, always looking around for a hunter.
That would be fun, huh? That would turn you up.
Oh, it's great before elk season.
Yeah,
It's
that would
great.
turn you up.
Because you get, if you blow a stalk, you get another stalk in 10 seconds. Like you're on another animal, and you're in these fields that used to be where the dole plant grew pineapples. So it's kind of a weird ground. Like I guess the way they would farm pineapples, they would put like a layer of plastic down, and then the soil would be above the plastic. So everywhere you go, it's weird. You see like almost like garbage bag plastic underneath the dirt all over the place. And these animals are you'll sit on the top of a hill and look down on a field, and you might see 600 axis deer wandering around this field. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so unnatural. But
they're not native?
No. Given to King Kamehameha by I think the king of India, whatever the ruler of India was, the 1800s, and they've had them on this island forever, and they're just completely overpopulated. Yeah, they're all over the place, and big ones too. Oh, it's a great hunt. It's a great if you have a rifle, it's a no-brainer. It's like you're 100% gonna get a deer. But if you got a bow, I mean, I went out there with Cam Haynes and Remy Warren and Adam Greentree and all these just like bona fide killers and like world-class hunters.
Cam's best in the world, man.
Best in the world. And John Dudley was there too. We went out there for like 6 or 7 days, and everyone was successful. And then we made a podcast about it, blew up the Outfitters. It's a great place to go hunt. You stay at the Four Seasons, incredible food, amazing amenities, beautiful resort. And then you get to go and hunt. It's an incredible place. But after we left, he said they had 150 people come within that season from then until the time we went back the next year. One guy was successful. One. And there's so many opportunities, but they're so fast. And if you bad odds. When you have, here's the deal. I've hunted in the morning and I've been successful, but it's too fucking quiet. You really want to go in the afternoon, because in the afternoon you get a lot of wind, and you just pick your spots and play your stalks correctly.
Have you turkey hunted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eastern or what
California.
Time?
It was in California.
Okay.
It was in Merriam's. Probably. It was in the wine country. Up there, I went up there with Steve Ranella. Okay. Took me turkey hunting. It was fun.
You know, his buddy's a big squirrel hunter. Steve's buddy's a big squirrel hunter. What's that guy named? Clay Newcomb. Yeah, he's got a bunch of feist dogs. I think he hunts off of mules.
Yes.
I'll tell you what we ought to do. We ought to set up a big squirrel hunt with everybody. With me and you and Clay and Cam, and we ought to set up a big squirrel hunt.
Well, I've had squirrel once. With Ranella, he cooked some squirrel for us.
Boy, if we could get him to come in and cook too, that would be outstanding.
It would be.
Because I have a hard time making this wild game taste worth the flip.
Do you?
I'm just not a good cook.
I noticed that. Well, I was going to talk to you about your steak cooking.
Yeah, I'm just not much of a cook, man.
Why don't you cook a steak on a Traeger? And I was like, listen, there's a way to cook a steak on a Traeger is you can cook a steak on a Traeger. Like you can cook. Like if you have a roast, like you can cook a good roast on the Traeger, but the reality is you need to be able to sear it, and so you can't really sear things on a Traeger. And I saw what you did. You tried to turn the temperature up real high and then cook at the end. The key is get it on a frying pan. Like get it low and slow on the Traeger. I like 225 degrees with the super smoke. Get it nice and smoky. Get it up to 120 degrees, and then cast iron skillet. Get that motherfucker hot. Put some beef tallow in there and like 90 seconds on each side.
Seals it up. Perfect. Now, do you do much of your own cooking?
Yeah, almost all my own cooking. Okay. Yeah, I cook a lot.
Does your wife cook?
Yeah, she cooks too.
Yeah, my wife cooks. I'm so glad that she cooks because I've got a long ways to go. I actually made a goal of mine I've been working on. I cook for her one night a week. And it's worked out a few times. But I'm learning. You can appreciate that tip on the steak.
Yeah, that tip on the steak, it's reverse sear is what it's called. And I learned that from Whiskey Bed, my friend Chad, Whiskey Bed Barbecue. And he said, if you really want to cook a steak correctly, he goes, you want it to be slowly cooked and then sear the outside. A lot people try to sear it first. It's like, I don't agree with that. The way to get the juiciest steak is to slow cook it, sear it, and then the reverse sear method.
Well, I'm gonna try that when
It's the move. It's the move.
My cousin raises all the cows we eat. So my mama makes all the bread we eat. My wife grows all the vegetables that we eat. I'm gonna say seasonally. You know what I mean? Seasonally. My cousin raises all the cows. You know, we get our water right out of the ground. I take buckets of water once a week, go collect water, come right out of a spring. Some old redneck found a spring back in there and ran a PVC pipe out of it, you know, and so we just go there and collect all our water.
Totally off the grid.
Well, you know, we'll order some stuff from the grocery store, you know, just it wouldn't be hard at all to ramp things up to the point that we were 100% eating what we could produce as a family unit. No one person is going to produce everything that they need for them and their family to eat. Like it's my cousin. He raises cows, you know, so we know where they're coming from. We know how they're living. We know what they're being fed. Like I said, my mama makes bread. My wife can grow anything. It's an effort. You know, I hunt. I can bring in wild game meat at any time. Everybody thinks about when the apocalypse comes, you know, you think you're going to be eating all these deer and elk and stuff. You're going to be eating squirrel, buddy. Squirrel and birds. Maybe a possum every now and then. Them deer's going to be gone quick. Probably, you know. Right? Small game, if we're really subsistence, you know, get your meat from the wild, you got to be able to hunt small game. Squirrels, rabbits, coon, possum. You got to be able to hunt them. You know, you go out and try to hunt a coon without a dog, you ain't going to kill no coon. Right. You know, I think a good dog got to kill 10 coons in an hour. What does raccoon taste like? Raccoon's pretty greasy. You gotta cook it right. You know, so much wild game. Other than elk, I found elk seems to be really, really good, even if you're not a skilled cook. Yeah. You know, to me, anyways, it's the best wild game meat I've ever ate. Yeah. But like these squirrels, coons, things like small game, even rabbit, they can get real tough. You know, that you can. Is that a raccoon, James? Yeah, that's a coon right there. You cook it in a crock pot. A lot of these small game, you slow cook it, you know, and that kind of helps keep it moist and break it down. Yeah. But anyways, man, I'm all over the place. And you probably have to cook it to a high temperature, too. Raccoons probably get trichinosis, right? I don't know if a coon does or not. I've killed a bunch of bears, and I know they do. They do. Yeah, that's the one thing I didn't like about bear. Yeah, me too. It makes me uncomfortable. I've killed 2 black bears, both of them with my bow. Both of them about 500 pounds. And those are big black bears. Big black bears. Georgia black bears? No, these are Virginia. There's a place in Virginia called the Great Dismal Swamp. It's about 110,000 acre continuous block of land. That's what's left of it. It's eat up with bears. I mean, I would take my coon dog down the swamp bottom. We called it the run. And during springtime, when them bears were out with cubs, I couldn't even hardly run my coon dog up and down through there. There were so many bears in there. And them sows would get, you know, mad at us for being in there and start popping their teeth and making racket. I took a young man with me down in there one time. First time he ever been coon hunting. I was hunting a dog called a leopard cur. And I cut that dog loose in there and he went down in there, boom, slam treed. I thought, all right, this is good because coon hunting can be rough. We walked down in there and I had this young guy with me. He had the rifle. We got up to the tree and I walk up to that dog and leash it up, and I'm fooling with it leashed back on the tree there. And he said, "What is that?" I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Stop and listen." And I stopped, and that dog quit barking for a second. And all of a sudden, I could hear bark raining down on the leaves above my head because it was summertime. About that time, about a 300-pound black bear comes sliding out of that tree like it was on a fireman's pole. I'm talking about that deer landed right in the midst of me, him, and the dog. And he's standing there, he's just frozen. Because he's never been coon hunting before. He's got the gun. He's
And about the time that bear hit the ground, I snapped the leash off of that dog because the dog was my only chance to run this bear out of our vicinity. And these cur dogs are real gritty. They won't back up. They won't back up from nothing. They're like a gamecock, man. And that dog tore out after that bear, ran him out. I looked over at that boy. I said, "What were you just gonna? You've got the gun. You just stood there and didn't." He said, "Well, I thought that happens all the time." But that's how many bears was in this area, man. So I'd be out there whitetail hunting, and a big old 500-pound boar bear would come up. I've had him climb the tree that I was sitting in the tree stand. But if a big one came by, it's hard not to shoot a big trophy bear, especially with a bow. So I've killed two, but when we killed them bear, I would just there was a lot of real poor people that lived around in there. Well, there was one man named Zachariah. He was about a 90-year-old black man. He had one eye. He hunted year-round because he hunted to eat. We'd see him out in the field deer hunting in the middle of summertime. Wouldn't nobody say nothing to him because we had to eat. But I'd call Zachariah when I killed that bear. Well, then he would call all of his people in the community, and we'd take that bear down to the skin shed, and within 10 minutes, we'd have 50 people lined up at the skinning shed with grocery bags. And so we would cut this bear up, process this bear, and these, poor people, they'd come down there and get them a big piece of meat. Well, by the time everybody was done, there wasn't maybe but one piece of meat left, you know what I mean? Because I don't like bear, but I sure do like killing them.
Have you ever had it cooked well, done well?
We've cooked some at the house, but I haven't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a good cook.
Yeah, you just have to learn how to do it. My friends John and Jen, they run an outfitter, and they're outfitters in Alberta, and they're bear hunters. And I've been bear hunting with them, and they take like a roast. They'll cook it on a Traeger, they brine it, they put it in they marinate it, and it's fantastic. It's like better than the best roast beef you've ever had.
Oh, there's a way. There's a way to make it taste.
It's also what they eat. If you get them and they've been eating like a dead moose, they've been feasted on that for a couple weeks, and then it's rotten. They stink. That's not good.
Yeah, no,
they want to get acorn bears.
These bears we were killing, the reason they were so big, they were eating corn and soybeans.
Yeah, perfect.
They ate a pile of deer guts too. I mean,
they eat everything.
I would gut deer out there. If I killed a deer in the woods, I don't gut them back at the house. I just gut them in the woods. You come back an hour later, and they wouldn't be not a speck of them guts left.
Crazy.
I mean, they would eat the fire out of it.
You know that the early pioneers preferred bear meat, and they used deer just for skins?
No, I did not know.
Yeah, like Daniel Boone, all those fellas. Those guys, they were bear hunters.
They wanted fat.
They wanted the fat, and they ate bear meat because they thought it was closer to beef. Yeah.
Well, it is closer to beef, I would say, than deer.
Yeah, I would say so. Especially if it's cooked well, it's delicious. It's just, you got to get a bear that's not eating rotten meat, not eating fish, and cook it right. But if you cook it right, it's fantastic. It's really good. Bear sausage is fantastic. It's all just in how you get it prepared.
Yeah.
How you do it. Brunel is really good.
Well, see, I got to start running in the right circles with people that can cook.
Yeah.
That's my problem.
My friend Jesse, who owns this restaurant here called Dai Due. What is Jesse's he runs a school that teaches people how to shoot hogs, how to butcher them, how to cook them. And he likes old, ruddy old hogs. He really knows how to do it correctly. So this is a new school of traditional cookery. So Jesse will take people, he'll take them out there, teach them how to hunt, teach them everything about it, how to stalk an animal, how to dress the game, how to cook it, prepare it, what the cuts you're looking for, and he teaches classes on this. How cool is that? It's amazing. I mean, it's a small class because he wants to do it correctly, but he's incredible. And that restaurant, if you ever get a chance to go to it, Dai Due in town, it's amazing.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you, if you can make an old
or hog tastes good,
Yeah.
you have got to be a master.
He's a master. He also cooked diver ducks for us, which everybody says are disgusting.
Yeah.
And they were fantastic. And he's like, it's all just in the preparation.
Yeah.
Marinated them, he slow cooked them on a smoker. They were fantastic.
All that stuff just takes time.
Yeah.
It just takes time. It's so much easier just to cook a ribeye.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the easiest. It's the easiest. Yeah. It's just, there's something about wild game to me it's a different kind of food. It feels different when you eat it. There's more energy to it. Yeah. It's like, it's just so nutrient dense. You eat it, your whole body just goes, woof, woof. You feel it, you know? Like you cook an elk steak and you eat that medium rare and you just bite into it and it's juicy. And,
I can't wait, man.
Oh,
I hope I get one. I think I got a good chance of getting one. These boys are serious.
yeah. Well, with a rifle, your chances are a lot higher, and I know you're a real good shot. So you probably, and if a guy like you also can shoot accurately at a distance, which is huge. You know, no idea you're there. You know, I'm sure you can make a 500-yard shot easy. And rifles tuned correctly for something like that, it's like, you got a pretty good shot.
Have you been up to the Yukon Territory at all?
No, I haven't.
I just got back.
What are you doing up there?
It's been quite the journey, both on the macro and the micro level, to wind up here at this table with you. I spent about the last month sitting with a good friend of mine, one of my biggest mentors in my life. I'd sit with him for hours on end while he was dying. Then I had to leave him, and I went out to the Yukon. Sorry, man. We need to talk more about that, by the way. And I got a teammate that I went through SEAL training and all with. He was paralyzed 14 years ago. And he wanted to go on an adventure. And I said, well, there's a race out there. It's a 1,000-mile kayaking race. It's the longest kayaking race in the world on the Yukon River. Totally unsupported. He said, all right. He prepared for about 2 years. And we went out there and did that on the Yukon River. And I came home. My buddy died the day I got home. And so it's been a while. Last month or so. Have you ever got sick with anybody? Important to you?
No.
I highly recommend it. It will teach you so much, man. It has made me grow. Like, I don't know, man, it just gives me the daggone chills thinking about it. And the crazy thing is the type of person that I used to be, I thought, going and sitting with someone who's dying is a waste of time. Like, I got other things to do, right? You do too. We got busy lives. Well, this man, he mentored me, hunting and everything, working, all of that. His name was Don. From the time I was about 13 to the time left to go become a Navy SEAL. Well, I did my whole Navy thing. I got out. I reconnected with Don for a while, but then I started this company now that we have, 307 Project. Got busy. I have a curse from the military service. I have this unique ability to be able to forget you ever existed. When I get on some sort of mission and you're not part of that anymore, I can forget you ever existed. And so I lost touch with him because of my own selfishness. And been doing this thing for the last 4 or 5 years. Well, his wife called me and said, look, he just wants to see you one more time. He's got pancreatic cancer. He's got maybe 2 weeks left. He just wants to see you one more time. Good night, man. Took a lot of courage for me to go show up in front of him and sit down with him and say, Mr. Don, I'm sorry I haven't been the friend to you that you deserve. Will you forgive me? He's laying there dying. He looks back at me and says, son, there's nothing to forgive. I mean, just like, and then from that point, I'd go sit with him twice a week for 8 or 9 or 10 hours, just sit right there by his bed. I'd read the scriptures to him. He only had a third-grade education. We read about the gospel, and we read about the resurrection, and we read about creation. And, you know, we don't, first thing that you learn, I think, when you sit with somebody that's dying, that death is the great foe. That sits above mankind and scoffs at our wisdom. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. He said that death is this great foe. It is the enemy that sits above us and mocks the wisdom of man. Mr. Don had built up basically an empire within the community. He had made millions and millions of dollars as an entrepreneur. Couldn't read or write. But he still had to succumb to this process that's coming for all of us. Like, I don't know, man. That was like, that just hit me. Like, we want to look up at the sky and we want to explain how the cosmos began, and we can't even solve our own biggest problem. We can't solve our own biggest problem. It's the biggest problem for all of us. We can't figure out how to solve it, how to overcome it. Like, we don't think about this enough. Have you ever thought, why are you dying? Have you ever thought about that? Like I get it. Like, all of us, we understand death as, you know, we go along through this life, but then it happens. We get hit by a car, one of our organs fail, cancer happens, whatever, and we say that killed us, right? And that thing did kill us, but your entire life is leading you to that point. Like, why do you have to die? Like, it's by necessity. You must die. Why? What's killing you? What's killing you?
Well, age. Your body stops reproducing correctly. Your cells don't reproduce correctly.
So why does that happen? What's causing that?
Every animal, almost every animal on this planet has a timeline that exists. It's probably a natural function of keeping a balance. Like, all of nature has balance. And I mean, can you imagine if mosquitoes lived 1,000 years? What a fucking pain in the ass that would be. No, they get a couple of them. Yeah, how long does a mosquito live? A week. How long does a fly live? A week. Good. Otherwise, we'd be fucked. You know, a good deer, the deer that's like the best day of its life, it's like 13 years, it's done. It's over. It's limping. It's gonna get torn apart by coyotes. Whatever gets it. Everything has a time. Because if it didn't, there'd be too many people. There'd be too many animals. The balance would be fucked up.
That's a great answer, man.
The thing is, there's a lot of scientists that are working on that. A lot of scientists that I've talked to that are treating aging like a disease. So instead of just accepting the fact, like, oh, you're 50 now, things are slowing down. Like, well, why are they slowing down, and what can we do to reverse that?
I love thinking along those lines, man. Like, yeah, I love that.
At the very least, what it does is improves your performance radically as an older person. Improves your physical performance. What people would be capable of naturally with no supplements 20, 30 years ago. It's a very different world today. Very, very, very different. And with all the different modalities, all the different things you can do, like hyperbaric treatments, NMN, supplementation, red light therapy, cold plunge, sauna, all these different things radically change the composition of your body and your overall metabolic health. Radically changes. And then with hormone therapy and all the other different things that you can do, I mean, it's just because of science and because of people figuring these things out, it's a radically different world than it was in the past.
But is there a solution? Like, is there a fix for death? Like, is anyone searching or even contemplating that?
Oh, yeah. David Sinclair's all over that. He's a guy from Harvard that we've had on the podcast a few times. That's his primary study. They're treating aging as a disease and trying to figure out what different types of medication, what different types of therapies, what's the root cause of the cells aging and not reproducing correctly.
It's an ugly thing, man.
Oh, it gets rough. Especially if you don't take care of yourself. You know, that's the rough one. When you see people that have been drinking their whole life and then they quit at 75, it's a little late. You've been torturing your body, forcing your body to process poison for decades. You know, and also just living in cities alone. You were talking about that smell, that weird smell that you get in cities. That's fucking brake dust and tires and exhaust fumes
And doo-doo.
It's a little bit doo-doo. Not bad here. Go to San Francisco.
I found a turd on the side of the trail today, a human turd. It was a terrible log too, man. Yeah, my wife went back, took a video of it. You might see it on YouTube in the next couple of days.
Your visit to Austin.
But yeah, man, just sitting with him makes me contemplate these things, and for me, obviously, because of my worldview being shaped by Scripture, it makes me go to Scripture and bounce these questions off of the Scriptures, you know, and even I think it was powerful too because, you know, I'm sitting with a man who's important to me, who is bearing this burden of death. And by the way, he bore it well. It was amazing to me that I could go and sit with him and he would talk to me and take time to spend with me, even in the midst of this terrible process that he was going through. I told him, I said, you could have just laid there on this bed and not said a word to anybody. Nobody would have blamed you. You know, it's scary. He couldn't sit still, you know, and because he was in so much pain. It's daggone cancer's rough, man. Yeah, it's rough. But then these same questions that I'm thinking, like, why does this have to happen? You know, and then for me, then to have to go and search the Scriptures and then come to him with the Scriptures and share the Scriptures with him to, you know, give him some of the answers that he had. You know, it's like I would read the Scripture to him and he would say, because again, Mr. Don had a strong faith in the message of what we call the gospel. But he didn't know all the other stuff because he couldn't read. So I would read the Scripture to him, and then he would say, read another one. Read another one. And I was seeing it was the wildest thing, dude. I've never seen it. I've never seen anything like it before. I've been following the Lord Jesus for 13 years now. I was reading these words off of the page, not even explaining them to him. I was just reading him these Scriptures, and they were manifesting like power in him. Like you could see, you witnessed a change in his expression and his attitude. It was like these words I'm reading are manifesting power and hope and like literal energy. Like I would come over and read the Scriptures to him, and he would have been in bed for the last 4 days, wouldn't get up for anybody. I'd read the Scriptures to him, and then next thing you know, we'd be out on the porch. Like he'd get out of bed and we'd go walk out on the porch. I'd have to help him walk, right? His wife kept saying, "You're the best thing for him right now." I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's not my presence. For somehow I'm reading him from these Scriptures, and it's like manifesting some sort of power and hope in him, and it like would give him energy in some way. And I can't explain. I've never seen it happen like I've never witnessed that before. You know,
It's probably even more profound because he can't read, so you're reading it to him, right?
Dude, it was wild, man. Like, and I would read these Scriptures to him, Joe, and he would say, "Yeah, I understand that now." And like we're reading complex things, like we're reading about the resurrection. like the bodily resurrection of all the saints at the second coming of Christ. And he asked me, one of the questions he asked me, has anybody ever really explained to you what happens when we leave here? Because he's wondering these things. Like, I'm about to depart this tent, buddy. What's about to happen? And I'm like, well, the only answer I can give you, Mr. Don, has got to come from these scriptures. And I would read these complex scriptures to him, 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and 2 Corinthians chapter 5, and he would it would make sense to him in his mind more than my mind could comprehend the truth of what I was reading. Like, that was what was wild. It was like
that stage in his life.
This veil between this realm and the next realm was getting thin. And he was taking in the truth of this word and processing it logically at a level that I can't process it, because this veil for us is still so thin, unless you get that DMT, right? We'll talk about that later. But, right? And so I'm witnessing, it was wild, dude. And two, like, crazy things happen. Like, when I'd sit with him, like, every couple hours, I'd get up and go check in with his wife or something, and we had a camera in the room with him, and we could watch what he was doing. And when I would walk out of the room, you give it a few minutes, and you would see him start to look above him, and he would be reaching like this for stuff above him, and like, we didn't know what he was doing. Whenever I wish I would have asked him, like, Mr. Stone, what are you seeing? Like, what are you reaching for? Well, then back when I would come back with him, he would stop doing it. And then toward the end there, he had a stroke. He was paralyzed. His whole left side of his body was paralyzed, and so he was just, he couldn't sit up or do anything. And then finally, at the very end, when he passed away, he literally sits up he sits up erect out of his hospital bed, reaches both of his hands straight up like this, and then lays back down and departs the tent. So I started researching this. What the crap is going on here?
I wish you asked him what he was reaching for.
You watch, I found this hospice nurse on Instagram. I don't remember her name. But she's like posting all these videos of people exact thing. They're reaching for stuff, and she's a hospice nurse, right?
Did you save it? Do you have it on your phone?
I don't remember. She's got a lot of following. She's got a big following. Just look up hospice nurse on Instagram or whatever. But she posts all these videos of these people. Yeah. They're like calling out. I don't know. That's not her, but this is another one. That's not the one I watch. It's a very common thing, and they're calling out a lot of times the names of loved ones that have passed before them. They're seeing something. Like, they're seeing into the other realm. Oh, it's that lady on the far right over there. That's the one I watch. She's a little crazy, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you, she puts out some wild stuff, man. This is common stuff, man.
What's her name, Jim? This is hospice nurse Penny.
When they're able to tell us what they're seeing, when they're able to tell us about these visions, they're almost always above them or up in the corner of the room. But sometimes as they get closer to the end of life and they're no longer able to communicate, we start seeing them into the air. So I'm convinced that when they are reaching into the air, they are reaching towards those people who they love, who have died before them.
So this woman's not a believer, as far as I know. I don't know what, how her worldview is on in terms of what happens after this, but she's just sitting here showing you, saying, hey, this happens. Yeah. We can't figure out why. We can't figure out what's going on. Obviously, for me, when I see that happening. When Mr. Don sits up in the bed, even though he's literally paralyzed by a stroke, he sits, and it's an impossibility. He sits up in his bed and reaches both hands in the air and then lays down and departs the tent. What do I have to believe that, like, his transportation had arrived? You know what I mean? And to witness that, how does that not, like, strengthen? You're witnessing something that's tangible. It's like, how does that not strengthen at least your faith that there is something coming after this? You know what I mean?
And there's so many stories. And the thing is, people have this arrogant assumption, and this is a lot of based on academic science and so this belief that we have all the answers to reality.
You better wake up. I got a bone to pick with your ass, Rabbi.
Yay! I knew you'd be in here. I knew you'd be in here. Straight Savage, what do you want me to do, baby? How you living, pimp?
I thought you weren't going to do that anymore, man.
Okay, so for the breakdown of my conversation history with the good people at Kick, here we go.
What did they do? Take your account away?
Yeah, so I told them, look, it's been 6 months. I haven't spammed anybody. I've been a good boy. And I said, you guys rebanned my account. You said it was ban evasion. I said, for how long am I banned? Because I've given myself a self-imposed 6-month sabbatical. What are we dealing with? They say you've been banned indefinitely. I said to them, okay, well, what's indefinitely? They said it's indefinitely. I said, came back to them. Does that mean a lifetime ban? They said it means indefinitely. I said, look, just tell me, does it mean a lifetime ban? Let's just cut to the chase here. They say it means indefinitely. I go back to them. Does it mean a lifetime ban? They say, for all intents and purposes, yes, it's a lifetime ban. I said to them, well, then that means there cannot be peace. Basically, I understand that you want to ban me indefinitely. Are you telling me, this is my exact phrasing, that it's currently the year 2025. In 50 years, in the year 2075, you will not let me stream on Kick? They said, that's correct. So I said, all right, baby. I have no choice but to create more powerful bots, stronger bots that are better than my previous ones, and I'm going to let them loose. I told them this as straight to their faces as I could. So I did as much programming as I could, and now I have an even better bot system that doesn't just work while I'm awake, but it's even better. It works even when I'm asleep. That's where we're at.
That's wild, man.
Well, here's the thing. If I told them, can you just make it for a year or 2 years? Truthfully, if they said you can't stream for 2 years, I'd say, okay, that's fine. But they said 50 years. I'm like, oh, it's just, then basically you're a useless platform to me. So why wouldn't I spam you? I think it was not in their best interest. If they would have said, look, we're going to ban you for a year, starting on this date, I would not be spamming them right now. Even 2 years, I would not be.
Famous on Hex?
Oh, man. So I'm famous on Blue Sky. So those Blue Sky people had to adjust their bot patrol because I just basically tormented.
Oh, let's go.
I tormented all the people on Blue Sky, and in very funny ways. So it started out, please join Rabbi's Discord, yada, yada, yada. And that got me some interest. But then I started making them like really sexually explicit. So it would be like, Rabbi fucks MILFs for world peace. And I'd get so much more traction. People taking screenshots of what I wrote, posting all over the platform. So I did that for like, well,
that video quality is insane, dude.
I did that for about overall 6 months. And Then they got some kind of new system that absolutely deleted all my accounts, and then I would still be spamming on Blue Sky and not on Kick, but they started banning phrases. So like you can't even say the word rabbi on there without getting your account banned. Or you can't even, use my last name Rothschild without getting it banned. Or you can't even use the term Discord in the name without getting it banned. They basically took away all my ammunition. So
that is a good clip, man. That is a good one.
So what I did was go back to Kick, and I've got 3 bots that work 24 hours a day, and I'm back, baby. And Kick has no one to blame but themselves. Again, if they'd given me a 1-year ban, I'd be fine. Even a 2-year ban. But
Thank you, JJ.
if you won't let me back,
I'm listening.
I understand. If you won't let me back in 50 years, and I have that in an email from them, well then, you're just, what I did was not that bad. You have people on there who get arrested on stream and who hit people on stream and use, racial terms and all kinds of other things. I don't do any of that. Did I spam allegedly? Yes. Okay, but to my credit, when I first started streaming on Kick, the reason Kick had an issue with me was not because I was spamming. It's because I created multiple accounts and was live streaming from them. So I had like 10 different live streams going, and they didn't like that. They wanted all my streams on one account, and they banned my other accounts. Even though it wasn't against their terms and conditions. It was not ban evasion because I hadn't been banned. And I don't understand it because you have people, not you, but Kick has people on their streams who have multiple accounts. I'll give you an example. Mike Baby, who's a streamer on Kick, also has Mike Smalls Jr. Why don't they ban him for having multiple accounts? Why? I don't understand. He streams on both of them now. What he doesn't do is stream simultaneously on both of them. And I get it. They didn't want somebody hogging that much bandwidth or whatever. But basically, these were loopholes in their system. And I played by the rules. They took away that ability. And then I said, you know what? I'll start spamming. And that's what happened. And I started that about 14 months ago. I did it for approximately 8 months. And then actually a little less than that. I did it for approximately 6 months, and here we are back. And I am letting these bad boys go. And it's very funny to see people's reactions because they're like, no fucking way, Rabbi Rothschild's back. They're like shocked. They're like, what the fuck? Like, we thought we were done with this troll. Oh no, baby. Not only am I back, but I'm stronger than ever. Just as you came in here, I was programming bots on cell phones, not just on computers. And I'm just going to let these bad boys go. And I have a feeling, it's one thing you can ban me.
Can you like integrate in there to not save clips on my channel?
Well, that's the thing. That's what does it the best. People can stop me from spamming their channel, but they can't stop the clips. That's really a request that needs to be fulfilled by Kick. And the thing that Twitch has is that sometimes you have to follow a person a certain amount of time. Sometimes you need to follow a person for a certain amount of time before the clips will save. Or sometimes they have to have an account older than a certain amount of age. That's all Kick needs to do. Just do what they do with everything else and take from Amazon, aka Twitch's stuff, and just replicate it. But they haven't done that. And so for big streamers like you, it gets my name out there because this big streamer will go, hey, is it in the clips? They'll look in the clips and they'll see 3 or 4 times in there that I have spammed clips. And then, it's just going to take the right person to be like, okay, now what is this?
They're going by himself. He's a good guy. People just don't like his bots, man. he has bots that spam chats and save clips
and follow.
People don't like it, man.
And follow.
He gets a lot of dislike and a lot of hate for it.
That's all
but
right.
He's made a lot of friends as well.
We wouldn't have met without this bot.
So
we would not have met without this bot. Ori and I wouldn't have met without this bot. Many other, Stan Bond and I wouldn't have met without this bot. I mean, it has garnered a lot of friendships as well. And it, like I said, like before, I had to manually, every time Kick banned one of the accounts, I had to manually recreate one. But now this thing just goes like a minigun. It's just continuous, like a Tommy gun. And if they ban it, then that's fine. It just creates another thing. I can seriously just sit back and relax, which is fine. I don't mind creating the accounts or doing things manually. Where it really comes in and helps me is when I'm asleep. So 24 hours a day, even when I'm taking a long sleep, it's just
1 hour left. Hell yeah, we just got home.
It's dominating the airwaves.
Myself, man. So,
and
dude, that's pretty good. 15-hour stream, dude, and we've got 963 drop frames in a 15-hour stream. That's great, dude.
That is great. So
and the quality, dude, of that IRL stream, like when I watch that clip, holy fuck, dude. I'm now running my phone in 4K when I IRL stream, and the difference, holy shit, dude. I thought the 720 was like really good, but that looked really good before. But damn, now that I changed it to 720 or changed it to 4K, dude, the quality on the IRL is fucking insane.
So did you find out about my resurrection to the stream through spam or through a clip or a follow?
I went to go check to see if anybody, because I went to New York City today and there was this guy rapping for us. So I went to check the clips to see if anybody clipped it, and that's what I seen. There was 2 Rabbi Rothschild clips, and I was in Discord with Nikki too, and I was like, "Fucking Rabbi!" I'm like, "Where the fuck is his Discord?" I said, "I got something to say to this motherfucker."
Come get me, Straight Savage. Well, again, you can blame the Kick staff. Had they given me a 1-year ban or a 2-year ban, I'd be fine. You know, that day that we spoke really changed things. It inspired me to create a new account, and that's when they banned my account, my new account that I created, and said to communicate with them through my original account. Well, I have over 10. I have over.
High Jewish rabbi is who you're thinking of, JJ. No, that is not who I'm talking to.
No,
I'm talking to Rabbi.
This is the real deal. This is the most popular rabbi, not just on Kick, but on the internet. And so I immediately, the day that you and I talked, I got my account banned after like 26-hour stream or something like that. And Kick told me to go to my original account. Well, to be able to communicate with them. Well, I have over 10,000 accounts. More than that.
Yes, Flash. He is back.
Absolutely. Back and better than ever, baby.
So he stopped spamming for months, hoping that Kick would allow him to stream. So he stopped spamming for a long time, and then me and him had a conversation, and I talked him into making another account and trying to stream, and they allowed him to stream for about 26 hours before they banned him again. And it's a permanent ban, lifetime ban. So anytime he creates an account, he will be banned. So he's back with the spam bots.
What other choice do I have?
In their decision.
What other choice do I have? If they had told me, hey, you know what, Rabbi, we'll even just reconsider you in a year. We're not going to say that you absolutely can come back, but we'll reconsider it, which would have been smart of them. I wouldn't be spamming right now. But they said in 50 years, in the year 2075, if Kick is still a platform and I'm still alive, they will not let me stream. And when I heard that, I'm like, this is the biggest ban in the history of the internet. So when I got that news, it was like, all right, let's play hardball. And they basically said there's no opportunity for peace. And it was like, all right, again, the smart thing of them would have been to say, Rabbi, don't create any more accounts. In 1 year, we'll reconsider our decision. They didn't even have to say.
Flash, is your Klingo broke right now? Is your Klingo been broke all day, Flash? Are you at your PC? If you don't know, you don't know?
So yes,
What are you doing?
So yes, Straight Savage, I was waiting for you to come in. I had actually checked your clips to see if anybody had clipped you recently, and I saw that you had some clips, but none were of mine. And then my bot apparently got you with 2 of them earlier today. So were they good clips? Did you watch them?
It was just clips of me driving in the car.
All right. Well, that's exciting. So yeah, but again, I'm not the person to blame. I mean, I am, but
29 days.
It's Kick.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Klinko that's just down right now. I know they were having problems with Kick Chat earlier, so I don't know if it's just Klinko that's down or what.
This bot works a little differently than my previous.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I have premium. I've been a premium member since January for the Kinko. But it doesn't. Not allowing it to work. So I'm just thinking there's something wrong with it.
This bot differs from the previous one. The previous one would only spam just chatting people. This one spams everyone who speaks English, or at least has the English tab. So that means people who are playing games, who are doing IRL, who are doing whatever, bikinis and hot tubs or whatever.
I was doing IRL when you got me.
Excellent. Well, it did exactly what I wanted it to do. And I tried to play nice. I really did. And I tried to do it the right way. And they said, again, I asked them, please, can you just make it a year? No, it's indefinite.
Yeah.
Does indefinite?
I see it right here. Join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord.
That's right. Who'd you see it on? Is that on yours?
Yeah, I just went through my DVD feed and seen where it followed.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. I have another one that says Google Rabbi's Discord because I'm generally the thing that shows up when you Google it. And it's got this huge wall of text that it sends. And I'll improve it. I'll tweak it so that it's absolutely perfect. But for right now, it's doing what I need it to do. Within 24 hours, it got about 14 people in the Discord, which is great. Just new people. And I asked them, like, how'd you find out about me? I do my best to ask everybody that. And they're like, I just saw this random message on Kick and I had to see what was going on with it. Or a lot of people say, I saw a clip. I saw somebody who got something clipped. And I was like, I've never seen anybody use this type of strategy. And it's unique. So it's just something that Kick needs to implement, which is just a system that states that a user can program who can clip their streams and how long they have had to be had their account created on Clip and on Kick, and how long they've been following or whatever. Some like Twitch allows. Twitch has a system where I think you can limit it to the age of the account, how long it's been following, whether you're following, and if they're a subscriber or not. It's just something that Kick needs to implement.
Yeah, you can do all that. No, you can do all that here.
Can you? For clips?
Yeah. Well, for the whole channel itself.
No, but I'm saying I understand for the whole channel, but you can't limit people who clip your stream, right?
I don't know if it will allow you if you're not following or.
Right, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that you don't have a feature that says I only want subscribers to be able to clip my channel, or only accounts that are older than 1 day old can clip my channel. You don't. It doesn't have those kind of features, and Twitch does. It's just.
Well, yeah, I know, but we're like we can make it so your account has to be so old or you can't post
to chat
stuff like that.
I get that.
So I don't know if that shares over to the clipping or not. I'm not sure.
I am sure it does not, because on the biggest channels that they have.
Hey, what up? How we doing?
Everyone from Aiden Ross to Amaranth, who force you to have older accounts or be following for a certain amount of time, I clip them right away, and my stuff's right at the top. So that's exciting. What's on your agenda for this week?
JJ, I found it. I found that spot, and I seen the box on the ground. I was gonna go over to it, but there was a dude taking a picture, and I went to walk around, but there was a fuck ton of people. I would have had to walk way around to get to it, man. I did find the statue in the box on the ground. Yes, I did.
Do you get paid by the more people who are in your chat?
Yes.
Well, okay, that's good. So if anything, my bot is increasing everybody's pay a little bit. Not a lot, but it does spam, and it spams hard. So it'll give you I don't know, probably not even a penny, but something. Not you necessarily, but people who allow open chat. What it does do is it changes.
Yeah, it's right in front of, like, they have this big bleacher right in the center of Times Square, where they like do performances and stuff right there, and it's literally the statue's like right in front of them bleachers, and then the block is just a little bit to the right if you're looking at the front of the statue. Where I was, yep, that's where we sat to eat. Yep. Hey, Alan, what up? How you doing? 15-hour stream? Yeah, we 15 hours in, buddy. Yep. Oh, what time it is? 11 o'clock, man. That's first joint that we smoked since yesterday morning. Area 51 on the package. a lot of driving though, man. 10 hours altogether.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight
21. I wasn't able to smoke, man. Tried yesterday, that joint that we smoked, dude, it took me a little while to smoke it because, boy, it fucking killed my tooth every time I would hit the joint, man.
Certainty, what that means for price pressure, both for consumers and for businesses that are going to have to pay this and decide whether or not to pass it on to us.
All right, JJ, have a good one, man. Enjoy the dice, man. Wait. Okay, so Klinko is not broke because 4 inches Klinko is working. I don't know why mine is not working. I feel like it wants me to set it up, and that's going to suck because that's going to drop everybody's points and reset everybody's balls, man.
Now, two trucks are out there and working on clearing that crash. It is over to the right shoulder. And in Mission Hills on 405 northbound after 118, we got traffic cones that are in the two left lanes confusing drivers. And in Mountain Valley on 405 northbound at Magnolia, look out for a disabled vehicle that is blocking the left lane there. And on the 215 northbound before Orange Show, got an overturned vehicle. The second lane from the left is blocked. Be on the lookout as you approach there. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the greater LA area? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the greater LA area for free. That's right, we'll get you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The greater LA area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple stats developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. Flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in the greater LA area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Southern weather from KFI tonight in Metro LA, Orange County, and the Valley. Clouds and possible fog with lows in the 50s and 60s. Here in the IE and high desert with lows in the 60s to on Monday in Metro LA, Orange County, and Valley. It's partly cloudy with highs in the 70s to 90s. IE and high desert will be even warmer. Also sunny, a bit hazy in the afternoon. Highs from 90 to 100. Reno, it's 68 degrees in Newport Beach, 76 in Glendale, 78 in Yorba Linda, 81 in Rosanna. Live from the KFI 24-hour news right now.
Number 1 on your car radio preset and the new NFL iHeart Radio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
It's gonna reset everything, dude.
I'm staying with my social media. If you have a question and you want me to weigh in, I think you should send a DM. You should always gonna find it at Rabbi Stop. Okay, here we go. Who's on through? Let's see what I got. Dear Dr. Reddy. Oh, this is happening. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm scanning it. I can't believe it. I know I hope this never happens to you. This listener says, Dear Dr. Wendy, I just found out that my younger sister has been secretly dating my ex-boyfriend for months. We were together for years, and the breakup was rough. I feel hurt and betrayed by both of them. Should I confront them or just cut ties? Whoa, 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 whoa. This is a double betrayal. You are being betrayed by your ex-boyfriend who you were with for years. I assume you had some kind of intimacy with him. It's been years. Your sister. The fact that they're hiding it from you and sneaking around. Months now. Oh, I'm sorry. I know it hurts. So your question is, should you cut ties? What do you mean cut ties with both of them? Like cut out a family member for life and your ex-boyfriend and blah, 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 blah. Let me just say this. Your feelings are valid. You have every right to feel angry and betrayed. I don't like the word confront, but you should share with them your feelings. Literally, two of them together at the same time. Mm-hmm. If you found out, then there must be a way to get everybody together. And it sounds like you've been in communication with both of them. So I think you've got it. I need to have a meeting with both of you, and I need to share some things. And the point of this is for you to be able to share your feelings, hear what they have to say. Of course, they're going to defend themselves.
Why will it not fucking work?
I had a discussion with a close friend a few months ago, and I was very angry because I felt betrayed. It was secret, blah, blah, blah. And all I said to her when we went to the dinner for me to confront or share my feelings is I said, I don't want to know why you did it. I don't want to hear any defenses. I want you to hear, or I just want to hear that you understand my feelings, that I've seen in her. And I said, I'm very angry, and here's why. And I gave her script. Just say, oh my gosh, that's hurt so much. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to tell you what happened. Anyway, in your case, you could try giving them script. I just want to give them see. Like how do, and then end it by saying, how do you feel? This is going to take a lot of time. And with your sister your whole life, boyfriend a bunch of years. You know what? The two of them deserve each other. I don't know. I'm just going to say, I'm so sorry this happened to you, and you have every right to express your feelings. But don't cut ties. This is going to fester. Things just don't go away when you cut ties. They just fester. They get bigger in some way. You know, you hear about family members who don't talk for years, and nobody can remember why, what happened in the first place. Don't do that. All right, moving on. Dear Dr. Wendy, my fiance and I have been engaged for over 2 years. Congratulations. But every time we talk about setting a wedding date, oh, I know where we're going. I've been there before. He changed the subject and says not yet. I'm starting to wonder if he ever wants to get married. How long is too long to wait? Okay, big decision. Let me explain to you. So this happened to me in my late 20s, and until I think I was approaching my 30th birthday when I had enough. And it was 4 years of this engagement or date. And I tried and tried and tried. I think he thought the ring would be enough to say she. And so, by the time inside my head, I realized I can't do this anymore. And I got an apartment and I moved out. And you know what? That's when he started to try and move back. Right? And it was too late because for me, the window had closed. Okay? So you need to set up a very clear, this is not an ultimatum, it is a boundary. If we don't have a date set within the next 8 weeks, then I will be moving out. This should not be a threat. This should be, you're actually going to make plans, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. So you have to be ready to break up. How long should you wait? It depends. limits on your fertility window. If you're 23 years old, you can try to wait it out. If you're 35 years old, get out of there. Get out of there. It's a problem. I mean, if you may not want to be a mother, I don't know. But if you do, and you're near the end of your fertility window, do not wait him out. I have another friend who waited out, well, actually a husband, they were married. They would say, not this year, we want a baby. Not this year. We'll have a baby next year. We'll have a baby next year. And then she turned 40 and there was no baby. So don't depend on anybody else for your happiness. Okay? Just set a time frame that's comfortable for you and make plans to leave and follow up and actually do that. All right, dear Dr. Wendy, I found out my husband has a secret bank account. He never told me about it. He says it's just in for emergencies, and he doesn't understand why I'm upset. I feel right. Is this financial infidelity? In a word, yes. No, there's certain things that we're all allowed to keep completely private from our spouse. Some of the workings of our body, some of our sexual fantasies, but money, if you're married and you've got joint bank accounts and he's keeping a slush on the side. Years ago I had this woman on the show and she had like some kind of investment fund where people had invested in really high-end divorce cases. And she told our audience that divorces start 2 to 4 years before they take place. For women, they start with plastic surgery and getting in shape and sort of sneaking around with girlfriends and seeing how they rate on the dating marketplace. And for men, divorces start years before the divorce by stashing money. That's what guys do. That's what they're going to need when they're single again. Women are going to need to look hot. So every reason to feel upset. Yes, this is financial infidelity. I would suggest you guys see a couples therapist so that you can talk about this together. That is heartbreaking. All right, let me come back. My next guest, when she does meet her husband, it's going to be soon. I can feel it. He's not going to have any of the my whispers she's running about. That's what I'm hoping anyway, because she is the most delightful woman who I met on Instagram. I met some of the coolest people on Instagram. When we come back, an Instagram user who created her own dating application. You're listening to Dr. Wendy Walsh Show. 640 live everywhere on the iPhone. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour. Here's the latest. What's the connected? Others are back behind bars after a hospital stay. Plus, the win for Bay Area workers at colleges, the union movement, and those crypto bros accused of torturing a millionaire. Well, prosecutors say they now have another victim. Chesapeake Freeway. Come back. Radio goes commercial free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s smooth soft rock all weekend. All commercial free. High tide, low tide, no tide. Radio works anywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app, search it, and make it a preset now.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. What if you've had just too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation and Pennsylvania Station.
Miss Aquarius, how are you, girl? All right. Can you hear me now?
I had to cut the volume up. Remember the volume was down.
I do. How are you?
I'm good. How are you ready?
I am ready.
Get to win.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, I have to admit something. I accidentally got my 250th win. I had forgotten about it, and a friend wanted to play me, and we were playing each one of the different games, and we played bowling. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm mad.
I know.
Because I waited for you for my
Miss
Aquarius.
Aquarius.
When you get to that 300, you can't play with nobody.
You've got that right.
I got
You've got that right. Miss Aquarius, it was an accident.
I know, I'm not mad. I just wanted to be there.
I know, but 300, you were there for 100, you were there for 200. So those are big ones.
Yeah.
All right, girl.
Be there for the big one.
That's right. Let's see you. All right.
Let's go.
I see you. Get these two.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
what do you mean no? What do you mean no?
I got it now. I didn't know. He said, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
You got this right.
Word, girl.
No, I didn't get nothing. Go ahead with me. Come on, gotta get something.
Get it.
Okay, come on, Rabbi. Go, Rabbi. Go.
Not good. Get it.
Yeah. Yay.
Get it.
I should have knocked it down.
9. You've got this. You've got this.
Right. Come on.
You've got this.
No. Go, Rabbi. You got this. Now go.
Oh, look at this split. Ooh, almost.
Yeah.
Get it.
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius on the prowl.
Good.
Get it. Miss Aquarius, it all comes down to this. Get 3 strikes.
No, you're gonna win.
That's okay.
You win out.
Just get these. Get it. You did.
Yay.
You tied for the lead. Get another strike.
No. Come on, you got this, Rabbi. Go, Rabbi, go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yay. Get another one.
Get it. Oh, come on. How didn't that get it? All right. I'll take it. I'll take the W.
Yeah, you picked the 251.
I win,
Yay.
you win. You win, I win. All right,
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius.
That's right.
You're going to get your 101 right now.
No, you made 103, remember?
You have 103?
103.
Good on you, girl.
I'm at one out of 10 ones. Remember, I did 2 yesterday.
Yes, that's right. You're on fire.
I'm so excited to invite my next guest on the show because I fell in love with her on Instagram.
Get it. You had a beautiful strike.
Thank you. You did too.
I had a spare.
No, last game.
Oh, okay. Get this. You got it. Beautiful.
Yay. Thank you. Come on, everybody. Get it.
There we go.
Yay. Beautiful.
That's what I'm talking about. Get this, girl.
Can let that one down.
Get this.
Oh, you got it, Rabbi. You got it, Rabbi. Come on. Right.
She is a very attractive young woman in her 30s. She has a career in mental health and addiction prevention.
Oh, no. We're tied.
Yeah.
Get it.
No. Let's go. Uh-oh. That's it.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful, Miss Aquarius. I watched it with my own 2 eyes. That was marvelous. Marvelous, Miss Aquarius. Marvelous Aquarius.
We're about to be tied. Get it? Yay!
Marvelous Miss Aquarius. That's your
Thank
nickname.
you. Thank you.
Get it, girl. Okay, you've got a split that you're gonna get.
Got one. Come on, me, Rabbi. You got this, Rabbi. Come on. Let's go. Yep. Get it, Rabbi. Get it. Go, go, go. Yay! Right. Yes! That was wonderful.
Excellent.
I applaud you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pray tomorrow, right?
God willing.
The God's with us, I'll pray tomorrow.
All right, Miss Aquarius, marvelous Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams to you.
Sweet dreams to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. I'm going on the other side, going to socialize, okay?
Okie dokie.
Okay. Are you lonely? Do you need me here?
Nope, I'm good to go. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'll check on you tomorrow, okay?
Sounds like a plan, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so it's very brave and very open. Tell me exactly what it says.
I have photos. You know, the great thing about owning my own business is, and it's a clothing business primarily, is that I have nice photos, you know, to accompany this. But the context and the content in that application, you know, some of it is funny and lighthearted, but at the core of this dating application is that I truly want to find a partner. I'm 38 years old. I've never been married. I don't have kids. Those are things that I would like in my life. And so I do talk about that in the application. I talk about a general age range. I talk about my job, that I'm a homeowner. Those are sort of things that you would find on a dating application anyways. But then I mix in a little bit of humor, like references from an old boyfriend, or the fact that I have a hot mom. You know, sometimes guys look at the mom of their girlfriend or their fiance and like think, oh, that could be. So I like that I could kind of add that personality in there that's true to me.
It is a slideshow, right? How many slides in this slideshow?
It is 7.
And she looks like a beautiful girl in the West, cowboy hat and all, beautiful photography, as you said. And with some humor, you say my height is 5'1", but my personality is big enough to compensate for at least 3 inches. I love that. You talk about funny enough to laugh at my own jokes and sometimes yours. Right, good genes. My mom's hot because that's what men think. What is her mom gonna, you know? She's gonna look like her mom someday. And oh dear, right? She talks about her interests, corn dogs, and sushi. That's great. Hiking, backpacking, hot springs, making playlists, camping, etc. But then, very clearly, what you're looking for: no current charges, and nothing that uses the word current. Because you know, I've had guests on the show before who actually paid their dues, served their time, and they are the most discriminated against of dating apps. And most of their 10% of men in America have experienced incarceration. 10% of men in America have experienced incarceration. Well, when you break it down by race, justice system, blah, 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 you'll see that it's different depending on the races. But the vast majority of that time served was for a non-violent crime. And many of them learned their lesson, right? And so those people, I used to say, no current felony charges. I like that. You also say the ability to have real conversation without quoting Joe Rogan. A way we gotta say, dude, to be one of those, stay away. Looking for someone who is open-minded and likes to learn, and someone who likes to have a good time. And so her references, she puts her references. I love this quote: "High risk, high reward." From a guy on Hinge. From an ex, would have married her if I wasn't such a dumbass. A man at yard sale. She smelled great, paid in cash. This woman is adorable. Okay, aren't you fun? And I'm not even showing you all 7 of the slides and what she went through. You've got to go to Price for Needs Collective to hear that. Okay, thank you. When we come back, we have to go to break. I want to hear about how the results were after 1.4 million views. And if you don't mind, well, if you care, if you'd like to ask, if I'm not being intrusive, I'd be happy to weigh in and give you a little bit of advice. Good with that? Yes, absolutely. Let's go to break. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show on AFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's get the 24-hour AFI news. One of the Menendez brothers is back behind bars after a hospital stay. A social media post by Eric's daughter states her dad is out of the hospital and back in prison. Menendez was in the hospital for more than a week and underwent several surgeries to remove kidney stones. At one point, Governor Newsom was reviewing the case to see if a furlough was appropriate. However, Eric and his brother Lyle will be behind bars at minimum until a parole hearing on August 22nd. Eileen Gonzalez, KFI News. Baristas at Blue Bottle coffee shops in Berkeley and Oakland have voted to unionize. They're now part of the Blue Bottle Independent Union. The move is the latest in a wave of barista organizing that's been growing across the country in recent years. Over a week after agreeing to pay $2.
iHeart's Yacht Radio goes commercial free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s smooth soft rock all weekend. Commercial free. High tide, low tide, no tide. Yacht Rock Radio works anywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app and search Yacht Rock and make it preset now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. This is a window into my world and the stories that make it meaningful. Welcome to Chloe London. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
That it's growing. That'll be enough for your retirement. What if it's not? Here's the truth. Your 401k was never designed to make you wealthy. It was built to shift to from generations to you, leaving your money exposed to market crashes, inflation, and uncertainty. But now Americans are taking back control with real assets like gold. Noble Gold Investments has helped thousands protect their future by converting part of their retirement savings into physical gold, so they can stop worrying about the market and start sleeping better at night. Talk to Noble Gold today and learn how safe and easy it is to roll over your 401k into a tax-advantaged gold IRA without penalties or headaches. Visit Noble Gold Investments.
No, he just left. My money in it. I feel like I am like a James. Oh man. I feel I'm like a James fan.
Local weather from KFI tonight in Metro LA, Orange County, and the valleys, clouds across the loft with lows in the 50s and 60s. Here in the high desert with lows in the 60s to around 70. We're now at 73 in Orange, 67 Huntington Beach. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I appreciate that.
Idea that we've got it solved, and when I when I hear people say, when you die, that's it, it's over. Like, how do you know? You're just saying this. You're just saying this. That is as much of a belief system as any religion. This belief in something that you have no evidence of whatsoever, but there's so many anecdotal stories of people with near-death experiences, including Sebastian Junger. Do you know who he is? Brilliant journalist. He's a great author. He's written some incredible books. He did Restrepo, right? The documentary about the war. And he's just an amazing, interesting, very, very intelligent guy. And the last time he was on the podcast, he was telling us a story about he had a medical emergency. Some sort of, it was like an artery burst, right, Jamie? Something inside his abdomen. And he was bleeding out. And he was dying. And got to the hospital and had a near-death experience. Very, very vivid experience. Interacting with his father. Just beyond anything that he would have ever comprehended. You can have a completely different perspective of life and death and like what this is. And where there is something out there. And people that have had near-death experiences or died and been resuscitated, they come back with the same fucking story over and 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 over again. There's not a lot of variation. There's what they're saying, but it all fits within the same framework. It all fits within a framework that there's something there.
He's having a wild experience where he sees Jesus, he sees his dead father.
Come on, man.
Said it's beautiful.
Why is this kid?
I think he was sick and he's coming out of surgery. I don't know the exact story on what was happening to him. This video goes on long. It's a 10-minute video, but
whoa.
Yeah, he's dreaming a lot. He's seeing into the next realm.
Yeah. Yeah. So, well, you can dismiss that. You can dismiss that if you wanted to.
Yeah, you can, man. But look, man, I don't even need all these signs and wonders. Like, I don't even need all that, man. I mean, it's great when you get the opportunity to witness things like I got to witness with my friend, Mr. Don, and just see his faith and see that the Word manifest power in him. Like, it's great when you get to see it, but you can get too carried away with all that stuff too. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. You know, I'm wondering, Joe, if the Almighty ain't calling you.
Call me out on the phone. Calling you, man. What do you mean? In what way?
I'm just wondering. I think a lot of people are wondering what the Almighty is doing. What He's working in you. See, Scripture is dripping with something that's called election.
I'm wondering if they meant to ping me to that location and they sent me the wrong page.
This truth that we will never choose God, the Almighty. We will never choose to believe. As a matter of fact, Scripture actually says over and over again, the whole message of the cross is foolishness. It's foolishness. I mean, seriously? Some dude died on a cross? What does that represent to man? That represents weakness. That represents defeat. That represents death. You're gone. The message of the cross is foolishness to man. We will never choose to believe in the message of what we call the gospel. That is that Jesus Christ died on the cross according to the Scriptures. He was buried and he rose again by his own power according to the Scriptures. That's foolish. And the only way that we can or will ever believe that, like truly place our faith in that, in everything that's contained in that statement right there, because there's a lot there. You can literally spend the rest of your life meditating on
that right there, the gospel, what was done on the cross and by way of the resurrection of Christ. You would never, to the end of it, you would never comprehend everything. You would never search it to its bottom. You will never believe that. The only way that you can believe that is if the Almighty, in His grace, basically makes you alive spiritually. Because these things are spiritually discerned. They're not logically discerned. They're foolishness to me. These things must be spiritually appraised. And so the Almighty, by His grace, makes you alive, literally spiritually alive, so that then you can discern the truth of not only the gospel, but everything, the totality of what is contained in Scripture. It's called the doctrine of election. And so when I say, I wonder if the Almighty's calling you, what I mean is I wonder if you are one of the Almighty's elect. And if you are, you better hold on to your britches, son.
I oftentimes wonder what's going on and why me.
Yeah, you must, man. Yeah, you must.
It doesn't make sense.
You must. And that's a personal thing, man. And I hope you don't take that as any disrespect. No, it's just for me, seeing it's odd how much we have in common. Seeing what a special human being you are. Like, it's exciting for me to be able to hope that the Almighty is indeed calling you. Like, that's exciting, dude. Like literally, I prayed for you last night. Like, I literally, on your behalf, the Almighty, to basically make you alive spiritually, so that you can have discernment and be able to appraise these things that are in Scripture that have seemed like foolishness for so long to you. You know what? They seem like foolishness to me for a long time, dude. What changed? We're talking about a bunch of wild stuff, man. And
Can I take you back while we're in the middle of this? I'd like to take you back to like how you got on this journey of being a podcaster and then to that. Because I want to know, like, what is the transition from the SEALs to becoming this guy that's very outspoken on YouTube and starts to put these videos out, things get interesting, and then you very religious and spreading that in your YouTube as well. Like, how did this whole journey get started for you?
Well, I had decided I wanted to become a SEAL because I wasn't really good at anything else in life, and I, didn't want to go back to school and all that stuff. That's a whole long story, but I decided I wanted to do that. Finally, I went to join the Navy. They disqualified me, sent me back home after boot camp, wouldn't let me go to BUD/S, told me I never would be able to become a SEAL because I had a pericardial cyst on my heart. 7-centimeter cyst on my heart. You can look it up. Research Navy SEAL pericardial cyst. You can read the whole medical journal. I'm the only one. Came back home, paid for my own heart surgery as a civilian, showed back up in the Navy. Less than a year later, made it all the way through SEAL training unscathed.
So what did they have to do? They had to remove the cyst?
Yeah, they had to cut my chest open and take a big old cyst off my heart.
How big is did they have to open your ribs?
From here to here.
Also, they go through.
Yeah, they peeled my pec up, peeled it up, cut it open right there, and went in there and took that cyst off.
How long did it take to recover from that?
It took me about a year. I was back in the Navy about a year after that surgery. But if it wouldn't have been for that, I wouldn't have made it through SEAL training, man. I didn't even know how to swim, dude. I didn't even know how to swim.
That's great.
I was the most unlikely person to ever make it through SEAL training, okay? Hands down.
Did you have any background in fitness?
No, nothing. Lord, no, I didn't. It took me 2 or 3 months to pass a 1.5 mile run.
Wow.
Yeah, made it through SEAL training, all this and that good stuff. I had a very colorful career.
Started real good, got real bad. I mean, I've been through it all. I've been in SEAL training at the end of our budget prep phase. You know, I was awarded the Charger. You know, everybody selected me. The instructor cadre said, "You're the one that's going to make it." I was actually the only one to ever receive that award to make it through that training pipeline. Everyone they had selected up until that point all quit. But they selected me not based on my physical abilities, but based on the fact that I had had a dang heart surgery just to have a chance to toe the line, to try something that everybody quits anyways.
So did you train for the SEAL training? Did you like give yourself enough time to get physically fit?
After that heart surgery, when I went in the first time, I could barely pass the physical standards test that I needed to pass to get the SEAL contract. If I would have went straight through and wouldn't have had that heart surgery, there's no way I would have made it. I wouldn't have been able to meet the physical standards once I actually got the buds. There's no way. But when I had that heart surgery, and then I finally got to where I could, you know, okay, man, at that point, I wanted it so bad because I had to go through all that. You see what I'm saying? I didn't want it that bad until I had to go through all that pain and fear and have my chest cut open and all this crap. But man, when I came out the other end of that, like I said, man, I was like a game rooster, man. It was like you look into the eye of a game rooster and he's got one burning hot desire just to fight. I mean, you man appreciate the combat sports. You ought to go watch a cockfight one day. I mean, just that's what I had. I just had this burning hot desire for this thing. Nothing was going to stop me. Made it all the way through. Man, I had a lot of ups and downs in my time in the teams. That's a 3-hour-long story, but we got plenty of time. Basically, man, I got to my SEAL team, and they had slotted our